Fang Xiyue, a fair-skinned and beautiful female university student, unexpectedly binds to a sign-in system and learns of the impending apocalypse. By slapping various quirky villains, including green tea bitches and white lotuses, she can earn sign-in opportunities. In her quest to stockpile essential supplies for the impending end of the world, Fang Xiyue embarks on the path of slapping faces. Congratulations, host, sign-in successful, earning 100 million in cash. Congratulations, host, sign-in successful, acquiring an infinitely reworkable shopping mall. Congratulations, host, sign-in successful, obtaining a rapid training capsule for combat. Fang Xiyue's face is almost frozen in a smile. Who could withstand such rewards? She must continue slapping faces. A day without it leaves her feeling uneasy.
Ding.
Strong desire for face slapping detected. Activating the attraction of green tea bitches, white lotuses, quirky villains, and petty characters for the host. Chapter 1. Indeed, I have slapped. Smack. The crisp sound of a slap reverberated through the KTV room. Fang Xiyue, how dare you hit me? A girl in a floral dress covered her left cheek, glaring at the taller girl standing before her, who wore a white t-shirt and jeans, with her hair tied back in a ponytail. Yes, I did, Fang Xiyue replied innocently, blinking. Try hitting me again. The girl seethed, pointing a finger at Fang Xiyue. Smack. Another slap echoed. It's astonishing that such a demand could still be made. Not fulfilling it would be an affront to oneself. Try hitting me again. Smack. You dare to hit again. Smack. You dare to. Smack. You. Smack. Wah. Fang Xiyue, I hate you. Just wait. Fang Xiyue, you've gone too far. How could you hit Tian like this? The other classmates, initially taken aback, rushed to comfort the struck Tian while reproaching Fang Xiyue. Hey, are you all incapable of handling a game? I am earnestly fulfilling the punishment for a daring adventure. How am I in the wrong? Fang Xiyue said as she unfolded a piece of paper she had been holding. The note stated to slap the person you hate the most in the room. Tian, you should know that you are the one I despise the most here. If you want to blame someone, blame the person who wrote this daring adventure. Fang Xiyue shrugged her shoulders, conveying her innocence. Who wrote such a malicious, daring adventure? Tian stood up and scanned her classmates. Not me, I didn't write it. I didn't write it either. How could I write such a daring adventure? The classmates shook their heads, insisting it wasn't them. Fang Xiyue crumpled the paper and tossed it into the trash. Oh, so it was me, but I won't admit it, she chuckled to herself. Ah, what a buzzkill. I'm leaving. I won't play with you anymore. With that, Fang Xiyue picked up her small bag and exited the room. Congratulations, host. Face slap successful, earning 8 sign-in opportunities. Upon hearing the system announcement, Fang Xiyue nearly jumped for joy. She quickened her pace. If not for maintaining her image, she would have run. Let's go. Let's head to the bank first. Fang Xiyue hurriedly exited the KTV. She hailed a taxi. Driver, take me to the nearest major bank. Her tone was exuberant, barely contained. Sure thing, the driver replied, and once Fang Xiyue fastened her seatbelt, he hit the gas. 3 minutes later, Fang Xiyue arrived at a large bank. The bank was already closed, with only the room housing the ATM brightly lit. Driver, please wait for me here. I need to go to another place shortly. Fang Xiyue alighted and walked to the center of the bank entrance. Sign-in, she uttered with immense anticipation. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful, earning 100 million in cash. Fang Xiyue clenched her fists, making a concerted effort to keep her smile from becoming too exaggerated. To avoid raising the driver's suspicions, Fang Xiyue pretended to take a selfie with her phone. She opened the car door and sat back in. Driver, take me to the largest mall around. Fang Xiyue wasn't heading to the mall to shop. With sign-in opportunities available, spending money was out of the question. Young lady, what's this about? The driver inquired, puzzled by the abrupt photo. I graduated from university and am leaving here. I wanted to take some photos as a memento. Fang Xiyue had already concocted her excuse. Oh, I see, the driver replied, understandingly. Don't worry. Feel free to run the meter. I won't back out on payment. Fang Xiyue reassured him. I trust you. I'll be your dedicated driver today, the driver responded with humor. 10 minutes later, the vehicle stopped in front of the largest mall in the city. This shopping center boasted 5 full floors, encompassing nearly all varieties of products, including various luxury items. Fang Xiyue alighted, taking selfies while uttering the word sign-in. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful, acquiring an infinitely reworkable shopping mall.
Click.
The selfie was complete, capturing Fang Xiyue's radiant smile. Subsequently, Fang Xiyue visited large wholesale stores, a water station, a 4S store, an electronic city, and a furniture city, utilizing all 8 sign-in opportunities. She acquired an infinitely reworkable wholesale store, an infinitely reworkable water station, an infinitely reworkable 4S store, an infinitely reworkable electronic city, and an infinitely reworkable furniture city. Fang Xiyue's heart raced with exhilaration. What does it feel like to become wealthy overnight? Now she finally understood. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, her sign-in opportunities exhausted. It was time to head home. The taxi stopped at the entrance of Fang Xiyue's community. After scanning to pay, she gifted the driver a large watermelon as a token of gratitude for his company. Of course, the watermelon was purchased from a wholesale store. Even though she had already signed in at 8 locations and acquired numerous supplies, it was still far from sufficient. The next sign-in opportunity was uncertain. With only 7 days left until the apocalypse, relying on sign-ins may not yield enough supplies. Thus, she needed to utilize the 100 million cash wisely. The first step was to bring her parents and grandparents over. Fang Xiyue had their ID numbers and directly purchased high-speed train tickets for them for the following noon. Plans changed swiftly. She wouldn't wait until the last moment to have her family come. After booking the tickets, Fang Xiyue initiated a video call in their family group chat, informing them to travel to the capital the next day. She explained that she wanted to take them to explore the attractions in the capital. Her grandparents and grandparents hesitated about the cost, expressing reluctance to go. Fang Xiyue countered with, "The tickets are already bought. Refunding incurs a hefty fee." In truth, they all yearned to visit. They simply feared causing trouble for themselves and wasting money. Their eagerness to start packing was evident. Make sure to bring all valuable items from home. We wouldn't want to leave home vulnerable to thieves while we're away. Once they arrived here, Fang Xiyue wouldn't allow them to return. Therefore, it was best to bring all valuables, including jewelry and household registration documents, even if they might never be needed again. At least this way, they wouldn't feel anxious. Got it, got it. The elders all assured her that their valuables were kept together and easily accessible. With her family arrangements settled, Fang Xiyue opened a real estate trading app. She needed to purchase a villa capable of being transformed into a safe house, preferably in a low-occupancy villa area. Chapter 2. This young lady is wealthy. In the capital, many houses are simply unattainable, even with ample wealth. Thus, Fang Xiyue could only select a villa district within her financial reach. The images appeared quite appealing. The villa boasts 4 stories, 2 above ground and 2 below, elegantly adorned with high-end decor, featuring a scenic garden and a swimming pool. The price tag is 42 million. Tomorrow, she plans to visit the site to decide whether to proceed with the purchase. If it does not meet her expectations, she can always request assistance from the real estate agency. Fang Xiyue meticulously compiled a list of essential items she needed to acquire, anxious not to overlook anything. Content. She gazed upon the 2 pages filled with her notes before retiring for the night. The following morning, she drove the SUV she had signed for the day prior to the appointed meeting spot with the agent. They exchanged minimal pleasantries before heading straight to the villa. The previous owner had emigrated with their family and was now intent on selling. It was fortunate that Fang Xiyue discovered it just as it hit the market. After thoroughly inspecting the property, she felt immense satisfaction. Most notably, the former owner had evidently taken precautions against burglary. The surrounding walls were impressively high, topped with shards of glass. Additionally, a pointed fence encircled the premises. She made a decisive purchase, eliminating the need to seek out a contractor for construction. All that remained was to install an electric fence. Initially, Fang Xiyue intended to finance the purchase through a down payment and mortgage, reasoning that post-apocalypse, no one would pursue debts. This would allow her to conserve more funds for stockpiling supplies. However, the system informed her that properties without full payment would be reclaimed after the apocalypse, compelling her to pay in full. Before the original owner departed, they went together to the administrative hall. After settling the fees, she would receive the pristine property deed the following day. With the house secured, Fang Xiyue ventured to a street lined with food stalls, purchasing from each vendor and requesting them to prepare as much as they could, delivering the goods to her current residence. Naturally, she paid a deposit to avoid giving the vendors the impression of being swindled. Following her actions, the street vendors hastily closed their stalls. Fang Xiyue then bought 5 generators and various farming machines. She sought a company capable of installing the electric fence, requesting them to set it up around the villa, including the area above it. Although she did not comprehend the specifics of the installation, the staff assured her they could handle it. Professional tasks were best left to professionals. The system offered a daily check-in opportunity. Fang Xiyue drove to the bank, signing in once again. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. You have received 100 million in cash. How exhilarating. With newfound wealth, her first instinct was to indulge in shopping. She refrained from repurchasing items she already possessed, particularly those available in the infinite redrawing mall and wholesale stores. Host, after the apocalypse, some jade artifacts may contain energy that enhances abilities. Perhaps we should acquire some jade? The system suggested a worthwhile idea. Although Fang Xiyue possessed the system and spatial abilities, there was no guarantee she would awaken any powers post-apocalypse. However, spending excessively on jade seemed impractical. She could not exhaust her funds solely on jade artifacts. If only there were opportunities to flaunt her wealth. The more she could showcase, the more chances she'd have to check in at the jade stores or renowned gambling stone streets. Alas, she had yet to encounter anyone worthy of such a display today. A day without a chance to show off felt unbearable.
Ding.
Host's strong desire for flaunting has been detected, activating the attraction for green tea, white lotus, eccentricities, and antagonistic traits. What kind of trait was that? Host, hurry, let's find a luxury store. The system urged, emphasizing the need to seize the moment and confront more faces. Fang Xiyue headed directly to a nearby high-end handbag store. She preferred simple, convenient clothing, embodying the archetype of a diligent university student. Indeed, her academic performance was commendable, consistently earning scholarships. However, this very diligence made her appear less affluent. Upon entering the handbag store, the staff were engrossed in their tasks, and her arrival went unnoticed. Their attention was entirely captured by a woman in sunglasses and a designer red dress. 3 attendants surrounded this striking figure, eagerly catering to her needs. Fang Xiyue spotted a handbag on the shelf she wished to examine closely, but was interrupted by derisive laughter nearby. Turning, she recognized one of the attendants who had been fawning over the woman in red, casting a disdainful glance in her direction. If you can't afford it, don't touch it. You wouldn't want to dirty it. You can't afford to pay for it, the attendant sneered. Fang Xiyue furrowed her brow, astonished that such scenes, typically reserved for television dramas, occurred in real life. The existence of such snobbish service personnel, who judged others by appearances, was indeed a reality. No wonder people often said that art imitates life. The other 3 individuals present did not reprimand the attendant. Instead, they joined in mocking Fang Xiyue, particularly the woman in red, who stood with her arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority. Can't afford it? Is that bag made of diamonds? Fang Xiyue retorted, lifting the bag with a single finger, allowing it to sway. If it's not diamond-encrusted, you can't afford it either. Put it back quickly. If it falls, you won't be able to pay for it even if you sold yourself. Seeing Fang Xiyue handle the bag with such nonchalance, the 3 attendants instinctively reached out to protect it. If it were to drop, they feared they would bear the financial burden. None of them possessed that kind of money. Is that so? Fang Xiyue moved toward the checkout counter. Call your manager and have them come here immediately. Inform them that a major client has arrived and I want every bag in the store. I assure you, I have the funds. This was not an extravagant splurge for Fang Xiyue. Instead, she understood that the money spent during such confrontations would return to her. In essence, she acquired the entire store's luxury handbags without spending a single cent. Are you an actress? You certainly know how to put on a show, the woman in red remarked, slightly lowering her sunglasses to scrutinize Fang Xiyue. With those thrift store clothes you're wearing, how dare you claim you intend to purchase everything in the store? Some individuals possess an innate ability to provoke disdain upon first meeting, and Fang Xiyue and the woman in red were no exception. Their initial encounter was rife with animosity. If you don't believe me, just wait and see, Fang Xiyue replied casually, settling onto a nearby sofa. While waiting for the manager, she utilized a shopping app to purchase numerous items, adding anything she could think of that might be available before the apocalypse. Even if it duplicated existing supplies, it mattered little. The real discomfort would arise if she allowed her money to remain unspent before the apocalypse. To her surprise, the woman in red chose to remain, sitting directly across from Fang Xiyue on the sofa, fixating her gaze upon her.
Chapter 3. Applis en attitude?
Let us go.
What?
Have you never encountered someone as beautiful as me? Fang Xiyue winked at the woman in the red dress. In this day and age, repulsing others while indulging oneself is indeed a delightful experience. The woman in the red dress was genuinely taken aback, rolling her eyes at Fang Xiyue. Of course, Fang Xiyue, was oblivious to this. 20 minutes later, the manager finally arrived. She was a woman in her mid-30s, who approached the woman in the red dress with utmost respect. Miss Chu, what brings you to the store personally? We could have delivered any bags you wished to your residence, she said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I heard from Xiaohu that you intend to purchase all the bags in the store? Manager Wu, it's not me who's buying the bags. It's the young lady sitting across from you. The woman in red lifted her chin slightly. Manager Wu turned around, realizing she had completely overlooked the presence of another person. Fang Xiyue, uninterested in idle chatter, leisurely extracted her bank card from her wallet. Pinching it between two fingers, she swiped it without entering a password. Manager Wu appeared skeptical, her gaze darting between the bank card and Fang Xiyue. Ultimately, she accepted the card. Miss, the total value of the bags displayed here exceeds 30 million. If you truly wish to purchase, I can offer you a discount to an even 30 million. Manager Wu felt it necessary to give a gentle reminder. Very well, Fang Xiyue replied calmly, seeing her composed demeanor. Manager Wu reluctantly took the bank card to the cash register. She entered the amount, swiped the card, and then, success. Miss Fang, please provide us with an address. We will package the bags and deliver them to your home. Here is our VIP card. Please accept it. Her attitude was even more cordial than towards Miss Chu. Witnessing this, the previously disdainful staff now hung their heads in shame. Their faces flushed as if they had been struck by a resounding slap. Even Miss Chu wore a look of disbelief. She had a wealthy benefactor who provided her with 2 million monthly, which she thought was ample. Little did she know, this woman disregarded 30 million with such ease. Originally intending to observe the spectacle, she now felt the sting of embarrassment on her cheeks. Manager Wu, if you wish to keep me as a VIP customer, I recommend you dismiss those 3 disdainful staff members. Otherwise, I shall refrain from returning to shop here in the future. Fang Xiyue elegantly inscribed the address of her villa on a piece of paper. Before departing, she casually left behind a parting remark. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slapped faces and earned 6 sign-in opportunities, along with a cash refund of 30 million. 6 times. It seemed that all 6 individuals present had doubted her. With this recent triumph, Fang Xiyue strutted with newfound confidence. She then ventured into another luxury store nearby, delivering yet another face slap, earning 3 additional sign-in opportunities before leaving. At the next establishment, she secured 2 sign-in opportunities. Following that, she garnered 5, then 4 at another. Astonishingly, within just 2 hours, she amassed 20 sign-in opportunities. Feeling unsatisfied, she pressed on to the next shop. However, her exploits had already circulated. As word spread among the luxury boutiques, they were all aware of her presence. Thus, when Fang Xiyue stepped into a brand apparel store, 5 staff members stood at attention at the entrance. Welcome, Miss Fang, to our store. Fang Xiyue paused, retracting her left foot slowly. With such commendable service, how could she continue to slap faces? She turned on her heel and departed, leaving the staff bewildered. Had they committed some error? It seemed these luxury boutiques were no longer suitable for her antics. Never mind, she decided to proceed with her sign-ins. Fang Xiyue drove to various locations: the library, the museum, a cultural supply store, a hospital, a breeding farm, a jade shop, a power plant, a water company, a coal factory, a meat processing plant, a pharmacy, an oil wholesale store, a seed supply station, and a decoration market. She successfully earned unlimited refresh opportunities for each establishment she visited, including one for each level of education: kindergarten, primary school, middle school, high school, and university. As the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, Fang Xiyue's family was set to arrive at 4:10 p.m. Conveniently, Fang Xiyue was already at the high-speed train station. She entered to greet them. Mom, Dad. Fang Xiyue stood at the exit, spotting them immediately, and waved excitedly. Her parents, upon hearing her voice, approached with their own parents in tow. Fang Xiyue embraced each of them warmly. They had brought an impressive amount of luggage, 8 suitcases in total, 4 of which were clearly new. Her off-road vehicle couldn't accommodate all of it. Let us head home first to drop off the luggage and rest a bit. Tomorrow, I'll take you out for some fun. They were no longer young, and after such a long journey, a little fatigue was to be expected. It was best to allow them some time to recuperate. Exiting the train station, Fang Xiyue led them to her off-road vehicle. Daughter, when did you buy a car? This one looks quite expensive. Her father's eyes sparkled with admiration. No man could resist a fine vehicle. Then, Everyone watched as her father eagerly hopped into the driver's seat. "I'll drive in a moment," he chuckled. "All right, Dad, you can drive." "I'll call a taxi for the luggage," her mother interjected. She loaded the bags into the taxi, while Fang Xiyue climbed aboard. The others got into the off-road vehicle, with the taxi leading the way and her father following closely behind. They made their way directly to the villa. Fang Xiyue had no intention of letting them stay in her modest apartment. With better options available, they could move straight in. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped in front of Fang Xiyue's villa. As she helped the driver unload the luggage, her parents stared in astonishment at the grand residence. "Daughter, did you win the lottery?" her father stammered, his voice trembling. This was a villa in the capital, not a $50,000 one from their county. "Sort of, sure. It's a secret," Fang Xiyue teased, placing a finger to her lips. "All right, we won't say a word." They all nodded in agreement, assuring her of their discretion. Fang Xiyue laughed, feeling delighted by her family's adorable nature. As she opened the large gate of the villa, they noticed workers still installing the electric fencing. The surrounding walls had been completed, and they were now working on the overhead electric netting. Chapter 4, Quality? What is that? Fang Xiyue finally understood how the installation was being executed. They had added tall metal posts to the wall, stretching the electric netting above. It was quite ingenious. After assigning her family to their respective rooms to rest, Fang Xiyue decided to continue her exploration. Opportunities for face-slapping do not present themselves on a silver platter. "Mom, Dad, I'm stepping out for a bit. You rest here. I'll return for dinner. There's food in the fridge. If you're hungry, feel free to whip something up." Fang Xiyue concluded her remarks and departed. The bustling crowd was the ideal setting. She made her way directly to the pedestrian street. Feeling a bit parched, she entered the nearest milk tea shop. At this hour, the shop was quite busy, with a long queue forming. Fang Xiyue patiently took her place at the end of the line. The wait proved tedious, so she browsed a shopping app and indulged in some retail therapy. It simply wouldn't do to have money without spending it, so she engaged in a flurry of purchases, selecting various health supplements for her parents and grandparents, as well as sturdy clothing and shoes. Suddenly, a man cut into the line ahead of her. Fang Xiyue immediately raised her gaze, her eyes narrowing sharply at the man. An opportunity to confront him had presented itself. "How dare you cut in line?" she inquired without a hint of politeness. The man glanced at her with disdain, retorting, "I'm in a hurry. Everyone's in a hurry. What gives you the right to cut in line?" Fang Xiyue's voice rose slightly. "I did it, so what?" he responded provocatively. Anger surged within Fang Xiyue. "How can you be so uncouth? Queuing is a basic rule. Don't you know that?" The man glared at her, dismissing her concern with a curt, "Mind your own business." "I will mind it," Fang Xiyue asserted firmly. "You can either go to the back of the line, or not buy anything at all." With determination, she stepped forward and grabbed the man's clothing, pulling him out of the queue. "Get away from me. After living for over 30 years, it seems you've learned nothing. Even children understand the rules. How can you not? How shameful. What? Did your manners run away from home?" Fang Xiyue glared at the man, showing him no mercy. "And you think you have manners? You're nothing but a ruffian." The man pointed at Fang Xiyue, his other hand clenched, seemingly on the verge of violence. "Manners? Cutting in line is your idea of manners? I have none." By now, onlookers began to rally behind Fang Xiyue, voicing their disapproval of the man. Realizing he was in the wrong yet unwilling to back down, he muttered, "Fine, I'll go to the back. Just wait for it." He begrudgingly turned and shuffled to the rear of the line. "Congratulations, host, on successfully confronting someone. You have earned a sign-in opportunity." Perfect. Just earlier, while driving, Fang Xiyue had forgotten to check in at the gas station. How could she have overlooked such an important location? Fortunately, she still had time. She continued her shopping spree until she finally ran out of items to buy. After nearly half an hour of waiting, she finally obtained the coveted milk tea. As she sipped it and walked outside, a furious shout rang out, "Stop right there." Turning around, she saw the man who had previously cut in line, accompanied by 4 others, 2 men and 2 women, presumably his friends. "Couldn't he handle it alone, so you brought backup?" she taunted. "Are you still nursing, calling for mommy?" As she spoke, she activated her live stream. Fang Xiyue was a study streamer, conducting weekly sessions to help others with challenging problems. Students from all levels could ask questions. With her milk tea in one hand, she held her phone aloft, aiming the camera at the 5 individuals. They remained oblivious to the live stream's existence as they approached her in a fury. You little brat, are you the one insulting our brother Zhou? One of the women stepped forward, pointing aggressively at Fang Xiyue, her expression fierce and reminiscent of a street thug. With a swift motion, Fang Xiyue batted the woman's hand aside. Did your mother never teach you not to point at others? Such rudeness should have you sent back to your mother for a do-over. Her tone remained calm, contrasting sharply with the woman's fiery demeanor. What a sharp tongue. I want to see how brazen you remain once we get physical. The moment she finished speaking, the three men charged toward Fang Xiyue. Seriously? In the 22nd century, people are still resorting to kidnapping? She thought. Who understands this situation? Shopping alone can feel so helpless. Fang Xiyue raised her phone to her eye level. Thanks to the lovely Winter who loves red dates for reporting to the police. This society needs more just individuals like you. She dismissed them entirely. The three men, noticing the live stream, instinctively covered their faces. Who told you to live stream? Shut it off. Two of the girls rushed forward to snatch the phone from her. Fang Xiyue deftly evaded their sharp nails, standing firm while making a provocative face. Help me, everyone. If my teacher finds out, we're all doomed. The girls shouted to the four men. Oh, so, you're students. You look too mature for your age and dress like adults. Fang Xiyue's demeanor shifted, her face growing serious, exuding authority. Which class are you from? Who is your homeroom teacher? She embodied the essence of a strict disciplinary officer. The five individuals froze in shock. Ha ha ha, so it really works. Fang Xiyue's facade cracked momentarily. How could she, so young, appear commanding? Still, that phrase held more weight than she realized. It was effective against unruly children. You shameless wench. You think you're clever? She's just trying to trick us with her live stream. One of the girls yelled, issuing commands. Hurry, stop hesitating, bind her. We'll sell her off in the mountains as a wife. Fang Xiyue found the woman's insanity amusing. You have such nefarious thoughts yet proclaim them so loudly? TSK, it seems you don't quite grasp the world's cruelty. The others hesitated before advancing towards Fang Xiyue.
She,
however, remained unafraid, waving toward the police behind them. Officers, I'm right here. Hurry and arrest them. They're students and need proper education. The group, now on high alert, pressed forward, undeterred. You think we'll fall for that? We're not fools. The girls spat on the ground. Police, don't move. Boomed a voice from behind them. The five halted just as they were about to reach Fang Xiyue. Seizing the moment, she darted behind two police officers. Officers, if you don't come quickly, I'll be beaten. They tried to cut in line for milk tea, and when I refused, they threatened to kidnap me and sell me off in the mountains. Chapter 5. The documents piled up high. Fang Xiyue feigned tears, internally applauding her excellent acting skills. It wasn't that she couldn't handle them. She simply preferred to confront them from a distance. Rather than face them physically, she chose to retaliate from afar. Upon hearing her account, the police recognized the gravity of the situation, students attempting kidnapping and human trafficking. Before long, the five individuals were taken away by the police, begging for mercy. A day trip to the police station, perhaps? Oh, but it might last longer than that. Regardless, it wasn't her concern. Congratulations, host, on successfully confronting someone. You have earned 5 sign-in opportunities. Fang Xiyue felt exhilarated, eager to check in. She raised her phone high. Thank you, my dear viewers, for helping me report this. The streamer is heading home now. By the way, with the weather being so unpredictable lately, remember to stock up on food and water. Until next time. Just as she prepared to end the live stream, she discovered her channel had been suspended for spreading panic. Well, that's fine. I've already given the warning. Surely someone will go buy supplies. Putting away her phone, Fang Xiyue drove directly to the gas station. The station was not too far, and she went in to refuel while also checking in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have obtained an unlimited refresh gas station. How wonderful. After the off-road vehicle left the gas station, it came to a stop at a roadside where parking was permitted. Fang Xiyue took out her notebook to see which locations she had yet to check in at. Alas, she had so many that she could hardly keep track. She needed to check in at a pet store, a barbecue restaurant, a large hot pot restaurant, a wedding gift shop, and a bathhouse. Unable to think of anything else, she decided to visit these places first, intending to check in at any suitable locations she encountered along the way. She placed the notebook on the passenger seat and set off. She currently had cash amounting to 150 million. Fang Xiyue contemplated whether to purchase another villa in a different location. After all, If something were to happen here, it would be wise to have a good retreat. Ultimately, she resolved to visit a real estate agent later. Driving along, she checked in at various locations. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an unlimited refreshed pet store. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an unlimited refreshed barbecue restaurant. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an unlimited refreshed hot pot restaurant. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an unlimited refreshed wedding supplies store. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an unlimited refreshed bathhouse. What a delightful sound. With 2 check-in opportunities remaining, Fang Xiyue first headed to the sales office. She wanted to see if she could check in there for property. Even if she only managed to check in at the sales office, it would not be a loss, especially since she had chosen a very luxurious one. Checking in. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 8 luxury villas. An 8-story residential building with 2 units per floor. As the system's announcement concluded, a neatly arranged stack of 1,064 property certificates and a large bag of keys appeared in the back seat. Fang Xiyue's hands trembled with excitement. She reached for the top certificate and opened it. Inside, her name and the addresses of the properties were clearly visible. The villas were located in different cities, which was quite considerate. Only one was in Star City, and all were situated in well-populated villa districts. The residential building was located in a single area, close to the newly acquired villa in Star City. It was a newly constructed building, fully renovated, and had yet to be put up for sale. She wondered what the developer was thinking, not having initiated pre-sales, allowing Fang Xiyue to seize a great bargain. Fang Xiyue. System. After the apocalypse, even if I have property certificates, I suspect my houses will be maliciously occupied. After all, I can't possibly keep an eye on them all the time. Fang Xiyue felt somewhat uneasy. That won't happen, host. Our system has protective mechanisms in place. The properties belonging to you cannot be accessed or damaged by anyone, regardless of their methods. Only individuals recognized by the host can reside in them. Hearing the system's assurances, Fang Xiyue felt satisfied. From now on, she could become a landlord, collecting rent and enjoying a leisurely life. Fang Xiyue. System. Please store all the property certificates. Instantly, the certificates and keys in the back seat vanished. Having a system space was truly beneficial. With one more check-in opportunity remaining, Fang Xiyue was uncertain where to use it. Regardless, it would be usable after the apocalypse, so she decided to save it for now. With cash still unspent, Fang Xiyue pondered purchasing something. She continued to drive leisurely down the street when she spotted a large gold shop. Oh dear, she had almost forgotten about gold. In chaotic times, gold would surely appreciate in value once stability returned. Although it might not initially compare to crystal cores. She decided to park in front of the gold shop and check in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have obtained an unlimited refreshed gold shop. With still some time left, Fang Xiyue drove toward the location of her newly acquired villa. She wanted to familiarize herself with the route in case she needed to relocate after the apocalypse. Finding it spontaneously would be nearly impossible, especially with potential disruptions to the internet. Taking advantage of the current navigation system, she aimed to clarify the route first. Following the navigation, she easily located the villa. The system had no bugs and had already recorded her information in the villa district system. Thus, upon driving over, she was granted immediate access. Oh, Fang Xiyue, what brings you here? This is a place for the wealthy. Just as she parked her car at the villa's entrance and stepped out, she heard a sarcastic voice behind her. Ah! An unexpected opportunity to deliver a slap in the face. The allure provided by the system was indeed quite effective. Fang Xiyue elegantly exited the vehicle, only to see Tian, still with a swollen face, accompanied by her 2 friends, Zhang Mei and Chu Qingqing. If you can be here, why can't I? Fang Xiyue crossed her arms, a confident stance. Everyone knew that Tian's family was a renowned wealthy clan. Her presence here was hardly surprising. Zhang Mei clung to Tian's arm, flattering her. But you, being so poor, how could you possibly live here? Oh, I see. You must be a kept woman. This is quite newsworthy. I must share it with our classmates. As Zhang Mei spoke, she lifted her phone to take a picture of Fang Xiyue, adding some exaggerated commentary to post in their class group. Fang Xiyue, of course, was also in the group, and soon her phone was inundated with message notifications. Go ahead and post. The more it stirs up, the more slaps in the face you'll receive. Fang Xiyue, just look at how poor your social standing is. With so many classmates, not a single one comes to your defense. Tisk, truly pitiful. Xu Qingqing's smug expression was enough to make one want to throw up. But our Fang Xiyue was a person of class. How could she possibly stoop to such behavior? Thus, she raised her right hand and splashed her unfinished milk tea across Xu Qingqing's face. Congratulations, host. Slap in the face successful. You have obtained one check-in opportunity. Wastefulness is shameful. Please do not imitate. Tian and Zhang Mei were also inevitably splashed. Chapter 6. Sister reveals her hand. Ah. Fang Xiyue, are you insane? You hit Tian last night, and now you splash us with milk tea.
Chu King Edgar Lim, Philiot.
While the other two busily rummaged through their bags for tissues to wipe their clothes. My hands are my own. If I want to splash, I will. Fang Xiyue retorted, feigning disgust as she held her nose and took a couple of steps back. You don't get cocky. I'll tell the principal about your being kept. And he'll expel you as the cancer of this school. As Tian spoke, she took out her phone to make a call, provocatively eyeing Fang Xiyue, eager to see fear etched on her face. Instead, she was met with a nonchalant expression that seemed to say, "Go ahead, I'm waiting." This unexpected understanding of Fang Xiyue's demeanor left Tian infuriated. The call was quickly connected, given Tian's wealthy background and past donations to the school. The principal took her seriously. Leaning against her car, Fang Xiyue listened to Tian's exaggerated tale. Zhang Mei and Xu Qingqing held their heads high, wearing expressions that seemed to say, "You're in for it." Just as Tian hung up, Fang Xiyue's phone rang.
Hello.
Fang Xiyue, I've heard that you've been kept. Your actions are tarnishing our school's reputation. Such behavior is unacceptable here. You need to come in tomorrow to handle your expulsion procedures. Do not ever say you are a student of our school again. Fang Xiyue hadn't even had a chance to respond before the principal began rattling off a series of accusations. She held the phone away from her ear, casually picking at her ear. The principal possesses quite a formidable voice. Upon witnessing Fang Xiyue being scolded, the three sisters nearby found immense amusement. Principal, I have heard that our school lacks sufficient teaching buildings. How about I donate a building? 30 million. Would that suffice? If not, I can add another 10 million. Fang Xiyue was merely indulging in grandiose fantasies. She had no intention of actually donating any money. With merely 6 days until the apocalypse, it was better to let the principal remain in his illusion. One might wonder if he would relish the taste of shattered hope. Fang Xiyue, did you hear? I must see you at school tomorrow. What did you just say? 30 million. The principal, who had been scolding, suddenly transformed into a squawking chicken.
Oh, do you not want it?
If you don't, I'll simply donate it to someone else. Sigh, having too much money is truly a burden. I can't even spend it. Fang Xiyue's tone was remarkably calm, as if 30 million were merely a stack of paper. Who do you think you're fooling with that 30 million? You look like you wouldn't have even 3,000 to your name. Principal, don't be deceived by her. Tian and the others crowded around, shouting at the principal on the phone. Fang, how do you intend to prove your ability to donate 30 million for our new teaching building? The principal, though skeptical, did not wish to offend a potentially hidden benefactor. Even his address shifted from using her full name to simply Fang. I wouldn't dare deceive you, principal. Just record a message. Fang Xiyue waited until the principal confirmed the recording before continuing. I, Fang Xiyue, will personally donate 30 million to the school on June 15th. I must come clean. I am actually a concealed wealthy second generation, with assets worth billions. Therefore, I plan to travel and need to take a leave of absence. I will be present in your office at 7 o'clock on the morning of the 15th. Please clarify this for my classmates to prevent any misconceptions about me being supported by someone. Spreading such rumors would tarnish the school's reputation, wouldn't it? One wonders what motives those fabricating tales might have. With a tone dripping with sarcasm, Fang Xiyue continued. Anyone can boast and engage in idle chatter. All right, Fang. I will clarify this in the school group right now. The principal agreed repeatedly before ending the call. However, 2 minutes passed and no clarification appeared in the school group. Fang Xiyue understood that the principal was skeptical, weighing the pros and cons. After all, Tian's father had previously donated 5 million to the school. Surely, he wouldn't risk offending him over an intangible 30 million, would he? Haha. Fang Xiyue, you seem like a clown. The principal hasn't clarified anything for you. You're just someone being supported by others. How could you possibly compare to Tian's family, claiming to have billions, and you don't even blush while lying? Zhang Mei and Xu Qingqing laughed uproariously. Fang Xiyue calmly opened her banking app and took a screenshot of her balance, 50 million, and sent it to the principal. Got your tongue? She teased. Rest assured, we will definitely laugh at you. Tian covered her mouth, chuckling. Fang Xiyue thought she resembled a laughing bird. Her laughter overly pretentious, mistaking her hand over her mouth for ladylike decorum. Little did she know, true grace emanates from within, which she utterly lacked. Ding ding. Ding. 4 consecutive message notifications.
See?
The clarification you've been waiting for has arrived. Fang Xiyue glanced at her phone screen. The principal, seemingly fearful of being accused of defaulting, had announced his intent to accept her 30 million donation in the group. Her friend requests were on the verge of exploding. How could this be? I know. You must be involved with the principal, Zhang Mei exclaimed, eyes wide as if she had uncovered a monumental secret. Smack. Fang Xiyue swiftly slapped her. If you can't speak sensibly, then don't. Spare me your low intelligence. Zhang Mei, stunned by the slap, paused before lunging at Fang Xiyue alongside Xu Qingqing. I'll tear you apart. Fang Xiyue nonchalantly kicked, sending Zhang Mei stumbling back several steps until she collided with Xu Qingqing. Both fell to the ground simultaneously. Fang Xiyue, have you lost your mind? Tian glared at Fang Xiyue as she helped the two up. Yes, I've long lost my mind. When did you finally notice? Fang Xiyue rolled her eyes. Just wait. We will report you to the police. Tian angrily pressed her phone. Report me? I just so happened to have recorded a video. I was merely defending myself. I might have to give you some medical expenses. As for you, well, your parents might need to visit the police station to bail you out. How pitiful. Fang Xiyue shook her head mockingly. Tian was just about to dial when Zhang Mei stopped her. Tian, let's go. We'll complain to your dad and have him deal with her. Xu Qingqing nodded in agreement. Unlike Tian, who came from a wealthy family, they were merely friends with her for their own advantage. When they went out, all expenses were covered by Tian. Their greatest skills lay in flattering her and saying nice things, rendering Tian utterly at their mercy, willingly buying them clothes and bags. Ultimately, Tian's animosity towards Fang Xiyue stemmed from Zhang Mei and Xu Qingqing. Zhang Mei disliked Fang Xiyue because the boy she liked favored Fang. Xu Qingqing resented her for being beautiful. In truth, Tian and Fang Xiyue had no grievances toward each other, aside from the few slaps exchanged the previous night. Chapter 7. Dad, no, that would be too extravagant.
All right.
I'm going to find my dad. Tian nodded, leading the two away. Fang Xiyue watched their retreating figures, knowing that after the apocalypse, Tian would likely receive a lesson from her so-called friends. With the eyesores gone, Fang Xiyue walked a few steps to the entrance of the villa. Congratulations, host, for successfully slapping faces, earning 32 sign-in opportunities. Hearing the number 32, Fang Xiyue was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that face-slapping from afar was indeed feasible. 32 times surely included her classmates. Suddenly, she found them quite endearing. The villa's entrance was secured with a password lock, one that Fang Xiyue frequently used. Upon entering, she took a tour and was thoroughly satisfied. The luxurious decor lived up to its reputation, providing an immensely pleasing aesthetic. Fang Xiyue did not linger long. After a brief look around, she drove away. After her tour of the villa, she visited the 8 residential buildings. Naturally, she only inspected them from the ground level. Oh my, I truly am wealthy, Fang Xiyue chuckled to herself. By the time she returned home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The workers installing the electric fence had left, leaving only the foreman waiting. Fang Xiyue followed him to inspect everything. Once satisfied, she paid the final amount. She parked a new SUV in the garage.
Dad, come out.
Fang Xiyue called from outside. The lights were on inside, so they were undoubtedly awake. What's the matter, daughter? Dad, Fang leaned out of the window. Dad, I have a gift for you. Come see. Fang Xiyue waved for her father to come downstairs. Although Dad Fang had no idea what gift his daughter had for him, it didn't dampen his excitement. Even if it were just an apple, he would be happy since his daughter was giving him something and not his wife. My daughter has a gift for me.
Come on, let us go see.
Dad Fang eagerly pulled Mom Fang along downstairs. Stop smiling. Your mouth is going to reach your ears. Mom Fang playfully slapped Dad Fang.
Hehe.
I think you're just jealous. Jealous that our daughter bought me a gift, but not you. Dad Fang's smile widened. Soon, they reached the bottom of the stairs. Daughter, quickly show me what gift you bought for me. Dad Fang was bursting with anticipation.
Tajda.
Fang Xiyue gestured for them to look over there. Both Fang Dad and Fang Mom turned their gazes simultaneously. Two identical SUVs were parked in the garage. They knew one belonged to their daughter, while the other was undoubtedly a gift. "Oh dear, my daughter. This is far too extravagant. Dad, doesn't he want it? Just let me drive your car occasionally. It would be a waste for me to have such a fine vehicle," Fang Dad said, even as his feet betrayed him and led him toward the car. "Dad, catch." Fang Xiyue tossed the car keys toward him. He fumbled to catch them, fearing even the slightest drop would mar their pristine condition. "The car is already bought.
And it's yours now."
My father deserves to drive any car he desires," she declared. Fang Xiyue linked arms with Fang Mom as they watched Fang Dad eagerly open the car door and slide inside. "This old man, truly," Fang Mom chuckled, "talks about not wanting it, yet his legs are quite honest." "Mom, don't be jealous, you have a gift too." With a flourish, Fang Xiyue presented two exquisitely wrapped gift boxes to her mother. Inside were a stunning three-piece jewelry set from a boutique, earrings, a bracelet, and a necklace, all adorned with diamonds. There was also a jade bracelet worth 600,000. Her mother already possessed a ring, a gift from Fang Dad 2 years prior. Upon realizing her own gifts, Fang Mom's fleeting jealousy vanished. She understood well that her daughter would not neglect her. After all, they shared a closer bond. "My dear, how much did all this cost? Even if you have money now, you shouldn't spend it so recklessly." Despite her joy, Fang Mom still worried about her daughter's future. "What if you spend it all?" "Don't worry, Mom. I know what I'm doing," Fang Xiyue replied with a playful grin. "It's getting late. Let us head back and get some rest. It's past 10.
"All right, Dad."
"Time to go to bed," Fang Xiyue called out. "I got it. You all head back first. I'll be there shortly," he replied. There was a door in the garage leading directly into the villa, so Fang Xiyue and Fang Mom didn't fuss over him, allowing him to revel in his joy. Fang Xie's grandparents were still awake. She brought out the gifts for them as well. For her grandmother and maternal grandmother, there were 3-piece gold jewelry sets. For her grandfathers, there were watches, tea, and wine. "My granddaughter truly knows how to be thoughtful," her maternal grandfather beamed, holding the bottle of wine with eyes crinkled in delight. Her paternal grandfather examined the tea box repeatedly, and he donned his watch without hesitation. Of course, Fang Xiyue could not escape a lecture from the 4 elders, their central theme being the importance of frugality and spending wisely. Fang Xiyue nodded obediently, playing the role of the dutiful granddaughter. She did not intend to conceal the impending apocalypse from her family, as being prepared was far better than being caught unawares. However, she planned to wait until the next day, when they would tour various attractions in the capital. The following morning, under a bright sun, everyone rose early, eager for the day's adventures. Fang Mom awoke especially early to prepare breakfast for everyone. After enjoying her lovingly made meal, the 7 of them set off in Fang Dad's new SUV, which comfortably accommodated them all. Fang Dad, seated in the driver's seat, was as joyful as a child. The capital was rich in history and cultural heritage. Fang Xiyue and her family first visited the magnificent Forbidden City, wandering through the halls of the ancient palace, absorbing its timeless atmosphere. They listened to the guide's narration while admiring the splendid architecture and invaluable artifacts, each step feeling like a journey back in time. They snapped countless photos, eager to capture the breathtaking scenery. Next, they made their way to Tiananmen Square, where they gazed upon the solemn Tiananmen Gate. Laughter and joy filled the air as the 5-star red flag fluttered in the breeze, and Fang Xiyue and her family were swept up in the lively atmosphere. They then strolled through the long corridors and ancient buildings of the Summer Palace, enchanted by the picturesque landscape and exquisite garden artistry. The stunning vistas captivated them, and they eagerly took photos to preserve the beauty of the moment. They even ventured to the Great Wall, though they only walked a short distance. Perhaps it was the company of family that made the day so delightful. Fang Xiyue did not encounter any unpleasantness. Chapter 8. Spreading rumors? Fang Xiyue felt no regret, for the joy of spending time with her family outweighed any concerns. On the drive back, there was an air of lingering excitement as they discussed their favorite spots from the day and the best photos taken. However, Fang Xiyue felt a twinge of melancholy, knowing that once the apocalypse arrived, such moments might not be preserved. After all, tourist attractions are often the most crowded, meaning they would likely be the first places overrun by zombies. Although Fang Xiyue had checked in at each location, utilizing her 5 opportunities, the emotional resonance of these memories was incomparable to their original forms. Still, this was the best she could do. and she could only hope these places would remain untouched by disaster. Later that evening, after dinner, Fang Xiyue settled on the sofa with her family to watch television. I heard the weather has been strange lately, and there might be heavy rain. Mom and Dad, grandparents, you might want to remind your friends to stock up on food and water at home. If it does rain heavily, it'll be hard to go out and buy supplies, she casually remarked. Really? I should tell old Wang and the others to stock up, Grandma Fang said as she began pulling out her phone, prompting everyone to do the same. They had an almost blind trust in Fang Xiyue.
Besides,
Even if it didn't rain heavily, the supplies wouldn't spoil. They could always consume them gradually. Before long, the living room was filled with voices encouraging others to stock up on provisions. I'm serious. I speak the truth. We are in the capital right now, and our news is surely more timely than yours. It's better to store more. There's no harm in having extra food and water. Even if it doesn't rain heavily, you won't lose anything. You'll just have more to eat. But if it does rain heavily, those supplies could save your lives. Old Zhang, I heard there's going to be heavy rain nationwide soon. You shouldn't go fishing for a while. Stock up on food and water at home. Yes, we're in the capital. My information is first-hand. You should listen to me. Yeah. I heard there's going to be heavy rain across the country. After work, hurry and stock up on food and water. Try to stock up as much as possible. Fang Xiyue listened to her family's persuasive conversations and found them quite eloquent. Whether their friends would heed their advice was beyond her control. She had done what she could. Soon, everyone abandoned the television, retreating into separate rooms to call all their contacts. Naturally, not everyone expressed gratitude. A segment of individuals even perceives that they are disseminating false information, fabricating rumors. They inquire if they have received any malicious text messages, curses without a phone call. And a few express themselves rather harshly, causing considerable annoyance. Buy what you wish. Stock up if you desire. When the torrential rain descends, let's see how you fare without provisions. Mother Fang angrily hung up the phone. Their well-intentioned reminders were met with disdain and incredulity. Mother, please do not be upset. If someone were to tell you that the world is coming to an end, would you believe it? Everyone has their own standards for discerning information. What you could do has already been accomplished. What transpires next is a matter of fate. Fang Xiyue stuffed a segment of orange into Mother Fang's mouth. You are right. We have done our duty to inform them. Grandfather Fang emerged with his phone, evidently having completed his call. Hey, yeah, let us stock up on provisions tomorrow. Otherwise, when the heavy rain arrives, grandmother will truly be unsettled. Shortly after, the entire family gathered once more in the living room. Grandmother Fang grasped Fang Xiyue's hand, visibly anxious. Do not worry, grandmother. I shall take you to the basement for a look. Fang Xiyue reassured her, rising while holding grandmother Fang's hand and pulling Mother Fang along, instructing father, grandfather, and maternal grandfather to follow. The family descended to the basement, where Fang Xiyue mysteriously opened the door, revealing a basement filled to the brim with supplies, leaving everyone astonished. Except for a narrow passage for one person, the rest of the space was stacked high with various cardboard boxes, reaching the ceiling. In truth, these boxes were empty, merely a facade crafted by Fang Xiyue. All the actual supplies were stored within her system space. However, once her purchases arrived, these boxes would soon be filled. Yeah, how much have you bought? How can we possibly consume all of this without it expiring? Grandmother Fang thought Fang Xiyue was exaggerating. Not at all, grandmother. All I purchased have a shelf life of 3 years. Moreover, it's not just food and drink, there are also clothes. Do not worry. There will be no waste. Fang Xiyue did not allow them into the basement. Should they enter, any casual touch of a box would reveal the truth. However, this excursion to the basement alleviated their previous anxieties. They could rest well tonight, and she would inform them of the impending apocalypse in the morning. The next day, Fang Xiyue chose to gather everyone in the living room after breakfast. Mom, Dad, grandparents, maternal grandparents, what I am about to say may seem unbelievable, but you must trust that I speak the truth. Fang Xiyue's expression was exceedingly serious, a stark contrast to her usual cheerful demeanor in front of her family. What is it? Why is Yaya so grave? Has something troubling occurred? It's nothing, Yaya. Regardless of the magnitude of the issue, we are here to support you. They comforted her. The apocalypse is approaching on June 14th. Today is June 9th, which means there are only 5 days left. Fang Xiyue paused, allowing them a moment to absorb the information. They exchanged glances, and ultimately, Grandfather Fang, acting as the spokesperson, posed a question. Are you feeling unwell? implying doubts about her mental state. Grandfather, I am not mentally ill. What I say is true. The apocalypse is indeed imminent.
If you do not believe me, watch.
Fang Xiyue placed her hand on the fruit bowl on the coffee table, and in an instant it vanished. This is my awakened spatial ability. If there were no apocalypse, how could there be such powers? Though she wished it were not true, the harsh reality demanded psychological preparation. Initially skeptical, the family's disbelief vanished upon witnessing her demonstration. How can the world end so soon after we started enjoying life? Yeah, with the apocalypse looming, what can we do? Father Fang, regaining his composure, cautiously inquired. Chapter 9. The family gathers provisions. Mom and Dad, I will transfer 50 million to each of you shortly. Please acquire every conceivable supply you can think of to cover any possible oversights. I currently have 130 million. If it remains unspent, it will ultimately become worthless paper. Do not be frugal. Spend as much as you can. As she spoke, Fang Xiyue completed the money transfer. Upon receiving the notification of 50 million deposited, a sense of reality settled in. Thanks to the system, the transfer was seamless. With 30 million remaining, she planned to venture out again to scout for suitable locations or items to purchase. If nothing was found, she would exchange the remaining funds at the bank for gold bars. Grandparents, you should accompany Mom and Dad. With all four of you strategizing, nothing will be overlooked. Fang Xiyue was determined not to leave the elderly at home, knowing that waiting could heighten anxiety. All right, we will come along. The four elders nodded in agreement. Mom, you will drive my car. I will buy an RV. It will be more comfortable if we need to leave. The RV was readily available at the Infinite Refresh 4S shop. Fang Xiyue had no intention of disclosing the details of her system just yet, understanding that the fewer people who knew, the safer it would be. Otherwise, it could pose a threat to her family. She was still relatively powerless at the moment, unable to guarantee their safety. This secret was hers alone to bear, minimizing their risk. By 9 a.m., everyone dispersed to gather supplies. To facilitate their efforts, Fang Xiyue first rented a large warehouse. After informing her parents of its location via her phone, she set out again to seek registration points. Although the previous shopping mall had offered various food stalls, they were small. This time, having accumulated more registration opportunities, Fang Xiyue signed up at large noodle shops, spicy hot pot restaurants, and more. She only needed to park her car at the entrance to register, allowing her to leisurely stop along the way. After utilizing 10 registration opportunities, she acquired her own noodle shop, spicy hot pot, clay pot noodle, grilled meat rice, fried chicken, breakfast, dumplings, marinated delicacies, self-service, and spicy hot pot establishments. Considering the potential for children in the future, she also registered at a large baby supply store and a toy shop, including various strollers. Subsequently, Fang Xiyue visited amusement parks, water parks, indoor play areas, aquariums, zoos, and opera houses to complete her registrations. With 9 registration opportunities remaining, she first went to the bank to exchange 30 million for gold bars. Initially, she feared the bank would be unable to supply such a large quantity of gold. To her surprise, the exchange was successful. The moment she obtained the gold bars, she instinctively exclaimed, "Register." "Congratulations, host. Registration successful. You have received 500 pounds of gold." "Oh my, gold by the pound? How extravagantly luxurious." Given that locations for registration could not be repeated on the same day. Thus, Fang Xiyue did not sign in for the second time for the gold bricks, having already exchanged an excessive quantity. Consequently, the bank deployed numerous personnel to escort her, utilizing carts to transport the gold bricks to her vehicle. Their primary concern was merely to ensure that Fang Xiyue retained the gold bricks upon her departure from the bank. Any subsequent risk of theft was beyond their jurisdiction. Aware of her ostentatious display, Fang Xiyue noted that since her exit from the bank, she had been followed by no fewer than 2 vehicles, indicating their apparent intentions. However, with the support of her system, she felt entirely secure. After turning a corner, the system effectively obscured her pursuers, allowing her to swiftly evade them. Disguising herself and changing vehicles in an inconspicuous location, she signed in at various facilities including a brick factory, cement plant, canned goods factory, beverage factory, garment factory, brewery, digital factory, and automobile manufacturing plant, exhausting her remaining sign-in opportunities. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Fang Xiyue drove to the warehouse she had previously rented. Her grandfather and father were at the entrance, receiving the last shipment of goods. The warehouse had already been stocked with a considerable amount of supplies, nearly filling its vast space. Once the final item was unloaded and the truck departed, she announced, "Dad, Grandpa, I'm here." As she arrived in her RV, "Yeah, hurry inside and collect the supplies. There are no surveillance cameras nearby. It's quite safe." Due to their concerns, her father and grandfather had taken an extra lap around the vicinity for reassurance.
All right.
Entering the warehouse, Fang Xiyue waved her hand, and all the items were absorbed into the system's space. After she emerged, her two companions peered inside to confirm everything had been cleared out before feeling reassured. The three returned home in the RV, where the rest of the family was already present. "There are still many items that seem to be missing. We'll go shopping again tomorrow," Fang Xiyue suggested, encouraging them to gather supplies, not primarily for stockpiling, but as a means to alleviate their mental strain. What she possessed was already ample for them to thrive in the impending apocalypse. "Mom and Dad, do you have enough money?" she inquired. "If it's insufficient, I can transfer more to you tomorrow." Observing the considerable stock of rice, flour, and oil in the warehouse, she presumed significant expenditure had taken place. "If you have any spare funds, please transfer a bit more. We truly don't have enough," her father replied candidly. "It would be quite distressing to face the apocalypse without spending all the money." "All right, I will transfer you some tomorrow morning. I have reached my limit for today," Fang Xiyue responded, realizing she currently had no cash on hand. It seemed she would have to visit the bank again for a sign-in opportunity. Yet she had exhausted her chances. Therefore, she needed to devise a plan to regain her standing. After dinner, Fang Xiyue retreated to her room and accessed her green bubble account. Numerous friend requests flooded in, alongside unread messages from her class group. "Let's see if there are any opportunities for a comeback here," she mused, opening the class group. Unsurprisingly, the ongoing discussions centered around her. "I didn't expect Fang Xiyue to be a rich second generation. When you have money, it shows." She wouldn't even accept friend requests. She didn't even attend class today. "I never noticed before. Her clothes aren't even designer. She knows how to conceal it. If it weren't for this incident, she would have kept quiet to avoid being associated with you." The speaker, Fang Xiyue, had previously maintained a good relationship with Fang Xiyue, but since her trio of friends had fallen out with her, she distanced herself, likely fearing repercussions. "It seems you're not keen on associating with her. Dare you claim you haven't tried to add Fang Xiyue? Didn't you used to be quite close? I suspect you've been aware all along. You're just angry because you didn't benefit and are now avoiding her. You're quite pragmatic." Chapter 10. The comeback. Do you think she's not being supported? After all, her parents dropped her off when school started. She hardly seems like a wealthy person. I suspect she is being supported. Her absence from class must be due to her benefactor. The group buzzed with excitement, assuming Fang Xiyue would overlook their messages since they had been discussing her since the previous day. Regardless of their comments, she had remained silent. After perusing the conversation for a while, Fang Xiyue exited the class group. Opening her browser, she searched for ways to prove her wealth. However, the results only yielded articles on how to succinctly demonstrate affluence, which did not align with her needs. It appeared she would have to devise her own strategy. Contemplating, she checked her green bubble balance, discovering it stood at 3 million. Perhaps she could distribute a red envelope in the class group. After all, the apocalypse was imminent, and this money would be futile in such a scenario. With 30 classmates in total, a red envelope of 300,000 would suffice. She certainly wouldn't deplete her entire balance. Her intent was merely to secure an opportunity for a comeback, and 300,000 was more than adequate. Spending a little to gain a chance at retribution was indeed worthwhile. Moreover, the funds spent for this purpose would be returned, making it a reasonable investment. Naturally, the mischievous Fang Xiyue wouldn't limit each person to merely 10,000 in the red envelope. Everyone desired to be the fortunate recipient. As she contemplated this, her fingers were in constant motion. Once she had configured the details, she clicked send. The moment the red envelope was released, it vanished instantaneously. The luckiest individual turned out to be Fang Xiyue, who snatched up 160,000. Her phone was inundated with messages of gratitude. "Thank you, boss. Thank you. Big shot." Fang Xiyue smiled with satisfaction, pleased with the outcome. "Who is this? I can't believe I got 20,000. Oh my gosh, I just snagged 30,000. Fang Xiyue, you're so fortunate to have gotten 160,000. You must treat us to a feast." Did you all notice? The lowest amount was Zhang Mei, who only got $2.50. Chu Tianyang, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute.
Zhang Mei, flüstert,
retorted. "Didn't you realize the red envelope was sent by Fang Xiyue? You're all having a blast snatching it. Meanwhile, Zhang Mei was fuming, convinced that Fang Xiyue had deliberately set it up so she could only claim such a paltry sum. Even Chu Qingqing managed to grab 10,000, while Tian Tian secured 70,000. The most infuriating part was that Fang Xiyue had obtained 160,000, enough to buy a house in a small city. I noticed ages ago. What of it? It doesn't change the fact that you didn't manage to claim anything. This only proves that Fang Xiyue is genuinely wealthy and doesn't care about these trifles. It seems we truly misjudged her. When individuals catch sight of potential gain, they readily shift allegiances, revealing their pragmatic nature. At this moment, many in the group began tagging her, with some offering apologies, others attempting to befriend her. While some acted as though nothing had transpired, others sought to invite her out or offer to treat her to a meal. In essence, this marked perhaps the first time Fang Xiyue felt so welcomed since joining the class, realizing her classmates could indeed be amiable. Congratulations, host, for successfully executing a comeback. You have gained 12 sign-in opportunities and returned 30,000 in cash. Only 12 opportunities. It seemed that the remaining 18 either did not believe or had never doubted her. Nonetheless, that was inconsequential. 12 was sufficient. With her comeback successfully achieved, Fang Xiyue ceased to monitor the group messages. After all, these classmates were now merely tools to her. She harbored no desire for further communication with them. On the other side, Tian Tian, Chu Qingqing, and Zhang Mei were seated in their dormitory. Tian Tian, your family is so wealthy. You surely wouldn't be interested in this 70,000, would you? Zhang Mei inquired, her tone suggesting that, given Tian Tian's affluence, she might as well hand it over to her. You really don't need this money, do you?
Chu Qingqing, discerning Zhang Mei's intentions, interjected,
eager to stake her own claim. Not at all. My father gives me a monthly allowance of 100,000, which barely suffices. I've had my eye on a particular handbag for quite some time. With this money, I shall acquire it tomorrow. Moreover, this money belongs to that little wretch, Fang Xiyue. Spending her earnings brings me immense satisfaction. Tian Tian had no inclination to share this money with either of them, who would willingly part with money. Naturally, she remained oblivious to their intentions, mistakenly believing they were merely concerned about her feelings regarding Fang Xiyue's money. This sentiment actually touched her. Zhang Mei and Chu Qingqing exchanged eye rolls, mentally cursing her naivety. Fang Xiyue tossed her phone aside and proceeded to take a shower, mindful of the need to sign in early the next day. Just as she entered the restroom, the screen of her phone lit up, flashing incessantly. The name Zhao Tianming appeared on the display. However, Fang Xiyue had silenced her phone, thus she heard nothing. Even if she had, she would not have answered it. Zhao Tianming was the very source of her trio's harassment. Zhang Mei harbored a fondness for Zhao Tianming, yet he lavished attention on Fang Xiyue. Consequently, Tian Tian and her friends ostracized Fang Xiyue, threatening anyone who associated with her as being at odds with the Tian family. Zhao Tianming was the first to distance himself. After that, Fang Xiyue had not seen him again, nearly convinced he had left the school. It must be said that, in this regard, she felt rather grateful to Tian Tian. She could hardly fathom Zhao Tianming's thought process. Having explicitly rejected him, he still believed himself to be playing hard to get. How ridiculous! Zhao Tianming was not particularly handsome. He was simply robust and very athletic. This was precisely why Zhang Mei was drawn to him, as she adored his muscular physique. However, Fang Xiyue was not inclined towards such exaggerated musculature. She felt his arms were thicker than her waist. Upon returning from her shower, Fang Xiyue found 35 missed calls displayed on her phone screen, all from Zhao Tianming, along with 10 text messages. The content was roughly, I know you still like me. I like you too. Let us go on a date tomorrow. Stop playing hard to get. It loses its charm after a while. If you're willing to be with me, you can just smile secretly. Fang Xiyue, in disbelief, deleted the conversation. You truly are an average man. How could I possibly be attracted to you? I advise you to check your sanity before it's too late. Was your head filled with water when Nuwa created you? Don't bother me, idiot. After sending the last message, she promptly blocked his number. What is wrong with him? Fang Xiyue had never been so dumbfounded. How had he survived this long without being harmed? It defied logic. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slapped someone in the face and earned a sign-in opportunity.
Well,
it seems Zhao Tianming contributed something after all. 13 sign-in opportunities meant she could register at several locations the next day. Sleep. She mustn't allow a lunatic to disrupt her rest. Chapter 11. Strong-arm tactics? The next morning at 8, the Fang family was once more on the move. Fang Xiyue arrived first at the bank to sign in, receiving 100 million in cash. After transferring 50 million to both her father and mother, she then headed to the industrial district. There were still many factories she hadn't registered at the previous day. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and acquired an infinite refresh pickling factory. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and acquired an infinite refresh instant noodle factory. Host. We already have supermarkets and shopping malls. What do we need these factories for? No one knows when the apocalypse will end. Once it does, these factories will certainly be indispensable. Or, during the apocalypse, if opportunities arise, we could establish our own safe haven. Thus, these factories will be essential. In any case, with so many sign-in opportunities available, it is prudent to register as many locations as possible. With 10 sign-in chances remaining, Fang Xiyue proceeded to the entertainment district. She signed in at bars, KTVs, nightclubs, hotels, sports complexes, swimming pools, and gyms. After a thorough exploration, she found no further locations to register. Fang Xiyue returned once more to the commercial street. For her final 3 sign-in opportunities, she registered at a tobacco, alcohol, and tea shop, a noodle shop, and a traditional Chinese medicine shop. It was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon when she began to feel a bit hungry. She casually entered a rice noodle shop. The establishment had a simple decor primarily frequented by students and office workers. After placing her order, she took a number and found a seat. Once her meal was ready, an announcement would call her number. As she waited, Fang Xiyue began downloading her favorite dramas, movies, variety shows, and music. As time ticked by, her hunger grew, yet her number had yet to be called. She watched as other patrons enjoyed their meals, while her table remained empty. Unable to contain herself, she approached the front counter. Her pace slightly hurried, a hint of dissatisfaction etched on her face. "Excuse me, I'd like to inquire why my order has not yet been called?" Fang Xiyue's voice betrayed her growing impatience. With low blood sugar, she felt unwell if she missed meals. "Please hold on, let me check." "My apologies, miss. Your order hasn't been placed yet. I will take care of it right away." The server replied nonchalantly, clearly dismissive of Fang Xiyue. Perhaps she perceived her as a frail girl incapable of causing any trouble. "Not placed? After waiting so long, you tell me it hasn't been ordered?" Fang Xiyue replied, her frustration mounting. "I placed the order earlier. You'll just have to wait a little longer." The server continued to attend to incoming customers without sparing Fang Xiyue a glance. "If it hasn't been made, then I don't want it anymore." Fang Xiyue felt increasingly uncomfortable. She decided to find a place where she could eat immediately. Additionally, she was displeased with the server's attitude. Had she not been concerned about fainting from a potential argument, she would have insisted on redeeming her sign-in opportunity. "That won't do. The order has been placed. You can't just refuse it, otherwise you'll have to pay for it." The server obstinately blocked Fang Xiyue. "What kind of attitude is this? This is your mistake. Why should I bear the consequences?" Fang Xiyue was genuinely angered, her voice rising slightly, drawing the attention of nearby patrons. "I don't care if the order is placed. You must pay. Otherwise, you can't leave." The server was even more stubborn than Fang Xiyue. She quickly pulled a piece of candy from her pocket and popped it into her mouth. "I can't just stand by and do nothing. You ask why? Because I've waited almost 40 minutes, and you still haven't placed my order. Have you grown so accustomed to your mistakes that you expect me to bear the burden? Trying to strong-arm me? I'll tell you this, you must apologize today. Otherwise, I will report you to the relevant authorities. I'll expose you online. I will also file a complaint against your manager, ensuring you lose your job. Let's see who ends up suffering." Fang Xiyue delivered her ultimatum. The waiter likely did not anticipate that Fang Xiyue possessed such a character. Although she appeared delicate and easily bullied, her demeanor transformed from that of a refined lady to a fierce individual upon speaking. "Excuse me, madam, I apologize. It was my mistake. Please just go, and don't file a complaint against me. I have worked hard to secure this job in Star City." The waiter wore a face that seemed to plead for leniency, as if the fault lay solely with Fang Xiyue. Bystanders expressed sympathy for the waiter, with several claiming that Fang Xiyue was making a mountain out of a molehill and being unreasonable. Fang Xiyue, however, found the situation amusing.
Oh.
"How good you are at feigning innocence." She retrieved her phone and directly dialed the relevant department. "Hello. I dined at the Xingxing rice noodle shop on the pedestrian street today and was subjected to aggressive sales tactics. I wish to file a complaint. Please send someone to verify this.
Thank you.
Wait, are you really calling? The waiter exclaimed. Is it worth it over just 30 yuan? The waiter audaciously attempted to snatch the phone from Fang Xiyue and even resorted to physical aggression. Of course it is. You've enabled this behavior. You think you can steal my phone and hit me? Fang Xiyue deftly evaded the assault and immediately called the police. The restaurant was bustling, and the waiter, restrained by onlookers, hurled insults at Fang Xiyue. She feigned a wounded expression, which surprisingly garnered sympathy from several diners who believed she was innocent. They intervened to protect her from the waiter. In no time, 2 police officers arrived, along with representatives from the Commerce Department and the restaurant manager. The sight of the police rendered the waiter speechless. The manager bowed respectfully and apologized profusely to Fang Xiyue, even offering her a VVIP card, granting her half-price meals in the future, along with a compensation of 3,000 yuan, assuring her that the waiter would be dismissed. The waiter continued to apologize. The police, having reviewed the surveillance footage, confirmed that the waiter had indeed acted violently and took her away. Those who had sided with the waiter fell silent upon witnessing the evidence. Unfazed by their presence, Fang Xiyue accompanied the officers to file a report. Miss Fang, everything is settled here. You may return home. We will notify you of the outcome, said an officer. Thank you, officer, Fang Xiyue replied, observing the male officer's lips twitch awkwardly at being addressed as uncle by someone of his own age. Please, have mercy on me. I genuinely recognize my mistakes, the waiter shouted as Fang Xiyue turned to leave. Yet, she paid her no mind, departing with purpose. Those who err must be held accountable for their actions. Unbeknownst to her, the incident was captured on video and circulated online. Chapter 12. The appearance of a shaman. Before long, netizens began sharing their unpleasant experiences at the same establishment. Complaints ranged from finding hair in their food to being wronged for allegedly discarding it themselves, receiving the wrong orders, and being served spicy dishes instead of the requested clear broth. When they sought clarification, the staff were more assertive than themselves. Following that day, none of them returned to the restaurant. Congratulations, host. You have successfully retaliated, earning 6 sign-in opportunities. With her victory, Fang Xiyue sat cheerfully in her car, enjoying a portion of rice noodles she had acquired through her sign-in. Delicious. To her surprise, she received 6 opportunities, indicating that there were indeed individuals who genuinely supported the waiter. She wondered what she could sign in for at the police station. If only I could sign in for unlimited refreshes at the police station, she mused. Then, if there are firearms inside, I could utilize them later. Without further thought, Fang Xiyue blurted out, sign in. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have received unlimited refreshes for a police station. She had indeed succeeded, and the firearms she had longed for were now within her reach. Seizing the moment, Fang Xiyue proceeded to the fire station to sign in again, acquiring unlimited refreshes for that as well. With firearms secured, she realized she needed cold weapons too. Star City boasted a large store specializing in cold weapons, and it did not take long for her to arrive at its entrance, where numerous patrons browsed. The knives were not sharpened, and they dared not sell the sharpened ones, nor would she dare to purchase them. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have acquired unlimited refreshes for a cold weapon store. At 8 in the evening, Fang Xiyue returned to the warehouse. After emptying it completely, she decided to relinquish it. From tomorrow onward, she would cease collecting supplies, allowing her family to exercise at home. In the apocalypse, combating zombies would require considerable stamina, and she did not wish for her family to remain confined indoors for too long. People could go mad from isolation. As for the remaining 3 sign-in opportunities, she resolved to use them on the final day. Upon returning home, her family was already fatigued. After dinner, Fang Xiyue informed them that they would not be going out to gather supplies for the next 3 days and retired for the night. June 11th, early in the morning, the Fang family gathered in the spacious living room on the first floor. This is a martial arts instructional video I found online yesterday. For the next 3 days, we will follow along with it. We don't need to master it, just enough to look convincing, at least to intimidate others. Fang Xiyue knew all too well that it was impossible to become a martial arts master in just 3 days. The goal was merely to learn some flashy moves that would give the impression of prowess. After all, the system had no way of knowing if her family would awaken any special abilities in the apocalypse. In such times, those abilities would be invaluable. Fang Xiyue did not demand much. She only wished for her family as safety and for no one to turn into a zombie. The video was projected onto the large white wall, and the curtains were drawn tight. The 7 members of the Fang family stood scattered, following the instructor's lead. Horse stance, bow stance, standing post, leg stretching. Fang Xiyue had never felt so uncoordinated. Was it possible her bones were too stiff? She discreetly glanced at the others. Although all 6 were performing the same movements, they appeared entirely different at first glance. Grandma Fang's hands resembled chicken claws. Grandpa Fang's legs trembled incessantly. And while Mom Fang managed to imitate the moves quite accurately, Dad Fang had his hands raised above his head. Was he watching a different video? They resembled a group performing a ritual. Unable to contain herself, Fang Xiyue burst into laughter, prompting the others to join in. Forget it. They're not cut out for this, so I 1T push them. Eventually, she turned off the video and produced 7 Tang swords, which the system kindly sharpened for her. She also retrieved 7 handguns. However, these were merely for display. They could not be allowed to use them yet, lest they accidentally harm one another before the apocalypse even began. While they might not master martial arts, at the very least, they needed to learn to handle weapons. It was not essential to hit a target, but they should at least avoid injuring innocent people. Thus, I have decided to take you all to the shooting range. With a wave of her hand, she stored all the weapons in the system space, completely oblivious to Dad Fang's furtive attempts to touch the gun. What a pity! However, upon hearing his daughter mention the shooting range, Dad Fang was filled with joy, eagerly changing his clothes and waiting by the car. The 7 of them set out for the shooting range. Upon arrival, they immediately purchased a 3-day course. A quick training session was just what they needed.
Ding!
Just as Fang Xiyue equipped herself, her phone rang. She pulled it out to find it was the principal. Fang, is that you? You mentioned you were going on vacation. Why are you still in Star City? We agreed on 30 million. You wouldn't back out, would you? The preceding text refers to a video taken inside a rice noodle shop. Although the video was pixelated, anyone who knew her would recognize her instantly. Rest assured, Principal. I will not default on my debt. I will come to see you bright and early on June 15th. If I were to truly default, wouldn't that mean I could not graduate? I wouldn't dare. I still want my diploma. Fang Xiyue's words were intended to convey to the principal her desire for the diploma, which she could use as leverage. Alright, it's good that you understand. If you do not come to donate on Monday, I will ensure you cannot graduate.
Ha ha ha. He actually believes that.
Is this something a principal should say? If Fang Xiyue were to report this screenshot to the Education Bureau, the principal would probably be out of a job. However, Fang Xiyue had no time to waste. She needed to practice shooting. Her coach, though young, around 25 or 26, appeared quite reliable. Their dynamic was harmonious, with one teaching earnestly and the other learning with diligence. Yet, Fang Xiyue's aim was somewhat lacking. Despite her precise focus on the target center, the bullets invariably veered towards the wall behind. After several unsuccessful attempts, she felt a bit embarrassed. Am I the worst student you've ever taught? Fang Xiyue joked, echoing a common teacher's remark. Not at all. There are certainly worse than you. The coach's sentence trailed off. But Fang Xiyue understood he was implying that she wasn't the least capable among his students. Oh really? That gives me a bit of confidence, she thought, stifling her inner turmoil. During a break, she observed the progress of her peers. Indeed, they were all more skilled. At least they were hitting the target. Sweetheart, my shooting is quite fun. I can now reach the 8th ring. Her father, Fang Ba, cheerfully exclaimed upon her arrival. Indeed, very impressive. Dad, you are a genius. After providing her father with some emotional value, Fang Xiyue returned to her position. No worries. I refuse to believe I can't hit anything in 3 days. Chapter 13. What is this? A marriage certificate? 3 days passed swiftly. During this time, Fang Xiyue even found the opportunity to return and collect a package, filling the basement to the brim. Overall, she was quite satisfied with her training at the shooting range. At the very least, she could now hit the target. After bidding farewell to her coaches, she signed in at the entrance, successfully obtaining unlimited access to the shooting range, with 2 sign-in opportunities remaining. After sending her family back to the villa, Fang Xiyue drove out for a bit. She checked her notebook. I actually forgot to sign in at an internet cafe. She circled the words internet cafe with her pen and tossed the notebook onto the passenger seat. With a press of the accelerator, she headed towards the cafe. After a bit of searching, she finally found a relatively large internet cafe. Still, she did not exit the car and simply signed in at the cafe's entrance. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have gained 8 husbands. As the car moved slightly forward, Fang Xiyue abruptly slammed on the brakes.
What?
8 husbands? System, have you encountered a bug? I clearly signed in at the internet cafe. What is this? Host, please look above the internet cafe. Fang Xiyue leaned down, peering through the passenger window towards the upper level of the cafe. The imposing words marriage agency struck her consciousness. Oh my, it even includes this? A glance at the back seat revealed 8 red marriage books lying quietly. Presumably, those were marriage certificates, valid legal documents. I say, system, how fond are you of the number 8? 8 villas, 8 residential buildings, and now 8 husbands. This is polygamy. By the way, is it possible to unilaterally divorce? Host, aren't you curious what your signed husbands look like? I just took a quick peek, and they are all incredibly handsome, a perfect match for you. Since this is already a settled matter, you should just accept it. Besides, the apocalypse is coming tomorrow. This marriage certificate will lose its legal standing anyway. They have never even met you. Even if they encounter you later, they won't recognize you. Most importantly, they will likely never see the marriage certificate. Thus, you need not worry, it is all trivial. The system rambled on, eager to appease the host, aware that upsetting her could affect its performance. Fine. I will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and inquire about it later. Fang Xiyue understood that there was no use getting angry with the system. She drove down and entered the internet cafe. After successfully signing in, she returned to her car and drove towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Opening the back seat, she stuffed all 8 marriage certificates into her bag, feeling apprehensive as she walked through the bureau's doors. Following the prompts, she headed to the divorce certificate section. Excuse me, can I apply for a divorce unilaterally? A staff member glanced at Fang Xiyue. No, both spouses must be present. Moreover, there is now a 1-month cooling-off period for divorces. This means that if you submit your application today, it won't be finalized for a month. Then, what's the point of applying? There isn't even enough time. Fang Xiyue, not easily discouraged, pulled out one of the marriage certificates. Flipping it open, she was surprised to find that it even contained a marriage photo.
Indeed.
The husband depicted in the certificate was quite handsome. His name was Xiao Zihan, aged 24. He probably doesn't even know he suddenly has a wife. Could you please check if there are any marriage records for Xiao Zihan? Fang Xiyue handed the certificate to the staff member. Since the individual was not present, the staff could not check his information. However, they could check Fang Xiyue's details, so the staff directly entered her identification number. Then, they were taken aback. Miss Fang, our system might be malfunctioning. Your identity information shows you have 8 spouses, haha. Even the marriage dates are all the same day. However, the Xiao Zihan you are inquiring about is indeed among them. Perhaps you can come back tomorrow to check? How could such a significant error occur? The staff member awkwardly fidgeted. When they processed marriage certificates, such checks were mandatory. It was impossible for one person to be married to 8 others simultaneously. No need. Thank you. Fang Xiyue felt utterly deflated. But it was all right. As the system stated, the apocalypse was approaching, and this marriage certificate would surely hold no value. Coming to terms with it, she suddenly felt no sense of chaos. Instead, she was quite intrigued. She took out all 8 marriage certificates and began to flip through them. Based on the identification numbers, she could ascertain their ages and cities. Su Zhiyuan, 22 years old, Xing City. Xiao Zihan, 24 years old, Li City. Song Yifan, 24 years old, Hai City. Chu Xingyan, 23 years old, Yang City. Yizimo, 23 years old, Ning City. Mu Yunfan, 25 years old, Yin City. Jun Nanxian, 24 years old, Jiang City. Gong Yunxiao, 26 years old, Shui City.
Perfect.
Only Su Zhiyuan is from the capital, Xing City. The others hail from various locations across the country. As long as she doesn't leave Xing City, it's unlikely she will encounter any of them. Absolutely splendid. As for this particular star city, it seems unlikely that such a coincidence could occur. However, they are undeniably handsome. The system truly cherishes me. Throughout her life, she has not been devoid of admirers. Yet, those who expressed affection were invariably unsuitable, lacking shared language and values. Strangely, she has never encountered a genuinely compatible suitor. Could it be that she does not embody the typical image of a good woman? Nevertheless, it matters little, as she has never contemplated romance. With a carefree spirit, Fang Xiyue returned the marriage certificate to the system's space, having not even examined the photograph closely. Thus, she has no recollection of what her 8 husbands look like. Even if she had scrutinized it, her mild face blindness would render recognition difficult. She seldom remembers faces after seeing them a handful of times. Meanwhile, in 8 distinct locations, 8 remarkable men held their marriage certificates with a tacit understanding. Alongside them, they possessed keys bearing the address of their homes. This marriage certificate had mysteriously appeared in their possession, as if conjured by magic. Strangely, those around them displayed no signs of surprise. Friends in their company would even tease them, leading to an early glimpse of the bride's photograph. Yi Zimo, how could you marry without informing us? You truly do not regard us as friends. Your wife is stunning. No wonder you willingly fell into this trap. Xiao Zihan, you married without telling us? Your father, and I have yet to meet your wife. Truly, you are our exemplary son. President, you've actually wed. Your wife is only 21. How youthful. Today heralds the calm before the storm. Tomorrow, the apocalypse will truly unfold. Fang Xiyue wandered for quite some time, feeling an overwhelming melancholy. Upon returning home, she discovered her family seated anxiously on the living room sofa. Although she feigned calmness, she too harbored fears of awakening to find a family member transformed into a zombie, and trepidation for the uncertainties of the impending apocalypse. Fang Ma had busied herself making numerous buns, which they could store in the system for future consumption, ensuring they would not go hungry should they be unable to cook. Everyone, go to sleep. We must conserve our energy, she urged. Though sleep eluded her, Fang Xiyue resolved to force herself to rest. After all, if the apocalypse were to arrive, how could she face it without sufficient energy? Understood, daughter, you should sleep first. We will watch a bit more television. There may not be any left to watch tomorrow. They wish to linger a while longer. All right, I shall retire first. Good night, grandparents, great-grandparents, parents.
Good night.
Once in her room, Fang Xiyue turned off her phone and attempted to sleep. Contrary to her expectations, she drifted off rather quickly. In the dead of night, a thunderous clap shattered the silence, rousing Fang Xiyue from her slumber. Blinking awake, she gazed out the window, where a brilliant flash of lightning momentarily illuminated the dark sky. Soon after, torrential rain began to fall, hammering against the window with a cacophonous rhythm. Her heart raced, and a wave of fear washed over her as she realized the apocalypse had indeed commenced. Rising from her bed, she approached the window. The rain pelted the ground with ferocity, forming puddles that glimmered in the streetlights, which appeared hazy and ethereal through the downpour. The darkened sky seemed to envelop everything in a shroud of oppressive mystery. Fang Xiyue refrained from turning on the lights, fearing attention. Instead, she retrieved the flashlight she had placed on her nightstand and stepped out of her room. As she emerged, she encountered her parents, who were also wielding flashlights. Without a word, the 3 of them made their way to the rooms of the 4 elderly family members who were sleeping separately to prevent any potential transformations into zombies. After checking on each room, they found the elders peacefully slumbering, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief before returning to their own quarters. Fang Xiyue had barely settled back into bed when she lost consciousness again. Gradually, she felt an invisible weight pressing down on her body, intensifying her pain as if countless needles were piercing her. Her consciousness began to blur, as if she were sinking into a deep mire, unable to escape. She struggled to open her eyes, exerting every ounce of effort, yet all she could see was a haze. The sounds of rain seemed to come from a distant place, fluctuating in volume and proximity. Her forehead burned, as if it were aflame. Her thoughts drifted, while the pain in her body ebbed and flowed. Occasionally, she would momentarily awaken, acutely aware of her parched throat and weakened state, only to be swiftly engulfed by the vortex of sleep once more. On the morning of June 15th, as the clock struck 8, Fang Xiyue finally emerged from the haze of confusion. Blinking her eyes, she turned to the window, where the rain continued to fall, showing no signs of abating, but rather intensifying. The raindrops battered against the window, as if urging her to act. She swung her legs over the side of the bed, but in her haste, she collided with the corner of the bed, causing her calf to throb painfully, nearly bringing her to tears. The rest of the household remained in slumber. Fang Xiyue checked each room, while everyone was still unconscious. Thankfully, none had transformed into zombies. However, her father and grandmother, along with her great-grandfather, were running fevers. Fang Xiyue quickly prepared 3 ice packs wrapped in towels and placed them on their foreheads, though the cooling effect dissipated rapidly.
System.
Has the apocalypse begun? Fang Xiyue queried, still in disbelief. Indeed, host. Would you like to discover what abilities you have awakened? The system, sensing her despondency, offered a glimmer of hope. Abilities? Fang Xiyue felt a flicker of intrigue. Yet a dilemma arose. How to test them? System, how do I test these abilities? Perhaps we could try attacking something, the system suggested, though it, too, was uncertain, as abilities fell outside its operational parameters. Fang Xiyue found the suggestion plausible. She hurried to the garage and, with a flick of her wrist, directed her focus toward a roadblock. Then, she closed her eyes and maintained her stance for what felt like an eternity. Nothing happened. System, I feel like a fool, she admitted, awkwardly tucking her hair behind her ear. Is it possible that the host has not awakened an offensive ability? Could it be a pure spatial ability? Or a healing ability? Fang Xiyue pondered. She squatted down, reaching out. To her amusement, the roadblock remained steadfast. However, she felt as though the words fool were emblazoned across it. It appeared that a spatial ability was out of the question. What if it were a healing ability? She recalled the bruise from when she had bumped her leg that morning. Fang Xiyue focused on her leg, striving to unleash her powers. A warmth enveloped her leg, yet as time passed, the sensation faded, and the bruise remained. Alas, it seems I have awakened no abilities at all. That warmth was merely psychological. Fang Xiyue sat there, disheartened. That cannot be, host. You endured a high fever for an entire day and night. How could you not have awakened an ability? Perhaps I am simply an anomaly. Otherwise, my parents have yet to awaken. Why am I the only one who has risen? Fang Xiyue is not one to easily succumb to melancholic emotions. She will feel better soon. After all, she possesses an arsenal of firearms and cold weapons, along with her own villa and residential building. If she lacks the capability to eliminate zombies, she can simply stay within her territory with her family. As long as they remain indoors, they are assured absolute safety. After sitting for a while, Fang Xiyue noticed someone emerging from the opposite villa, holding an umbrella. Despite the torrential rain, someone dared to venture out. My goodness. The audacity of that individual to brave the downpour is truly remarkable. Fang Xiyue held a certain admiration for the person. In such heavy rain, what use is an umbrella? Moreover, would the rain truly not turn one into a zombie? After waiting for a considerable time, she realized the system had not communicated with her. System. Why are you silent? Host, what did you just say? Please repeat. The system's tone had escalated, as if something monumental had occurred. I said, the person across the way has tremendous courage to venture out in this rain. Fang Xiyue rubbed her ears, realizing that her system could only be indulged by herself. Whoa. Host, you are currently in the garage. The garage door is closed. How can you see the person outside? Chapter 15. Is it not too youthful? It was only upon the system's remark that Fang Xiyue recognized the incongruity. She had sensed something was amiss earlier. Oh, this is a psychic ability. I knew my host could not be worthless. Upon hearing the system's exclamation, Fang Xiyue instinctively covered her ears, only to realize it was shouting in her mind. Covering her ears was futile. So, you were secretly insulting me as useless before? Her voice carried a chilling undertone. I didn't. How could my host accuse me? The system stammered, clearly flustered. Forget it. I am in a good mood today, and will not hold it against you. Fang Xiyue merely teased it to halt its shrieking, which was giving her a headache. Nonetheless, she felt a surge of joy at having acquired a psychic ability. Such powers are immensely useful, allowing her to perceive the situation in the opposite villa even from within the confined garage. She could also utilize her mental prowess to attack zombies and foes, making it one of the most formidable abilities in this apocalyptic world. Of course, all this knowledge was gleaned from novels, and she would have to explore the various methods of attack herself. Realizing she had obtained a new power, Fang Xiyue suddenly felt a pang of hunger. She emerged from the basement and made her way to the kitchen. On the first day of the apocalypse, a meal of dumplings would suffice. Naturally, she couldn't make them from scratch, but the dumpling restaurant she signed into had ready-made dumplings. She and her mother favored chive and egg fillings, while her father and grandfather enjoyed pork and scallion. Her grandmother and grandmother preferred corn and ham, and her grandfather relished shrimp dumplings. She decided to cook her own first, and would prepare theirs once they awoke, as freshly boiled dumplings were undeniably delicious. Fang Xiyue set the water to boil in the kitchen, dropping in the plump dumplings, humming a cheerful tune. I will wait for the withered trees to sprout, blooming anew, awaiting the sunlight to pierce through the darkness, heralding the first rays of dawn. Girl, why are you so cheerful? Immersed in her dumpling preparations, Fang Xiyue had not noticed her father had awakened. Dad, you're awake. Are you feeling unwell? I'm boiling dumplings. Do you still prefer the pork and scallion filling? She looked at her father with excitement, momentarily forgetting to inquire about his awakened powers. As long as he was awake, she was elated.
I feel fine.
Yes. Still the pork and scallion filling. It would be even better with some wine. Her father was a doting man, always responsive to his daughter's inquiries. All right, plenty of good wine for you. Fang Xiyue fished out the chive and egg dumplings, then dropped the pork and scallion ones into the pot. The two engaged in light conversation in the kitchen. Dad, have you awakened any powers? Like my spatial ability? Fang Xiyue asked while preparing the dipping sauce. Powers? I'm not sure. Her father's voice held a hint of excitement. Could he possibly possess the legendary abilities? He had been envious since witnessing his daughter's spatial powers. Indeed, I've heard that those who fell into a fever and fainted after the apocalypse often gain powers. Fang Xiyue and her father carried the dumplings to the dining table, sitting opposite each other. She did not forget to bring her father a bottle of wine and a glass. If that is the case, Dad should have awakened his powers too. Let me try. Her father proclaimed, waving his hand toward the trash can. They both watched intently as the trash can remained completely unscathed, not even shifting an inch.
Well,
it seems Dad may not have awakened any powers. Her father forced a smile, worried that his daughter might feel disappointed.
Dad.
Can you see what is happening across our villa? Fang Xiyue suspected that her father might have awakened a psychic ability. No, I can't see anything. The door is blocking the view. Her father responded, puzzled but compliant. Sigh, it appears it's not a psychic ability.
Host.
I know. I just saw a small flame flickering in your father's palm. The system chimed in once more.
Dad.
Spread your hand out and release your ability for me to see. Fang Xiyue was seriously skeptical of the system's vision. Just moments ago, she had examined her father's back and saw no flame whatsoever. Could it be that it was invisible from that angle? Her father extended his hand to the center, focusing intently to release his ability. Both father and daughter then witnessed the legendary small flame. It truly was a small flame, akin to one produced by a lighter. No wonder it was invisible from the back of his hand. So diminutive, it was thoroughly concealed. Dad, you've awakened a fire ability. Although it appears small now, it will undoubtedly grow stronger with time. Fang Xiyue gave her father a thumbs up. Really? Yeah. You're not deceiving me, are you? Her father gazed at the flame in his palm, unable to fathom its potential power. Truly, that is what they say in apocalypse novels. Fire abilities are among the strongest combat powers. Fang Xiyue, concerned her father might doubt her, even pulled out a novel about the apocalypse to show him. After finishing the meal, her father became engrossed in the story on his phone. An hour later, the rest of the family gradually awakened. Previously, due to her father's beard, the changes had gone unnoticed. Now, seeing the four elders, Fang Xiyue was struck with astonishment. What? The four of you looked decades younger. They now appeared to be in their 40s, their bodies rejuvenated. Wow, grandpa, grandma, maternal grandpa, you all look far too youthful. She teased. It seems in the future, I'll have to call you all uncle and aunt. Daughter, does that mean you must call your mother and me brother and sister? Her father, admiring his handsome face in the mirror after shaving, chuckled. Who doesn't enjoy youth? Her mother laughed, her joy radiant. She looked no more than 31 or 32. Upon testing, it turned out their entire family were endowed with powers. Truly, heaven had shown them great favor. Now that they were all abilities holders, they need not fear zombies. Simultaneously, the lifespan of those with supernatural abilities also extends. Fang Xiyue no longer worries about her grandparents aging. Fang father is of the fire element, Fang mother, the water element, grandfather, the wood element, grandmother, the water element, maternal grandfather, the wind element, maternal grandmother, the water element. Thus, aside from the women in Fang Xiyue's family, all others belong to the water element. The water element is indeed quite favorable, providing not only sustenance but also possessing combat capabilities. Additionally, both water and wood elements have slight healing abilities, capable of easily mending non-severe wounds. For instance, the bruise Fang Xiyue acquired upon rising was treated by her mother using her water-based supernatural power. Before Fang Xiyue could enlighten the others about apocalyptic novels, her father eagerly shared the story with them. Given that the apocalypse had already begun, a modicum of knowledge was essential. In Chapter 16, a heart-wrenching grasp. Due to Fang Father's recommendation, everyone sat on the sofa, engrossed in their phones as they read the novel. However, a novel is merely a novel. Those lacking imagination cannot conjure vivid images in their minds. Without a tangible representation, the sense of immersion may falter. Thus, Fang Xiyue fetched a projector to show them Train to Busan, allowing them to witness the appearance of zombies through a television series. In Fang Xiyue's perspective, the authentic apocalyptic zombies could be even more terrifying than those depicted in films. Initially, the group sat apart, but gradually they formed pairs. Fang Mother, being rather timid, had entirely nestled in Fang Father's embrace. Grandmother and maternal grandmother remained composed, perhaps due to their elder status, merely gripping their partner's arms. Meanwhile, Fang Xiyue, as a solitary soul, sat alone on the small sofa. Oh dear, don't fret, host. You have 8 husbands, so you are not alone. What a peculiar remark. Nevertheless, in this apocalyptic world, 8 husbands seemed inconsequential. Chuckling. Just as the tension in the film escalated, Fang Xiyue's phone rang, startling her family. She offered an apologetic smile and retreated to her room. It was a call from the principal. Hello, principal. Why haven't you arrived yet? I've been waiting at school for an hour. We agreed to meet at 7. Didn't we? I have the money ready. Where are you? Before the principal could respond, Fang Xiyue rebuked him, denying him the chance to speak. Fang. It's pouring rain. I had a high fever last night and couldn't get up this morning. How about we just do a bank transfer? The principal's initial words were stifled. He tentatively suggested this alternative. That won't work. There are limits. How about this, principal? I'll leave the money in the drawer of your desk for you to collect when you come to work. Fang Xiyue lied with ease. All right then. Just place it in the bottom drawer of my desk. Once the rain stops and I can drive, I'll come and get it. The principal's voice brimmed with excitement. He lived quite far from the school, and had it been any closer, he would have ventured out. While money was important, life held greater value. Notifications from television and radio had urged everyone to stay indoors, as the outside world was flooding, making it perilous to venture out. Very well.
I'll take my leave now.
Thankfully, my home is close to the school. Otherwise, I wouldn't have braved this dreadful weather. Fang Xiyue opened and shut the nightstand drawer forcefully. The principal, hearing the noise, felt reassured. Don't worry, Fang. Once the teaching building is completed, I will ensure your name is inscribed upon it. I will name it after you. The principal's voice was filled with exuberance. With 30 million at stake, he could pocket 10 million. The teaching building would be built, yet there was no specification on its size. All right, principal, I shall await that day. With that, Fang Xiyue ended the call.
Ha!
I bet the principal will be losing sleep over this for the next few days. Fang Xiyue intended to teach him a lesson. Several students had already been expelled from the school for being ostracized and not coming from affluent families. How I wish to see the principal's expression when he realizes the apocalypse has unfolded after the rain ceases. 30 million turned to mere scraps of paper. He will likely weep bitterly, chuckling to herself as Fang Xiyue exited her room. The movie was at a pivotal moment where the protagonist was carrying his daughter while fleeing with a pregnant woman. Fang Mother and maternal grandmother, moved by the scene, were in tears. We must all strive to survive, do you hear? Grandmother patted grandfather's arm. Yes, as long as our family is together, we will be all right. Grandfather reassured his partner. Do not worry. Our family has made ample preparations, Fang Xiyue consoled, observing the solemn expressions on their faces. Yes, yeah, we understand. It's just an adjustment period. Fang Mother embraced Fang Xiyue. While the rain still falls, let us practice our supernatural abilities diligently, so that when the sun shines again, we can confront the zombies head-on. Fang Xiyue raised her small fist in agreement. Indeed, the film concluded, yet the apocalypse was merely commencing. In the future, they would have to face those repugnant zombies daily. The thought made it somewhat difficult to eat. They would likely only have porridge for lunch. Fang Xiyue, however, felt indifferent. When she first learned of the impending apocalypse, she had quietly watched numerous zombie films. Initially, the adjustment was challenging, but soon it became a form of entertainment during meals. With nothing else to do, everyone returned to their rooms to practice their powers. A silver lining for the 3 couples was that they no longer needed to sleep separately. Having suddenly regained youth, Fang Xiyue wisely donned headphones, adhering to the mantra of see no evil, hear no evil. After all, her room had its own bathroom, and she had no plans to venture out unnecessarily. She pondered when she might welcome younger siblings into the family. The thought of little brothers and sisters suddenly struck her, and she froze. Surely, she wouldn't soon be faced with a slew of little aunts, uncles, or younger relatives? Fang Xiyue shook her head vigorously, insisting it wouldn't happen. After lunch, she resolved to place contraceptive supplies in every room. She had no desire to babysit, especially not children older than herself. The rain outside showed no signs of abating. Fang Xiyue's mental abilities were still in effect, allowing her to perceive only her villa and the entrance of the neighbor's house. The range was limited, yet sufficient. The man who had ventured out earlier returned, carrying an enormous shopping bag filled with food. It seemed his household had run out of supplies, prompting him to brave the rain. Those who awakened at this hour were either supernatural beings or ordinary people. However, his hands were drenched from the rain. If he was not a supernatural being, there was a 90 chance he would become a zombie, with merely a 10 chance of emerging as a supernatural entity. Each person has their destiny, and she couldn't intervene. With so many people in the world, she could not oversee them all. At noon, the family had a simple meal of porridge accompanied by salted duck eggs. Afterwards, they retreated to their rooms, reading novels while practicing their abilities. Before they returned to their rooms post-lunch, Fang Xiyue discreetly placed contraceptive supplies on their nightstands, hoping they would notice. She certainly didn't want to inform each of them individually, as that would be too awkward. However, what if they simply did not notice? After much contemplation, she created a group on her phone. The members consisted of the 4 women in her household. In these tumultuous times, it is not suitable to welcome new life. Please take care of yourselves. Once the message was sent, responses quickly followed. Chapter 17. A direct shot to the head. Mother, you little rascal. Grandma, understood. Nana, don't worry. Ah, how simple it all is. It seems they still felt some awkwardness. Yet, there was no choice. Such reminders were imperative. In these early days of the apocalypse, it was indeed unwise to bring a child into this world. Infants are frail and could easily succumb to the harshness of existence. With no doctor in the family, taking that risk was out of the question. Once stability returns, if they wish to have children, then they shall. Setting the phone aside, Fang Xiyue reclined on her bed to watch a television drama. She had been so busy that there were many shows she had yet to see. Even if they were highly acclaimed, she had not had the inclination to view them. Just skimming through a few brief clips had offered her some insight into the plot, a situation likely shared by many. Watching intently this time illuminated many aspects she had previously found perplexing. At 4 p.m. on June 15th, the rain began to ease. The sound was clear within the confines of the house. Fang Xiyue approached the window, her gaze fixed outside until the rain ceased completely. The clouds dispersed, and the sun emerged. With the sun's arrival, a piercing scream disrupted the tranquility of the sleeping villa community. Fang Xiyue knew her family must have heard it too. Or perhaps they were all peering out their respective windows at that very moment. Concerned they might struggle to adjust, she turned and exited her room to gather everyone together. 7 of them stood in unison before the floor-to-ceiling window on the 2nd floor, observing the scene outside. The source of the scream had approached. It was a woman clad in athletic wear, pursued relentlessly by a ravenous zombie. Blood stained her neck and clothing, clearly indicating she had been bitten. Should we help her? Yeah? Fang Ma asked, her heart heavy with compassion. It's too late for her. However, you can practice your skills, Fang Xiyue replied, distributing the firearms she had previously stowed away. Do you see that zombie? Aim for its head. Though everyone had practiced well at the shooting range, when faced with the prospect of killing a zombie, their hands inexplicably trembled. Ultimately, it was Fang Xiyue who demonstrated. She aimed through a small window and fired at the zombie's head. Alas, her aim faltered, and the bullet struck the creature's leg instead, missing its head by a considerable margin. Nevertheless, the injury caused the zombie to stumble and fall. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Ba fired, successfully dispatching the male zombie. Upon witnessing this, the bitten woman collapsed to the ground, sobbing, "I can't believe you killed someone. Help me, please." A man from the opposite building seemed to feel a pang of empathy, or perhaps he fancied himself brave, as he opened his front door and ventured out. Just as he did, the woman convulsed on the ground, succumbing to her fate. "Are you all right? Is anything the matter?" Fang Xiyue heard the man inquire, but the woman showed no response. Still writhing in agony, the man appeared conflicted, wishing to assist, yet unsure how. As he scanned for help, the woman eerily rose behind him. Watch out. Fang Ba called out, unable to contain his alarm. The man turned swiftly, only to find the female zombie lunging at him. He managed to block with his arm, but it was scratched by the zombie's claws. With a surge of determination, he shoved the female zombie away and rushed back into the villa.
Fang Ba,
Now more adept, took another shot, successfully eliminating the female zombie, whose body collapsed atop that of the male zombie.
how can you kill someone?
Where did you get those guns? You're illegally armed and committing murder. You'll end up in prison. The 7 of them exchanged incredulous looks at the man, who was brandishing a megaphone and shouting at them. His voice boomed, likely audible to a third of the entire villa community. Was he blind? Could he not see how abnormal those 2 individuals were? The villa owners group was in an uproar. Building 10, did you know? The residents of Building 8 just killed 2 people. They had guns. I fear I would have met the same fate had I lingered. I have already called the police. Everyone, be cautious and avoid passing in front of their home. Where do such murders come from? Building 7, is that true?
My home is right next to theirs.
Surely, we are not their next targets. Building 12, good heavens, this is terrifying. We must secure all doors and windows. We cannot allow these deranged individuals to enter. I trust the police will arrive soon. After observing for a time, Fang Xiyue felt compelled to voice her thoughts. If this continued unchallenged, her family would surely become the focus of ire. Even if they were merely venting their frustrations, it was uncomfortable to hear. Building 8. To the resident of Building 10. How ungrateful you are. You were nearly bitten by a zombie and we saved you. Yet, you repay our kindness with slander in the owners group. What are your eyes for? If not to see the truth? Those individuals have clearly turned into zombies. Do you not understand? This is the apocalypse. Building 13. Ha ha ha. What an era we live in, and still, some believe in the apocalypse. Just wait and see, you'll end up in prison. Building 10. You are the ones who killed, yet you pretend to be the good guys. Are you trying to lull us into a false sense of security before striking? Your intentions are truly malicious. Emma, this was intolerable. This man's thought process was suited for a mystery novel. Just as Fang Xiyue was about to respond again, the television screen flickered to life. They had not turned it off, but it had been static until now. The sudden image sparked excitement among them. A female host appeared, holding a script, her face grave, betraying a fear she struggled to suppress. It seemed she was about to discuss the apocalypse. Building 8, if you don't believe me, turn on your televisions and see for yourselves. What the host is about to say will make you question your very existence. Good luck to you all. I hope you won't come seeking my assistance in the future. I assure you, I will not help. Mark my words, I have no sympathy. Let us each mind our own business. Fang Xiyue was not acting out of spite. She genuinely had no desire to assist others. Her previous ability to shoot stemmed from her family's wish to help. Now, as they observed the vitriol directed at them on their phones, with numerous insults hurled, even ancestral curses invoked, their expressions darkened, resolute in their decision to cease all assistance. Helping others had only led to complications. Building 10. Stop with your theatrics. It's merely for show. You think we plead with you?
Dream on.
A string of individuals echoed their intent to watch. Just wait. You shall be proven wrong. Chapter 18. Truly shameless. She had already taken note of the situation. In the villa community, 24 owners engaged in conversation within the group, yet none spoke in favor of themselves. Those who remained silent were either virtuous individuals, indifferent to the situation, or had succumbed to a state akin to that of zombies. Esteemed viewers, we interrupt this broadcast with an urgent message. Recent reports indicate that the apocalypse has indeed arrived. Zombies have begun to roam the city. We implore everyone to remain vigilant, stay indoors, and secure all doors and windows. If you find yourself outdoors, swiftly seek a safe refuge. The government has activated emergency protocols, and military and police forces are responding with utmost urgency. The scene shifts to a collaboration between military and police combating the undead within a hospital. Trust in their efforts and cooperate with their directives. This is a battle between humanity and disaster. We must unite in our fight against the zombies. Remember, survival is our foremost priority. We hope each of you can endure this trying time safely. The host's voice trembled with a hint of fear. Yet she endeavored to maintain composure while delivering crucial information. Fang Xiyue had initially presumed that the government would choose to conceal the truth, perhaps attributing the chaos to a viral outbreak. To her astonishment, They had outright declared the onset of the apocalypse. Clearly, there were those who understood the gravity of the situation. Congratulations, host. You have successfully faced the truth and earned 35 sign-in opportunities. Emma, these sign-in opportunities are boundless. Truly endless. Building 13. Wow, I've been utterly humiliated. Haven TI. Building 5. It's really the end of the world. What are we to do? Building 16. What to do? I have no food at home. Building 3. What to do?
I don't want to die.
Building 10. Fear not. The girl from Building 8 can handle zombies. Us strong men have nothing to fear. It's as easy as slicing watermelons. Besides, I've encountered a female zombie before. Her strength was negligible, entirely manageable. Let us organize ourselves and venture out to procure food. The supermarket nearby is quite close and should be relatively safe. Those wishing to join, please sign up. We depart in 10 minutes. The individual from Building 10 seemed to revel in the spotlight, perhaps harboring ambitions of leading the villa community. Yet, managing such a multitude of individuals is no simple task. Building 16, I'll go. Count me in. Building 5. I'm in 2. Building 3. I'm too scared. Can I pay you to buy food for me? I can offer extra for your troubles. Building 17. Building 3. Can you not be so naive? In an apocalypse, money is but paper. Building 10. Anyone who desires food must send someone out. Those unwilling to emerge must find their own solutions. A flurry of sign-up messages flooded the chat. Building 5. Hey, girl from Building 8. Aren't you sending anyone out? You have a gun. Why not join us for safety? Building 3. Yes, yes. If you're going, I'll go too. With you around, I won't be as frightened. The initial sign-up messages were soon overshadowed by pleas for Fang Xiyue to accompany them. How shameless these individuals are. They had previously berated them to the extent of wishing to unearth their ancestors. Now, how could they muster the audacity to approach? Fang Ma glared at her phone screen in indignation. Indeed, they had insulted them so harshly, yet now they dared to seek their assistance. How utterly shameless. Fang Nai's expression was equally grim. The elderly are particularly sensitive to slights against their ancestors. These individuals had struck a nerve. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. I am no saint. After all the insults hurled at us, how could I possibly extend help? Fang Xiyue nodded repeatedly, affirming her stance of not offering assistance. Her reluctance to relocate to the villa acquired through the system's sign-in was rooted in allowing her family to experience the treachery of human nature in the apocalypse. Her family members were inherently kind-hearted. If she had forced them from the outset to refrain from helping others, their consciences would surely torment them. Had there been an ideal sanctuary from the beginning, would they not have continued to assist others, oblivious to the risks, only to be betrayed? Human nature is inherently greedy. The more one possesses, the greater the desire for more. Ultimately, this could lead to heinous acts. Fang Xiyue could not afford such a gamble, nor did she wish to. Thus, it was imperative for her family to witness the darkness of humanity in the early days of the apocalypse, allowing them to temper their hearts. This understanding would be crucial for survival in the days to come. The apocalypse is the ultimate test of human nature. Many appear kind and pitiful on the surface, yet beneath may lurk the instincts of a killer. Therefore, remember to refrain from aiding others indiscriminately in the future. What we possess is ours alone. We are under no obligation to save everyone. The events of today serve as a lesson. Kindness must have its limits. You may be benevolent, but discern who is deserving of your help. Those worthy of assistance will reciprocate in kind. I do not demand that you become cold-hearted, but equally, do not become self-righteous saviors. Fang Xiyue's words may not have been suitable for a younger generation to address their elders, yet she spoke them nonetheless. Henceforth, she would hold absolute authority within the Fang household. Rest assured, Yaya, we shall no longer be overwhelmed by misplaced sympathy. What you say shall be law. Whom you deem worthy of assistance, we shall help. Fang Ma was the first to voice her agreement. Had she not intervened, her daughter would not have engaged in combat with the zombies, and none of the subsequent events would have transpired. Their family had clearly become the focal point of animosity. Indeed, from now on, you shall lead our family. Fang Ba echoed her sentiment. Yes, yes, Yaya shall lead. The four elders nodded in unison. Excellent, the outcome is favorable. And all are pleased. Building 10. Hey, girl from Building 8. Why are you silent? Surely you do not intend to refuse to help everyone? How selfish. You possess a weapon, indicating you were prepared in advance. You knew the apocalypse was coming and did not alert us to stockpile supplies. Humanity must retain some kindness. Surely you do not wish to be isolated? If you agree to join us in protecting everyone, we will regard you as one of the villa community's owners. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious. The tone of this statement was unmistakably threatening, clearly implying that failure to assist could lead to unwelcome consequences. How audacious! One wonders how such a person has survived to this age with such distorted values. Building 5. You only moved in recently. Surely you do not wish to be ostracized in this community. If you are wise, we shall coexist peacefully, should you choose otherwise. Do not blame us for seeking you out. Chapter 19. What an audacious display. The owner from Building 5 is the quintessential sycophant. Whenever the owner from Building 3 speaks, he is quick to echo their sentiments, a classic toady. Following the sentiments expressed by the owner from Building 5, numerous other owners express their agreement with Building 10's remarks. Building 8. I must ask, do your parents know how shameless you are? Were you not quite jubilant when you berated us in the group previously? I stand firm in my position. I will not assist any of you. If you have the audacity, come and confront me. I assure you, you will regret it. I can acquire a firearm, which proves I am no ordinary individual. Dare to challenge me? Such a juvenile proclamation is rather exhilarating. Oh my, I am quite enamored with my own charm. After sending this message, the resident of Building 10 fell silent. The other homeowners continued to persuade Fang Xiyue, employing a myriad of tactics, appealing to emotions, reasoning, threatening, and even resorting to sob stories. The Fang family merely observed, as if they were spectators at a spectacle. A cacophony of voices arose from outside. The 7 members of the Fang family approached the window. A crowd had gathered in front of Building 10, comprised of those who had previously signed up to collect supplies. There were quite a number of them, roughly estimating over 30 individuals. The man from Building 10, clad in the same outfit and wearing a baseball cap, stood at the forefront, alongside the 2 lifeless corpses of zombies. The approaching crowd hesitated to draw nearer. The Fang family's front door was equipped with surveillance cameras. Fang Xiyue called up the footage for everyone to view, allowing them to hear every word spoken. Should we go in now? Asked a resident of Building 5, whose avatar matched his real-life appearance. No way, look at the electric fence installed on their wall. If we attempt to scale it, what if we get electrocuted? The apocalypse is upon us. The power will surely be cut off soon. We can wait until then. Besides, they're already trapped like fish in a barrel. I doubt they can create much trouble. We should first head to the supermarket to gather supplies, lest we miss the opportunity and end up with nothing. We also need to find some suitable weapons. The suggestion from Building 10 swiftly dismissed the proposal from Building 5. Indeed, Zhang Ji's reasoning was quite astute. Building 5's resident praised him enthusiastically. Fang Xiyue noticed that the group was watching them from the second floor. She raised her hand and gave them the finger in response. The man from Building 10 smirked, nodded, and moved forward. Ugh, I feel nauseous. Fang Xiyue couldn't bear it any longer. Did he truly believe his earlier behavior was impressive? Surely not. This young man must have some issues. He probably forgot to take his medication before stepping outside. Grandma Fang offered a serious assessment. The others burst into laughter at her remarks. Let us focus on our own tasks and ignore the fools, Fang Xiyue said as she pressed the remote to draw the curtain shut. Through her psychic abilities, she observed the group heading toward the supermarket. The 2 zombie corpses remained on the ground, but she had no intention of concerning herself with them. Once the water receded outside, she would lead her family to the villa they had signed in for. Even if the corpses were to become a breeding ground for maggots, it was of no consequence to her. Fang Xiyue diligently practiced her psychic powers, attempting to move a cup to fill it with water. Initially, the cup merely trembled, without budging an inch. Gradually, it began to slide toward the edge of the table, but the psychic tendril could not support its weight, causing it to fall to the ground. Fang Xiyue deftly caught it with her hand. No worries, let us try again, she encouraged herself. She placed the cup back in position and commenced anew. On her 8th attempt, the cup finally advanced through the air, though not for long. Nonetheless, progress was preferable to stagnation. Each subsequent attempt resulted in a longer distance traveled. Finally, on her 25th try, the cup reached the water dispenser steadily. She positioned it under the faucet and controlled the psychic tendril to press down on the tap. Water gushed into the cup. Excellent success. A filled cup is considerably heavier than an empty one. Fang Xiyue struggled multiple times before managing to lift it with her psychic power. The cup wobbled as it moved toward her, spilling some water onto the floor. By the time she grasped the cup, less than half of the water remained. Overall, it was a success. The first triumph paved the way for a second. Each subsequent attempt surpassed the last until the full cup reached her hand without spilling a single drop. Only then did she cease her practice. Beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Controlling psychic energy proved far more challenging than she had anticipated. Of course, Fang Xiyue was not the only one honing their abilities. Others were equally engaged in their training. For instance, Fang's father was developing his fire abilities, progressing from igniting a lighter to creating a candle flame and then to wielding a flamethrower. The improvement was evident. Fang's mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother found their exercises even simpler. Each held a bucket, filling it with water while occasionally conjuring a few small water spikes to pierce the surface. As for Grandpa Fang, he carried a bag of seeds gifted by Fang Xiyue, nurturing vegetables beside the dining table. A variety of small lettuce, cilantro, and chives had already sprouted on the table. I say, old man, can't you focus on cultivating just one type of vegetable? We need to gather a proper dish. Grandma Fang teased. I just mixed the seeds together. They all look similar. I can't tell which is which. Let us make do, as long as we can eat. It's fine, Grandpa Fang replied, appearing quite content. Observing the vibrant little plants he was nurturing, one couldn't help but feel a sense of appetite. Time passed as the family continued their practices. Due to Fang Xiyue's constant monitoring of the surveillance, they could hear the happenings outside clearly. The group returned, each carrying 2 large bags filled with various food items. They cast provocative glances at the Fang residence, but their expressions froze upon seeing the tightly drawn curtains.
Fang Xiyue.
What do you think that girl from Building 8 is up to? Could her family possibly have some background? Someone curiously inquired. What background could there be? Even the mightiest lineage is of no use in an apocalypse. Strength reigns supreme. We all stand on the same starting line. With 4 elders, 2 middle-aged, and 1 young woman in their household, aren't they just fodder in this world? Yet, that girl was undeniably beautiful, Zhang Ge remarked, shifting his tone. The resident of Building 5 immediately grasped his implication. Zhang Ge, once we take down Building 8, that girl will be yours. The remark was made with an accompanying lewd expression. All right, from now on that girl will be your sister-in-law. Just be mindful when we act. Don't mar her face. Or it'll be unappetizing. Zhang Ge not only accepted the proposition but appeared pleased with it. Rest assured, Zhang Ge, we will deliver your sister-in-law to you unscathed. They continued, our villa district has many attractive women. Once we gather them all, we can enjoy ourselves freely. What can women do in the apocalypse? They can only cling to us men for survival. The crowd erupted in raucous laughter, their minds likely conjuring unspeakable scenarios. The cacophony nearly threatened to lift the roof off. How audacious of them to covet my granddaughter. I truly should not have given him a warning. I should have let him be bitten by a zombie instead. Grandma Fang fumed, slamming her fist on the table. This young man, with his handsome exterior, was filled with nothing but lewd thoughts. The old man, filled with indignation, clenched his fists, wishing he could descend immediately and deliver a few blows to those wretches. Oh dear, grandparents, please do not be angry, he sighed. Their laughter was so loud that it seemed a wonder it did not attract the undead. Fang Xiyue observed the scene outside the door. Previously, they had been fortunate to return unscathed from their supply run, their bodies unmarred, save for their shoes and trousers, which were soaked, indicative of a lack of encounters with zombies. Yet, Fang Xiyue was skeptical. In this villa district, only 1 person had been transformed into a zombie, and only 1 had encountered the undead. Look, here they come. She pointed at the surveillance screen, where zombies appeared on either side, moving sluggishly with grotesque visages and emitting a nauseating stench. The horrifying sight sent those who had never witnessed zombies into a panic. With a piercing scream, the crowd surged. Brother Zhang, who had been unlocking the door with a key, was jostled, causing the key to slip from his grasp. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. His heart raced as his mind blinked. He stared wide-eyed at the key rolling across the ground, ultimately kicked into an obscure corner. Had he managed to open the door and let everyone in, they might have escaped unscathed. However, with the key lost, he was left to devise another plan. What should we do, Brother Zhang? The zombies are drawing nearer. Head to Building 7. Zhang glanced around, realizing that only Buildings 7 and 9 were viable options for refuge. The occupants of Building 9 had not joined them in the supply run, and he was uncertain if anyone remained there or if they had succumbed to the undead. The owner of Building 7 had already rushed to his doorstep amidst the chaos, thinking that closing the door would secure his safety. Yet, as he opened it, a throng of people surged in behind him, causing him to stumble and fall, scraping his arm and spilling the contents of his shopping bag across the yard. The zombies had arrived. The last person in line was seized by a zombie.
Ah!
The anguished cries of pain echoed, one after another. As the owner of Building 19 stepped through the door, he swiftly shut it, preventing others from following. The heavy iron gate was pounded upon, but soon, only desperate cries and struggles could be heard from outside. The grand battle against the zombies they had envisioned never materialized. Faced with the undead, their initial reaction was one of paralysis. Their limbs weakened, and their resolve faltered. When they finally remembered to resist, many had already sustained bites and scratches. The ghastly sound of flesh being devoured sent shivers down their spines. "Oh my, yeah, I feel faint," murmured Fang Xiyue. "So do I. It's all too gruesome." The two elderly women clutched their partner's arms, supporting themselves in fear that they would collapse if they let go. They had mentally prepared for this. But witnessing the overwhelming horde of zombies consuming the crowd was a terror beyond description. Others were certainly afraid as well, though their reactions were less overt. This was the apocalypse, and everyone would need to adapt. Initially, the zombies moved sluggishly, but they would eventually evolve to move with the agility of humans, perhaps even faster than ordinary people. Hence, to survive, they must enhance their own abilities. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Xiyue informed everyone of the zombies' terror. Their family was fortunate to be composed entirely of ability users. She hoped her relatives would not grow complacent and overlook the necessity of honing their skills. "Let us go train our abilities," she declared, and the six of them turned in unison, choosing to avert their gazes from the zombies. Meanwhile, those standing in the yard of Building 7 fell silent as they observed the stillness of the others outside. "Brother Zhang, do you think they are all dead?" One occupant of Building 5 asked cautiously. "Yes, we will wait until the zombies disperse and then retrieve the supplies left outside to distribute among ourselves. In this wasteland, the inept cannot survive. It is a matter of life and death for us." Outside, the zombies, having heard the commotion within, began banging against the doors of Building 7. Their bloody claws and bared teeth leaving an indelible impression. "Shao Qi, let us seek refuge in your home until the zombies have completely dispersed. Your siblings at home won't mind, will they?" Zhang suggested, though his feet were already moving towards the door of Shao Qi's residence. Others followed suit. And despite Shao Qi's reluctance, he found himself unable to resist and opened the door for them. The scene of their entry remained unseen by the surveillance cameras. Nor could Fang Xiyue's mental abilities penetrate the walls. Yet she was aware that the residents of Building 7 were a newlywed couple. And she had previously engaged in light conversation with the wife, who was quite beautiful. The pair seemed rather proud, as if they hailed from a well-to-do background. Even having conversed, there had been no deep connection, nor did Fang Xiyue intend to forge one. In this apocalypse, arrogance without strength would lead to dire consequences. Previously, the occupants of Building 7 had expressed concerns in the group chat about the potential threat from Building 8, indicating a lack of trust among them. Thus, there was no need for camaraderie. They were all mere acquaintances, unable to rely on one another. The Fang family immersed themselves in training their abilities until exhaustion took hold. Sweat beaded on their brows, and their complexions paled as they fatigued. Depleting their abilities was essential for improvement. They needed to exhaust their powers, rest, and then begin the cycle anew. Fang Xiyue had previously inquired about the levels of abilities, thus she understood the significant difference between primary and first-level powers. For instance, in the case of pyromancy, a primary fire ability resulted in a mere flicker, while a first-level ability produced a fireball capable of inflicting damage upon zombies.
Ding.
Initial apocalyptic task 1 issued. Slay 20 zombies. Reward: 7 sets of Winterwarm Summercool sensation gear. Failure: no penalties. There are tasks? Fang Xiyue exclaimed. System. You actually have tasks? Of course, host. I am a professional system. But fret not. There are no penalties for failing any of the tasks I issue. However, the rewards for success are splendid, truly exceptional. You're the best system. Oh, it's not that remarkable, she imagined a little figure wiggling in delight. Fang Xiyue found her system utterly charming. Stepping before her family, she proclaimed, "Tomorrow, We shall venture out to slay zombies. Everyone must rest well tonight. The zombies are still quite manageable for now. Once the waters recede, we must leave this place, for the people here are not friendly to our family. I fear future complications may arise. Before returning to her room, she relayed this information to her family. Theoretical knowledge was no substitute for first-hand experience. Thus, leading her family into combat against the undead was an essential undertaking. They must ensure they would not succumb to nausea in the midst of battle, nor scream upon close encounters with zombies. When striking zombies, they needed to exert their full strength. After delivering this explosive news, Fang Xiyue retreated to her chamber, leaving the others in silent contemplation. They appeared somewhat unsteady from such a distance. Could they truly manage to slay the zombies? Chunlon, do not fret. Stay close to me tomorrow, Fang grandfather reassured Fang grandmother, easing her anxiety. Xuxiang, I will certainly stand in front of you and ensure no zombie touches you, Fang grandfather quickly affirmed. The two women, observing their husbands' declarations, felt a wave of calm wash over them. Qin Shumei, Fang's mother, fixed her gaze on Fang Yuanshan, Fang's father, anticipating some sweet words of assurance that he would protect her. However, after a prolonged wait, Fang Yuanshan remained lost in laughter at his parents' antics. Son, stop that laughing. Do you not see Dumei waiting for your declaration? Fang grandfather scolded, giving Fang Yuanshan a light smack on the back of his head. This son of his had certainly not inherited his seriousness. Realizing his wife seemed slightly upset, Fang Yuanshan quickly straightened up. Dear, rest assured, tomorrow I will protect you and our daughter well. I will not allow you to suffer even the slightest injury. His demeanor resembled that of a student addressing a teacher. Finally, Qin Shumei smiled. She had chosen her husband and did not mind his shortcomings. The morning sun poured through the window, illuminating the room. June 16th, the third day of the apocalypse. The family had a simple breakfast. Fang Xiyue distributed tang knives to everyone, their blades glinting ominously. As they received the knives, a wave of tension surged within them. Before we venture out, allow me to impart some knowledge on how to slay zombies. Fang Xiyue cleared her throat and produced a whiteboard. The first method, directly sever the neck to decapitate them. The second method, pierce the zombie's brain with a tang knife. Personally, I believe the first method bears less risk, because if you miss with the second method, the zombie may not only survive, but continue to advance with your knife embedded in it. Fang Xiyue illustrated her point with a stick figure, a knife protruding from its head, which was rather vivid. The group collectively shuddered at the thought. Remember, stabbing the heart is futile. Severing limbs is also ineffective. As long as it lives, it will continue to move. Even without hands or feet, it will crawl. If its intestines spill out, it will still move. If fortunate, you might even witness a zombie devouring its own entrails. Fang Xiyue marveled at her own ability to articulate such gruesome ideas. Dear, we need not be so graphic. I might just regurgitate my breakfast, Fang Yuanshan interjected, attempting to halt her vivid descriptions of potential scenarios. The others nodded in agreement. Father, I am only trying to prepare you mentally, so you do not succumb to panic outside, Fang Xiyue defended. In truth, she too required a period of adaptation. She had only encountered various types of zombies in dramas and novels, never in reality. Nonetheless, she believed she would not succumb to nausea. Finally, with everyone psychologically prepared, the group of 7 set forth. Utilizing her mental prowess, Fang Xiyue discerned that the exterior was devoid of human presence, save for the wandering zombies, which were scattered and not congregated. Standing at the threshold, she pulled open the door. Daughter, I will go first, Fang Yuanshan softly stated, stepping forward. His voice exuded determination, a silent promise of protection for the family. Fang Xiyue glanced at her father, nodded in silence, and allowed him to lead. Men often cherish their pride. She would step forward when danger arose. As they stepped outside, the atmosphere thickened with tension, causing their breaths to quicken. They clutched their tang knives tightly, poised for any imminent threat. The sunlight bathed them, casting their resolute silhouettes. The bodies of 2 zombies lay nearby, and the sight of them was jarring. The air was laden with a putrid stench, and the sudden assault of the odor prompted everyone to instinctively cover their noses. Observing this, Fang Xiyue quickly retrieved masks from her bag, distributing one to each person. The smell was indeed unbearable. They circumvented the zombies and continued onward, each step taken with utmost caution, wary of attracting their attention. However, their caution proved futile. Upon their emergence, they inadvertently drew the zombies' focus. The lower-tier zombies were blind but had an acute sense of smell, irresistibly drawn to the scent of fresh flesh. Their chilling howls erupted, echoing in a disconcerting chorus as they began to approach the seven, slowly yet resolutely. To eliminate any blind spots in their surroundings, Fang Xiyue unleashed her mental energy to survey the area. In the yard of Building 7, 4 men were huddled, clandestinely observing the situation outside.
Han Ye.
The whole family has mobilized. Should we seize this opportunity to take them down? No need to wait for a power outage, proposed a resident of Building 5.
Outside.
It's crawling with zombies. Let us hold off until they exhaust themselves fighting, Zhang Ge replied, his calculating gaze betraying his intentions. You're truly clever. The resident of Building 5 praised, unaware that Fang Xiyue overheard their conversation, while her family remained oblivious. Chapter 22. The knife got stuck in its neck? To take advantage of the situation, one must consider whether this young lady is willing. Fang Xiyue scoffed inwardly, her focus set firmly on exterminating zombies alongside her family, disregarding the insignificant ants for the time being. Should they dare emerge, they would not find her merciful. The zombies drew nearer, prompting Fang Yuanshan to halt and prepare to swing his tang knife, while the others mirrored his stance, bracing themselves against the encroaching threat.
Ha!
Did you really think the zombies would conveniently present their necks to you? Fang Xiyue laughed, breaking the tension with her levity. Allow me to demonstrate. She stepped forward, gripping her tang knife tightly, her gaze resolute as she sought her first quarry. A comically staggering zombie approached, and she chose it as her target. Fang Xiyue advanced 2 steps, raised her tang knife, and with all her strength, swung down. Unexpectedly, the zombie's neck became ensnared on the blade. Gripping the hilt tightly, she attempted to dislodge the knife, but it remained firmly stuck. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she gritted her teeth and exerted more force. Yet the knife refused to budge. Fortunately, the tang knife was long enough that the zombie could not reach her, allowing her to begin sawing back and forth as if slicing meat. At last, the knife freed itself, and the zombie's head rolled away.
Oh my.
That was nearly embarrassing, she exclaimed, relieved that the zombie moved sluggishly. Otherwise, her moment of struggle would have drawn others near. Now, let us proceed with our mission. Fang Xiyue feigned nonchalance with a casual wave of her hand. Although everyone was eager to laugh, they restrained themselves for the sake of her daughter and granddaughter. With the first successful endeavor accomplished, the subsequent tasks seemed considerably easier. Among them, Fang Xiyue possessed the least strength. Thus, as long as they wielded their blades, the heads of the zombies would surely fall. The zombies appeared as if they were on a conveyor belt, one after another falling victim to their strikes, requiring no movement on their part, save for the occasional shuffling due to the overwhelming number of corpses that cluttered the ground.
Ding.
Beginner Task 1 completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check. The system chimed after Fang Xiyue dispatched the 3rd zombie. Excellent. It seemed that the entire family had collectively eliminated 20 zombies. Let us head back. That's enough for today, she declared as she sheathed her knife. Upon hearing this, the others rejoiced, eager to return home. They moved along the edges, departing amidst the perplexed gazes of the undead. Brother Zhang, I just realized I forgot to scavenge. One of them suddenly snapped back to reality, filled with regret. Scavenge? With so many zombies outside, did you even notice? Zhang retorted. Your sister-in-law is quite remarkable. Did you see the tang knife she wielded? Such weaponry is not possessed by just anyone. It seems we must devise a long-term plan to persuade them to willingly relinquish their weapons. With their weapons in our possession, what fear do we have of the zombies outside? They are but creatures that women can slay, hardly a threat. Zhang stroked his chin, lost in thought. Back at the Fang residence, Fang Xiyue scoffed at the audacity of it all. She was curious to see how he intended to execute this long-term strategy. Once home, they all tacitly chose to return to their rooms to change and bathe, finding their earlier attire unbearable due to the odor it had accumulated. Despite their disdain, they acknowledged that washing was imperative. Wastefulness was a shameful act, regardless of how plentiful their supplies were, as there would always come a time when they would run short. Although Fang Xiyue wished to point out that they would never wear out their clothes, she believed that refraining from waste was a commendable virtue worth upholding. Fang Xiyue set up a new washing machine on the balcony, designated specifically for cleaning garments stained with zombie blood. After their initial experience of slaying zombies, the family gathered in the living room to summarize and share their insights. I find the tang knife rather ineffective for decapitating. I suggest we switch to a large axe. Fang father proposed first. In the future, we should ideally pair up. This way, we can protect one another without interference, Fang mother added, raising her hand in agreement.
Mom.
Your suggestion is rather unkind to me, a single soul. What am I to do while you all pair off? Fang Xiyue interjected, lamenting her solitary status. Who told you not to seek companionship? Your father and I were in a relationship during college. Here you are, in your 3rd year, yet without a partner. You've never even held a boy's hand. Fang mother shook her head, casting a sympathetic glance at Fang Xiyue. The other 5 chuckled, enjoying the unfolding banter between the two. Mom, tread carefully, lest I one day return with 8 sons-in-law to surprise you. Fang Xiyue retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation.
Oh.
If you could bring back 8 sons-in-law, I would be overjoyed. That would mean my daughter is quite charming. Just you wait. Fang mother laughed heartily, finding her daughter's words amusing. All right, enough joking. Let me share my thoughts, Fang grandmother interjected, noticing her granddaughter's cheeks redden. I believe when we venture out to slay zombies, it is unnecessary for everyone to go together. At least one person should remain at home. What if someone covets our belongings and sneaks in? It's wiser to have someone guard the house. This way, we can also pair up while ensuring the home is secure. Fang grandmother's suggestion was logical. Indeed, I concur, Fang grandfather agreed. While we were fighting the zombies, I noticed someone from Building 7 watching us. I believe Yaya is correct. They may be plotting something against us. The water level seems to be decreasing as well. Perhaps we should leave tomorrow or at the latest the day after. Fang grandmother suggested, recalling the unsettling gaze she had caught. Leaving is one option, but where shall we go? The situation outside may not be any better than here in the villa district. There are fewer people here, Fang grandfather expressed his concerns, feeling that their current location was not secure. Though they possessed abilities, their powers were still in their infancy. They had knives and guns. Yet they were not capable of outright killing. Departing from the villa district may not guarantee a safer environment. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of worry. No need to fret. I possess another villa in a different location which is significantly more secure. If the water level isn't too high tomorrow, we shall leave directly. Our off-road vehicle has a high chassis, so we should face minimal issues, Fang Xiyue assured them, concluding the meeting successfully. Chapter 23. Oh no! My hand! After the meeting concluded, Fang Xiyue suddenly remembered the rewards obtained from completing the task. She retrieved the reward from the system space. The sensory suit resembled thermal underwear, designed for direct wear. It was also exceptionally easy to clean. It could air dry in just 5 minutes, without the need for a spin cycle. This high-tech suit provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Each person received one, ensuring they wouldn't feel discomfort regardless of the weather. This is wonderful. I was just thinking how the temperature is rising, especially after sweating profusely while slaying zombies, Fang father exclaimed as he promptly chose a gray set. The others followed, selecting their preferred colors. Fang Xiyue received a lovely light purple suit. In the afternoon, the Fang family continued to practice their abilities. Are we going out to slay zombies again this afternoon? Fang mother inquired after lunch. Not today, that is sufficient. We haven't developed a habit of exercising before, and I expect my arms to be sore tomorrow after today's efforts. If we go out again this afternoon, I'll surely be unable to lift my arms tomorrow. We need time to adapt, both physically and mentally. Let us focus on enhancing our abilities this afternoon, Fang Xiyue replied, waving her hand. She certainly did not wish to be incapacitated the following day. Very well, then let us return to our rooms for a nap. Afterward, we can resume training our abilities, Fang father suggested, rising and pulling Fang mother toward their room. Having established a habit of afternoon naps, no one objected.
Fang Xiyue enjoyed a deeply restful nap.
Awakening to find it was already 2 in the afternoon. The sun outside still shone brightly, and the zombies continued to roam about the villa. Fang Xiyue attempted to extend her mental energy outward from her current position as a boundary. Previously, she had released her mental energy from her center, limiting her field of vision. However, by stretching it outward, she could potentially perceive more. Surprisingly, this method proved successful, extending her awareness in the direction of Building 7. She just happened to overhear their conversation. A group of nefarious individuals was gathered together. Previously, there had been 32 of them, but now only 14 remained. Fang Xiyue system. Please assign a number to each of their heads. I can't remember who is who. Understood, host. Their eyes gleamed with sinister light. and their faces bore grotesque smiles, as if they could already envision the moment their plans would come to fruition. Otherwise, let us devise a way to ambush sister-in-law's house and eliminate all the men in Building 8. As for the women, we can keep them to serve us. I saw yesterday that even the older ones still possess charm. Though I couldn't see their faces clearly, I imagine they're not lacking. The owner of Building 17 stroked his chin, revealing a lecherous expression. I say, 17, how long has it been since you last saw a woman? You would even take the older ones? Quipped the owner of Building 5. What do you know? You'd understand if you tried. Building 17 clicked his tongue, as if recalling some fond memory. Sister-in-law's house is surrounded by electric fences, even above the villa. It's difficult for us to get in. Frowned the owner of Building 16. We could dig a hole to bypass the electric fences, Building 10 coldly suggested. If we can't enter from above, can we not enter from below? I refuse to believe they buried electric fences underground. This villa was completed long ago. It wouldn't be easy to bury electric fences underground. His eyes revealed cruelty and cunning. Fang Xiyue, system, this Building 10 is rather clever. I hadn't even noticed there were no electric fences underground. He has truly found a breakthrough. Host, this Building 10 is quite wicked, humph. The others nodded in agreement. They began to discuss in detail how to execute their plan, meticulously considering every aspect. Even the probability of who should kill whom was carefully planned. In the living room of Building 7, the conspiracy gradually took shape. Host, what should we do? Fang Xiyue, naturally, we shall catch them off guard. Fang Xiyue slipped on her slippers and got out of bed, informing each room that the group would come to ambush them tonight, urging her family to be prepared and to shoot directly when the time came. They did not oppose. Once is enough. These people have truly crossed the line. It's hard to believe we are so unfortunate. Is there not a single good person in this entire villa community? Mother Fang complained, perplexed. Fang Xiyue felt a twinge of guilt. She suspected it was due to her own magnetic presence that attracted those who had been beaten down in life, leading her to encounter predominantly morally corrupt and twisted individuals. However, she kept this to herself, knowing that no one would believe her if she spoke of it. After practicing her abilities for an entire afternoon, they turned on the television again before bed. The news was still being reported, with the same host from before. Everyone should try to avoid going out. We are currently understaffed and cannot rescue everyone quickly. Please be patient and believe that the disaster will pass. We will surely prevail. The host spoke with tears in his eyes, his voice choked. Fang's grandmother and others couldn't help but wipe away their tears. Even Fang Xiyue felt a lump in her throat. Fang Xiyue, system, do you think the apocalypse will truly come to an end? It will, host, it certainly will. Yes, it certainly will. The night grew deep, and Fang Xiyue lay in bed, releasing her mental energy to observe the situation outside, centering her focus around herself. She wondered from which wall they would choose to dig. Outside was eerily quiet, with only the dim streetlights diligently casting their glow. The villa community seemed to have fallen into slumber. Fang Xiyue waited quietly, gripping her handgun tightly. Time passed, minute by minute. Finally, she heard a faint sound, the sound of someone digging. She stealthily approached the window to observe the movements outside. When she saw the figures of those individuals come into view, she took a deep breath, raised her handgun, and aimed at the target. At this moment, the tension reached its peak. She silently prayed not to falter at this critical juncture. Fang Xiyue's finger tightened on the trigger. Bang! With the gunshot. Similar sounds echoed from other locations within the villa. They had deliberately chosen not to install silencers, for two purposes. First, to serve as a deterrent. Second, to attract the zombies. Fortunately, the gaps between the electric fences were relatively large, allowing misfired bullets to pass through. Luckily, none of them hit the electric fence directly. Damn. My hand. The owner of Building 5 screamed, and soon a few others were also hit. Get down. Quickly. Building 10 shouted loudly. Due to the surrounding walls, crouching down placed them out of sight of Fang's family. Chapter 24. Are you still human? Fang Xiyue released her mental energy to track the group. They moved forward, tools in hand, crouched low. Everyone go to sleep. They have already left. Once she confirmed that the intruders had departed, Fang Xiyue allowed her family to rest. She continued to track them, treating it as entertainment. Unexpectedly, they had not yet gone to sleep. Damn. Is my hand going to be useless? The owner of Building 5 covered his hand, sweat from the pain trickling down his face. Don't scream. If you attract the zombies, it'll be bad, chided the owner of Building 10. But clearly, his warning came too late. The zombies had already caught the scent, particularly drawn in by the scent of blood. These zombies moved much more nimbly at night than during the day, rivaling even a grandmother with a cane. Before they could return to Building 7, they were intercepted by a horde of zombies that seemed to appear out of nowhere. These individuals were rather foolish, having already emerged. They did not consider returning home but instead gathered at Building 7. Under the cover of darkness, the 16 were tightly encircled by the horde of zombies.
Run. Run.
In the chaos, they shoved and jostled one another, some even using others as shields to save themselves. Zhang, hurry. Let us go. The owner of Building 5 urged, dragging the uninjured owner of Building 10 in a desperate sprint. However, they could not run fast because they were blocked by others. Just as the owner of Building 10 was about to be caught by the zombies, he unhesitatingly shoved the owner of Building 5, who was holding on to him, out into the fray. The owner of Building 5 was caught off guard, losing his balance and tumbling directly into the horde of zombies. His eyes were filled with despair and terror, his mouth opened wide, but no sound escaped. Others witnessed the scene, some aghast, unable to close their mouths, while others silently resolved not to become the next target of Building 10's owner. Seizing the opportunity, the owner of Building 10 desperately fled to the edge of the encirclement. The owner of Building 5, who had been pushed out, was quickly engulfed by the zombies. His screams echoed in the night sky, sending chills down spines. Blood splattered, and the stench of carnage filled the air, further inciting the zombies' savage instincts. This turn of events shocked everyone. They fiercely struck the zombies with shovels, forcing their way through a bloody path. By the time they returned to the courtyard of Building 7, the original 16 had dwindled to just 7, the owners of Buildings 10, 2, 7, 17, 19, 16, and 13. Moreover, all except the owner of Building 10 bore various degrees of injury, with the owners of Buildings 19 and 13 sustaining scratches on their arms. Owners of Buildings 2 and 17 have sustained scratches on their necks, while those from Buildings 7 and 16 bear marks upon their cheeks. However, there is an additional individual, a young girl, approximately 18 years of age, captured by the owner of Building 17, who covers her mouth with his hand. This girl, named Dandan, had been living with her sister and brother-in-law, both of whom succumbed to the zombie apocalypse. She had intended to gather supplies under the cover of night, only to collide with the owners of Building 10, who were fleeing from an assault. Faced with a throng of zombies, Dandan was rendered paralyzed with fear. And in her attempt to escape, she was swiftly apprehended by the owner of Building 17. You are all familiar with tales of the apocalypse, where injuries inflicted by zombies often lead to transformation into one of them. Therefore, I urge you not to retire to your quarters tonight. Rather, remain outside for the duration. Xiao Qi, I shall ensure your wife's safety. Should you fall victim to the curse of zombification, I vow to protect her. With that, the owner of Building 10 entered his abode, pushing Dandan inside as well. The owner of Building 17 intended to follow, but was unexpectedly shoved back by the owner of Building 10, who promptly locked the door. Zhang, open the door. Let us in. We can lock ourselves in another room, implored the owner of Building 7, who was unwilling to trust Zhang with his wife. He had noticed Zhang's suspicious glances toward his wife, especially alongside the owners of Buildings 19 and 17. Indeed, Zhang, please let us in. The mosquitoes are unbearable tonight, and that girl is my catch, teased the owner of Building 17 as he rapped on the door. I know you don't want Xiao Qi to enter, but I assure you he shall not. At the very least, allow me and 19 to come in. We promise not to interfere. Seeing that Zhang remained unyielding, the owner of Building 17 knocked once more. Yes. Zhang, I promise we will not encroach upon your territory. Just let us have our turn once you are satisfied. The owner of Building 19 echoed his sentiments. Are you even human? Open the door, shouted Xiao Xiyue, urging her partner to flee. Deal with Xiao Qi, and I'll allow you entry. I am in no mood for mercy today. Zhang's voice, laced with malice, echoed from within. Understood, Zhang. We shall complete the task. The duo clenched their fists and charged at Xiao Qi. A scream pierced the air, emanating from within the villa. Xiao Qi's wife and Dandan were in distress. Let me go. Let us out. Qi, save me, cried Xiao Qi's wife, her voice filled with desperation, while Dandan, terrified, began to weep inconsolably. Please spare my wife. I beg you. Xiao Qi, already weakened, pleaded upon hearing his wife's cries. Quite resilient, aren't you? remarked the owner of Building 19 as he raised a stone and brought it crashing down upon Xiao Qi's head, instantly drawing forth a flow of crimson, extinguishing his breath.
Qi.
Xiao Xue, who had just managed to free herself and open the door, witnessed her husband's brutal demise. "You beasts! I will fight you to the end," she yelled, seizing a nearby shovel and charging at the owner of Building 19. Struck squarely in the back. He spun around in fury, wrenching the shovel from her grasp and delivering a fatal blow that severed her neck. Her lifeless body crumpled to the ground, eyes wide open in death.
Ah!
Murder! Murder! Dandan sat on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Cease your weeping and come serve me. If you please me, I guarantee you shall want for nothing," the owner of Building 10 yanked Dandan's arm, dragging her inside. "No! Let me go! Please!" She thrashed her legs in resistance. The events transpired abruptly, though it was merely a span of 3 minutes. Both residents of Building 7 had perished, and even those who might have intervened were too late. Besides, each individual was preoccupied with their own survival, unwilling to wade into the chaos. Fang Xiyue, even less inclined to assist, had previously been berated alongside the couple in their group chat, with Xiao Xue even accusing her of being a mistress. During their plotting of the ambush, Xiao Xue had suggested setting the place ablaze. She was no saint and felt no compulsion to offer aid to such individuals.
Ding.
Initiating Apocalypse Task 2, eliminate the villains of Building 10 and rescue teammate Dandan. Reward, 2 tang knives capable of slicing through steel. Failure, no penalties. Teammate? It seems Dandan possesses commendable character. Otherwise, the system would not recognize her as a potential ally. Fang Xiyue discreetly exited her residence, brandishing a submachine gun, dispatching the lingering zombies along her path. She made her way to Building 7, blasting the front door open, which crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, startling the occupants within. Even Zhang, who was on the verge of committing violence, paused at the noise. Dandan, clutching a blanket, shrank back in fear. "Who dares disturb my enjoyment?" Zhang bellowed, only to be met with a splatter of warm liquid across his face, blinding him momentarily. As he wiped the blood from his eyes, he realized that the poker players in the living room had all met their end, and the assailant before him was aiming a gun directly at him. "Scum like you belong in hell. The living world has no place for your kind. Farewell." Fang Xie's lips curled into a smirk as she waved her hand dismissively. "You're breaking the law," Zhang began, but before he could finish, Fang Xiyue pulled the trigger, uninterested in the villain's empty rhetoric. The bullet sped through the air, piercing his skull, and he fell, lifeless and unblinking. Though she had taken a life, Fang Xiyue felt no remorse. These individuals were scum, and their removal could only be seen as a service to the other residents of the villa. Congratulations to the host for successfully delivering retribution. You have received 6 signing opportunities. Excellent, this visit was not in vain. Fang Xiyue stepped into the room from which the owner of Building 10 had just emerged. On the bed, Dandan was huddled beneath the covers, her face pale with fear as she looked up upon hearing the entrance. Recognizing that the figure before her was not the same man from before, she exhaled in relief. Her hand, hidden beneath the blanket, clutched a pair of scissors she had retrieved from a drawer, contemplating a desperate act. "Would you like to leave with me and my family?" Fang Xie's expression bore no trace of sympathy or caution, as she did not perceive the situation as deserving of pity. The apocalypse was inherently cruel, particularly to those defenseless young women. She would not offer unsolicited reassurances, nor would she tread lightly around others' wounds. Having experienced similar tribulations at the onset of the apocalypse, this too could be a form of growth for Dandan. At the very least, she would learn to be wary of others and strive to become stronger. Upon hearing Fang Xie's words, Dandan's tears abruptly ceased. "Can I truly leave with you?" Her voice was barely a whisper, filled with hope, fearing that Fang Xiyue might dismiss her as jest. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I save you? I am not idly passing the time." Fang Xiyue smiled at Dandan, who, elated, finally lifted the quilt covering her. The clothes she wore were tattered, resembling mere rags. Thank you, thank you." Although Dandan had many words she wished to express, they ultimately condensed into 2 heartfelt thank yous. She offered a deep bow to Fang Xiyue, sincere in her gratitude. "My name is Zheng Dantong. I am 19 years old, and I am a healer with special abilities. Please allow me to join your team." Dantong's demeanor was exceedingly formal. Fang Xiyue, of course, responded in kind. "Very well. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Fang Xiyue. You may call me Sister Xiyue or Sister Yu. From now on, you shall follow me. Together, we will navigate this apocalyptic world with ease. Fang Xiyue had not anticipated that Zheng Dantong was also a special ability user, particularly a healer, a valuable asset in these dire times, who could guarantee their own safety from harm. Having a healer was akin to carrying a family doctor, one capable of treating all ailments. This was undoubtedly a worthwhile arrangement. No wonder the commander had sent her to rescue individuals. Fang Xiyue seated herself at the only blood-free chair at the dining table, where the bodies of the 10th building's residents lay not far from her. She could meet their lifeless gaze with a mere tilt of her head. Previously, she had not closely examined the appearance of the 10th building's residents, as she relied on the system that marked individuals with numbers and nicknames above their heads. For instance, the resident of the 10th building bore the number 10, while Zheng Dantong was simply referred to as Dandan. Fang Xiyue had no intention of using Dandan's full name. Dandan was both easy to remember and pleasant to hear. First, change your clothes. Then we will go to your home and gather your belongings. When we leave, Dandan was momentarily startled by the sight of the bodies on the ground, but soon chose to act as if she had seen nothing and walked past the corpse of the 10th building resident without a second glance. They quickly arrived at Dandan's villa, where her sister and brother-in-law wandered in the yard. Dandan pleaded with Fang Xiyue to grant them a swift end, believing her sister and brother-in-law did not wish to continue harming others. We must leave this place swiftly. Just take what is essential. Do not bother with the trivialities. Let the suitcase you have be our guide. You have 20 minutes. After that, we must depart, for the stench of blood is overpowering, and many zombies have undoubtedly caught wind of it and are heading this way. The previous zombies have been cleared, but those further away will take time to arrive. Understood.
Sister Yu.
I will pack quickly. Fang Xiyue had no inclination to watch someone change clothes, so she turned and walked into the living room. 20 minutes later, Dandan emerged, pulling her suitcase behind her. She was clad in a windbreaker, jeans, and sneakers, leaving no part of her covered unprotected. Well done. You know to take precautions, Fang Xiyue remarked. Upon stepping outside, they saw the bodies of her sister and brother-in-law, and tears welled up in Dandan's eyes once again. She struggled to move their bodies together and gently closed their eyes. Sister Yu, could you help me carry my sister and brother-in-law to their bedroom? I do not want them to remain outside. Dandan's voice trembled with restrained sorrow. Fang Xiyue did not refuse the request to lift the bodies. Let us assist you, dear. I will help carry them, a voice called from outside the door, revealing Fang's father and grandfather entering. Father, grandfather, what brings you here? Fang Xiyue was surprised they had discovered her absence, given that her family had been asleep when she left. We awoke shortly after you left. You had not returned for so long. Naturally, we were worried. I thought you might be seeking revenge, so I came with your grandfather to check on you. The numerous zombie corpses along the way only confirmed their suspicions. Father, grandfather, this is Dandan. She will be joining our team. Hello, uncle. Hello, grandfather. Dandan found it difficult to address them formally, as their youthful appearances made her feel out of place, especially since she herself remained youthful after awakening her abilities. She assumed that Fang Xiyue's family was naturally youthful. Greetings. From now on, we are all family, so there is no need for formality, Fang's father said, nodding at Dandan before he and grandfather Fang began to carry the bodies into the bedroom Dandan indicated. As they passed by the 7th villa, they noticed the scattered corpses, and it was clear that this was the work of their very own Xiyue. It was rather satisfying. Once inside, Dandan locked the door behind her. Outside, a considerable number of zombies had gathered. Fang Xiyue distributed submachine guns to her father and grandfather. The three surrounded Dandan as they made their way back to the 8th villa. I must say, this submachine gun is far superior to a handgun, Fang's father exclaimed, enamored with the weapon, while even grandfather Fang treated it with care. While effective against ordinary zombies in the early stages, it would soon lose its utility. They would need to practice their special abilities diligently. Fang Xiyue did not want them to become reliant on weapons, as there might come a time when she could not be by their side. True strength lay in self-sufficiency. As for Dandan, being a healer, even at the highest level, she possessed no combat capability. Thus, Fang Xiyue resolved to give her a newly acquired Tang Dao, allowing her to slay zombies as well. Fang Xiyue would not permit Dandan to remain behind, protected. Such dependency would only render her vulnerable should she find herself alone. Upon entering the house, Fang Xiyue found her other family members neatly seated on the sofa, awaiting her return. A warm feeling enveloped her. This was the essence of family, an inseparable bond. "I'm back," she announced cheerfully. "It's good to have you back. In the future, let us know if you have any matters to attend to. Do not venture out alone without a word, leaving us to worry," her mother gently chided, patting her back. "I understand, Mom. I won't do that again," Fang Xiyue replied, playfully embracing her mother. Being her daughter, her mother had no choice but to indulge her. Dandin observed enviously as Fang Xiyue interacted with her mother. Feeling a pang of sadness. Her parents had perished in a car accident years ago, and she had lived with her sister since. Now, with her sister and brother-in-law gone, she found herself utterly alone. "Family, allow me to introduce you. This is Dandin, formerly Zheng Dantong, a healer. She will be joining our team in this post-apocalyptic world." Fang Xiyue introduced Dandin to her family with great formality. "Dandin, these are my maternal grandparents, my paternal grandparents, my mother, and my father. You may refer to them as you wish, but I would appreciate it if you called my parents uncle and aunt." Dandin, feeling a sense of belonging, responded, "Hello, uncle, aunt, grandfather, grandmother, grandma, and grandpa. I will do my utmost to be good to everyone. I will also strive to enhance my abilities so I can assist when needed and learn how to combat zombies effectively. Absolutely. I shall not hinder anyone. I hope everyone can accept my joining the team." Dandin bows deeply once more. "Rise, dear child. We are all willing to welcome you, provided you refrain from causing harm to anyone. We shall treat you as our own." Fang Ma helped Dandin to her feet, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Auntie, rest assured, I promise I will not do anything to harm you." Dandin raised her hand and swore. "If I do, let me meet a dire fate." "Very well, Auntie believes you," Fang Ma replied, guiding Dandin to the sofa. Fang Xiyue then presented 2 Tang swords, crafted with exceptional sharpness, far superior to those we previously wielded. "I thought to give one to Dandin, considering her lack of combat prowess. The other shall go to grandmother, for her strength is comparatively limited. As for the rest of us, each shall receive a hefty axe. What does everyone think?" Fang Xiyue articulated her distribution plan. "We have no objections. We trust your judgment," everyone agreed. "Then it's settled. We shall retire for the night and set off after breakfast tomorrow. The waters have receded sufficiently for the off-road vehicle to pass." With all matters discussed, everyone returned to their respective rooms. Dandin settled into the vacant room on the first floor, where she lay quietly on the bed, tears streaming down her face. On June 17th, the 4th day of the apocalypse, Fang Ma rose early to prepare breakfast. Before long, Dandin entered the kitchen. "Auntie, is there anything I can assist you with?" Dandin's eyes were puffy, a clear indication of her earlier tears. "Please help Auntie wash the vegetables. I will cook a dish shortly, and we shall have our meal," Fang Ma instructed, while skillfully sautéing the broccoli. The atmosphere was natural and caring. By 7 o'clock, everyone gathered in the dining room. First, they expressed their gratitude to Fang Ma for preparing the meal. Second, they began to eat. Nothing brings more joy than sharing a meal with family. After the meal, Dandin willingly took on the task of washing the dishes. Suddenly, the sound of a message notification chimed from Fang Xiyue's phone. She opened the group chat on her phone. "Oh, it's the class group. This is the first message since the apocalypse began. Is everyone still alive?" "Yes, we are alive, but I truly saw zombies." "Me too. My neighbor's family has turned into zombies. This is terrifying. I never expected the apocalypse to truly arrive. I've been staying home for the past 2 days, too afraid to go out. My supplies are running low. You're lucky. We, who live on campus, are going crazy. Many classmates and teachers have turned into zombies. We're trapped in the dormitory, afraid to step outside, living off instant noodles every day. The schoolyard, the classrooms, the dormitories are all infested with zombies. How did I never notice how many people were in our school? For those of you outside, could you possibly think of a way to rescue us? We don't even dare to go outside. How could we save you? The zombies are everywhere, not just at school. You should focus on saving yourselves." Fang Xiyue skimmed through a few messages before losing interest. There was nothing of significance. "What's the matter? Who's messaging you?"
Fang Ma inquired curiously.
"Oh, it's our school's group chat. They say the school is overrun with zombies, and many are trapped in the dorms, hoping for rescue. I wonder what they are thinking. Who would risk their lives to venture into a zombie-infested school to save them? If they lose their lives, it would be a grave loss," Fang Ma remarked. This child is rather naive. Everyone is struggling to survive. Who has the energy to rescue them? They are all young adults capable of taking action. Forming teams to fight off zombies and escape would be far more effective. Even if they cannot escape, they could hide in the school's supermarket, waiting for military rescue with food and water, Grandmother Fang commented. Not everyone adapts to the apocalypse as quickly as we do. Without our Yaya, we would likely be terrified and hiding, Fang Ma said, handing Grandmother a glass of water. That's true, Grandmother nodded. Fang Xiyue wholeheartedly agreed with Grandmother's assessment. In the early stages of the apocalypse, zombies were at their most sluggish. If one did not take advantage of this time to flee, it would soon become impossible. Once everything was in order, the Fang family prepared to depart. Fang Xiyue felt a pang of reluctance towards the villa. Chapter 27. Are you polite? Fang Xiyue, system. Can this villa be stored in the system space? Of course. Host. It will transform into a small model and occupy no space at all. When needed, it will automatically enlarge. Fang Xiyue chuckled to herself, realizing she had bound herself to an extraordinary system. After packing everything, the 8 of them exited the villa. Fang Dad's off-road vehicle was already parked outside. The vehicle, capable of seating 8, was just right for their group. It seemed such a shame to leave such a splendid villa behind. As they sat in the vehicle, they gazed back at the villa they had occupied for a few days with a sense of nostalgia. There's no need to feel remorse. Leave it to me. Fang Xiyue playfully extended her hand and commanded, collect. The system promptly complied, storing the villa within its space. Fang Xiyue finally beheld the model the system had spoken of. It had shrunk to a toy-like size, quite adorable, with all the furniture appearing miniature. While Fang Xiyue delighted in this, the others gaped in astonishment. Their Yaya's spatial ability was truly remarkable, capable of storing an entire villa. Sister Yu, you are amazing! Dandan exclaimed excitedly. Haha, let us keep a low profile. Fang Xiyue replied as the vehicle revved up and set off. The spot where the Fang villa once stood was immaculate, as if the villa had never existed. Of course, the foundation remained, but it was imperceptible. The villa area was situated at a higher elevation, so while the water had receded here, it did not necessarily mean the same for the city. The ground in the villa area had dried up. One could only hope that the waters in the city would also recede. However, Fang Xiyue did not regret her earlier decision to move there. Had she settled elsewhere from the outset, it would have spared them much trouble. Yet, it was essential for everyone to experience the treachery of human nature. A safe environment would cause them to lower their guard and perhaps naively believe they could assist others. Thus, everything unfolded as it was meant to be.
Now.
Her family had developed a certain level of vigilance, which was precisely what Fang Xiyue desired. The off-road vehicle finally exited the villa area. The nearby supermarket stood wide open, its shelves stripped bare of all consumables. Only a few household items remained, which Fang Xiyue had no intention of taking. Knowing the residents nearby would eventually return to collect supplies. Household items, although useful, were not her priority. As she passed by, she decided to check in at the supermarket. After all, one could never have too many supplies. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in, receiving a supermarket.
Ah?
There are no more mentions of unlimited refreshes? Host, you can only obtain 1 unlimited refresh for the same location. However, it is still quite valuable. That was indeed a valid point. Fang Xiyue still had 40 opportunities for check-ins, far more than the previous locations yet to be visited. As the vehicle entered the city, though the roads were still flooded. However, it did not impede the passage of high-clearance vehicles. Fortunately, the heavy rain occurred during the night, resulting in fewer individuals braving the elements to commute to work or school in the morning. Consequently, only a handful of vehicles traversed the roads, allowing for relatively smooth traffic overall. Most of those vehicles had been swept in by the floodwaters. The accumulated water was exceedingly filthy, littered with debris, branches, and mud, along with some shop banners and signs. Likewise, there were numerous zombies on the streets, but their movements were significantly hindered by the water, rendering them almost stationary. It might take them an entire day and night just to cross from one side of the road to the other. Although there was a strong desire to eliminate these zombies, they were inside moving vehicles, making it difficult to hit a target with a gun. Thus, it was best to refrain from engaging them. As the vehicle passed, water splashed to either side, drenching many of the zombies. If they could speak, they would likely shout in indignation. The SUV continued onward, but after approximately 10 minutes, they were obstructed by several fallen trees. It was puzzling how so many trees had toppled in this area. With no other option, they disembarked. Fang Xiyue stored the SUV in her spatial pocket, and they proceeded onto the sidewalk. By navigating around, they could retrieve the vehicle later. The sidewalk was lined with various shops, and many people were out scavenging for supplies. The spot where they exited the vehicle happened to be in front of a grocery store, which was crowded with survivors. Clearly, this grocery store had become a target for them. These individuals were violently attempting to break down the shop's door. Fang Xiyue initially believed the door would remain secure, given the presence of a roll-up gate. However, to her astonishment, they were armed with axes and hammers, evidently having come prepared. The roll-up gate shattered under their assault, and the glass door was smashed as well. They surged into the store, disregarding the owner's pleas, greedily seizing supplies.
Stop.
What are you doing? The store owner, Sister Xiyue, cried out hoarsely, but her words fell on deaf ears. The interior of the grocery store was in chaos, with shelves overturned and products strewn across the floor.
Ding.
Initiating Apocalypse Level 1 Mission 3. Teach the villain Hu Guang a lesson and rescue teammate Sister Xiyue. Mission reward: a pair of infinite walkie-talkies. Mission failure, no penalty. To encounter a second teammate so soon was unexpected. It remained unclear what special abilities this teammate possessed, as she appeared rather frail. Nevertheless, Fang Xiyue was determined to undertake the initial mission, as she too was navigating through uncertain waters. After circumventing the trees, she released the SUV once more. Mom, you all get in the car first. I'll go with Dad to save her, Fang Xiyue instructed, handing her father a submachine gun. In their group, the captain's words were commands, and everyone complied by getting into the vehicle. Though they were anxious, they did not wish to be a burden. They were willing to confront the slow-moving zombies, but against fellow humans, they could not afford to use lethal force, which could lead to dire consequences. Thus, it was indeed better for Xiyue to take the lead. They could not fathom why she suddenly felt compelled to rescue someone. Fang Xiyue and her father quickly entered the grocery store. What are you doing? Fang Xiyue's voice rang out, clear and resolute. Sister Xiyue lay weakly on the ground, her head bloodied and streaming with crimson. Her face bore the marks of despair and resignation. The survivors were scavenging like beasts, frantically searching for food and essentials, completely oblivious to the suffering of others. Cease at once, Fang Xiyue commanded again, her voice firm. However, these individuals had descended into madness, ignoring her call.
Bang!
Fang Xiyue fired a shot into the ground. The sound of the gunshot finally brought some semblance of reason back to the crowd. You've stolen supplies and yet you harm others? Fang Xiyue aimed her gun at them. Shut up, you meddlesome brat. We're starving. Why should we care about anyone else? A burly man named Hu Guang threatened her. Don't think you're so impressive just because you have a gun. There are many of us. We could easily take you down. Is that so? How do you know I'm alone? With her words, Fang Xiyue's father entered, holding the submachine gun. If they had only faced a handgun, they might not have been so intimidated. But a weapon capable of rapid fire was a different matter altogether. Chapter 28. Do you really think I want to shoot? Look at what you've done. Fang Xiyue pointed to Sister Xiyue, who was groaning on the ground.
Well,
we didn't want to, but without food, we'll perish. If she had let us take it, we wouldn't have resorted to this. Hu Guang feigned remorse. Glancing at Sister Xiyue, Fang Xiyue helped Sister Xiyue to her feet. Are you alright? She asked with concern. Despite the world having fallen into ruin, Fang Xiyue still wished for the survival of the good-hearted. I'm fine. Thank you, dear, Sister Xiyue said weakly, supporting her head. You all can take what you want. The door is already broken. I can't defend this place anymore. Go ahead, consider it a thank you gift from me. Hurry and leave. I don't want to endanger you. With a wave of her hand, Sister Xiyue resigned herself to the situation. This store had been her labor of love. After the apocalypse struck, she was immensely grateful to have owned a grocery store, as it provided ample supplies while awaiting rescue. However, she never anticipated that she would become one of the initial victims due to her generosity. She understood that if she denied them access now, her own life would be in jeopardy. Upon hearing they could take what they wanted, the survivors gleefully scavenged. Hu Guang provocatively glared at Fang Xiyue's father, who promptly raised his gun toward Hu Guang. Seeing this, Hu Guang feigned surrender, but then lunged at Fang Xiyue's father with a knife, believing they would not dare to shoot.
bang!
Hu Guang, still brandishing the knife, widened his eyes in shock as his temple was pierced. It was Fang Xiyue who had acted. The others were momentarily stunned before desperately fleeing the store. As they exited, more people realized the door was open and surged inside. Sister Xiyue, gather your important belongings and come with us. This place is no longer safe. You could be in grave danger if you stay here. Fang Xiyue extended an invitation, though she would not force her. If Sister Xiyue was unwilling, she would not press further. Really? Thank you. Thank you. Sister Xiyue's eyes brimmed with tears. I'll come with you. She rose and headed into a small room, emerging with a suitcase and a handbag. She had already prepared her belongings, ready to leave at a moment's notice. As the influx of people surged, Fang Xiyue summoned another SUV. Though her family was puzzled as to why she insisted on bringing this woman along, they trusted her judgment. They would understand eventually. This was not the time for discussions. Fang Xiyue, Dandan, and Sister Xiyue took a separate vehicle, and the newly acquired walkie-talkies proved useful, one for each car to facilitate communication. Fang Xiyue led the way, driving ahead, while her father followed closely behind. Fang Xiyue was relatively familiar with the road, having traversed it once before. Sister Xiyue, do you possess any extraordinary abilities? Upon witnessing Fang Xiyue manifest a rugged vehicle, Sister Xiyue immediately recognized her as someone with spatial powers. Intrigued, Fang Xiyue wondered about Sister Xiyue's own abilities. Extraordinary abilities? I have none, Sister Xiyue replied, bewildered. All I recall is suffering from a high fever, and when I awoke, the world had transformed into an apocalypse. Fang Xiyue was convinced that Sister Xiyue had indeed awakened her powers, albeit unbeknownst to her. Moreover, being chosen by the system suggested that her abilities were far from ordinary. They decided to investigate further once they reached the villa. Sister Xiyue, you must have abilities that you are unaware of. Once we arrive at our destination, we shall find a way to test it. It would be unwise to experiment while in the vehicle, lest we encounter danger. All right, Sister Xiyue responded, somewhat excited. Extraordinary abilities. Indeed. As Fang Xiyue continued to drive, she noticed the water levels rising ominously, almost reaching the vehicle's chassis.
Dad.
Let's stop for now and find a place to stay for the night. We can wait until the water recedes tomorrow. She communicated with her father through the walkie-talkie, and soon brought the vehicle to a halt. Observing her surroundings, the only viable shelter appeared to be a nearby office building. Other residential areas and supermarkets were inaccessible due to either restrictions or the presence of zombies. The office building likely housed fewer zombies, given that the apocalypse had begun early that day, leaving few employees behind, unless they were trapped due to overtime work. Dad, there's an office building to the left. Let's drive over there, she suggested, restarting the vehicle. Her father quickly followed suit, crossing the street until they reached the building. The 9 of them disembarked simultaneously, their 2 rugged vehicles vanishing from sight. Although Fang Xiyue was reluctant to reveal her spatial abilities so soon, leaving the vehicles unattended would likely invite theft. Better to expose her powers than to risk losing them. She doubted anyone would dare to bring misfortune upon them. They waded through the water to the building's entrance, where 2 zombies in security uniforms lingered. Fang Xiyue unsheathed 2 formidable tang swords, leading the way alongside Dandan. In no time, they dispatched the zombies with ease, the swords proving more than capable of severing heads with minimal effort. The office building's entrance was closed, yet upon peering inside, they found it remarkably clean. Devoid of any zombie presence, though water had seeped in. It appeared her instincts had been correct. This place was relatively safe. The door was unlatched, allowing them to push it open effortlessly. Once inside, they could hear the distant moans of zombies, but it mattered little. They only needed to reach the 2nd floor for the night. They had no intention of exploring the upper floors, well aware of the dangers that curiosity could bring. Inside, they encountered a gate that was currently unlit, likely due to water damage. They climbed over it, navigating through the water until they reached the staircase. Dandan and I will go up first to ensure it's safe. You all should wait here. It would be unsafe to rush up together in this narrow corridor. Fang Xiyue whispered to the group before ascending with Dandan. The sounds of zombies grew louder as they climbed. After rounding a corner, they reached the 2nd floor, which was filled with numerous desks, creating an expansive workspace teeming with over 30 zombies. As the zombies caught the scent of flesh, they began to shuffle towards them. Dandan, signal the others to come up. Fang Xiyue called out, swiftly dispatching the nearest male zombie with a decisive strike. The others soon followed, armed with axes, joining the fray as they severed heads with ease. By the time they eradicated all the zombies, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. They utilized a snow shovel to gather the remains of the zombies into a corner. Each person washed their feet and legs, despite their abilities rendering them immune to the zombie virus. The rainwater mingling with the floodwaters posed a risk, so ensuring cleanliness was prudent. After changing into dry clothes, they realized they had missed lunch and decided to have a meal together in the cleanest area of the building. They formed a large table and arranged 9 chairs, creating a perfect dining setting. What would everyone like to eat? Place your orders, Fang Xiyue prompted, rapping her knuckles on the table. Yeah, I'd like some Yangzhou fried rice. Her father spoke up, having overheard that she had collected a variety of food supplies. If Yaya says we can order freely, then I believe her. Very well. Fang Xiyue said, conjuring a plate of Yangzhou fried rice into her hands, which her father eagerly took. Yeah, Grandpa would like wontons, her grandfather said expectantly. No problem, she replied, placing a large bowl of wontons in front of him. Once the initial orders were placed, the group relaxed and began to request their favorite dishes. Fang Ma asked for rice noodles, while Fang Grandma requested fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Fang Lao Grandma opted for dumplings. And Fang Lao Grandpa wanted a mixed box of meat and vegetables. And you too? Fang Xia inquired, noticing the 2 women across from her hesitating. I'd like spicy hot pot, Dandan shyly admitted, her love for it evident, despite her sensitive stomach. I'll have ramen, Sister Xiao chimed in. Soon, everyone had their desired meals in front of them, while Fang Xia thoughtfully prepared a few plates of cold dishes for sharing in the center, along with a bottle of water for each person. With appetites keen, they wasted no time digging in. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a voice echoed from the entrance. I told you someone was here. They're still eating. The 9 turned to find 6 men and women in work attire entering. Look, the zombies have been wiped out. We should inform the others to come down. It's safe here, one woman declared, oblivious to the presence of Fang Xiyue and her group. The others exchanged apologetic glances, but showed no intention of leaving. The woman who spoke had already dashed off to summon more people. Can we take shelter here? The 3rd floor is swarming with zombies and we've been running around. Our legs are exhausted. The short-haired woman at the forefront hesitated before asking. It was peculiar how they had spent their time running on the 3rd floor rather than attempting to eliminate the zombies or barricade them. Well, it seems fate has brought together a group with similar thought processes, Fang Xia mused. Feel free. This isn't our territory. Just don't disturb us. Fang Xia nonchalantly shook her head. She was not the type of person to deny others assistance. Thank you, thank you. 5 individuals entered, selecting a row of office chairs to sit down in silence, even their whispers barely audible. For this, Fang Xia felt quite satisfied. Come on, I'm serious. The zombies on the 2nd floor have been eradicated. Staying on the 2nd floor is absolutely safe. Before she could see the woman who had returned with her group, her voice reached them first. From her tone, it seemed as though she was claiming credit for the elimination of the zombies, exuding a sense of self-congratulation. Shortly after, a group of people made their entrance, confirming that indeed, all the zombies had perished. However, the method of dispatch was rather brutal, as they had beheaded them. A man pointed towards the heap of zombie corpses. Stop talking. I couldn't even bear to look, fearing I might vomit. The woman waved her hands dismissively, her tone almost playful. It was unclear whether this was her natural way of speaking or a deliberate act. How delicious! The sound of stomachs growling filled the air, originating from an unknown source, but soon resonating among the hungry crowd, who exchanged knowing glances at the 9 individuals indulging in their feast. Hey, share some food with us. A man shouted in their direction. The 9 halted their actions, staring at him in disbelief, before turning back to their meal in unison.
What do you mean by that?
What kind of look is that? Are you looking down on me? The man glared at them, as if he had never faced such humiliation before. Don't be angry, Xiao Qin. They certainly don't mean to disrespect you. Let me talk to them, a woman reassured, shaking Xiao Qin's arms soothingly. I doubt they would dare. Use secretary. You go speak to them. If they refuse to share their food, we will have to expel them. This is my territory, Xiao Qin asserted. All right, Xiao Qin. Please have a seat, I'll go right away. Yu's secretary flattered as she pulled out a chair for Qin Yuan, then elegantly approached the group. It was unclear whom her graceful stride was intended for. I see you have plenty of food on your table. Sharing a little shouldn't be an issue, right? And since you've already eaten, we aren't complaining. Yu's secretary spoke awkwardly, her head bobbing in a disconcerting manner. Fang Xia finally understood the look of frustration that certain celebrities must feel. You don't think we're beneath you? Why should we give you anything? Is it simply because of your prominent features? Or perhaps your thick skin. Fang Xiyue retorted boldly. My talent for attracting slaps to the face is truly remarkable. Another opportunity to make a statement. Fang Ma, Dan, and Xiao Jie couldn't help but chuckle. This is indeed the territory of our Qin Yuan. If you don't share your food, we will have to ask you to leave. This is private property, and you barged in unlawfully. Yu Secretary's voice carried a hint of anger, taken aback by Fang Xiyue's words.
Bang!
Fang Xiyue slammed her palm onto the table. Do you think I'm a pushover? Get away from me and stop disgusting my eyes. Standing taller than Yu Secretary, Fang Xiyue's presence was commanding. You are so rude. Unreasonable. Yu Secretary stammered, visibly flustered and a bit frightened. How dare you act tough on my territory? Who do you think you are? Qin Yuan approached, studying the nearly toppled Yu Secretary. Whoever speaks up will bear the consequences. Fang Xiyue met Qin Yuan's gaze unflinchingly, sensing he was a man spoiled by indulgence. You'd better not push your luck. If you refuse to share your food, don't blame me for being ungracious, Qin Yuan warned, pointing a finger at Fang Xiyue. She swiftly swatted his hand aside and kicked him. Ouch! Qin Yuan yelped, clutching the throbbing spot on his leg. Now no one dared to move. They silently retreated to the stairwell below. Meanwhile, Fang Xiyue and her companions continued their meal, completely unconcerned. However, the design of the building was indeed quite impressive. Sign in, Fang Xiyue murmured. Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in, receiving an unlimited opportunity to refresh a commercial building. Excellent, if conditions permit and land is available. Establishing an apocalypse paradise would be splendid. After their meal, the 9 gathered to name their team. I think light sounds good. It conveys hope, Fang Ma suggested. Then why not Hope Squad?
Fang Ba Cao Te.
I find sunshine quite appealing, Fang Nai chimed in. I prefer stars. It sounds artistic, Fang Yi added. Let's just name it Bright Moon. After you, Fang Lao proposed. How about Xia? It sounds pleasant and is easy to remember, Fang Lao Yi concluded. I find Xia delightful. It clearly indicates who the leader is, Dan agreed. Fang Xiyue had just pulled out paper and pen, yet before she could write anything, they had already reached a consensus. She quietly tucked the materials away. Xia it is, she thought. Her name was indeed lovely, a sentiment echoed by many throughout her life. It was just a bit cumbersome to write, so aside from formal exams, she often wrote Fang Xiyue. After all, the teachers knew who she was. The Xia squad was officially established, with Fang Xiyue as the captain. In the afternoon, they continued to hone their abilities while monitoring the water levels outside. Although the decline was slow, it was indeed decreasing. That evening, the Xia squad enjoyed hot pot. Except for Dan, who couldn't handle spicy food, everyone relished the fiery broth. Each person had their own pot, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. The enticing aroma wafted through the building, leaving other survivors ravenous, as they could be heard swallowing hard in envy. Fang Xiyue felt a twinge of guilt for their indulgence. But they were unwilling to compromise their enjoyment. Thus, it seems that others must simply endure. In truth, there is sustenance available within this building. The 5th floor houses a live stream studio, entirely filled with food. This revelation came only after Fang Xiyue checked in. She wisely refrained from recklessly employing her psychic powers, choosing instead to conserve her energy. We are truly famished. Might you share some food with us? We are willing to pay, or offer something in exchange. A woman peered in. Are you unaware that the 5th floor is stocked with food? Just head up there for a meal, she informed them. There are numerous self-heating hot pots available. Fang Xiyue held a relatively favorable impression of this woman compared to others. While she would not provide them with food, she did not mind directing them to the right path. Really? Thank you. Thank you. The woman bowed in gratitude before racing up the stairs with her companions. Observing this, others followed suit, including Qin Yuan and Secretary Yu. Their ignorance stemmed from the fact that only the first 4 floors belonged to their company, while the upper floors were allocated to various other enterprises. Fang Xiyue released her psychic abilities to trail behind them, ensuring they remained under her watch to prevent any mischief, particularly from Qin Yuan and Secretary Yu, who appeared to harbor ulterior motives. Wow, these individuals are remarkably secretive. I had no idea this was a food live stream studio. A throng of people surged onto the 5th floor, eagerly grabbing food. The floor was devoid of people and zombies, likely due to the fact that it was a day off during the apocalypse. This fortunate circumstance benefited the trapped survivors, who ravenously stuffed their mouths. After satisfying their hunger, Qin Yuan and Secretary Yu became restless once more. I cannot let this slide. They must be taught a lesson. Qin Yuan's eyes glimmered with malice. That is easily arranged. We can lure the zombies from below to the second floor. I've noticed that noise attracts their attention. If we throw something down, they will surely be drawn to the stairwell. Once they catch a whiff of human scent, they will not resist. In that case, those few will be devoured by zombies. Secretary Yu whispered conspiratorially, her voice barely audible to Qin Yuan. Xia, I overheard Secretary Yu and that little Qin plotting against us. They intend to lure zombies to our floor, hoping they will feast upon us. Before Fang Xiyue could relay her findings to the group, Xiujia interjected. The others gazed at Xiujia, curiosity piqued. What is it? I did not lie. Xiujia's face flushed crimson. We did not accuse you of lying. We merely wondered how you heard it. None of us could. That's the fifth floor. Dandan looked at Xiujia, excitement brimming. I am not certain how it happened, but I simply heard it, Xiujia replied innocently. It seemed her ability was indeed this. Xiujia, did you only hear the sounds, or did you also see images? Fang Xiyue pondered whether Xiujia possessed enhanced hearing, both auditory and visual, or a psychic ability. I only heard the sounds, Xiujia asserted earnestly. Then it appears you have awakened an enhanced hearing ability, allowing you to perceive sounds within a certain range, akin to eavesdropping, Fang Xiyue concluded, finding this ability rather impressive. Chapter 31. What's wrong, little Qin?
Ding.
Initiating Apocalypse Basic Task 4. Eliminate 70 zombies. Task reward. 7 Tang Dao capable of slicing through iron. Task failure. No penalty. This task arrived quite opportunely, with the rewards being highly sought after. Fang Xiyue. Thank you, system. You're most welcome, host. Humans are not averse to undertaking labor, but the prospect of rewards certainly enhances their willingness. Shortly, we shall each receive a submachine gun.
When the zombies arrive,
we will fire away. Remember, do not shoot our own people. Fang Xiyue distributed the submachine guns, uncertain of when they might engage in mischief. It seemed prudent to rest against the wall for the time being. Fang Xiyue settled into a comfortable position, contemplating bringing out sleeping bags if not for the impending zombie hunt in the evening. Speaking of sleeping bags reminded her that she had neglected to check in at the outdoor camping supply store. She resolved to remember this when the opportunity arose. At 11 p.m., Qin Yuan and Secretary Yu stealthily exited the fifth floor, clutching items that, when dropped, would produce a loud noise. A cunning glint crossed their eyes. The moment they threw the objects, a thrill of malice surged through them as they envisioned the chaos that would ensue, with the Xia team besieged by zombies. A resounding crash echoed, drawing the zombies from the fourth and third floors into the stairwell. The two above continued to throw items, the zombies following the sound. Though they could not ascend the stairs, as long as they were alive, they would continue to move, even if they had to roll down. Ha ha, splendid. We have succeeded. They exchanged high fives. Suddenly, Secretary Yu felt a hand on her shoulder, assuming it was Qin Yuan. Her cheeks flushed instantly as she gazed longingly at him. Qin Yuan turned, eyes widening in horror. What is it, little Qin? Secretary Yu tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, only for her arm to brush against something wet. Instinctively, she turned, her gaze locking onto the gaping mouth of a zombie mere inches from her.
Ah!
Secretary Yu shoved the zombie away and yanked Qin Yuan towards the fifth floor as they fled downwards. The employees on the fifth floor swiftly closed the stairwell door without hesitation, fully aware that if those two could treat others this way today, they could easily do the same to them tomorrow. Caught off guard, Qin Yuan was dragged down, only to collide with zombies emerging from the fourth floor. The zombies from above followed suit, trapping the two between the advancing horde. They had not anticipated that their actions would yield such dire consequences. How could they have forgotten that zombies might also be present on the upper floors? How could they have overlooked the fact that noise could attract zombies from above? The growls and snarls of the undead filled them with terror as they began to regret their deeds. They fled desperately, yet there was no escape, for the stairwell was already teeming with zombies. Soon enough, they were overwhelmed, consumed before they could utter further curses against the Xia team. Were it not for the Xia team, they would not have acted as they did. Meanwhile, the very team they resented was busily dispatching zombies with glee, eliminating one after another. With each burst of gunfire from the submachine guns, the thrill was exhilarating. Fortunately, the stairwell door was on the verge of being blocked, but the zombies, displaying a surprising degree of understanding, kicked the bodies of their fallen comrades aside to clear the path. Finally, after an hour, the task of eliminating 70 zombies was accomplished. Fang Xiyue raised her hand to signal a halt, then firmly shut and locked the stairwell door. Task completed. She would not slay another.
Ding.
Apocalypse Basic Task 4 completed. Rewards have been dispatched. Please check. Now, with blades at her disposal, she could train her strength. Relying solely on firearms to combat zombies does little to enhance physical strength and stamina. Alright, that suffices for today's exertion. Let us all retire for the night. Fang Xiyue distributed 9 sleeping bags, and everyone took one in turn, promptly laying them on the ground and burrowing inside to sleep. With the zombies outside, there was little cause for concern. The Xia team peacefully drifted into slumber, reassured by the system's vigilance. Should any danger arise, an alert would surely sound. June 18th, the 5th day of the apocalypse. Rise and shine, comrades, for a new day awaits. The alarm rang, and Fang Xiyue stretched lazily, beckoning everyone to awaken. Breakfast was a simple affair: buns, pickles, and porridge. While eating, Fang Ma remarked joyfully on how delightful it was to have no cooking to do. Rest assured, mother, we shan't be cooking anymore. Just tell me what you wish to eat. I have enough provisions to last us for many years. My space can preserve food, so there's no need to worry about spoilage. However, if you ever feel inclined to cook, I wholeheartedly support it. After all, nothing can compare to the taste of home. Fang Ma's joy in her meal was palpable. After breakfast, Fang Xiyue gazed out the window, noticing that the water level had receded significantly. The off-road vehicle could easily traverse the area now. Everyone gathered their belongings and prepared to set out. Fang Xiyue slung her small bag over her shoulder and waited by the door. Once everyone stood behind her, she opened the stairwell door. The remains of zombies lay piled up, rendering passage impossible. Peering outside, she spotted 2 skeletal remains at the corner between the 3rd and 2nd floors. Why were they mere bones? Because nearly all flesh had been stripped away, leaving only deep cavities where cheeks once were. It was evident whose fate this was. Thus, one may choose not to be a good person, but one must never become a villain. One may refrain from helping others, but one must never harm them. For one often reaps what one sows. This way is blocked. Let us see if the elevator is operational. Fang Xiyue strode towards the elevator, which was illuminated. Tentatively, she pressed the button for the lower floor, and to her surprise, the elevator actually responded. Once everyone boarded and pressed the button for the 1st floor, the doors closed, and the elevator began its descent. In no time, it arrived at its destination. The doors opened slowly to reveal that the water on the 1st floor had indeed receded. The ground was covered in mud and debris, but at least the water had subsided. They crossed through the turnstile and exited the office building, where 2 off-road vehicles awaited them. As before, everyone climbed aboard. Fang Xiyue pressed the gas pedal, and they sped away. Onlookers from the upper floors of the office building witnessed the entire scene. This was their first true encounter with the reality of the apocalypse and the existence of supernatural abilities. However, their awe was tinged with resentment. Why were they merely ordinary people? Why had they not awakened any powers? They had all strived to survive, wishing to live well in this new world. Chapter 32. Oh, dear, what a fool. The water level had decreased significantly, now roughly half of what it had been before. Fang Xiyue noted that the road ahead was relatively clear, yet the murky water concealed unknown hazards. Thus, she drove cautiously. Any misstep, such as colliding with hidden obstacles or stones submerged beneath the water, could end disastrously. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, the number of survivors on the streets had noticeably increased. Most were out scavenging for supplies, while some sought to return home. Numerous vehicles appeared on the road, but low-clearance cars were decidedly unsafe to drive in such conditions. Many had already stalled. Fang Xiyue deftly navigated around those vehicles, having no intention of stopping to assist. Even if she did, the cars would remain inoperable. It was better for the occupants to exit and find alternate means of travel, whether on foot or by switching vehicles. The off-road vehicle progressed slowly alongside the stranded cars, and merely avoiding splashing water on them was a testament to their civility. Suddenly, an out-of-control bus careened from a side street at high speed. Fang Xiyue had no time to react and was struck directly by the bus. The impact sent the off-road vehicle sprawling far from its original path. Inside, Fang Xiyue, Dandan, and Xiao Jie sustained varying degrees of injury. Stay in the car. Don't get out. I'll go help, Fang Ba said as he unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. Fang Yi and Fang Leoi hastily followed suit. The 3 waded through the water at the fastest pace possible towards Fang Xiyue's direction. As they passed by the bus, they understood why it had lost control. Inside, many passengers were present, but so were numerous zombies. It seemed someone had been bitten but failed to disclose it, subsequently boarding the rescue bus alongside others. This led to a chain reaction of mutations, resulting in more individuals turning into zombies. The driver's seat was empty, indicating that either the driver had succumbed to zombification or had already perished. Inside, chaos reigned as the passengers fought off the zombies. Cries for help echoed loudly from within. Some individuals had lost consciousness from the crash, only to be bitten by zombies while in a stupor. The occupants inside saw Fang Ba and the others banging on the bus windows in desperation. The windows rattled violently, yet before a word could be uttered, a zombie lunged and bit into a neck, splattering blood across the glass. Fang Ba and the others furrowed their brows and quickly turned away. Moving directly to the off-road vehicle, Fang Xiyue, though not unconscious, had struck her head against the steering wheel, causing blood to flow and her consciousness to waver. Fang Ba and the others opened the doors on either side of the vehicle and swiftly retrieved the 3 girls inside. The moment Fang Xiyue emerged, she reached out to store the off-road vehicle in her space. They waded back through the water, while inside the bus, no one remained unscathed. Even if someone were to awaken as a supernatural being, the confined space rendered it impossible, as those who had not transformed into zombies would be relentlessly devoured until nothing remained. Moreover, zombies that consumed the flesh of supernatural beings could potentially evolve into super zombies. However, at that moment, Fang Ba and the others were preoccupied, focusing solely on their own. They placed the 3 girls into the off-road vehicle, which, despite being designed for 8, accommodated all 9 of them comfortably. Fang Ba continued driving forward. Fortunately, Fang Xiyue had previously uploaded the navigation system into the vehicle, preventing any navigational errors. They could not linger. Should the zombies escape from the bus, Fang Xiyue was unconscious, and without firearms, they stood no chance in a confrontation. Fang Yi transmitted wood-based abilities to Dandan, while Fang Nai and Fang Leoi attended to Fang Xiyue and Xiao Jia's injuries. Luckily, their wounds were not severe. Although not fully healed, they both regained consciousness. Upon waking, Dandan immediately tended to Fang Xiyue's head injury that had yet to close. Xiao Jia's injury was minor, with a bruise on her forehead, which Fang Leoi's water-based healing abilities swiftly remedied. For now, let us stick to one vehicle. After all, you girls are slender, so it shouldn't be too cramped. We can separate once we reach better roads, Fang Ba suggested upon seeing his daughter awake.
All right.
The dented off-road vehicle, upon returning to the system space, was automatically restored to its original state. After driving for nearly half an hour, they once again encountered a blockage. A car accident unexpectedly occurred on this road, a chain collision, blocking the path entirely. Inside the vehicles, apart from the deceased, there were no other souls present. It seemed the occupants had abandoned their cars in haste. 9 individuals sighed in unison, then instinctively exited their vehicles. At this moment, Fang Xiyue felt no regret. Such experiences are essential for personal growth. This was not a pursuit of suffering but rather an encounter with reality. She stowed the off-road vehicle into her space. Just as the vehicle vanished, Fang Xiyue tapped her head lightly, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what a fool I am." She released the off-road vehicle once more. "Everyone, get back in the car. I will retrieve the vehicle ahead and park it safely off the road," she instructed as she moved forward. "Sweetheart, I'll accompany you," her father said, closing the driver's side door and catching up with her. He supported Fang Xiyue's small frame as they approached the abandoned cars. With a wave of her hand, she collected the wrecked vehicles into her space, and they continued to the roadside to release them again. It was flawless. By the time they returned to their car, Fang Xiyue was breathless. Walking through water is truly exhausting. Everyone's clothes were soaked, creating an uncomfortable situation. "Let us find a place to change our wet clothes. Dad, there's a flower shop over there that hasn't closed. Let us head there." It was fortuitous, as Fang Xiyue had yet to check in at a flower shop, allowing her to do so now. Her father steered the car toward the flower shop. They all disembarked, stowing the off-road vehicle away, and entered the shop. Inside, the flowers had been ruined by the flood, emitting a foul odor. However, due to the slightly elevated terrain, the ground was merely muddy, devoid of water. There was a small partition. Ladies changed inside while the men changed outside. Swiftly, within 5 minutes, everyone exited the flower shop. Just as they left, Fang Xiyue quietly noted her check-in. "Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have acquired an infinitely refreshable flower shop. Birds and fish. She pondered if she might encounter stores selling them in the future. As for insects, she had no interest. Let us switch vehicles. Fang Xiyue proclaimed as she summoned a 10-seat, 8-wheeled heavy-duty off-road vehicle. The vehicle exceeded 6 meters in length and was amphibious. Fang Xiyue's father was awestruck. Sweetheart, why didn't he reveal such an impressive vehicle sooner? If not for maintaining his composure, he might have drooled. I had forgotten about it, Fang Xiyue replied, unaware of this vehicle's existence. She had previously checked into an infinitely refreshable 4S store and discovered it only after a mental scan. It was stunning, seemingly tailor-made for their needs. Instantly rejuvenated, her father took the driver's seat while Fang Xiyue settled in the passenger side. The others boarded in succession, and they set off once more. Chapter 33. Can one run in high heels without twisting an ankle? It was now 12:10 p.m., and they had been on the road for 4 hours. The exertion had left Fang Xiyue feeling famished, coinciding perfectly with lunchtime. Are we hungry? Let us eat in the car. It's not suitable for soup, so let us all have box meals instead. However, we can choose our dishes. She inquired from the passenger seat. That's fine, we're not picky. Whatever you choose is fine, just don't complicate it, came the reply from her mother, leaning forward. All right then, I'll grab a few options. Let us go with 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable per person, Fang Xiyue announced as she retrieved 9 boxed meals. Since no one was particular about their food, she gave them out without hesitation, as she was not one to seek unnecessary trouble. Her father, focused on driving, could only wait until others finished before he could eat. Fang Xiyue quickly finished her meal and then swapped places with her father. As he ate, he couldn't help but rave about the vehicle's performance. He devoured his food swiftly, eager to resume driving. Among them, only she and her father knew how to operate a vehicle, so alternating driving duties was wise to avoid fatigue. Fang Xiyue drove slowly, and in the distance, she noticed a man in a raincoat standing by the road. Upon seeing her vehicle approach, he raised his arms high, waving them in a crisscross manner. His position was on a necessary route, prompting Fang Xiyue to ease her car to a stop in front of him. Is there a problem? She inquired. The road ahead has collapsed. Vehicles cannot pass. If you wish to proceed, you may choose to walk, but the water is too high and the path is obscured. I recommend waiting until the water recedes, he warned, his face obscured by his raincoat, with only his eyes visible, which were now blinking rapidly due to sweat. Even at such proximity, he couldn't clearly see Fang Xiyue's face. Understood. Here's a towel for you. Thank you for the information, she said, handing him a clean towel before turning the car around toward a nearby hotel, the only establishment they could enter at this moment. The man stood still, wiping his eyes with a towel, feeling that his efforts were worthwhile as he watched the vehicle's retreating silhouette. Nearby, a zombie approached, but the man swiftly dodged it. He casually retrieved 2 tree branches from the water and forcefully thrust them forward, sending the zombie tumbling into the water, unable to rise despite its struggles. The man bent down, reaching into the water, and soon raised the zombie's foot. The creature lay flat on the surface. Off you go, he said, giving it a push, watching as the zombie was carried away by the current, plunging into the collapsed area where many others had gathered. Meanwhile, Fang Xiyue and her group arrived at the hotel, disembarking promptly. Initially, they expected to encounter numerous zombies within, but to their surprise, the hotel was still operational. Built on elevated steps, it had remained untouched by the floodwaters. The lobby was astonishingly clean, evoking tears of relief. It was perhaps the cleanest place they had seen since the onset of the apocalypse. Welcome. Are you here for lodging or a brief stay? The receptionist greeted them with a radiant smile, her baby-faced features exuding warmth. Hello. We would like to stay for a night. There are 9 of us. Do you have any rooms available? Fang Xiyue inquired, uncertain if there would be vacancies in such a desirable location, likely in high demand. Yes, we do. Just to inform you, we currently accept food as payment. A single room costs 2 pounds of rice per night. A double room with a large bed is 3 pounds. A twin room is also 3 pounds. A triple room is 4 pounds. A luxury single room is 5 pounds. And a luxury double room is 6 pounds. Of course, if anyone lacks rice, other supplies of equivalent value can be substituted. How would you like to proceed? The receptionist placed the price list on the counter. In a pre-apocalyptic context, these prices would have been considered quite reasonable. Yet, amidst the food scarcity of their current reality, they remained fair. for finding a safe haven in such times was indeed a rarity. We would like 1 triple room and 3 double rooms. This arrangement suited her, Dandan, and Xiyue perfectly for the triple room. The remaining 3 couples occupied 3 double rooms. The well-mannered guests brought a total of 13 pounds of rice. How should the payment be made? The receptionist, blinking anxiously, was concerned they might not have the necessary supplies. They were not the only guests arriving. Others had reacted furiously upon learning that materials were required as accommodation fees, even throwing cash at her in anger. Thus, she felt a twinge of fear. However, her job remained intact, and that was a blessing in these dire times. Fang Xiyue pretended to pull a cloth bag containing the 13 pounds of rice from her bag, but in truth, it came from her spatial storage. The rice did not require her physical effort to fill, merely by focusing her mind on the quantity. It would automatically be gathered and presented. The receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never expected someone to carry such an amount of rice in their bag, perfectly weighed too. Had they been here before? She had no recollection. Perhaps they were referred by previous guests. The receptionist placed the weighed rice beneath the counter and entered their identification information into the computer, finally handing the room key to Fang Xiyue. Please take the elevator over there. Your rooms are on the 5th floor, she politely directed. It seemed the only difference in the current hotel situation was that no one was available to escort them. Likely due to staff shortages, or perhaps the former workers had succumbed to becoming zombies. The group wasn't overly particular about needing assistance and headed straight for the elevator. Just as they positioned themselves at the elevator door, another group entered, 2 men and 2 women. Their striking appearance captivated everyone's attention, making them forget to press the elevator button. The 2 men wore suits and sunglasses, while the women sported short skirts, exposing their long legs, complemented by high heels. Did they truly believe they could see in this gloomy weather with sunglasses? And weren't they concerned about being attacked by zombies with such exposed skin? How could they possibly run in high heels without risking injury? The receptionist greeted the newcomers with her usual scripted welcome, outlining the prices. What do you mean? Do you think I can't afford to pay? I'll give you 1,000 yuan. Just open 2 double rooms for us.
Keep the change.
I have plenty of money, boasted one of the men, slamming a wad of cash onto the counter. I'm sorry, sir, but our hotel currently does not accept cash. We only accept supplies. If you don't have rice, you may use other items of equivalent value for payment. The receptionist maintained her politeness, though her nervousness was evident. Stop talking nonsense. Do you know who I am? Are you looking to lose your job? I could crush you like an ant. The man pointed aggressively at the receptionist, his demeanor threatening, as if ready to resort to violence if he didn't get his way. Come on, Lu Xiao, don't be angry. This girl is just young and inexperienced. The woman beside him attempted to placate him. Please, little sister, open the room for us. Lu Xiao is not someone you can provoke. Yet the receptionist stood her ground. If she made an exception now, everyone would start paying in cash, leaving the hotel staff without provisions. I'm very sorry, but I truly cannot accept cash. If you wish to stay here, please provide rice, she stated firmly. Insulting. You're asking for punishment. Lu Xiao slammed his hand on the counter, raising the other in a threatening manner. Alert. Initiating beginner-level Apocalypse Task 5. Teach Lu Xiao a lesson. Reward. 2 bottles of strength enhancement liquid. Failure. No penalties. Having received the task, Fang Xiyue felt compelled to act, especially since she had contemplated helping the receptionist, whom she deemed a good person. However, the promise of a reward invigorated her resolve. Wait for me. I'm off to rescue the damsel in distress, she declared, just as Lu Xiao's hand was about to strike the receptionist. Fang Xiyue swiftly retrieved a stone from her spatial storage and hurled it at Lu Xiao, striking him squarely on the back of the head.
Ah!
Lu Xiao cried out in pain, retracting his hand to clutch his head. Who hit me? Are you seeking death? Lu Xiao seethed, glaring at the source of the attack. It was me. What is your issue with that? A grown man bullying a young girl. You truly have no shame, Fang Xiyue retorted, brandishing a baseball bat, her confidence growing as she approached. Oh, still a beauty, huh?
What?
You know me and are trying to get my attention? I must say, your method is quite novel. I approve of you serving me. Come over. Lu Xiao leered, his expression making Fang Xiyue feel nauseated. The woman next to Lu Xiao glared at Fang Xiyue, clearly anxious about losing Lu Xiao to her. The other man and woman remained silent, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, indicating that their group dynamics were strained. Are you aware of how disgusting and greasy you are? Does your mother know? Fang Xiyue feigned gagging. How dare you call Lu Xiao disgusting and greasy? I see you're trying to win his heart, deliberately trying to attract his attention. You're quite scheming. Lu Xiao's companion interjected angrily, clenching her fists as if Fang Xiyue were genuinely vying for Lu Xiao's affection. Goodness, do you think all women in the world are like you? I don't have such low standards. I can't enjoy being coated in grease. The very scent is repulsive, Fang Xiyue scoffed, waving her hand in front of her nose. Try saying that again. The companion threatened, advancing towards Fang Xiyue with malicious intent, reaching for her hair. In a swift motion, Fang Xiyue slapped the woman's face and seized her flowing hair. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me, she warned, gripping tightly and pulling backward. The woman struggled, attempting to claw at Fang Xiyue with her long nails. Fang Xiyue swung the baseball bat, striking the woman's hands, eliciting a cry of pain. Ah! My hands, they're broken. The woman collapsed in agony, unable to move her hands. Fang Xiyue pushed her down onto the ground. You will either provide supplies or leave immediately. In this apocalypse, no one will indulge your foul behavior. She pointed the bat menacingly at Lu Xiao. Overconfident. Lu Xiao raised his fists, charging at Fang Xiyue. She retracted the bat, assuming a stance as if to swing at a baseball. But before she could act, Lu Xiao's head was suddenly struck hard. The assailant was none other than the receptionist, wielding a heavy ornament that bore traces of blood. Lu Xiao collapsed unconscious. Lu Xiao, are you alright? His companion rushed over, stumbling and wailing in distress.
Fang ba advocate.
Effortlessly lifting both the man and woman and tossing them out of the hotel. The woman dared not speak further, succumbing to tears. Alert! Beginner level apocalypse task 5 completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check. Congratulations, host, for successfully slapping the face of the antagonist. You have earned 2 sign-in opportunities. Accompanying Lu Xiao were a man and a woman who had not anticipated the events would evolve in such a manner. Initially mere spectators. Upon noticing Fang Xiyue's gaze directed towards them, they promptly gestured to indicate their unfamiliarity, claiming they were not part of the same group. We require a room with a large bed, the man stated while placing a sizable bag of instant noodles on the counter. Certainly, sir, the receptionist replied, taking the noodles and proceeding with the check-in process. Thank you for your assistance, Fang Xiyue expressed, offering 2 sausage links to the receptionist. No need for thanks. I shall pass on the sausages, the receptionist replied. You might want to employ an additional male security guard here. It does feel somewhat unsafe. We'll head upstairs now. Goodbye, little sister, Fang Xiyue concluded, waving her hand before joining the others to await the elevator. Xia, you were quite impressive just now, Dandan exclaimed, giving 2 thumbs up. Oh, it was nothing special, Fang Xiyue replied, flicking her hair and tilting her head. Stop it, Fang Ma chuckled, playfully nudging Fang Xiyue. The elevator finally arrived, and they boarded. The other man and woman, also waiting for the elevator, kept their distance and did not join them. Fang Xiyue pressed the button for the 5th floor and closed the elevator doors. In no time, they reached the 5th floor. The room was easy to locate. Fang Xiyue distributed the room cards. Let us all rest for a while.
Dinner at our room at 6, she announced.
Although they hadn't been out long that morning, they felt utterly exhausted, mentally and physically drained. Each took their room cards and entered their respective rooms. Fang Xiyue, Dandan, and Xiao Jia arrived at their shared room, where they found a pleasant environment. It contained 3 single beds, impeccably clean. Fang Xiyue relished the atmosphere and promptly checked in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have gained the ability to refresh an entire hotel. Fang Xiyue chose the bed by the window. They each took turns showering, then settled on their beds, engaging in mobile games or reading, respecting each other's space and maintaining a harmonious atmosphere. Fang Xiyue was not particularly inclined to chat, nor were Dandan and Xiao Jia noisy. It was quite agreeable. Fang Xiyue retrieved 2 small bottles of strength-enhancing liquid from her previous, successful mission. These were intended for herself and her grandmother. Among their family of 7, Fang Xiyue and her grandmother were the weakest. However, before offering it to her grandmother, she decided to sample it first. She opened the cap and drank from one of the small bottles. It had a tolerable taste, not particularly pleasant, yet not repugnant either. After a moment of waiting, feeling no adverse effects, she confidently took the other bottle to her grandmother and grandfather's room. Yeah, what brings you here? Her grandfather greeted as he opened the door. I'm looking for Grandma, Fang Xiyue replied, stepping into the room and sitting beside her grandmother. Grandma, I have a bottle of strength-enhancing liquid. I want to reveal its source just yet. I just drank one. And here's this one for you. Both of us could use a little boost. Fang Xiyue handed the liquid to her grandmother, who accepted it without hesitation and drank it immediately. Let us have an arm wrestling match, old man. Her grandmother challenged her grandfather. Intrigued by the liquid's effects, they positioned themselves against the bed and commenced their contest. The outcome was surprisingly favorable, as Fang Xiyue's grandmother seemed to exhibit strength that subtly surpassed her grandfather's. Pleased with the results, Fang Xiyue returned to her room.
Ding.
Upon her return, her phone chimed again, signaling new messages. This time it was from the owner's group chat of the villas. Building 3. A massacre occurred at Building 7. Many have died. Are you aware? Building 18. Yes, they were never good people. Their deaths are inconsequential. Building 12. Exactly. It spares us from living in fear. Building 3. Should we not report it? Building 18. You can report it if you wish. We certainly will not. Fang Xiyue recalled Building 3 vividly, the individual who ventured out to gather supplies. He was rather fortunate, having avoided zombies by not participating in the collection. Whether to report or not was of little consequence to her. At such times, who would care? Building 3. Furthermore, Building 8 has mysteriously vanished. Could the individuals from Building 8 be responsible? Additionally, some have awakened spatial abilities. Building 12. That is indeed possible, but it does not concern us. I find the young woman from Building 8 quite admirable. Even if she did commit murder, there would certainly be a reason behind it. As for spatial abilities, that belongs to them. We cannot covet what is not ours. Building 18. Indeed, Building 3. I sense you are overly fixated on Building 8. They have moved away, likely due to the lack of empathy in our villa community. No one stood up for her, so let us focus on our own lives and avoid causing trouble. Fang Xiyue promptly exited the group. There was no need to remain engaged. Throughout the afternoon, they practiced their abilities. The man who warned us about the collapse truly has a kind heart. He is still there. Does he not tire? Xiao Jie remarked, noting her expanding range of hearing. She had overheard the man conversing with passing vehicles. He is indeed benevolent. I personally could not manage such endurance, she added. Me neither, Dandan chimed in, lifting her gaze from her book. I wouldn't be able to stand there for an entire day. The three shared a knowing smile. At 6 o'clock, they gathered in Fang Xiyue's room for dinner. After the meal, they returned to their rooms, feeling rather bored. Previously, they had longed for rest from school and work. Yet now, free from such pressures, time seemed to drag interminably. Fang Xiyue enjoyed reading novels, but after a prolonged session, she had yet to turn the first page. Lost in her thoughts. At 9 o'clock, the lights in their room were extinguished. The three of them pulled the covers over themselves and drifted to sleep. June 19th. The 6th day of the apocalypse. Upon awakening, Fang Xiyue's first action was to peer through the window to assess the water level outside. The water had receded significantly, now just above her ankles. Time to rise, everyone. After washing up, come over for breakfast, she announced, pulling out her phone to send a message in the group chat. To her surprise, the message notification lit up. Fang Xiyue attempted again, but was met with failure. Scrolling down her phone, she noticed that while data was connected, there was no internet access. It seemed the network had collapsed. Having anticipated such a scenario, she paid it little mind, stowing her phone in her bag before knocking on each room's door. Eventually, she returned to her own room. Breakfast consisted of porridge, pancakes, and pickled vegetables. After eating, they tidied up and descended the stairs. As the elevator doors opened, they spotted a man chatting with the receptionist. Hello everyone, this is the owner of our hotel. I informed him of your assistance yesterday, and he wishes to express his personal gratitude. The receptionist beamed with joy upon seeing Fang Xiyue and her companions. Thank you for your help yesterday. I have here 2 cans of fruit preserves. Consider it a token of my gratitude. The man extended the bag he was holding towards Fang Xiyue. She felt he looked somewhat familiar, as if they had crossed paths recently. However, she couldn't quite recall. Stealing a glance at the man's forehead, the 4 characters' collapsing road suddenly made her realize who he was, the man who had blocked the way yesterday. No need for thanks. You helped us yesterday. Had we driven through directly, it would have been perilous. Let us consider it settled. Fang Xiyue declined the man's gesture of gratitude. To her, the fruit cans were of little value, yet for the man before her, they were likely a decent find. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge that good deeds are often rewarded. His actions had prevented many survivors from taking a dangerous route, allowing them to seek refuge in this hotel. Thus he benefited from an abundance of supplies.
Oh, it's you.
Then let us call it even. You needn't thank me, nor shall I thank you. Let us be friends. My name is Liao Fang, aged 35. The man extended his hand. Fang Xiyue, 21. She shook his hand briefly. Whether they would meet again was uncertain. They exchanged phone numbers, both aware that with the network down, communication would soon be impossible. It was merely a ritual, a testament to their acquaintance. Chapter 36. Do you wish to pull a fast one? Fang Xiyue did not engage in further conversation with Liao Fang and soon set off. Due to the collapse ahead, they proceeded on foot. She distributed rain boots to everyone, sparing them from the discomfort of wading through water. The area of the collapse was quite extensive, leaving only a narrow path for single-file passage. 9 individuals carefully traversed the precarious stretch, each cautious with every step, fearing further collapse. On either side of the collapse, zombies lurked, still thrashing about despite their exhaustion. Their excitement peaked upon noticing Fang Xiyue and her group, though they were clearly unable to reach them. At last, they all managed to cross the narrow passage. Fang Xiyue retrieved the vehicle, while her father climbed into the driver's seat, insisting that he would feel uneasy if not behind the wheel, akin to a gnawing anxiety. Fang Xiyue mused that the car would belong to her father from now on. Today, the roads were busier than usual, even experiencing some congestion. Many appeared to be attempting to flee to other cities. Fang Xiyue believed that if Star City could not provide a sense of security for survivors, then neither would other cities. Rather than fleeing, it was wiser to find a safe haven within Star City, which would eventually stabilize, as the military and government were still striving towards that goal. However, if their families were not in Star City, returning to their hometowns to find them was quite understandable. Traffic had come to a standstill for half an hour, hardly moving. Shall we disembark? We're on a different path than them, anyway. We can reroute towards the university town ahead, Fang Xiyue suggested, growing impatient. The others shared her agitation.
All right.
Everyone, let's get out. Without concern for whether others noticed, Fang Xiyue swiftly stowed the vehicle. Each person was equipped with a dagger in hand and a pistol at their waist. The intent being simple, to serve as a deterrent against any ill-intentioned individuals who might consider taking advantage of Fang Xiyue's spatial abilities. Before making any moves, they would certainly have to think twice, for this was not a foreign land where everyone could bear arms. Initially, Fang Xiyue had contemplated concealing her spatial abilities, but soon realized that it would be quite inconvenient. Therefore, she chose to leave it unhidden, as no one had yet posed a true threat to them. With the enhancement of their equipment, those survivors who had been restless were deterred from their intentions. Yet, there remained a few who clung to a sense of luck.
Hey,
Miss, would you like to join our group? I can see you possess spatial abilities, which is quite rare. My buddies and I are also capable. However, it seems you lack combat strength beyond your weapons. Let me tell you, your current firearms and knives may seem formidable, but in the long run, abilities will reign supreme. So, it would be wise for you to team up with us. We can certainly protect you in the future. Initially, we can share our weapons and resources. And together we can gather supplies in this apocalypse and thrive, perhaps even becoming rulers in our own right. They must be your family, right? If you join us, we would be willing to include them, as long as they don't hinder us. The man spoke at length, his tone tinged with a sense of condescension. It was unclear where his confidence stemmed from. Brother, do you really think you can get something for nothing? You want to benefit from us without contributing anything? You expect us to protect you and hand over our weapons while you use your spatial abilities to scavenge? What audacity you have. Fang Xiyue couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of his proposal. Now, sister, that's not how it works. We may not be able to do much initially, but once our abilities strengthen, you'll be relying on us, won't you? Let me tell you, any base will eventually seek out abilities like ours. Ordinary folks like you will struggle to gain entry. All right then, it appears you're quite the seasoned fan of apocalyptic novels, well versed in the dynamics. Perhaps you've gained your abilities and now consider yourself the chosen one. No need. Seek others. Fang Xiyue had little patience for further discussion and intended to move on. However, her arm was suddenly seized by the man. Hey, miss, let us discuss this further. I figure you must be afraid we'll abandon you later, right? If that is your concern, why not become my girlfriend? Relationships like that are not easily betrayed. The man appeared to believe he had proposed a brilliant idea. Could you stop being ridiculous? Someone like you doesn't even pique my interest. Typical. Fang Xiyue yanked her arm free. Seriously, look at yourself. You think you can date our sister you? Dan raised her fist toward the man. Don't push your luck. In the future, when you're begging me, I want to even look your way. The man pointed at Fang Xiyue, who shot him a piercing glare. She unleashed her mental power, directly targeting his consciousness.
Ah!
The man cried out in pain, clutching his head. His companions, initially enjoying the spectacle, rushed to check on him. What did you do to my buddy? He shouted at Fang Xiyue. What does it matter? I merely wanted to remind you that there are always greater forces at play. Don't let your newfound powers inflate your ego. Now, be gone, or I'll take you down with him. Fang Xiyue retracted her mental energy and led her group away. What an unfortunate encounter. It seems his constitution isn't as robust as he thought. Congratulations, host, for successfully asserting your dominance, earning 2 check-in opportunities. 9 individuals formed 2 teams and continued their forward march. The traffic congestion was so severe that the end was entirely obscured. After nearly 20 minutes of walking, the CS squad turned onto the road leading to the university town. Originally, Fang Xiyue had no desire to take this route, as the number of zombies in the university town was undoubtedly greater than on the alternate path. This area not only housed a university, but also numerous businesses and residential districts, indicating that the zombie presence could potentially be tenfold compared to the other route. Once they released the vehicle, the 9 boarded and resumed their journey. Before long, they had completely entered the university town area, which could only be described as a hell on earth. The ground was filthy and chaotic, stained with abundant blood. Many severed limbs, dismembered arms, and bits of flesh littered the scene, while zombies roamed the streets. Almost all the shops along the roadside were shuttered, except for those where the owners had transformed into zombies. The university gates on both sides stood firmly closed, but the sight of the massive zombies within sent shivers down their spines. Fortunately, the main gates of the school were secured. Otherwise, releasing the zombies from within would have resulted in a catastrophe. Besides Fang's father, who was driving, those seated by the windows brandished submachine guns to clear the path. Thanks to the high chassis of the vehicle, they could bypass the zombies blocking their way. With the addition of silencers on their weapons, only the observant survivors outside noticed the unfolding situation. The sheer number of zombie corpses strewn across the road severely hampered their progress, prompting them to halt. Fang grandfather and Fang elder each wielded a snow shovel, stepping out to clear the bodies from the front of the vehicle before they continued on their way. This cycle repeated, giving the impression that they had dispatched countless zombies, yet in reality, they had not traveled far at all. It felt as if the zombies were endless. Fang's mother incessantly fired her weapon, yet the number of zombies seemed to swell. Fang Xiyue employed her psychic abilities to survey the area. To her astonishment, someone had opened the gates of a university, causing a horde of zombies to pour forth. Let us find refuge for a moment. Once the zombies disperse, we shall proceed, she proposed, stepping out of the vehicle. The others quickly followed suit, retracting the vehicle as they dashed towards a nearby shop. There, they discovered an open barbecue restaurant, and with a path cleared through the zombies, they fought their way to safety. Upon entering, they locked the door and began to breathe heavily. It was astonishing how every location seemed fraught with peril. What should have taken merely 4 to 5 hours had stretched into 2.5 days, and they had barely covered half the distance. Had it not been for the flooding, their progress would not have been so sluggish. This deluge served as both a trial and a lesson in the treachery of human nature. Thus, the flood could be viewed neither positively nor negatively. They barricaded the entrance with tables and chairs to prevent any zombies from pushing their way inside. Exhaustion took hold as each person collapsed onto a chair, reluctant to move. Fang Xiyue, however, remained vigilant, carefully inspecting the barbecue restaurant while simultaneously signing in. Congratulations, host. Successful check-in. You have acquired an unlimited refresh of the barbecue restaurant. As she explored, she fortuitously discovered a back door, which surprisingly had few zombies lurking nearby and led to an unobstructed path suitable for vehicles. Family, there's a back exit. We can escape through here. Who said we had to traverse the university town via the main road? This route is perfectly viable, she exclaimed.
Really?
That's fantastic. The others, reinvigorated by this news, swiftly gathered their energy and hurried towards Fang Xiyue. Once the vehicle was released again, they embarked on an exceptionally smooth journey, only needing to eliminate an occasional zombie blocking their way. Initially, everything proceeded seamlessly until a young man stumbled out from a nearby shop, nearly losing his balance. Fang's father abruptly hit the brakes to avoid a collision. The young man, terrified, glanced back at the pursuing zombies, and then noticed the sound of the brakes. He dashed toward the vehicle, pounding on the window. "Help me, please." His frantic cries nearly pushed Fang Xiyue to the brink of exasperation. Did he not realize that zombies were drawn to sound? His actions attracted every zombie from the nearby shops. Those locked inside banged against their doors, while others surged forth unimpeded. In mere seconds, the vehicle was completely surrounded. Even if they had wanted to warn the young man, it was too late. Opening the door for him was out of the question. Seeing no other option, the young man crouched and crawled beneath the vehicle. Fang Xiyue was at a loss for words. Frustration bubbled within her. Their journey had been going so well until this unexpected complication arose. Yet, she could hardly blame him, as he was merely trying to save his own life. It was simply infuriating given their current predicament, where escape was impossible and hiding was futile. The CS squad could only brace their submachine guns and fire away, taking breaks to close the windows and seek shelter within before resuming their shooting. They fought for a grueling 3 hours, leaving them utterly speechless. Remarkably, the young man managed to endure hiding beneath the vehicle for the entire duration. Eventually, he emerged from the rear, where the corpses of zombies had not obstructed his path. He was covered in zombie blood, but fortunately, his thick clothing had spared him from injury. To continue their escape, they needed to clear the zombie bodies from the vicinity. Thus, the members of the CS squad donned masks and stepped out of the vehicle. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it out alive today," the young man expressed, scratching the back of his head and flashing a sheepish smile.
My name is Zhou.
"If we meet again, I promise to repay you for your kindness." He acknowledged that he had nothing to offer at the moment except gratitude. "No need for thanks. You should leave quickly to avoid being trapped by more zombies," Fang Xiyue urged, shaking her head for him to depart. She did not expect him to assist in clearing the zombies. "Actually, I really must go. I have urgent matters to attend to. Could you take off your mask so I can see your face? I should at least know what my benefactor looks like to avoid mistakenly expressing gratitude to the wrong person later. Isn't that how it goes in dramas?" Zhou jested with a grin. Surprisingly, this rationale convinced Fang Xiyue. While she did not seek repayment, she was indeed irked by the thought of someone else taking credit for her efforts. "We are the CS squad. Remember that," she stated, removing one side of her mask. However, she quickly replaced it after merely 2 or 3 seconds, as the stench of zombies was overwhelmingly foul.
Hey.
"I didn't get a good look. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before," Zhou remarked, his expression filled with confusion. He struggled to recall where he might have encountered her. "It's possible. I attend university here too, so we might have crossed paths at some point," she replied. "Aren't you in a hurry? You should leave," Fang Xiyue said, uninterested in prolonging the conversation. She had no intention of truly expecting any form of repayment from him in the future. Whether they would ever meet again was still debatable. Fang Xiyue turned around and began to push the zombies away. Zhou furrowed his brows in contemplation before turning to move forward.
Right. You are Su Zhiyu's wife.
"Aren't you? I previously saw your marriage certificate. I am his classmate and roommate, and we share a close relationship," Zhou called out to Fang Xiyue. Fang Xiyue paused in her efforts against the zombies, while others looked at her in surprise. How come they were unaware of this matter? Marriage? What marriage? With whom? Chapter 38. Have you become a married woman? You must have mistaken me. I do not know anyone by that name, you. Fang Xiyue denied it. How could such a coincidence occur? How could she have encountered a friend of Su Zhiyu? She thought she was the only one holding the marriage certificate. Did others possess it too? How could it have been seen by anyone else? It was utterly baffling. "Aren't you Fang Xiyue? You just mentioned that you are part of the Xiyue team. I must not be mistaken. I have seen your wedding photo no less than twice." Zhou was convinced he had not made an error.
Are you the one involved, or am I?
Would I not know if I were married?
Besides,
would my family not be aware of it? Just look at their expressions. They are utterly bewildered.
How could it possibly be me?
Me, a young maiden, suddenly transformed into a married woman by you? Fang Xiyue was determined to be obstinate. As long as she did not acknowledge the marriage, it would not exist. Furthermore, the other party might not even recognize it. They were strangers after all. Surely, one cannot be compelled into a relationship simply because of a marriage certificate. Would that mean she would truly have 8 husbands? How absurdly humorous. You do have a point. Perhaps I truly mistook you for someone else. My apologies. However, you do bear a striking resemblance to his wife, and your names are even phonetically similar. I must take my leave now, goodbye. This time, Zhou genuinely departed. My dear, are you certain you are not concealing anything from us? Our family is not so close-minded. If you truly have married someone, we would not scold you. Fang Ma leaned closer to Fang Xiyue and whispered, Mother, there is truly nothing to it. I have never even met that you mentioned. Fang Xiyue turned aside to continue her tasks. Fang Ma observed her daughter, and with her understanding of her, she was convinced that Fang Xiyue was hiding something. Could it be that she indeed has a son-in-law? My goodness, that would be rather intense. She ought to take it slow. Fang Ba, beside her, appeared as though he had received a shock. He could not accept the notion of his daughter being whisked away by some young rascal. This cannot be true. It simply cannot. After more than half an hour of strenuous effort, all the zombie bodies were pushed to the edges. Everyone got back into the vehicle. This time, there were no unforeseen complications, and they successfully drove out of the university town. Once they exited the university, a large bridge lay ahead. They only needed to cross that bridge and travel a bit further to reach the villa area. Hope was within sight. A loud thunderclap resonated, causing everyone in the vehicle to jump in fright. No way, is it going to rain again? The water has not completely receded yet. As the thunder rumbled, a strong wind began to blow. It seemed rain was imminent. However, it should be a thunderstorm. The rain would likely be heavy, so we should find a place to take cover. Fang Leoi was quite knowledgeable about the weather. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed that it was the only option. Traveling in the rain was not a wise choice. Thus, shortly after setting off again, they sought refuge in a nearby shop. It was a jewelry store. Inside, there were 6 zombies. It appeared that aside from the shopkeeper, the other 5 were students from the university town. Many of the ornaments in the store had been knocked to the ground, which was quite wasteful. The zombies, seeing the Xia team enter, moved excitedly toward them, mouths agape, emitting growls. The group swiftly dispatched the 6 zombies with their tang knives. This was the first time Fang Ba and the others used their new tang knives, and they found them quite effective, much better than their previous ones. It required less exertion to sever a zombie's neck. Fang Ma, however, had used too much force and nearly lost her balance. Had it not been for Fang Ba's timely intervention, she might have injured herself or someone else. This left Fang Ma feeling rather embarrassed. She had not anticipated the knife's effectiveness. Fang Xiyue checked in at the jewelry store. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and acquired an infinite refresh of a jewelry store. The women began to pull bags off the walls, starting to collect the jewelry. So many beautiful items were wasted here, especially those on the floor that had become dirty. It was truly a shame. Everyone focused on gathering the treasures. Once filled, they would place the bags beside Fang Xiyue for her to store away. Although the 3 men could not comprehend the women's fervor for jewelry, they refrained from dampening the mood and assisted in the collection. Ultimately, apart from the dirty items on the floor, all the jewelry was stowed away in Fang Xiyue's space, including the unshelved stock from the cabinets. Yeah, be sure to gather those clean shelves as well. Perhaps we could open a jewelry store later. Even if we don't, these items could be useful for other businesses. Fang Nai patted the shelves, noting their excellent quality. Yes, yeah, collect everything. Others wouldn't bother to gather these. Taking them won't cause any issues for us. Fang Lao encouraged. Since both elders insisted, Fang Xiyue had no choice but to comply. She walked around the store, gathering all the shelves. Once everything was neatly packed, they found a relatively clean spot on the floor, set out some chairs and tables, and began to have lunch. Their meal times were now flexible, as long as it was around the same time. Fang Xiyue's low blood sugar had miraculously improved due to her newfound abilities, which was the happiest turn of events for her. Fang Xiyue thought that if anyone in this world were to be grateful for the apocalypse, it might be those suffering from terminal illnesses, because once they gained abilities, their ailments would vanish. Who wouldn't wish for a longer, more comfortable life? Who would want to endure the torment of pain, living a half-life? Just as Fang Xiyue laid out the food everyone wished to eat, a torrential downpour began outside. It was an overwhelming deluge, akin to pouring water from a basin. The water level on the ground, which had just receded, began to rise again. If this rain continued, it seemed they would be trapped here for several more days. Fang Lao gazed at the rain with concern. The water rose swiftly, but receded slowly. There was nothing to be done. Natural disasters were beyond their control. Fang Leoi shared in the melancholy. Yet they were ordinary people, unable to sway the heavens. Do not worry, grandparents. If the water level rises, we will simply stay here for a few more days. As long as we are together, that is what truly matters. Fang Xiyue comforted her grandparents. Yes, as long as our family stays together, that is all that truly matters. Fang Lei nodded in agreement.
Indeed.
What we most desire is nothing less than the safety of our family members. At our age, simply living healthily and without affliction, without being a burden to our loved ones, is already a significant blessing. Although we find ourselves in an apocalyptic scenario, we have also reaped some unexpected benefits from this calamity. Grandma Fang has promptly echoed these sentiments, indicating a self-soothing rationale in her words. Chapter 39. What gun? A toy gun? The rain fell increasingly heavier. Initially thought to be a thunderstorm that would pass in mere minutes, it unexpectedly continued for the entire afternoon without respite. The water outside has risen alarmingly high. Based on Fang Xiyue's estimation, it has reached her waist. Clearly, they can no longer leave. It seems we are stranded, she declared. Let us tidy up this place and set up a few beds. We shall spend the night here. The jewelry store lacked partitions, so they had no choice but to stay together, 6 couples inside, while 3 young ladies remained outside. Once the beds were arranged, there was scarcely any room left to step. The jewelry store had a lock that could secure the entrance, eliminating the need to barricade the door. However, the water level ominously began to creep towards the upper steps. Should the situation persist, it would likely infiltrate the store. They all climbed onto their respective beds and began to converse. The beds, being metal-framed, were elevated, providing some assurance as long as the water did not rise too high. How about we watch a television series? We shouldn't waste this blank wall, suggested Fang Xiyue as she retrieved a projector and plugged in a USB drive containing her downloaded shows. Previously, Fang Xiyue had little interest in television dramas, leaving her unfamiliar with many popular series. As others chatted, she often found herself out of the loop. This occasion, however, served as an opportunity to broaden her horizons. They settled on a historical mystery drama, appealing to both men and women alike. Conversations dwindled as they became engrossed in the story. By 10 o'clock that evening, fatigue set in, and even Grandpa Fang began to snore. Fang Xiyue turned off the projector, and they all prepared to sleep. Outside, the rain had ceased, and thankfully, no water had entered the store. Suddenly, a loud knocking disturbed the quiet. Open the door. Help us. Fang Xiyue, who had just begun to doze off, rose to assess the situation. The figures outside were indistinguishable, but she could make out 2 young women. She reached for the light switch, but it failed to illuminate. It appeared they were experiencing a power outage. Whether temporary or complete remained unclear. The ruckus awakened the others.
Ding.
Initiating Apocalypse Level 6 task. Eliminate the evil brothers. Reward: 2 bottles of strength enhancement liquid. Task failure, no penalty. Fang Xiyue stepped towards the door, illuminated by the moonlight as she attempted to unlock it. Just then, the 2 young women were seized by someone chasing them, their hair yanked violently. One girl was nearly dragged into the water. Filthy bitches. What are you pretending for? It's your good fortune to entertain us, the 2 men taunted as they dragged the girls away.
No, let go.
Help! Help! The young women struggled, kicking the ground. But their strength was no match for the men. Fang Xiyue swung the door wide open. I believe you ought to seek my permission before capturing anyone on my territory, she asserted, brandishing a large flashlight directly at them. Oh look, we have a volunteer. What's this, sweetie? Are you offering to serve us instead of them? Though the men could not clearly see Fang Xiyue's face, her voice and silhouette led them to assume she was beautiful.
To them.
The difference between 2 and 3 was negligible. Isn't it a bit early to be dreaming? One of the men scoffed. Just then, Fang's father emerged, wielding a handgun and aiming it squarely at the assailants. Release them immediately, or I will fire, he commanded, his tone grave. He had no tolerance for such scoundrels. Was it not preferable to pursue a genuine relationship rather than resorting to such vile acts? As a father himself, he could not condone such behavior. You think you can shoot? What is that, a toy gun? One of the men laughed loudly, entirely dismissive of the threat. Fang's father, however, wasted no time and fired. The silencer muffled the sound, rendering it almost silent. Haha, I knew it! The man noted Fang's father's action but heard no shot, assuming it was merely a bluff. But in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his calf. What the real bullets? His companion, realizing the gravity of the situation, dropped the girl and fled, only to be struck in the chest and tumble into the water. The man with the injured leg hobbled away, but met the same fate. They had shown their intent, and such individuals would only harm more women in the future, truly deserving of their end.
Ding.
Apocalypse Level 6 task completed. Rewards dispensed. Please check your inventory. Congratulations, host. You have successfully retaliated, earning 2 additional sign-in opportunities. Thank you. Thank you. The 2 young women approached, supporting one another in their gratitude. No need to mention it. Please come inside. It's far too late for you to be wandering about. We can decide where to go once daylight arrives. Fang Xiyue invited them in. The 2 girls cautiously followed her into the shop. You can have my bed for the night, Fang Xiyue offered. Dan, I'll sleep with you. Though it was a single bed, both she and Dan were slender, so they did not feel cramped. The girls sat on the edge of the bed, but did not lie down, indicating their unease. Fang Xiyue understood their hesitation, but decided to let them be. Whether they chose to sleep was their own decision. As the night wore on, the 2 girls eventually succumbed to exhaustion, realizing they meant no harm, and finally drifted off to sleep. On June 20th, the 7th day of the apocalypse, Fang Xiyue woke to find them still asleep. The water level outside remained perilously high, making travel by car impossible. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She had checked in at a shipyard. Perhaps there might be a smaller electric boat available. To her delight, she discovered one that could accommodate 8 passengers, including the driver, totaling 9. With the water level so elevated, she was no longer concerned about grounding. Initially, she had considered resorting to a kayak if no electric boat was found, as her desire to remain in this uncomfortable situation was waning. Gradually, the other members of her team awoke, prompting Fang Xiyue to clear the beds and set up tables and chairs once more. After a brief wash-up, they commenced breakfast. Fang Xiyue attempted to switch on the lights again, only to find that the power was still out. It became clear that the outage was indeed complete and would likely take some time to restore. Living without electricity proved quite challenging, as both power and water were indispensable necessities. While eating, she distributed the strength enhancement liquid to her mother and grandmother. Should she receive more in the future, she would allocate it to her father and grandfathers, keeping Dan and Sister Xiyue at the end of the line. She was well aware of the dynamics of closeness. Family bonds surpassed even those with teammates. It would be foolish to lay one's heart bare to friends. Fang's mother and grandmother had previously been informed about the liquid by Grandma Fang, so they accepted it without hesitation, asking no questions. Dan and Sister Xiyue, although curious, understood their place and refrained from inquiring further. Chapter 40. The Black Sea. The enticing aroma of food roused 2 slumbering young women. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld the Xia team engaged in their meal. You're awake? The water outside hasn't receded yet. It seems we might not be able to leave today. Perhaps it would be better to wait here until the water level drops. We shall depart shortly, said Fang Xiyue, observing that the 2 did not extend an invitation to join them for the meal. Given that the girls had entered with bags, likely containing provisions, there was no need to offer food to those who already had supplies. After all, one might fear the potential for poisoning. A kind-hearted gesture often yields no good outcome. Thank you, we understand. We will wait here, the 2 girls replied, somewhat reserved. After uttering these words, they fell silent. They indeed had food in their bags, and soon produced 2 loaves of bread, sharing them between themselves. Fang Xiyue did not issue an invitation, nor did they shamelessly seek to partake in their meal. After dining, Fang Xiyue folded the bed the 2 girls had occupied and bid them farewell before stepping outside. The moment the Xia team exited, the girls swiftly locked the door. Fang Xiyue stood on the steps and released a small electric boat, devoid of a cabin. Although her shipyard possessed larger electric yachts, they were too grand for city navigation. Wow. Daughter, what other secrets do you possess that I am unaware of? Initially, everyone had puzzled over why they would set off in such high water. But upon witnessing the boat, their queries were resolved. However, none of them knew how to operate the vessel. Fang Xiyue understood this. So she calmly retrieved an instruction manual from her bag and handed it to her father. Among their group, he was the only one likely capable of learning how to navigate. Upon receiving the manual, Father Fang took his place at the helm, and the others followed suit, eagerly awaiting his lessons on operation. Strangely, no one doubted his ability to learn, otherwise, they would not have so readily taken their seats. After all, if he mishandled the boat, they would all be in peril. Before long, Father Fang set the manual aside and started the electric boat. Initially, he struggled with the controls, causing the vessel to lurch forward rapidly. The group instinctively leaned back, startled, But fortunately, they managed to hold on to one another, though it was indeed a frightful experience. Soon, the boat stabilized, cruising at a moderate pace, neither too slow nor too fast. The tranquil waters flowed gently beneath them, evoking the sensation of gliding across a lake, albeit a rather polluted one. Peace and serenity enveloped them. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered. A horde of rats surged from the water, swiftly climbing the nearby power lines and nimbly leaping onto trees. Many of the rodents even clambered onto the slowly moving corpses in the water, and some lunged toward the electric boat. The rats swarmed in alarming numbers, transforming the once earthy floodwaters into a black sea. Why are there so many rats? Gasps of disbelief escaped their lips. Surely, there were few who were not averse to rodents. Instinctively, they recoiled at the sight of the rats, opting to flee rather than confront them, especially given the sheer density of the swarm, which appeared to have just emerged from a bath, sending chills down their spines. Their bodies trembled involuntarily as the rats emitted shrill cries, drawing ever closer to the electric boat. The rodents began to frantically ascend the vessel. In a panic, the group brandished their daggers, striking the rats to knock them into the water. Yet, the sheer volume of the creatures was staggering. All around, the waters teemed with rats. This could not continue, for if the rodents breached the boat, they would all be in grave danger. Who knew whether these mutated rats carried any viruses? Aside from the zombie virus, the mere threat of the plague was daunting. Fang Xiyue swiftly retrieved 8 flamethrowers from her space. She distributed one to everyone except her father. They quickly took aim and unleashed flames from their positions. The rats, it seemed, were indeed fearful of fire. Father, steer toward the shore. We need to find a place to halt. Their journey had been fraught with twists and turns, requiring frequent stops. Quickly, control the electric boat's direction and head toward the side. The steps along the shore were also overrun with rats, likely displaced by the floodwaters. With nowhere to seek refuge, they had scurried out in droves. The numbers were overwhelming, perhaps exacerbated by mutations leading to increased offspring among the female rats. After considerable effort, the electric boat finally reached the shore, akin to traversing a sea of rats rather than water. The area they passed left behind floating rat carcasses. Fang Xiyue handed her father a flamethrower, and they first targeted the rats on the steps, driving them away before gradually disembarking. She swiftly retracted the electric boat into her system space. Fortunately, she acted quickly, otherwise, rats might have infiltrated the vessel. The steps led to a small bubble tea shop. Fang Xiyue proceeded to check in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have acquired an infinite refreshed bubble tea shop. Different bubble tea establishments offered varying flavors, so she planned to check in at any others she encountered. This area housed 3 distinct bubble tea shops, but due to the rat infestation, she could only check in at this one. Once the rats dispersed, she intended to check in at the other 2 as well. The bubble tea shop was modest in size. Not far from the entrance stood a bar counter. However, it was ample enough to accommodate the 9 of them. Grandfather Fang and Grandmother Fang promptly closed the door, preventing the rats from following them inside. This is the first time I've encountered so many black rats. I fear I will have nightmares tonight, Dan remarked, shivering slightly. Don't feel alone. I suspect everyone is equally repulsed, replied Xiujia. Though her words were laced with sarcasm, Fang Xiyue felt compelled to understand the origin of such a rat infestation. In essence, it was a matter of division, likely a consequence of mutation. One rat could have multiplied into 10, 100, or even 1,000. The exact number was uncertain. Ultimately, these rats posed a calamity for both humans and zombies alike. Not only did they bite humans, but they also spared no zombie. Through the shop's glass door, one could clearly observe that certain zombies had been entirely devoured by the swarm. No matter how fiercely the zombies struggled or attempted to shake off the rats, it was futile, as new rats would crawl back up to continue their feast. Even when a zombie succumbed to death, its brain devoured, and fell into the water, the rats would not relent. They would continue until only a skeletal remains remained, then move on to seek their next target. If these rats continued to reproduce at this rate, what hope remained for the city? Would humanity be saved? Could the world be salvaged? Chapter 41. Is it only through experience that one recognizes the malevolence of the human heart? These rats, having consumed the flesh of zombies, would undoubtedly become carriers of the zombie virus. If they then bit a human, that individual would inevitably succumb to infection. Both the zombie virus and the plague would claim their lives. If only we had remained in the villa, it would have been safer. Even if those people targeted us, we would have had no fear. After all, humans are inherently fragile. Our firearms and blades can easily dispatch them. However, it was this seemingly simple water that troubled us outside. Grandma Fang regretted leaving the villa area. Upon hearing her words, Fang Xiyue understood that Grandma was not blaming her. But she still felt a pang of sadness. Since we had ventured out, let us refrain from uttering discouraging words. Surely we can reach our destination safely. My reason for going there is that the villa is my private domain, a place inaccessible to others, ensuring our absolute safety. Although the original villa was equipped with electric fences and appeared impenetrable, did the previous 10 homeowners not find a way to dig underground and gain entry? Must we live in constant fear every day? Should we assign 1 or 2 people to keep watch nightly? If not for our past experiences, would you comprehend the treachery of human nature? Would anyone step forward to offer help? Some souls are worth saving, while others are inherently wicked and undeserving. Fang Xiyue sat with her head bowed, her heart tangled with complexity and sorrow. Her intentions had always been noble, yet events seldom unfolded as envisioned. She had contemplated every possible issue, except for the flood that obstructed their path. They had yet to reach the bridge, which was supposedly just a short distance away. Don't be upset, Yaya. Grandma didn't mean it that way, and is not blaming you. I know you are a good child, always thinking of our family's well-being. It was my fault for speaking carelessly, Grandma Fang said, embracing Fang Xiyue. Grandma, I do not blame you, Fang Xiyue reassured her. Indeed, she held no resentment towards her grandmother, for she knew that Grandma was not the only one regretting their departure. You are still young, and need not bear everything alone. We are all family. Please don't keep your thoughts to yourself. Speaking out, we will understand. The fact that our family is together now is the best outcome, is it not? Fang Ma approached and embraced Fang Xiyue as well, lifting her spirits considerably. This was not the time for idle chatter. She needed to devise a plan to navigate through this dark ocean. Suddenly, an idea struck her. I have a rodent repeller. I wonder if it will be effective. Fang Xiyue lifted her head from Grandma's embrace. Initially, everyone gazed at her with concern. But her seemingly feasible solution changed the atmosphere. Although its effectiveness was uncertain, it was worth a try. She retrieved a battery-operated rodent repeller and slightly opened the door, placing it outside before pressing the switch and closing the door to wait. The repeller operated on ultrasonic waves, inaudible to the human ear. Everyone gathered at the door, keenly observing the outside, and to their astonishment it worked. The rodents near the steps had all scurried away. Although not far, they indeed dared not approach again. Even the multitude of rodents submerged in the water below the steps retreated to a meter away. Who would have thought this repeller would be so effective? We've certainly found a loophole, Fang Ba exclaimed joyfully as he observed the fleeing rodents. This indicates that the mutated rodents share similarities with regular ones. Seeing the repeller's effectiveness, Fang Ma's previously tense demeanor relaxed considerably. Indeed, we should be able to pass through now. Yaya, bring a few more out shortly. Grandma Fang chuckled. The others nodded in agreement, perfectly united in this matter. Why don't we place the repellers around the boat, creating a continuous sound as we move? As long as the rodents are frightened enough not to board our vessel, we'll be fine, Fang Xiyue suggested, holding up the repeller. All right, I'm on board. Grandma Fang was the first to express her support. Everyone contemplated the idea and found it genuinely feasible. After all, they had to try something, and if it failed, they could always return. If it succeeded, it would save them considerable trouble. Fang Xiyue promptly opened the door, stepped outside, and released the electric boat. Each of them held 2 rodent repellers, and the 9 of them boarded the vessel smoothly. They placed the repellers in suitable spots on the boat, and Fang Ba began to operate it. The areas affected by the ultrasonic waves witnessed the rodents fleeing in droves. Within about a meter around the electric boat, not a single rodent remained. The rodents, filled with trepidation, avoided them, unwilling to approach despite the crowded conditions. Dandan and Sister Xio recorded this remarkable scene on their phones. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, who would dare believe it? After all, it was a well-accepted notion that rodents fear cats, which was proven false. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable, and that was what mattered. To document their presence at the scene, they also filmed themselves and captured numerous photographs, eager to share this with new friends in the future. Haha, this scene reminds me of a saying, one creature conquers another. Dandan couldn't help but laugh, prompting everyone else to join in. The previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably with their smiles. Some survivors on the roadside observed the boat's situation, and Fang Xiyue's team's success instilled hope within them. However, the ultrasonic waves had a downside, attracting zombies. The reasoning behind this remained unclear, but Fang Xiyue and her group were unperturbed. Armed with pistols, they could easily dispatch the zombies, especially with the rodent army gnawing away at them. Finally, after an hour, Fang Xiyue and her companions successfully reached the bridge. The water beneath the bridge nearly lapped at its surface, a testament to its severity. Several vehicles were present on the bridge, accompanied by a fair number of zombies. The entire Fang Xiyue team disembarked from the boat, and the first order of business was to turn off the rodent repellers to prevent attracting the zombies. After switching vehicles, they resumed their journey. This time, Fang Xiyue took the wheel, while the others wielded submachine guns, clearing the path for her through the windows. Bullets flew incessantly, sending zombies toppling to the ground. This stretch of the bridge proved to be one of the easiest to traverse, spacious, with few vehicles, and the zombies were manageable, significantly better than navigating through the water. Curiously, there were no rodents on the bridge. Logically, they should have been there. Contemplating this, Fang Xiyue unleashed her mental energy, scanning the surroundings from her vantage point. Chapter 42. Should we abandon a vehicle first? The bridge was lengthy, but the car moved swiftly, soon reaching the central point. Fang Xiyue detected no anomalies. However, just as the vehicle was about to cross the midpoint, a massive fish suddenly leaped from the river. Why call it a giant fish? Because it was truly enormous. Its head alone was the size of a car. Suspended in the air, its eyes fixated intently on Fang Xiyue's team's vehicle. It had no wings but could remain airborne for an extended period. Fang Xiyue took a quick glance and pressed the accelerator firmly. She could not afford to stop.
Doing so could spell disaster.
If she could just accelerate a bit more, they would escape the bridge before the fish reacted. Its territory likely encompassed the bridge itself. How could a fish grow so large? Even if it had mutated, such an exaggeration seemed implausible. Fang Ba stared at the giant fish outside, perplexed. Frankly, this fish could feed their entire family for 2 years, even if they ate fish at every meal. Fang Xiyue remained vigilant, focusing on the giant fish with her mental abilities. It remained suspended in the air, motionless. Fang Xiyue's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly in anxiety. They were so close, just a little more speed and they would be safe. However, events seldom unfold as one envisions. Just as the vehicle was about to surge forward, a colossal fish suddenly collided with the bridge. The impact of its massive head against the bridge deck caused a tremor, propelling the car backward. Even the vehicles and the lifeless corpses of zombies that had originally occupied the bridge were jolted back, tumbling into the waters below. The car's position remained at the center of the bridge, rendering the distance just traversed utterly futile. Once the vehicle steadied, Fang Xiyue did not ease off the accelerator, but continued to race forward. Yet, just as they were about to exit the bridge, another strike from the giant fish sent them careening back once more. The occupants of the car, having been thrown back and forth, were disoriented. Yet they gritted their teeth in silence, aware that any noise might distract Fang Xiyue and exacerbate their peril. "Let's steady ourselves and make another attempt," she declared resolutely. The determination was palpable, yet reality proved harsh. As with the previous attempts, they were rebuffed yet again. This time, Fang Xiyue decided to halt their efforts. At this rate, who can withstand it? Perhaps it's time to fight back. It's either us or it. Though slightly nauseous from the relentless jolting, the group instinctively grabbed their submachine guns at Fang Xiyue's pronouncement of battle. Due to earlier incidents in the oasis that had left some without weapons, Fang Xiyue had distributed arms among them for safekeeping, although these had to be stowed away when traversing the streets. The giant fish, noticing the vehicle had ceased its advance, tilted its head in confusion. "Curse it, I must be imagining things. I can see an expression on the fish's face," Fang Ba muttered. "Son, you're not imagining it. We all witnessed that," replied Fang Yi, seated behind him. The fish seemed to be waiting, but impatience soon set in. It rammed its massive head against the bridge again, causing the car to glide forward. Just as it was about to completely exit the bridge, it struck once more, sending the vehicle ricocheting back. Fang Xiyue gripped the steering wheel tightly, directing the car's movement. "What in the world is it doing? It feels as if we are mere toys to it, like a child with a play car." Fang Ma clung to the handle, her body pressed against the door, her anxious words ringing loud enough for everyone to hear. The group exchanged glances of disbelief, not due to Fang Ma's wild imagination, but because they suspected she had unraveled a truth. The enormous fish, despite its size, might have only recently attained sentience, akin to a child in human terms. While children find joy in playing with toy cars, it is only endearing when no one is inside. Otherwise, it becomes a torment. Why did it not play with the numerous vehicles on the bridge before, yet fixate on ours?
Ponder Fang Nai Bapfer.
Perhaps when it first saw those cars, they were stationary, merely decorations in its perception. Our moving vehicle, however, captured its attention and opened a new realm of curiosity for it. As Dan spoke, her voice cracked. The giant fish was reveling in its game, pushing the car back and forth. They felt compelled to vomit, believing failing to do so would be disrespectful to the creature. Should we abandon the car?
Suget Fang Lao.
At this rate, we might even retch our bile. They were fighting the rising nausea desperately. If they all vomited in unison within the car, the stench would be unbearable. Due to the incessant movement of the vehicle, shooting was out of the question. As we near the edge of the bridge, I will count to 3, and then we will stow the car away. We will be automatically ejected upon landing. Once we stabilize ourselves, we must remain completely still. The giant fish is likely attracted to motion. We must play dead until it leaps back into the river, at which point we can stealthily escape. However, if it attacks us, we will retaliate with our submachine guns. Fang Xiyue concluded, this being the only feasible plan she could devise. As long as the car remained, it would be entertained. They had no chance to counterattack, but if the vehicle vanished, perhaps it would lose interest and return to its river. Let us commence. The group grasped their submachine guns and daggers, the car racing toward the bridge's edge. As they approached the brink, 1, 2, 3. With the final count, the car vanished. The CS squad landed on solid ground, barely 20 meters from the other side of the bridge. The giant fish widened its eyes, fixating on the absence of the vehicle that had just been there, blinking in surprise. The group remained motionless as statues, their eyes glued to the creature, careful not to meet its gaze directly, lest they draw attention. The colossal fish neither moved nor departed, scrutinizing them intently. Sweat began to bead on their brows from the tension of this unexpected standstill. Finally, just as they felt they could endure no longer, the fish pouted and leapt back into the river. Curse it! How can a fish pout?
Chapter 43. No.
Stop thinking. They heard a splash as water sprayed onto the bridge, drenching the CS squad. Fang Xiyue, positioned at the edge, began to move, followed closely by the others, stealthily maneuvering sideways like crabs. Any loud noise might lure the giant fish back. At last, they reached the edge, and Fang Xiyue released the electric boat. Cautiously, they climbed aboard, every sound heightening their anxiety. Fangba took the helm and started the electric boat. Initially, the sound seemed minimal, but now it felt overwhelmingly loud, causing their nerves to tighten. Sure enough, the giant fish leapt from the water once more, gazing curiously in their direction, its demeanor tinged with excitement.
Fangba,
seated at the front, remained unaware of the fish's expression, preferring not to look. He drove the boat at full speed. Behind him, Dan and Xiyue clung to the edge, observing the creature, which displayed a look of grievance, even shedding tears. This was beyond comprehension. It was utterly surreal. Dan and Xiyue exchanged a knowing look and turned back, disconcerted. Oddly, there were no rats in the water nearby. Could it be that this half of the city was devoid of such creatures? It was astonishingly clean. Nonetheless, who cared about the reason? It was a welcome relief for them. They wished to avoid navigating through a sea of black rats, a thought that turned their stomachs. Father, we need to find a place to change out of these wet clothes. After traveling approximately 100 meters, Fang Xiyue instructed Fangba to find a spot to dock the electric boat. They were completely drenched from the water splashed by the colossal fish. If they did not change, they would surely fall ill. All right, there's an open pharmacy over there. Let us head there, suggested Fang's father, pointing towards a pharmacy with its doors wide open, likely a place where survivors had gathered supplies. The electric boat came to a halt, and everyone quickly climbed the steps. Fang Xiyue turned back to secure the electric boat. The group hurriedly rushed to change their clothes. Upon entering the pharmacy, they shut the door behind them. Just as the door closed, they were horrified to see the giant fish surface again, curiously scanning the area as if searching for the toy it had chased for so long. Instinctively, they all turned away and stood motionless, feeling as though even their breaths were misplaced. They were immensely grateful that Fang Xiyue had stopped the electric boat, otherwise they would have been caught by the fish. If that had happened, they could only imagine the ensuing chaos, being tossed into the air by the fish's impact and landing back in the water. only to be hurled again.
No.
Stop thinking. They collectively shook their heads, knowing that dwelling on such thoughts could bring them to fruition. Fang Xiyue kept her mental gaze fixed on the giant fish, which swam in place for a moment before diving back into the depths. Judging by the ripples, it seemed to be swimming away. It's gone. The giant fish has left, she announced, and the once tense atmosphere relaxed as they began to breathe freely again. Phew. I thought I might suffocate, Fang's grandfather remarked, patting his chest. The others shared a similar feeling. Ladies, you go ahead and change first. We'll wait at the door. Fang's father instructed Fang's mother and the others. Fang Xiyue distributed clothes to them. Being all women and in a peculiar situation, there was no reason for embarrassment. They changed without hesitation. Not to mention, their bodies had improved after gaining superpowers. Even their bellies had vanished. Especially for the two elderly women. Their skin now appeared remarkably firm. However, it seemed not everyone experienced such transformations after gaining powers, as evidenced by the previous two superpowered individuals they had encountered, one of whom still bore acne scars on his face. It appeared to be a family blessing. Thank you, heavens! After the women changed, they stepped aside to allow the three men to do the same. Fang Xiyue stood at the door, gazing at the water surface. Are we leaving as soon as Uncle and the others are done changing? Dandan asked, propping herself against the door, intrigued by Fang Xiyue's gaze. Although she wasn't entirely sure what they were watching, her curiosity was piqued. Suddenly, they noticed ripples forming on the water surface, and to their astonishment, the giant fish re-emerged. They swiftly turned around, and Fang's mother and the others did the same. The fish was quite clever, returning unexpectedly. What's wrong, dear? Fang's father and the others, now dressed, approached and noticed the tension in everyone's expressions as they anxiously turned away. Don't talk, don't move. The giant fish is back, Fang's mother whispered, gesturing for them to remain still. The men halted in their tracks, swiftly turning to freeze in place. Although they hadn't felt anything when they all moved in unison, witnessing the others do so was somewhat amusing. Someone stifled a laugh, leading everyone into a struggle against their laughter. Fang Xiyue, observing through her mental prowess, noted that the giant fish once again submerged and swam away. All right, it's gone, she declared, causing their previously tense shoulders to relax. The pharmacy was nearly stripped of its supplies, with scattered remnants on the floor, yet there were no signs of zombies. The scattered medications were, surprisingly, clean. Let us gather up these medicines, suggested Fang's grandmother, pointing at the ground. All right, everyone, let us help collect them, Fang Xiyue agreed. Medicines, regardless of their utility, were valuable. They were produced for those in need. One day, she planned to open a pharmacy in her residential building to earn some extra money, providing her tenants with access to medications while also boosting her income. In this post-apocalyptic world, the currency became crystal cores, but initially, zombies did not possess them. They only appeared after reaching a certain level, with the more valuable ones being the superpower cores. She envisioned a price list on the wall. Those who found it reasonable would purchase, and those who didn't would simply walk away. It was straightforward. Inside the pharmacy, there were several cardboard boxes. They began to pack the medicines into the boxes, stacking them together for Fang Xiyue to collect. What seemed like a small amount of medicine turned into 3 full boxes. After a thorough inspection of the pharmacy's shelves and cabinets, Fang Xiyue nearly emptied the place. If she were to open a pharmacy, these items would certainly be useful. Fang's grandmother, a former nurse, could manage it. Chapter 44. Sister, you look. She realized that her infinitely refreshing pharmacy could not be operated in the real world. Otherwise, if someone took a box and another appeared, they would surely think it was haunted. Or perhaps some greedy survivors might hide the previous medicines, claiming they hadn't taken any. Fang Xiyue promptly signed for a standard pharmacy. Since not everyone adhered to the rules, waiting for staff to retrieve their medications, they decided to wait here for a bit and have lunch. Who knew if that giant fish would return? Fang Xiyue conjured a large table and 9 chairs. At noon, everyone ate separately, ordering whatever they desired. Mornings and evenings were communal, but lunchtime was informal, making it the most anticipated meal of the day. After distributing everyone's desired food, Fang Xiyue settled down to enjoy her rice noodles, a dish she adored, much like her mother. She planned to finish her meal and then check in at each shop in the row. This way, she could directly open a shop in her residential building. Of course, she might lack sufficient staff, but she believed her team would grow over time. Having teammates for each store would be advantageous, with her as the owner and them as employees. Well, since we're not leaving just yet, let us gather supplies from this row of shops when we can. Fang's mother suggested mid-meal. Sounds good. Survivors have likely already visited this area, so most useful items are probably gone. Collecting shelves and such would still be beneficial for future use, Fang's grandmother concurred. Having thought of it earlier but hesitating to say so for fear of being perceived as overly eager to hoard useless items. She had previously enjoyed collecting paper bags, convinced they would eventually be useful, filling an entire box with them. In reality, they were seldom needed, but she couldn't resist neatly folding any bags received with purchases into the box, finding joy in simply looking at them. All right, we'll head out soon to gather what we can. Did this not play directly into her hands? She had originally intended to check in at each store individually, and now she had no need to concoct excuses. After dining, everyone exited the pharmacy and strolled to the side. The first establishment was a noodle shop, adjacent to a steamed bun store, followed by a restaurant offering snacks from both northern and southern regions. All three establishments catered to culinary delights, thus their stocks of grains, oils, flour, vegetables, and eggs had been nearly depleted. Only some cooking utensils and tables remained. However, no one complained, as their leader had ample storage. Gather everything. Collect it all. While the others busied themselves with the transportation, Fang Xiyue took the opportunity to check in, acquiring 3 brand new storefronts. They proceeded to a clothing store, a barbershop, and a general goods store. Upon seeing the barbershop, Fang Xiyue suddenly recalled that she had not checked in there previously. These 3 shops had seen little disturbance, as the initial survivors had primarily focused on gathering food and drink. Clothing was of little use to them, as 1 or 2 sets for changing were sufficient. For those without storage, excess clothing became a burden. There were 10 shops in total on the stairs, with 3 remaining: a bakery, a delivery station, and an ice cream parlor. The group was gleefully hoarding supplies, much like squirrels preparing for winter. Hey, have you noticed that there are no zombies in these stores? One remarked. The interiors were remarkably clean, devoid of the undead, and the doors stood wide open. Fang Ba, while stabilizing the ice cream machine, suddenly sensed something amiss. Once he voiced his concern, everyone else recognized it as well. None of the 10 shops were secured, and there were no zombies inside. This indicated that the shopkeepers should have been present. But where were they? Look outside, Dandin exclaimed, covering her mouth and pointing at the water. The group turned to see an arm protruding from the water surface, unmistakably human rather than undead. This suggested that someone had perished here, likely weighed down by something heavy that had since sunk. However, the recent passing of a giant fish had inadvertently dislodged it. Could this person be one of the shopkeepers? Xiao Jie and Dandin, supporting each other, paled slightly. Since joining Xia's team, they had yet to take a life, making the sight of a corpse somewhat unsettling for them, especially given the likelihood that this individual had fallen victim to survivors. Perhaps a group of survivors came here, killed the shopkeeper, and collected the supplies. Fang Xiyue sighed, recognizing this as the most plausible explanation. After all, how coincidental could it be that all the shopkeepers were absent, all the stores were zombie-free, and all the doors stood ajar? Enough speculation. Let us finish collecting here and move out. It has been a while since the giant fish last appeared, so it is unlikely to return. Fang Xiyue gathered the ice cream machine from Fang Ba's side. Dandin, look. Dandin pointed outside. Fang Xiyue turned her head. Oh no. The giant fish is back. However, it was still heading towards the spot where the boat had vanished, and thus remained oblivious to the presence of people in the store. As it passed the corpse, it noticeably recoiled, indicating that it perhaps did not consume humans or the dead. Regardless, they could not leave now, uncertain if the giant fish would return for a 4th time. Surely, it won't keep coming back. If it does, how will we escape? Fang Lao grumbled, watching the giant fish swim away. We'll leave shortly. Have you noticed that the intervals between its appearances are lengthening? Fang Xiyue suggested they estimate the time it took for the fish to return to the water, planning to set off as soon as it did. She glanced at her watch. It was 3:20 p.m. They would aim to leave by 3:40 p.m. But what if it catches up to us? Given the fish's curiosity about the electric boat, it might very well pursue the sound. Don't worry, we can stop every 20 minutes if necessary. As we increase the distance, we can gradually extend our travel time. Moreover, its range of activity should be limited. It cannot reach every location. Fang Xiyue maintained an optimistic outlook, believing that any problem could be resolved. At 3:40 p.m., the Xiyue team cautiously exited the ice cream parlor. As soon as the electric boat hit the water, everyone boarded with practiced ease. Fang Ba swiftly started the boat, which darted away like lightning. Fang Xiyue extended her psychic abilities, focusing her awareness towards the bridge, vigilant for any underwater activity. Naturally, her psychic range was limited. So, if the giant fish appeared within it, they would have to halt immediately. With heightened concentration, Fang Xiyue monitored the ripples on the water surface. For if the giant fish remained submerged, it would be challenging to detect. 25 minutes later, the giant fish came into her line of sight. "Dad, dock the boat," Fang Xiyue urged. Fortunately, there were stores on either side and Fang Ba maneuvered to the left, where the only open establishment was a printing shop, while others had their shutters drawn. As soon as they docked, everyone scrambled ashore. Fang grandfather and Fang Lao Lao hurried to open the door, while the rest rushed inside. Fang Xiyue stowed the electric boat and dashed in as they secured the entrance. Within a minute, the giant fish appeared. Inside the printing shop, a lone zombie, presumably the shopkeeper, wandered about, trapped behind machinery. Upon noticing the newcomers, it began to roar, drool spilling from its gaping maw. Its face marred by decaying skin, and its eyes a sickly gray. Fang Ba raised his tang knife and swiftly decapitated it. With the giant fish still nearby, they proceeded to gather supplies from the printing shop. Fang Xiyue checked in, acquiring a brand new printing shop, leaving her with 32 check-in opportunities remaining. Once the giant fish departed, they prepared to set off again. The team had honed their routine, completing tasks with increasing efficiency. At 4:30 p.m., the Xia team set out once more. Fang Ba accelerated the boat to maximum speed, while survivors nearby shouted, though their words were lost to the wind. This time, Fang Ba set a timer, planning to observe for suitable docking locations every 20 minutes. Just as Fang Xiyue's psychic range had not detected the giant fish, they found a suitable place to stop. The next docking point was a fruit store, its door wide open but the shutter clearly damaged. Inside, many fruits lay scattered on the ground, trampled and rotting, while others remained untouched. However, most had spoiled. After 7 days in this post-apocalyptic world, the stench from the fruit store was unbearable, and flies buzzed about. As we prepare for our next departure, we will be able to turn into another street, provided that the colossal fish remains unwise. Once we navigate the turn, we might be able to elude it. Father Fang, seated on a chair, engaged in analysis, noted the collective fatigue among us, primarily due to the heightened mental strain. "Let us hope for the best," Fang Xiyue remarked just as the enormous fish reappeared. Its face contorted with rage, as if it had been duped. In its fury, it began to violently strike the steps on either side of the road, creating a cacophony of crashing sounds that shattered the steps. We retreated further inside as Fang Xiyue urged us to move, for the tiles ahead were beginning to crack. Its strength was formidable, and its hide remarkably thick. Despite the force of its collisions, its head remained unscathed. Dandan could not help but comment. Perhaps bullets would not penetrate its tough skin at all. This is precisely why I am reluctant to confront it directly. If the bullets fail to inflict harm, it may only incite its wrath, placing us in peril. Fang Xiyue's expression darkened. This fish was proving to be a relentless menace. "We must remain here a while longer," she stated, and her concern was justified as the giant fish lingered, not departing in a timely manner, instead choosing to wait. It was now 5 in the afternoon, but fortunately, daylight lingered, or else night would have fallen by now. "Shall we have dinner first?" suggested Grandma Fang. Given the circumstances, it seemed sensible to dine rather than pause later to seek out food. The suggestion received unanimous agreement. We enjoyed a meal of dumplings, filled with various ingredients, while the giant fish remained outside, having persisted for 20 minutes. This must be a juvenile fish. Did its mother not call it home for a meal? We took approximately 40 minutes to finish, eating leisurely as we awaited the fish's departure. Finally, to our relief, the giant fish submerged itself into the murky waters. Due to the opacity of the water, Fang Xiyue could not discern the depths below. "Can we leave now?" Dandan inquired with excitement, eager to escape the foul-smelling fruit shop. However, Fang Xiyue shook her head. The surface of the water revealed no changes, leading her to believe the giant fish was merely lurking beneath, not truly gone. Just as she suspected, 10 minutes later, the fish resurfaced, glanced around, and then submerged once more, creating ripples on the water's surface as it swam further away. After waiting another 20 minutes, at 6:13, the Xia team set off again. This time, we turned a corner within 5 minutes and inexplicably, A sense of safety enveloped us. It seemed this street posed no severe threats. The reason was clear. This street was teeming with zombies. The previous long street had been devoid of rats and zombies alike. All but Father Fang, who was at the helm of the boat, raised their submachine guns to fire upon the approaching zombies. Perhaps they had congregated here because they could not traverse the long street. After approximately 10 minutes of shooting, we had only moved 2 meters, barely the distance from one shop to another. This is untenable. We should call it a day. Our energy has been severely depleted. Mother Fang gasped. Let us rest for the night in this hot pot shop. Fang Xiyue concurred, feeling fatigued, as I suspected everyone else did too. Night had fallen, and visibility was waning. Zombies were more agile at night. It was better not to confront them head-on. Grandfather Fang and Grandfather Lao Fang took up the rear as the rest of us entered the hot pot shop. Once they joined us, the door was securely closed. The aroma within was delightful. Having finished our meal, why am I suddenly feeling hungry again? Father Fang rubbed his belly. If you wish to eat, let us prepare hot pot, Fang Xiyue decisively stated. Aside from some spoiled vegetables, the shop was relatively intact, albeit with signs of zombie passage. Some plates were shattered on the floor, and while there were bloodstains, no corpses remained. As the water had not yet receded, they gathered the tables and other furnishings into their storage space, washing the floor to clear away the dirty water. The shop was stocked with an abundance of spices and base ingredients, all enduring long shelf lives, allowing us to dine well for an extended period. Moreover, Fang Xiyue did not forget to check in with the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and acquired an infinite refresh of the hot pot shop. No new tasks were issued today, likely due to the excessive time spent here, preventing any new missions from triggering. A beneficial aspect of Fang Xiyue's system was its reticence. It would not engage in idle chatter unless prompted by a task, making it quite obedient. By 7:30 in the evening, we finally indulged in the hot pot we had been longing for. The flavors were indeed delightful, with vegetables and meats sourced from Fang Xiyue's storage. For 9 people, we filled 2 large pots to the brim, and any leftovers could be stored back in the system space, which preserved freshness indefinitely. As we dined, conversation flowed. Dandan and Sister Xiyue, who had joined us later, shared many personal stories. Sister Xiyue, originally named Fang Xiyue, had been married but later divorced, losing custody of her son to her ex-husband due to a superior financial standing. When the apocalypse descended, she had contemplated searching for her child, but he resided in Licheng, a place she could not reach. The only thing she could do was pray for her child's safety. She called her ex-husband, but he told her not to disturb them, as he had remarried and forbade her from seeing the child. He claimed the child was safe with him and spoke harshly, belittling her abilities and accusing her of being unable to earn a decent living. She thought to herself that if the child was safe, then perhaps it was best not to interfere. Yet deep down, she still hoped to see her child one day. If she had the opportunity to visit Licheng, she would certainly go to see her child, regardless of her ex-husband's wishes. Don't be disheartened, Xiujia. If we ever get the chance to go to Licheng, we will definitely seek out the child, Fang Xiyue reassured her, patting Xiujia's back. Although the probability seemed slim, it was important to give her hope. After all, having a goal provided the motivation to carry on. Dandan's situation was quite straightforward. Her parents had perished in a car accident, and she had been living with her sister and brother-in-law, who had also been tragically killed. Now, she was utterly alone, having never experienced romance during her university years. From now on, Dandan, you are my dear sister, and I shall be your elder sister. We will face life together, Xiujia declared, clasping Dandan's hand. Initially, she thought her own circumstances were dire, only to realize that Dandan's plight was even more heartbreaking. At least she had a son. All right, Xiujia, henceforth you are my elder sister, Dandan replied, embracing her. At 9 o'clock in the evening, just as before, the hall was filled with makeshift beds. After a period of contemplation, they soon drifted into slumber. Exhaustion from the day, allowing them to sleep soundly despite the distant moans of zombies echoing outside. On June 21st, the 8th day of the apocalypse, the Xia team rose at 7 in the morning. They made their way to the restroom to freshen up before gathering in the hall for breakfast. If I don't shower soon, I'll start to smell, Fang Ma remarked, raising her arm to catch a whiff of her own scent. Since that night at the hotel, they hadn't had a proper wash, and though not long, it was enough to feel unclean. If all went well, they would reach their destination today. They only needed to traverse the zombie-infested street, take a left, and run about 100 meters to reach the sloped road leading to the villa area. I purchased a house in that villa area, number 8, easy to find, Fang Xiyue explained, sketching a route map for everyone. But we've never lived there before. What if someone has occupied the villa? Fang grandma expressed her concern. Given the elevation of this area, many survivors might have sought refuge there during the floods. Wouldn't they enter if they found it vacant? Don't worry, Grandma. I assure you that no one will enter that villa without my permission. Regardless of their methods, they will not succeed. Furthermore, our management only recognizes the property deed, which is in my name. Thus, the house rightfully belongs to me. Fang Xiyue understood her grandmother's worries, recognizing that the others shared similar apprehensions. As they departed from their previous villa area, many survivors were seen heading towards their destination, making it likely that the empty houses would soon be claimed, even those with existing occupants. In this apocalypse, few adhered to rules, and morality could not restrain humanity. Let us just get there today and see what the situation is, she concluded, glancing at the throng of zombies outside, still densely packed and seemingly unwilling to leave the street. Perhaps other avenues lacked any allure for them. If there were a significant presence of survivors elsewhere, they would surely be drawn away. After breakfast, they rested for half an hour before setting out, aware that engaging zombies immediately after eating could lead to physical harm. They departed punctually at 8:30. With the doors of nearby shops firmly shut, they had no inclination to scavenge, as it indicated the presence of survivors inside. No need to undertake such thankless endeavors. Upon exiting the store, the zombies erupted into frenzied movement, clawing and pushing against one another in their eagerness. Let us get to work, Fang Ba shouted, leading the charge with a submachine gun. Naturally, Fang Xiyue and the others followed suit, and, as the day before, waves of zombies fell before them. In an average of 10 minutes, they reached the next shop, where Fang Xiyue took the opportunity to sign for various food outlets, including a fried chicken shop, a skewer shop, a candied hawthorn stand, and a hot pot restaurant. They lingered longer in front of the hot pot restaurant due to its size. Can you take us with you? A voice called from behind the slightly raised shutter of the hot pot restaurant. A young man lay on the ground, imploring them. This street is public. If you wish to leave, you are free to do so, Fang Xiyue replied, her tone making it clear that they would not offer assistance or protection. All right, we'll just follow behind you. We promise we won't be a burden, the young man said, visibly relieved as he stood up. Everyone, gather your things quickly. We'll follow them out of the street, he urged, excitement evident in his voice. A moment later, the shutter fully opened, revealing 12 young men, likely university students. However, one among them was someone Fang Xiyue dreaded. Fang Xiyue, what are you doing here? You're not stalking me, are you? You pretended to be indifferent and uninterested before. But now that danger has arrived, you're the first to seek me out. Given your eagerness, I agree to be with you, he proclaimed with a condescending air. Fang Xiyue's face betrayed her incredulity, mirrored in the expressions of those around her. Zhao Tianming, are you out of your mind? How many times must I tell you that I have no interest in you? Stop living in your fantasy world. With your looks, I'd rather not see you at all, she retorted, unable to contain her frustration. Did he truly not grasp human language, or did he only hear what he wanted? Did he envision himself as the protagonist of some romantic drama? Who do you think you are, greasy man? With that appearance, you're not worthy of my attention, let alone that of my sister. You wouldn't even qualify to clean the toilet for her. Now get lost. Dandan, who had been battling zombies nearby, heard Fang Xiyue's outburst and rushed back to assist her. She couldn't let Xiyue fight alone. The others from the Xia team also wished to chime in, but the sheer volume of zombies made it difficult to focus. Still, they managed to shout a few insults, particularly Fang Ba, whose booming voice rang out, "You brat! Keep your distance from my daughter. Otherwise I might just make you regret it." Zhao Tianming, despite being scorned by so many, remains utterly unperturbed. His self-regulation abilities are remarkably strong. I know you feel embarrassed about this. Have you not told your family about your affection for me, hence your shyness? I won't hold it against you. Let us discuss this privately. Zhao Tianming wore an expression that conveyed understanding, as if to say, I am so considerate. I am truly at a loss for words. Can you refrain from projecting onto me the actions you have taken towards me?
It was you, Zhao Tianming,
who persistently pursued me. I have rejected you countless times. Now it seems as if I, Fang Xiyue, have been chasing you for ages, and you are the reluctant one? I am utterly exasperated. Fang Xiyue rolled her eyes dramatically. Indeed, if it weren't for my composure, I would have spat in your face by now. Dandan echoed her indignation. Fang Xiyue, that's enough. Everyone has their limits. You are undermining my dignity in front of so many people. I will never forgive you for this. If you apologize now, I might still consider accepting you. Zhao Tianming also appeared somewhat irritated. However, his words drew collective eye rolls from the other boys nearby. They were genuinely surprised to see this side of Zhao Tianming in front of the girls. They found it utterly embarrassing. I truly appreciate it, you fool. Had I known you would be here, I would never have agreed to let you tag along. Anyone wishing to survive should keep their mouths shut. Otherwise, the first bullet will be aimed at you. And if you wish to follow us, make sure to keep him in check. Should he utter another foolish remark, I will not take you with me. Fang Xiyue was indeed venting her frustration. After all, they had chosen to associate with Zhao Tianming, and their camaraderie appeared quite robust. Rest assured, we will certainly keep him quiet. The boy who had previously been on the ground questioning swiftly covered Zhao Tianming's mouth to prevent further speech. The two boys behind Zhao Tianming lifted him and dragged him to the back. Zhao Tianming struggled violently. Don't cause trouble, or we'll leave you here. We are classmates. You should understand me. I, Qi Shu, am a man of my word. Qi Shu, when not serious, radiates a sunny disposition, appearing easy to get along with. But once he adopts a serious demeanor, he exudes authority, as if a different persona has emerged. Zhao Tianming was instantly intimidated. The last time he witnessed Qi Shu display such a countenance was during an altercation, and not merely a scuffle, but a one-sided beating. Zhao Tianming promptly became submissive. He freed himself from the grips of the two classmates and silently retreated to the back. Fang Xiyue and Dandan were satisfied, striding forward triumphantly to join the group ahead. Qi Shu beckoned everyone to follow. Approximately half the zombies on the street had been eliminated. Beside the hot pot restaurant stood a beverage shop, distinctly different from the previously visited milk tea shop. Therefore, Fang Xiyue proceeded to check in. At 9:23 a.m., they arrived at the first intersection of this street. The ground was flooded, making it unrealistic to wade through directly due to the abundance of zombies. Let us eliminate the zombies here and pile them up. We can use the corpses to create a bridge, akin to filling a river with water. Chapter 48. Where did I attract such a creature? Fang Xiyue assessed the distance, realizing that jumping across was utterly impossible. A single leap would likely send her straight into the jaws of a zombie. Ultimately, she surveyed the area, noting the considerable number of zombies present, and deemed that using their bodies to construct a bridge was feasible, leading to her proposal. All right, let us proceed with this plan. The Fang family members are pragmatic. They immediately began to eliminate the zombies ahead. One by one, the zombies toppled into the water. However, it was insufficient. More was needed. You young men, come here and help drag the corpses from over there to fill this space. Originally, Fang's father intended for them to do it themselves. But upon turning back and seeing a group of dazed male college students merely watching, he became incensed. How could they manage to be so completely unproductive? Did they not see the work to be done? Yet he was not the type to refrain from addressing those who shirked responsibility. If you want to help, I'll compel you to do so. Daughter, give each of them a pair of gloves to avoid being scratched by the zombies. As soon as Fang's father finished speaking, Fang Xiyue pulled out 12 pairs of thick rubber gloves and handed them directly to Qi Shu. The Xia team then cleverly stepped back, leaning against the door of the phone shop. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Xiyue checked in, successfully obtaining the phone shop. Seeing that they had cleared the area, Qi Shu distributed the gloves to the others and resignedly began moving the zombie corpses. They had initially sought help, and it would be unreasonable for them to do nothing. Of course, not all 12 were willing, but Qi Shu's words held sway, so even those reluctant eventually complied, recognizing it was better than being abandoned. Finally, through their relentless efforts, by nearly 10 o'clock, the pile of zombie bodies had risen sufficiently high and stable. Uncle, do you think this will work? Qi Shu tested the stability by placing a foot on it, then turned to Fang's father. Fang's father approached and did the same, confirming its sturdiness. Let us go. He brandished his submachine gun and led the way, with the Xia team following closely behind. The 12 boys trailed at the end. Upon reaching the other side, it was time to clear more zombies. The Xia team forged ahead, and at some point, many survivors began to follow, their numbers swelling. These survivors had been trapped in these shops for days, and at last, someone had come to their rescue. Each step they took was cautious as they navigated through the dense mass of zombie bodies. Fang Xiyue certainly noticed their presence, but she paid them no mind. After all, If trouble arose, she would not intervene. Perhaps it was fate smiling upon them, as they managed to check in at 5 more shops along the way: a hardware store, an eyewear shop, a cheap-how boutique, a nail salon, and a watch store. They finally emerged from the street without any incidents. The last shop had minimal water on its right side. They descended the steps to the road on that side. Fang Xiyue and her team walked a short distance ahead. Once the others reached the road, they sat down, exhausted from the ordeal. Yet, they seemed to have done little more than follow along. The 12 boys who had worked did not rest. However, this was of little concern to Fang Xiyue. They were merely traveling companions. It was time to part ways. Fang Xiyue brought out the off-road vehicle. The entire Xiyue team boarded the vehicle, with Fang Xiyue taking the driver's seat and starting the engine. A knock on the window interrupted her. It was Qi Shu. Fang Xiyue lowered the window.
Thank you.
Qi Shu offered no other words, simply expressing his sincere gratitude. You're welcome, Fang Xiyue replied nonchalantly, beginning to raise the window again.
Hey?
Fang Xiyue, are you not letting me in? Zhao Tianming's hand pressed against the glass. You fool. Fang Xiyue pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle sped away. Sister Yu, where on earth did you find this weirdo? He seems utterly oblivious to human conversation. Could he possibly be some kind of animal transformed? Dandan was on the verge of exploding with frustration. What is this nonsense? Indeed, Yeye? Where did you attract such a creature? Fang's father chimed in, following Dandan's complaints. He is from our school and once pursued me, but I did not acquiesce. I am unsure how he concocted his own narrative, which led him to believe that I was playing hard to get. As time passed, his delusions grew increasingly absurd, culminating in his belief that I was ardently pursuing him, but to no avail. I can't help but feel that he must be somewhat unhinged. Whenever Fang Xiyue thinks of Zhao Tianming, an uncomfortable sensation washes over her, as if something unsettles her. Sister Yu, I sympathize with you for 5 seconds, Dan remarked. Her fists raised in a mock display of aggression. Fang Xiyue chuckled, and the others joined in, charmed by Dan's endearing antics. Alright, don't get worked up. Hitting him would only sully your hands. With his kind of demeanor, he likely wouldn't survive long in a post-apocalyptic world. Sooner or later, someone will set him straight. Fang Xiyue dismissed Zhao Tianming entirely. Given his manner of dealing with others, he was bound to face the consequences of society's judgment, especially in a lawless world. As the vehicle continued its ascent, everyone gazed out the window at the scenery. It appeared untouched by the zombie apocalypse, resembling a time when everything was peaceful. The roads bore no traces of the undead. It seemed as though time had stood still in this serene haven. Sister Xio couldn't help but express how relaxing this place felt, devoid of any tension or fear. We shall reside in the villa district above. There is also a residential community behind it where I possess 8 buildings that I intend to rent out. If you wish to live there, you are welcome to do so. Fang Xiyue casually dropped this bombshell, causing Dan to exclaim, Wow, Sister Yu, you have 8 buildings in addition to the villa? You must be quite wealthy. Dan misunderstood, thinking she meant 8 apartments within that neighborhood. Ahem, Yu, did you just say 8 buildings? Do I understand that correctly? Sister Xio was taken aback, realizing she had befriended a wealthy heiress. Indeed, feel free to imagine boldly, Fang Xiyue replied with a smile. It was only upon arriving at this place that she felt a genuine sense of relief. During the journey, she had harbored fears that her family might not arrive safely. If that had been the case, she would have blamed herself for eternity and never forgiven herself. Now, they had finally arrived. 8 buildings. Dan finally grasped the situation, her voice rising in excitement. Rich sister, please take care of me. I can be adorable and docile.
Dan leaned forward, playfully pouting. Aurikat now? Dan?
I'm still here, Sister Xio said as she pulled her back, preventing her from distracting Fang Xiyue while driving. Okay.
Dan settled back.
Wrapping her arms around Sister Xio's. She felt incredibly fortunate to suddenly have 2 sisters. Chapter 49. Don't embarrass your daughter. Here the others from the Fang family were pleased to witness their camaraderie. Although Fang Xiyue had always been beautiful and academically gifted, she had few friends. Now, Dan and Sister Xio could be considered her friends. Finally, the vehicle entered the villa district and the houses came into view. Guards stood at the entrance, clad in camouflage, resembling military personnel. Fang Xiyue parked the car, and 2 soldiers approached the driver's side. Hello. Are you the owner of this villa district? The Yinshui Biyuan villa area is now under military supervision. Military personnel always exuded a certain charm.
Don Dan clenched his to show his hand tightly.
Yes, the 8th villa belongs to me. Would you like to see the property deed? Fang Xiyue replied politely. Upon hearing 8th villa, the soldiers exchanged glances, indicating they were familiar with the peculiarities surrounding that villa. Perhaps someone had previously attempted to enter but had failed.
Yes.
Please present your property deed and identification. We will verify and grant you access immediately. Fang Xiyue glanced at the soldiers' names. The system had certainly chosen playful names, Zhuang Zhuang and Shuai Shuai. It seemed somewhat irreverent to assign such names to military personnel. Host, you misunderstand me. I did not whimsically assign nicknames. One is named Zhou Dazhuang and the other Chen Shuai. I simply wanted to make it easier for you to remember their names. Fine then. Fang Xiyue. Thank you. Dear system, love you. Fang Xiyue affectionately praised the system. I might need a moment. This was not due to any reluctance on her part. Rather, she possessed 9 property deeds, all stacked together and identical in appearance. While the contents differed, it required opening them to discern which was which. Fang Xiyue pretended to rummage through her bag and eventually pulled out the 9 deeds, flipping through them one by one. Finally, she found the correct one on the 4th attempt and handed the deed and her ID to Chen Shuai outside. The soldiers were taken aback when they saw the stack of property deeds. It was astonishing for someone so young to possess so many properties. They currently didn't even own a single apartment, and the sheer number of deeds made them suspicious that she might be presenting counterfeit documents. Fang Xiyue was unaware of their thoughts. Had she known, she would have displayed her 1,000+ property deeds to leave them utterly astonished. Zhou Dazhuang held a list of villa owners, and the 2 soldiers meticulously verified the identity information and photos against Fang Xiyue's documents. After confirming her identity, they returned the deeds and ID. It is indeed you. You may enter. Chen Shuai waved for the gate to be opened, and it soon lifted. Thank you. Retrieving her documents, Fang Xiyue drove in. Behind them, Zhou Dazhuang nudged Chen Shuai. Did you see that car? It's so cool. He had struggled to suppress his admiration for the vehicle, fearing it might be embarrassing. It is indeed impressive, but we can't afford it. Even if we could. It's likely unavailable now, Chen Shuai remarked, returning to his post. The car halted in front of Villa 8. Fang Xiyue distinctly felt someone observing them. Likely those who had previously attempted to enter the villa. However, now that they were here, they were undoubtedly safe. Thus, Fang Xiyue felt untroubled as she remotely opened the garage door and drove the car inside. Once parked, she was in the midst of unbuckling her seatbelt when Fang Dad exclaimed, "Quick, pinch me. Is this real? This is even more luxurious than where we lived before." Fang Dad felt as if he might topple over. The sudden transition into wealth was truly overwhelming. He felt his heart racing. Don't embarrass your daughter here. Hurry and get out of the car. Fang Mom scolded him lightly. In truth, everyone was equally astonished, though they chose to remain silent. Let us go inside and take a look. There's a game room with every kind of game. Fang Dad had a penchant for gaming. Though not the large online variety, he delighted in various mini-games, striving to conquer each one, relishing the victory. Daughter, you are too good to me. I've not raised you in vain. Hearing about the game room, Fang Dad quickly exited the vehicle. The group ascended from the garage, which featured both an elevator and stairs, but they opted for the stairs instead of the elevator. The villa boasts a structure comprising 1 basement level and 2 above-ground floors, with a total area nearing 600 square meters. The first and second floors feature 5 bedrooms, each equipped with ensuite bathrooms, 3 on the first floor and 2 on the second. Additionally, the second floor includes a study. The basement is outfitted with a game area, gym, cinema, and an expanded bedroom. As Fang Xiyue ascended to the first floor, she intended to begin her exploration of the villa. The group gathered around the sofas in the living room, ready for room assignments. It was better to allocate rooms first to establish a sense of personal space, ensuring that no one would intrude upon another's privacy. Fang Xiyue planned to designate the 3 bedrooms on the first floor for her grandparents, maternal grandparents, and Dan Dan and Xiujia. The 2 rooms on the second floor would be for herself and her parents. Upon concluding the temporary allocations, she raised her gaze to the group, aware that she could not allow Dan Dan and Xiujia to reside here indefinitely, as this was a private residence. Even as teammates, one must respect the sanctity of family life. Dan Dan, why don't you take the second floor for yourself? I'll share the basement room with your mother, suggested Fang Xiyue, noting that her father preferred to maintain their personal space. They would refrain from frequently visiting the second floor unless necessary. Uncle and Auntie Xiyue and I will stay in the basement. You can occupy the first floor. Once the residential area is ready, Xiyue and I will move there. Although we have joined Xia's team, we cannot simply impose ourselves upon your home. We will rent in Xia's residential area, and we shall owe the first month's rent until we secure a crystal core, stated Dan. Her eyes wide with excitement. Of course, the first month will be rent-free, Fang Xiyue chuckled, playfully pinching Dan's cheek. It was not that she was stingy. Rather, staying in the residential area required rent, or entry would be denied. Thank you, Xia. Dan exclaimed, her joy evident as if she had struck a remarkable deal. She was blissfully unaware of the implications, unlike others who might feel discomfort at such arrangements. Xiyue, too, saw no issue with the rent, believing she owed her life to Xia, a debt that could not be repaid in a lifetime. They had only just met a few days prior. All right.
It's settled then.
Everyone, let us return to our rooms to shower. Bring your change of clothes to me, Fang Xiyue instructed. Knowing everyone was eager for a hot bath. Wonderful. We can finally take a shower.
Dan exclaimed,
bouncing up and pulling Xiyue alongside her as they approached Fang Xiyue, who began distributing everyone's change of clothes for them to claim. Afterward, they dispersed, and Fang Xiyue made her way to the second floor, selecting a room farthest from the staircase as her own. Feeling somewhat grimy, they all took their time in the showers, particularly the couples, who lingered longer. By the time they reconvened in the living room, it was already 1:30.
Xia,
shall we head over there soon? There's still plenty of time, Dan suggested, eager to experience the sensation of living in a complex of 8 buildings. Isn't it nearly 2? Haven't you all eaten? Let us have a meal first before we go. Today, on our first day here, we'll enjoy a hot pot, Fang Xiyue replied, retrieving some ingredients and seasonings. Mom will cook today. Fang's mother beamed, rising to prepare the meal. The villa was well equipped, though the fridge lacked food. Fang Xiyue opened the refrigerator and stocked it with the ingredients. While the power in the villa area had been cut, the electricity in the 8 buildings remained unaffected. Naturally, they could not allow Fang's mother to cook alone, so everyone gathered in the kitchen to assist. Fortunately, the kitchen was spacious enough for everyone to move about comfortably. They could explore the villa after the meal, as it would still be there afterward. Around 3:30, Xia's team began their meal, and in good spirits, Fang Xiyue brought out some wine. They joyfully raised their glasses in a toast to their future life together. However, the result of the wine was that they all indulged a bit too much. Fang Xiyue had a decent tolerance, enabling her to escort each inebriated individual back to their rooms. Thankfully, the villa's automatic cleaning feature ensured a restful night's sleep. After returning everyone to their rooms, Fang Xiyue settled into her own bed and drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to her, news of occupancy in the 8 buildings quickly spread, despite the absence of internet connection. Thus, when Fang Xiyue was awakened by the persistent ringing of the doorbell, she felt quite irritable. She was prone to severe morning irritability. Waking naturally was preferable, while being roused by noise aggravated her mood. Although an alarm clock was somewhat less annoying, being disturbed by others was far worse. With a huff, she rolled out of bed and, clad in slippers, descended the stairs, forgetting her mental prowess that could have spared her the trouble of checking outside. She also neglected the fact that the entrance was equipped with surveillance, which would have sufficed. Fuming, she approached the door. Meanwhile, the others were too sluggish from their indulgence to respond. Who is it? Fang Xiyue yanked the door open. Xia, are you doing this on purpose? We came to check on you and knocked for ages, yet you didn't answer. Tan Tian exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Fang Xiyue. Exactly. You're being unreasonable. We were genuinely concerned for you, Zhang Mei added, her demeanor somewhat pretentious. Fang Xiyue retorted, what a ruckus. I fear you might leave a mess on my doorstep, and slammed the door with a decisive thud. The 3 outside were left fuming, their faces turning pale. Congratulations, host. You have successfully dealt a blow, earning 3 sign-in opportunities. Upon hearing the announcement, Fang Xiyue's mood brightened instantly. Oh dear, was I too harsh just now? I hope they won't be deterred from visiting again. She mused. The villa was indeed a place where Tan Tian and her friends could be easily intimidated. With that thought, Fang Xiyue reopened the door, just in time to see Tan Tian theatrically punching and kicking the air in front of her house. Upon noticing Fang Xiyue, Tan Tian froze momentarily before feigning nonchalance. Don't think I don't care about you. Zhang Mei, didn't you fancy Zhao Tianming? I saw him while I was coming over. He's south, probably down the road with some classmates right now, likely hungry and thirsty. If you deliver some food and drink, it would surely enhance your standing with him. You two are a perfect match, spiritually connected, truly a splendid pair. Fang Xiyue remarked dramatically, winking at Zhang Mei before shutting the door once more. As the door closed, Fang Xiyue nearly retched, not from insincerity, but from the sheer absurdity of her own performance. In truth, Zhang Mei and Zhao Tianming were indeed a well-matched pair. It was better to bind them together than allow them to disrupt others. Fang Xiyue felt nauseated solely from her own exaggerated display. Zhang Mei's face flushed crimson as she began to reflect on whether she had misjudged Fang Xiyue. Fang Xiyue had audaciously declared that she and Zhao Tianming were a match made in heaven, perfectly in sync. She truly understood them so well.
Tian.
Did you just hear what Fang Xiyue said? Zhang Mei continued, Zhao Tianming is outside. Let us drive to pick him up. He must know I'm here.
Which is why he came.
I cannot ignore him. You are my good sister. You will help me, right? She shook Tian's arm enthusiastically. I need to go home and inform my dad first. If he agrees, then you can drive my car to fetch him. If he doesn't, then there's nothing we can do. Tian hesitated, knowing her parents were already displeased that Zhang Mei and Chu Qingqing were staying at their house. She doubted they would welcome Zhao Tianming as well. Oh, come on. Uncle Tian is so fond of you. He definitely wouldn't put you in a difficult position. Just tell him you want Zhao Tianming to stay, and he won't protest. Zhang Mei pouted. Aren't we best friends? Just help me this once. And I promise I will never make things difficult for you again. Soft-hearted, Tian eventually nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Fang Xiyue had been observing their conversation through the surveillance camera, and she found herself speechless as the trio departed. Could Tian really be the archetypal silly sweet girl, destined for romance? I wonder if she's fortunate enough to encounter a hero who can shield her from all misfortunes. If not, it would be rather unfortunate. May God bless her. With that thought, Fang Xiyue switched off the monitor and cheerfully ascended the stairs to continue her slumber, unconcerned with the affairs of others. Chapter 51. Like a great moth, while Fang Xiyue enjoyed a peaceful sleep, Tian was driving Zhang Mei and Chu Qingqing toward the villa. Unexpectedly, they arrived just in time to witness Zhao Tianming and his companions. Zhao Tianming was animatedly arguing with Zhou Dazhuang and Chen Shuai, his expression contorted in frustration. However, Zhang Mei perceived this as a display of masculine charm, finding him particularly handsome. Zhao Tianming, stop it. The military personnel are adhering to the rules. We are not the owners here. It is understandable that we cannot enter. Let us find somewhere else to stay and not waste time here, Qi Shu interjected, attempting to pull Zhao Tianming away. No way. Fang Xiyue has already entered. Why can't we? Zhao Tianming retorted, his frustration boiling over. Even if Fang Xiyue is wealthy, she cannot possibly own property here. These houses are worth at least 80 million. Fuming, Zhao Tianming demanded answers. Stop making a scene, or we won't be so polite. Chen Shuai, incensed by the confrontation, replied, polite?
What do you mean by that?
Come on, shoot me. Right here. Zhao Tianming provocatively pointed to his forehead, stepping closer, defiantly challenging Chen Shuai, a tactic he had seen in dramas, hoping it would deter aggression. However, Chen Shuai was no ordinary opponent. He placed his gun directly in Zhou Dazhuang's hands before swiftly subduing Zhao Tianming, pinning him to the ground with his knee pressing into his back. Before Zhao Tianming could comprehend the situation, he found himself face down on the ground, his arms twisted painfully behind him. What are you doing? Let go of me. He struggled in vain, but Chen Shuai's grip was unyielding, his veins bulging as he held Zhao Tianming's wrist, threatening to crush it. Don't provoke others if you lack the ability to defend yourself. Everyone has their limits. Now, scram, Chen Shuai ordered, lifting Zhao Tianming off the ground and pushing him forward. Zhao Tianming stumbled a few steps, nearly losing his balance. As he turned to retaliate with insults, his classmates restrained him, feeling mortified. They would not have bothered with Zhao Tianming had it not been for their camaraderie. He was a liability, tarnishing their reputation. Get off me. I must make him pay. Zhao Tianming broke free from his classmate's grasp, took a running leap, and attempted a flying kick. In midair, he fancied himself a slow-motion hero, tossing his hair back, convinced of his own handsomeness. To the onlookers, he resembled a clumsy moth, utterly devoid of grace, almost comical. Yet, to Zhang Mei, he appeared magnificent, igniting her heart. "Isn Tihi so handsome? Isn Tihi?" Zhang Mei exclaimed, shaking Tian Tian and Xu Qingqing excitedly. They exchanged glances. Their expressions conflicted. Had they truly witnessed the adage that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder? As Zhao Tianming was about to land a kick on Chen Shuai, he unexpectedly fell to the ground. Chen Shuai, poised to retaliate, refrained from kicking as laughter bubbled up within him. He was a soldier and needed to maintain his composure. However, the other survivors could not contain their laughter, relishing this brief moment of joy amidst their dire circumstances. "Are you all right, Tianming?" Zhang Mei rushed toward Zhao Tianming, who was writhing on the ground, clutching his leg. "How could you treat him this way? He came to find me. I live here. Why can't he stay?" Zhang Mei accused. "You all must be envious of his looks, trying to make things difficult for him." The crowd instinctively took a step back, not out of fear, but to avoid being caught in her fervor. To Zhang Mei, it seemed her intensity had silenced them. "Help Tianming up. I'll take you into the villa. Let us see who dares to stop us at Tian's residence." She pointed imperiously at Qi Shu and his companions. However, Qi Shu and his friends remained unmoving, questioning her authority. Frustrated by their lack of compliance, Zhang Mei gritted her teeth and hoisted Zhao Tianming up, despite her small stature. "Come on, I'll support you. They are not worthy of your friendship. Forget you ever knew them." Zhao Tianming's weight pressed heavily on her, making it difficult for her to stand upright. "If you don't help, don't expect to enter the villa. You can stay outside and suffer." As they approached the entrance, Zhang Mei glared back at Qi Shu and his group, her determination unwavering. In a rather comedic display, they entered the villa with Zhang Mei bent over, straining to support Zhao Tianming, who bounced along beside her. It was a sight to behold, provoking laughter from onlookers. Tian Tian and Xu Qingqing exchanged glances, then followed suit. "What do we do now that Qi Shu and the others are inside?" A classmate wondered, bewildered. They had been waiting outside for some time, only to discover they were not permitted entry. "I see another residential area behind the villa. It might be less strict there. Let us head that way," Qi Shu suggested, pointing toward the high-rises beyond the villa. "All right, that's all we can do," his companion agreed. "If we can't get in there either, we might have to sleep on the streets." Despite their reluctance, they shouldered their bags and set off. The other survivors, who had been waiting outside the villa, noticed Qi Shu and his group departing. After some contemplation, I decided to follow suit, for there was no entry here, and it would be prudent to seek other opportunities. Meanwhile, Tian Tian and her companions returned to Villa 12. Tian Tian's father, Tian Ba, vehemently opposed Zhao Tianming's presence in their abode. The mere thought of additional mouths to feed had already irked him greatly. To make matters worse, this interloper was bringing yet another freeloader into their midst. Was this not an egregious display of audacity? "Father, please don't be angry. Zhao Tianming is someone Zhang Mei holds dear. He is injured and should be allowed to stay here," Tian Tian pleaded, attempting to charm her father. "No way, absolutely not. Either that boy leaves, or you both can leave together," Tian Ba declared with steadfast resolve, releasing Tian Tian's hand with a firm gesture. His daughter's choice in companions left much to be desired. What was this nonsense? From the moment Zhao Tianming had entered the villa, he had not even bothered to address him as uncle, casually plopping himself onto the sofa, displaying a shocking lack of decorum. Such a character would have never dared to show his face before him in the past. Were it not for Tian Tian's presence, he would have had the bodyguards toss him out without a second thought. Chapter 52. Why such an unconventional thought process? Tian Tian's hand hovered awkwardly in the air. It was the first time her father had ever raised his voice at her. If he doesn't stay, it's no big deal. Is he really that impressive? Just because he has a bit of wealth, does he think he is a king? "Zhang Mei, let us go. If we're not welcome here, we shall find another place," Zhao Tianming said, apparently wounded, as he pulled Zhang Mei along. Although she was reluctant to leave, Zhao Tianming had spoken, and she felt compelled to comply. They walked a distance without anyone calling them back. Zhao Tianming halted and turned to Tian Ba. "I forgot to mention, I am a rare ability wielder, a fire elementalist," he declared, feeling quite pleased with himself as he continued to stride forward. He believed that Tian Ba would call him back, eager to befriend him due to his unique capabilities. Yet, they exited the main gate without any sound of pursuit. Once outside, returning was out of the question. "How did you know I was here? Did you come to the door to greet me?" Zhao Tianming suddenly realized. "It was Fang Xiyue who informed me, and she mentioned that we are a perfect match, Zhang Mei said, her cheeks flushed with affection for Zhao Tianming. Fang Xiyue said that? Zhao Tianming smiled knowingly. He had always suspected that Fang Xiyue harbored feelings for him. After all, she had sent Zhang Mei to fetch him. It was a classic case of words not matching intentions. Had he not uncovered her secret affections, her quiet sacrifices would have remained unnoticed. Thus, his thought process seemed particularly peculiar, interpreting things in such a convoluted manner. Is Fang Xiyue residing here? Take me to find her. We shall stay at her place. He commanded Zhang Mei. To Fang Xiyue's house? She certainly won't let us in, Zhang Mei replied with certainty. That may be true for you. But she will surely welcome me. After all, she sent you to fetch me, didn't she? Her heart is with me. Trust me, we will gain entry. Zhao Tianming asserted with confidence. Zhao Tianming smirked, and Zhang Mei felt a surge of indignation. Ah, so Fang Xiyue was indeed scheming. She is utilizing me to curry favor with Zhao Tianming. I am the one putting in the effort, yet Zhao Tianming only remembers her kindness. How foolish of me to think that Fang Xiyue genuinely wished me well. I even believed I had misjudged her in the past. What a wretched little minx. Hurry up. Let us go. I'm exhausted, Zhao Tianming urged Zhang Mei, who was lost in her own thoughts. She snapped back to reality and quickly supported Zhao Tianming toward Villa 8. Tian, should we not follow them and see what they are up to? Chu Qingqing whispered as she approached Tian.
What are you looking at?
If you still care about them, then go along with them. Tian Ba interjected before Tian could respond. Chu Qingqing jumped, biting her lip in silence. There was no way she would be foolish enough to leave the Tian family villa. Here, she had food, drink, clothing, and entertainment. Why would she suffer outside?
I'm sorry, Uncle Tian.
I promise not to seek him out again. Please don't be angry, Chu Qingqing said, sitting beside Tian Ba and wrapping her arms around his. Tian Ba swiftly withdrew his arm and stood up, as if repulsed by something unclean. This was not the first time Chu Qingqing had made such advances toward him. As a magnate in the business world, he was well aware of her intentions. Yet, he was not a desperate beast, willing to pounce on any female in sight. He cherished his wife, whom he had been with since high school. He would never betray her. In his eyes, no woman could compare to her in beauty and grace. Were it not for his daughter, he would have long since thrown both Chu Qingqing and Zhang Mei out. He had no intention of waiting any longer. In a couple of days, he would concoct an excuse to expel Chu Qingqing as well. His daughter bore no resemblance to him. She lacked cunning. I'm going upstairs to rest. Tian. You should return to your room and rest as well. Don't be so naive as to welcome anyone into our home. Do you know what their intentions are? Tian Ba admonished, casting a glance at Chu Qingqing before ascending the stairs. Chu Qingqing's face paled. She had not anticipated that she would stoop so low and yet be met with such indifference from Tian Ba. Was he not a man? Did he not possess the same desires as any other man? Were they not all susceptible to the allure of wildflowers outside, regardless of their appearance? She did not consider herself overly unattractive. After all, she was still a young maiden. She was youthful and vibrant. It baffled her how Tian's mother had ensnared him so thoroughly. He seemed utterly infatuated with a woman far older than himself. Having stayed for several days, she had yet to see Tian's mother. The second floor was their private domain, off limits to anyone. On one occasion, she had attempted to sneak upstairs, only to be caught by the housekeeper, who had scolded her harshly. Since then, she had harbored the ambition of becoming the mistress of the villa. How could a mere housekeeper dare to speak to her in such a manner? Yet, despite her repeated attempts at seduction, all had ended in failure. However, Chu Qingqing was not one to be easily disheartened. The greater the challenge, the more she yearned to conquer it. She relished the thrill of conquest. As long as she remained here, she would have ample opportunities. A calculating glimmer sparkled in Chu Qingqing's eyes. Tian, let us return to our room and sleep, she suggested, pulling the still-dazed Tian toward their quarters. Tian was led back into the room, where Chu Qingqing feigned the role of a caring sister, comforting her. Soon, Tian fell asleep amidst tears. Chu Qingqing disdainfully wiped the tears from her shoulders before returning to her own room. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianming and Zhang Mei had arrived at the entrance of Villa 8. Zhang Mei pressed the doorbell, but didn't the power go out? How is Fang Xiyue's doorbell still operational? Zhao Tianming questioned, perplexed. It must be because this doorbell operates on batteries. Such devices are low-end and inexpensive. Indicating that Fang Xiyue likely lacks funds, Zhang Mei speculated maliciously. Perhaps this house was indeed gifted to her by a benefactor. I wonder how her benefactor would feel knowing that Fang Xiyue is using his property to accommodate others. Zhao Tianming furrowed his brow. Although he was reluctant to believe that Fang Xiyue was being supported by someone, their years of acquaintance had shown that she rarely wore designer brands. This led him to consider the possibility that she might indeed be in a relationship with a wealthy patron. What a farce of a second-generation rich kid. It is not a television drama. Such extraordinary plotlines are inconceivable. Previously, she was uncertain of her own identity, her nose and eyes feeling foreign. Ultimately, she is merely a commodity. Perhaps her feelings of unworthiness stem from her own insecurities, feeling inadequate to Zhao Tianming, which explains her demeanor. After a brief wait, when no one came to the door, Zhao Tianming, growing impatient, pressed the doorbell once more. Who is it? It's late at night. Why are you ringing the bell? They simply do not wish to entertain you. Hurry up and leave. Do not disturb our rest. Chapter 53. How embarrassing. No one emerged from Villa 8. But the owner of Villa 10 across the way was awakened by the commotion. Standing on his second-floor balcony, he shouted towards Zhao Tianming and Zhang Mei below. What does it have to do with you? You're making a fuss for no reason. We didn't ring your doorbell. Zhao Tianming, unwilling to endure such indignity, shouted back at the owner of Villa 10. You little brat, just wait. Today, I shall break your legs. How dare you make a scene in our villa area without knowing who you're dealing with? After the owner of Villa 10 finished speaking, he left the balcony, evidently intending to confront them. Brother Tianming, you're injured. You're certainly no match for him. Perhaps we should retreat? Zhang Mei advised Zhao Tianming to leave hastily. He had not anticipated the owner of Villa 10 to be so hot-tempered, ready to confront him directly. Seeing that Fang Xiyue had no intention of opening the door, they had no choice but to leave in defeat. Upon the owner of Villa 10's emergence, he found the area deserted. Leaning on the mop he held, he remarked, "They left quite swiftly. What cowards." With that, he turned and went back inside. Fang Xiyue, once again awakened, first checked the surveillance. Upon seeing Zhao Tianming and Zhang Mei, she tossed her phone aside and snuggled back under her covers, entirely uninterested in opening the door. What fools! How dare they come looking for me? Their audacity is thick enough to serve as a city wall. Observing the owner of Villa 10 rush out with the mop, Fang Xiyue couldn't help but laugh. He was quite amusing. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianming and Zhang Mei found themselves without a refuge and returned to the Tian family villa, only to find the gates firmly shut. 2 bodyguards stood at the entrance. Could you please open the door, brother bodyguard? It's me, Zhang Mei. I used to live here, she implored, attempting to charm the guards. The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances. Did this woman think they were deaf or blind? They were well aware of the events that had transpired in the villa. Clearly, they had been expelled. How could she still have the audacity to return? The bodyguards remained silent, completely ignoring Zhang Mei and Zhao Tianming. Come on, brother bodyguard, please let me in. I'll apologize to Uncle Tian. He will surely forgive me. Zhang Mei rattled the iron gate. Yet, no matter what she said, the guards offered no response. Enough, stop begging. Isn't it obvious? They have no interest in us. Let us find a place to stay for the night. Tomorrow, we'll seek out Chishu. I refuse to believe that as an ability user, I cannot survive. Sooner or later, they will come begging for my assistance, and I want to give them the time of day then. After making this declaration, Zhao Tianming departed with Zhang Mei. The bodyguards silently muttered their disdain. Did he truly believe he was the only ability user? Within the Tian family, if not all, at least 1/3 possessed abilities. Even Tian Ba himself was a wind-type ability user. One bodyguard was wood-based, the other earth-based, who wasn't an ability user. With their current level of ability, they would struggle to kill an ant, yet he fancied himself invincible? How ridiculous. On June 22nd, the 9th day of the apocalypse, the Fang family villa was bustling early in the morning. After failing to thoroughly explore the villa the previous day, everyone awoke eager to venture forth. The sound of astonished exclamations echoed, particularly from the basement, where the exquisite decor left everyone in awe. All right, everyone, hurry up and come eat. We still have to visit the Jingxiu Star City residential area. Fang Xiyue called everyone for breakfast. Okay, coming. Dan was the first to respond enthusiastically. Breakfast consisted of porridge, light pickled vegetables, and an egg, adhering to the Fang family's preference for lighter meals. After breakfast, Dan Dan and Sister Xiao, with their small backpacks and luggage, eagerly followed Fang Xiyue, excited to see what their future home would be like. Let us all go together. There's no need to watch over this place. It's perfectly safe. Fang Xiyue decided to bring the entire family along. If they were to open a shop in the future, everyone would need to assist. All right, let us go together. Fang Dad had been keen to see his daughter's building. It was a source of pride for him. Upon arriving at the garage and getting in the car, the off-road vehicle slowly drove out from Villa 8. Just after rounding a corner, they spotted Zhao Tianming and Zhang Mei sitting on a bench. As soon as they saw the vehicle, they jumped up to block its path. Had it not been for Fang Dad's quick reflexes, they would have likely been struck. What are you doing? Can't you see the car? Fang Dad shouted angrily. Zhao Tianming pounded on the passenger door, glaring at Fang Xiyue. She rolled down the window. Speak quickly, make your point. Her tone was dismissive, as if she were addressing something repugnant. How can a girl speak so coarsely? Why didn't you open the door for me yesterday? We had to stay outside all night. If it weren't for the mild weather, we might have caught a cold. Zhao Tianming accused her. Oh, what do I care? Who are you that I should open the door for you? Were it not for the need to sign in, she would have left long ago and not been wasting time on him. You're just being stubborn. You claimed you didn't like me, yet you told Zhang Mei I was outside, and had her come let me in. Are you denying it? Zhao Tianming seemed to have grasped a hold over her. Listen to yourself. What an inflated ego you must possess to say such things. I informed Zhang Mei because she liked you. It was for her sake, you know? If not for her, who would even glance your way? Just an average guy. Fang Xiyue shot a glance at Zhang Mei, who was glaring at her. It was evident she had conjured up numerous wild fantasies. Hearing Fang Xiyue say she did it for Zhang Mei, yet insult Zhao Tianming as an average guy, left Zhang Mei in a quandary. Unsure whether to be pleased or irate, Zhao Tianming, sensing her internal conflict, remained silent. I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise, I'll have the military brothers at the entrance throw you out. That would surely be quite the embarrassment. With that, Fang Xiyue rolled up the window. Fang Dad pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle brushed past Zhao Tianming, startling him to the point of nearly losing his balance. Congratulations, host, on successfully slapping someone in the face, earning one sign-in opportunity. Well, it seemed Zhang Mei had contributed nothing this time. With this instance, she now held 20 sign-in opportunities. She planned to check for sign-in opportunities at Jingxiu Star City. She was determined to sign in at every location she had not yet visited. Chapter 54. Is there a mistake with the list? As the car approached the villa entrance, there were 2 additional military personnel guarding the gate today. In addition to Zhou Dazhuang and Chen Shuai, 2 more military brothers named Junjun and Fei Fei have joined them. Upon seeing the vehicle emerge, Chen Shuai and Zhou Dazhuang promptly opened the gate. Miss Fang, where are you headed? How long will you be out? We need to register your whereabouts, Chen Shuai inquired, adhering to protocol. We are going to the Jingxiu Star City residential area. We will surely return before 9 p.m. Fang Xiyue assured them, recognizing the necessity of such reporting for the sake of safety, especially if they intended to venture into potentially hazardous areas. The military brothers would also advise against such journeys if deemed too perilous. Since we are heading that way as well, why not accompany us? We can protect you should we encounter any zombies on the road, Zhou Dazhuang suggested without waiting for Chen Shuai's response. They were indeed headed in the same direction, and it would be pleasant to travel together. That sounds good. Having you with us will alleviate many troubles, particularly at the entrance of the community, Fang Xiyue replied. We will lead the way. Just follow our vehicle, Chen Shuai nodded, handing his notebook to Junjun. Chen Shuai and Zhou Dazhuang proceeded to their vehicle and drove ahead, with Fang's father closely following. After a short distance, they turned towards Jingxiu Star City. They encountered few zombies along the way, as many military brothers were actively clearing the area. Thanks to Chen Shuai's vehicle, they were able to drive through without hindrance and arrived at the entrance of Jingxiu Star City smoothly. After disembarking, Chen Shuai approached Fang Xiyue. Miss Fang, may I have your property deed and identification for registration? He felt an inexplicable urge to cultivate a good rapport with her, sensing a potential for deeper friendship. Do I need to provide all my property deeds, or is one sufficient? I possess quite a few, and I doubt I could carry them all, she responded. Do you own many properties here? Chen Shuai asked, puzzled by her question. Yes, I own 8 buildings here, from building 1 to building 8, totaling 1,056 property deeds. Do you need to inspect them all? She replied. Going through over 1,000 deeds would certainly take a considerable amount of time, he remarked. No need. Just one deed, and your ID will suffice, he stated, genuinely astonished by the magnitude of her holdings. Fang Xiyue handed him one property deed along with her identification for registration. Chen Shuai's comrades were taken aback when they saw her name on the owner list they had just received from the property management. As they opened the registration book to mark her name, they found that the first 20 names were all Fang Xiyue. The same pattern continued for several pages. Is this list accurate? Why is it all the same name? One of them queried. Fang Xiyue noticed the military brother, Chu Lin, frowning at the confusion.
Ah, Chu Lin.
You may not have made an error. Miss Fang has stated she owns 8 buildings, numbered 1 to 8, with a total of 1,056 property deeds. Did you not mention that this community was newly constructed, with only those 8 buildings sold, and the rest unsold? Therefore, these 53 pages of names must indeed belong to her. Chen Shuai remained composed, noting that the list only recorded owners' names. However, it was uncertain whether she had purchased the properties outright or through a loan. We should verify the property deeds, he concluded. Chu Lin suggested they should see all the deeds to confirm the ownership. All right, I will inform Miss Fang. I wonder if she has brought all the deeds with her, Chen Shuai said, turning back to her. Xia's team had already heard the conversation between the two, so Fang Xiyue exited the vehicle and opened the trunk, revealing all the property deeds inside. When Chen Shuai arrived, she gestured towards the trunk. Despite having prepared herself mentally, seeing the stacks of property deeds still took Chen Shuai by surprise. Chu Lin, come over and take a look. There are too many to carry, he called, not wanting to lug the deeds himself. Chu Lin quickly approached and was equally stunned by the sight of the car filled with property deeds. Although he maintained a composed demeanor, he was genuinely shocked that a young woman could possess such a vast real estate portfolio. Together, the three of them began to verify the deeds, matching them against the list. Finally, at 9:30 in the morning, the registration was complete. Miss Fang, here is your ID. You may enter now, Chu Lin said, returning her identification. Thank you for your hard work, Fang Xiyue replied, handing them a case of bottled water. You must be parched here. Consider this a token of gratitude for your diligent registration. Although the water supply had not yet been cut off, people were understandably hesitant to drink it. We cannot accept your generosity, Chen Shuai and his companions protested, waving their hands. Oh dear, I can hardly hold this any longer. Fang Xiyue feigned struggle with the weight of the water case. Zhou Dazhuang stepped forward to accept it. Well, now that you have taken it, it is yours.
Let us head inside, he said.
We are all friends here. Let us not concern ourselves with such trivialities. Civilians and military personnel are one family, are they not? Do you not wish to befriend me? Fang Xiyue remarked as she closed the trunk. Why should she cultivate friendships with military personnel? It was simple, there was safety in numbers. Their presence not only provided protection, but also instilled a sense of hope. It was a peculiar comfort, as if their mere existence could resolve all challenges. She did not wish for them to sacrifice for the public while she remained in hardship. These supplies were trivial to her, yet scarce for the military men, who consistently prioritized sharing their collected resources with civilians, often leaving themselves in want. Fang Xiyue contemplated offering space in her buildings should they find themselves without shelter. Naturally, she would charge rent, knowing that these military brothers would not accept her generosity without feeling uneasy. We mean no offense, they insisted, eager to form friendships with such courteous individuals. Fang Xiyue smiled contentedly and returned to the passenger seat, opening the door. Chapter 55. Surprised by delight, Zhou Dazhuang placed the case of water on the ground and clapped his hands together, chiding himself for being impulsive. The case held 24 bottles, a significant amount for their current needs, but they had never intended to take anything from the civilians. By the way, do you have a place to stay? My buildings will be available for rent in the future. If you find yourselves without accommodation, you will have priority, Fang Xiyue inquired, feeling a sense of responsibility to assist. She believed that if there were available housing, it would surely be offered first to the survivors arriving here. They were likely living in makeshift shelters outside. She had the means to help, and was willing to make it easier for them. Really? We have nearly 90 people, they responded. Zhou Dazhuang felt as though he had been struck by surprise. They cannot take even the slightest advantage of the common folk. However, it is permissible for him to rent a place to stay, isn't it? While the weather remains mild, he has been living outside. Yet when winter arrives, they cannot possibly continue to dwell outdoors. It is indeed true, You may discuss this with your superiors. As for the rental process and the number of units, I will reserve spaces for you. I will do my utmost to arrange for you to be together, with each unit comprising 3 rooms. If 3 of you wish to share a single unit, that is also feasible. The rent is quite reasonable, at 300 crystal cores per month for each unit. In other words, if the 3 of you share 1 unit, each person would only need to pay me 100 crystal cores monthly. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? You are familiar with crystal cores, I presume? They are the substance found within the heads of zombies. Of course, for the first month you may defer the rent, as the zombies have not yet evolved. Fang Xiyue conveyed her rental prices to them, confident they would weigh their options and allowing them time for discussion. 1 crystal core is equivalent to 10 yuan, which means the rent for a unit totals 3,000 yuan, quite affordable. Very well, Miss Fang. We will consult with our leaders and get back to you. Although they were uncertain whether zombies would evolve to produce crystal cores, they assured her that if not, they would pay the rent with other resources. How will we contact you later? Chen Shui asked excitedly, as crystal cores would not be difficult for them to obtain. But the real challenge lay in finding shelter. Regulations state that those with accommodations are prioritized for distribution among survivors. Naturally, rent must be collected, as protection is provided, which in turn supports the military's operations. After all, they too have families to care for. Collecting rent prevents many survivors from remaining idle at home, relying solely on the military. No matter how capable the military may be, they cannot sustain an overwhelming number of people. Thus, from the outset, it was essential to establish clear guidelines. Those willing to enter may do so, while those unwilling should leave. They cannot rent other properties, but they can certainly lease from Fang Xiyue, as it is her private property to offer as she pleases. Once they secure a rental, they can bring their families over. I will temporarily reside here, so feel free to come to me directly. If you need to reach me later, you may contact members of our team. 2 of our members will be living here in the future, so you can approach them directly. She led them inside to view the units. When they emerged, they would inform everyone of their living arrangements. Dandan and Sister Xiyue opened the window and poked their heads out. It's me. Just reach out to me if you need anything. Dandan waved at them. Thank you. The 3 expressed sincerely. You're welcome. Goodbye, Fang Xiyue replied, stepping into the vehicle as it drove into the community. Previously, she had only inspected her own building, Block 8, and had not explored elsewhere. She contemplated looking around to see if there were any commercial properties available. If so, she would try to secure one. If successful, she could open a store right away. If not, she would have to operate within a residential building. It would not be impossible to dedicate an entire block for commercial use. The vehicle soon came to a stop, as Building 1 was indeed quite close to the entrance. Goodness, this is remarkably tall. After disembarking, everyone instinctively tilted their heads back to gaze upward, feeling as though they had to bend at a 90-degree angle to see the top. Let us go inside and take a look. Fang Xiyue used facial recognition to unlock the entrance. Naturally, the system's products are of superior quality. All buildings, from Block 1 to Block 8, are equipped with facial recognition machines, allowing entry solely through this method. Power is never interrupted, so there is no concern about being unable to enter. Other buildings likely require keys or passwords, which could be accessed by others, thus lacking the security of facial recognition. Moreover, the system's facial recognition technology can even identify twins. As long as Fang Xiyue brings people through this door, the machine will automatically recognize and record their faces, allowing them to enter independently next time. If someone from outside wishes to contact a resident, they can press the room number on the door to communicate with the occupants inside. They took the elevator directly to 602. The decor of each room is identical. One merely needs to select the desired floor. Dandan and Sister Xiyue, being girls, opted for the 6th floor, not too high, nor too low. They decided to rent a unit together, with 3 rooms sufficient for their needs, especially given the spacious area of 125 square meters. What do you think? Are you satisfied with this place? Fang Xiyue inquired, noticing the delighted expressions on Dandan and Sister Xiyue's faces. Absolutely satisfied. Thank you so much, Sister Xiyue, Dandan exclaimed, giving Fang Xiyue a hug, followed by Sister Xiyue. My dear, didn't you mention wanting to open a shop here? Perhaps my parents and I should move here as well. I could help keep an eye on things and assist with renting out your units. Fang's father quite liked the decor style here, believing that as children grow, they require their own private space. The villas across the way would be better suited for their daughter to reside alone. This way, both sets of parents could reside nearby for mutual support. I too wish to live here. It would be convenient once the shop opens. It saves the hassle of driving from the villa area, Fang's grandmother smiled, stroking the sofa. Indeed, living here is more convenient. Fang's grandfather immediately concurred. Shall we arrange to live in 601, 501, and 502? The four of us older folks can occupy the 5th floor, while you and Dandon stay on the 6th. Fang's grandmother began discussing arrangements with them. That sounds good. Let us finalize it. We'll return shortly to move our belongings and settle here. It will be easier for us to commute once the shop opens. Fang's grandfather unconditionally supported his wife. Thus, they reached a decision, and Fang Xiyue respected their choice. Since they wished to reside here, so be it. All right, let us proceed with this arrangement. Chapter 56. One must not be greedy. Fang Xiyue produced the keys for the 4 units and provided them with the respective passwords, advising them to change them when they had the time. No need to change them. What if we forget the passwords? Dandon remarked with a grin, feeling clever. Sister Yu's passwords are quite memorable. We can always ask you if we forget, huh? Exactly, Dandon is right, Fang's grandmother chuckled. All right then, Dandon and Sister Xiyue, you can start packing your belongings. We'll take our leave. Observing the eagerness of everyone to settle in, Fang Xiyue naturally would not dampen their spirits. She guided them to their respective units for settling in. As for their family's belongings, there was no need to retrieve them, as she had ample space. She would simply provide them with new items. When they returned to the villa area, she would assist in bringing their things over. Fang Xiyue did not intend to live here, as she was the property owner. Residing here might lead to numerous tenants seeking her out for favors. A form of social interaction she found unappealing. Therefore, it was better to return to the villa, where a degree of distance could be maintained. By 11:10 a.m., everyone had finished packing their belongings. The clothes have all been neatly placed in the wardrobe, and the toiletries have been arranged as well. Fang Xiyue, using her owner's phone, dialed the room numbers 602, 501, and 502, then called out, "Everyone come to 601 for dinner." Shortly after her announcement, there was a knock at the door. It was Dandon and Sister Xiyue, who lived next door. Sister Yu, the functionality of this house is remarkable. When you speak here, the speakers in our house resonate with clarity, Dandon remarked, increasingly feeling fortunate to have formed a close bond with such a pivotal figure. There may be many unexpected features yet to be discovered. We shall explore them gradually. Fang Xiyue playfully pinched Dandon's cheek. After a while, Fang Lao, Fang Laojia, Grandpa Fang, and Grandma Fang also arrived. The lunch spread remained sumptuous. In a bit, I will prepare fresh ingredients for your rooms. After that, you can cook for yourselves. If you wish to dine together, feel free to collaborate. Otherwise, it's more convenient to eat separately in your own homes. Sharing a meal occasionally is fine. But dining together at every meal is impractical, given the diversity in everyone's tastes. Especially since I do not reside here. It is impossible for anyone's cooking to cater to all preferences. Thus, separate dining is more suitable. All right, we shall indeed eat separately. Allowing everyone to prepare whatever they desire, Fang Ma readily agreed with her daughter's suggestion. After lunch, Fang Xiyue encouraged them to take a nap while she strolled around the community to check for commercial properties. She still had 20 opportunities to sign in. If successful, she would acquire 20 commercial units. As she leisurely drove, she soon spotted 2 rows of 2-story commercial spaces. Fang Xiyue discovered there were a total of 26 units. She first attempted to sign in at the first unit. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received 1 commercial unit. As the voice faded, a property certificate and a set of keys appeared in the passenger seat. It truly worked. Fang Xiyue quickly continued, successfully signing in for units 1 through 20. Though it was regrettable that she could not sign in for the remaining 6, she could still keep them in mind for future opportunities. In this post-apocalyptic world, she would likely be the only one able to operate a shop, so competition seemed unlikely. After parking, she began to arrange her acquired shops starting from Unit 20, a pharmacy, Unit 19, a fruit shop, Unit 18, a bakery, Unit 17, a barber shop, Unit 16, a milk tea shop, Unit 15, a snack shop, Unit 14, a barbecue shop, Unit 13, a fried skewer shop, Unit 12, a fried chicken shop, Unit 11, a rice noodle shop, Unit 10, a dumpling house, Unit 9, a noodle shop, Unit 8, a spicy hot pot shop, Unit 7, a marinated food shop, Unit 6, a breakfast shop, Unit 5, a jewelry shop, Unit 4, a buffet, Unit 3, a clothing store, Unit 1, a supermarket. Unit 2, a hot pot restaurant. The units numbered 1 to 4 were larger, thus designated for the supermarket, hot pot, buffet, and clothing store, while the others would host smaller establishments. Initially, she intended to open food-related shops, appealing to a broad audience. The jewelry and clothing stores were for those who appreciated aesthetics. Under favorable conditions, it was normal to lead a refined life. Cosmetics and similar products would also be available in the supermarket. The signboards were installed, gleaming and brand new. However, the non-infinite refreshing shops she successfully signed into were insufficient. Therefore, some supplies in these shops were sourced from the acquired infinite refreshing shops. In the future, these shops would serve as supply channels. Of course, essentials such as grains and oils would also be procured from the infinite refreshing shops. As for the supplies previously purchased, they would remain untouched. They wouldn't spoil. Just in case, if one day the infinite refreshing shops became unusable, she would still have a backup. However, if the system itself were rendered inoperable, then everything would be entirely futile. After all, she was not an actual space wielder. Her reliance was on the system's space. It seemed wise to store some non-perishable supplies in the basement of the villa. Yet she worried, what if both the villa and the 8 residential buildings were reclaimed? Fang Xiyue felt a twinge of concern. Host, fret not. The system will not sever ties with you, unless the host meets their demise. I shall accompany you for a lifetime, the system reassured her, sensing her apprehension. It existed in this world to ensure the host's well-being. Thank you, system, Fang Xiyue replied. With the system's assurance, she felt a significant sense of relief. Nevertheless, she resolved to store some supplies in the basement upon returning to the villa. Even if the system remained bound, it might still undergo upgrades, and during that time, the usability of supplies was uncertain. After closing the roller shutters of her 20 shops, Fang Xiyue drove towards the main gate. She needed to inform Chen Shuai and the others of her residence. She also intended to register her 20 shops. Regarding the remaining 6, she decided against pursuing them for now, allowing her military brother to take them over for some rental income. She recognized the importance of moderation in her ambitions. Before long, she arrived at the entrance. Stepping out of her vehicle, she approached Chen Shuai. Brother Chen, I am temporarily residing in Unit 601 of Building 1. Later, I will return to the villa in Area 8, but my family and 2 team members will stay here. They are in units on the 5th and 6th floors of Building 1. If you need to reach me, you can find them. They know how to contact me. To help Chen Shuai remember, Fang Xiyue wrote down the building number, unit number, and room number on a piece of paper and handed it to him.
Oh.
And I forgot to mention earlier, I also have 20 commercial units here. Could you help me register them? Fang Xiyue produced 20 property certificates from her car. Chapter 57. I am aware. Alright, Miss Fang, I understand. But how did you know my name is Chen Shuai? Chen Shuai's eyes widened as he shifted the topic. I heard someone call your name. Are you not Chen Shuai? Fang Xiyue pointed to Zhou Dazhuang. Chen Shuai suddenly recalled that Zhou Dazhuang had indeed called his name at the entrance of the villa area. Miss Fang, you are not mistaken. I am indeed Chen Shuai. This is Zhou Dazhuang, he is Chu Lin, and he is Guisheng. Chen Shuai introduced everyone. Nice to meet you. I am Fang Xiyue. I will be opening a store in my commercial units, so feel free to support me if you desire anything, she said, winking and pointing at her 20 property certificates. Miss Fang, I would advise against opening a store at this moment. Survivors may resort to looting, as they have grown accustomed to taking supplies from other shops post-apocalypse. If you suddenly ask them to spend crystal cores to buy, they are unlikely to comply, Chen Shuai kindly cautioned Fang Xiyue. It's alright, don't worry. I am well aware of it. They cannot take anything from my shop without spending crystal cores. My shop is equipped with high technology. If you don't believe me,
You can try it out sometime.
this high-tech feature is exclusive to me, and others cannot breach it, so I am entirely unconcerned. My residential area is also equipped with this high technology, ensuring your absolute safety within my residential buildings. Not even survivors or zombies, not to mention flies or mosquitoes, can intrude. Fang Xiyue cleverly referred to her system as high technology, making it easier for them to comprehend and trust. Moreover, she had no intention of revealing the system, so attributing it to high technology was a perfect cover. Really? I am eager to give it a try. Zhou Dazhuang approached, his keen interest in advanced technology evident. The shop would commence operations on the 26th, and he warmly invited everyone to come and experience it. Military personnel dining there could enjoy credit, with the option to settle their bills next month using crystal cores. Fang Xiyue generously expressed her assurance. Aren't you concerned that we might not deliver the crystal cores next month after dining? Zhou Dazhuang jested. Not at all. I hold a favorable view of military personnel and trust in your integrity. Besides, if you truly neglect to send them, it would merely reflect my poor judgment of character. Through sharing these provisions, I would still gain insight into your true nature, which is not a loss, haha. The last remark was clearly made in jest.
Well,
Based on your trust, we will definitely be there on the 26th, the four military brothers promptly assured, while Chu Lin hurriedly registered her shop. They were once again struck by the magnitude of Fang Xiyue's wealth. She was exceedingly affluent, planning to open 20 more shops on the 26th. She was living a life they could scarcely imagine. Oh, by the way, do you have any comrades who have retired due to injuries and are seeking work? They could come work at my shop. While I cannot claim the best benefits, I can guarantee they will be well fed. There is no one more trustworthy than military personnel. Hiring some injured veterans or those with disabilities to work here could be a way to aid the nation. Those who have gained special abilities may find their ailments healed. But what about those who haven't? They too must live and support families. Really? That would be wonderful. I will speak to our company commander right away. Zhou Dazhuang exclaimed, rushing off. Fang Xiyue smiled as she watched him dash away, amused by his eagerness. She decided to wait a while, as she had nothing pressing to attend to. Subsequently, Fang Xiyue settled onto a small stool that Chu Lin had brought over, engaging in light conversation with them. The most notable outcome of their chat was the shift in how they addressed her, from Miss Fang to Xiyue, and she reciprocated by adding brother to their names. Fang Xiyue found the interaction thoroughly enjoyable, devoid of any awkwardness typically associated with male-female dynamics. Their gazes reflected pure admiration, treating her as a beloved sister. It felt delightful. Half an hour later, Zhou Dazhuang returned with two men clad in camouflage uniforms. He carried himself with an air of pride, as if he were presenting an esteemed leader. Company Commander Liu, Platoon Leader Zhou, this is Miss Fang Xiyue, whom I mentioned. She has offered to rent us a house. Miss Fang. This is our Company Commander Liu and Platoon Leader Zhou, Zhou Dazhuang introduced. Company Commander Liu appeared to be in his mid-30s, while Platoon Leader Zhou seemed to be in his early 30s. Both had a dignified presence about them. Good day, Company Commander Liu. Platoon Leader Zhou, I am Fang Xiyue. It is a pleasure to meet you. Fang Xiyue greeted, hoping her introduction sufficed. Having never met military personnel before, she was uncertain of what else to say. Hello, Miss Fang. We sincerely appreciate your trust in us. We have just discussed that our unit consists of 90 members, and we would like to rent an entire unit of the building. This way, we can bring our families along. Would that be possible? Company Commander Liu extended his hand for a handshake with Fang Xiyue, inquiring about the feasibility of the arrangement. Of course. I will rent you Unit 2 of Building 1. If that proves insufficient, you may also rent Unit 1. My family and teammates will occupy Unit 1, allowing you to keep an eye on them. With you around, I feel reassured, Fang Xiyue replied with a smile, her tone completely unforced. Additionally, if any other comrades wish to rent, they are more than welcome. Currently, I have no plans for general rentals, as I do not yet have crystal cores. I will start full-scale rentals next month. So feel free to inquire among your fellow soldiers. The rent for the first month can be paid in the second month. Renting to anyone is still renting, and managing military tenants will be much easier. Understood, Miss Fang. We will consult with other units and regiments. Company Commander Liu and Platoon Leader Zhou expressed their gratitude with appreciative glances. Let us finalize the rental contract, then. A total of 90 copies. My signature is already on it. You merely need to review and sign. You can take it back to sign, and have Brother Chen and Dazhuang deliver it to my home. I will ensure that the keys are passed on to you, Fang Xiyue said, pulling out a stack of contracts from her bag and indicating Chen and the others. All right, we will take it back to sign shortly. Platoon Leader Zhou took the contracts from Fang Xiyue. In truth, in this apocalyptic world, contracts held no legal weight. They were merely a procedural formality. The moment they signed, their information would be automatically recorded in the system, ensuring Fang Xiyue would not forget who is who. Chapter 58. You're making me laugh to death now. Regarding the employment of retired soldiers, I currently need 100 individuals. Each building should have 5 bodyguards, and each shop should have 2 bodyguards and 1 staff member. I would appreciate your assistance in finding suitable candidates. The presence of bodyguards serves as a deterrent. Regardless of whether they are needed, the presence itself exudes an aura of authority. It will certainly look impressive. 100? we will see what we can do. We will encourage those willing to come here to seek you out, Company Commander Liu remarked. Astonished that Fang Xiyue had single-handedly resolved the sustenance issue for more individuals than their entire unit. Clearly, this matter warranted informing the battalion commander, who could also inquire if other units were interested in residing nearby. By the way, Company Commander Liu and Platoon Leader Zhou, I believe it would be prudent to implement a new currency policy in our city for future transactions. This way, when others provide supplies or crystal cores, you can exchange them for currency. With currency, they can make purchases, thus establishing a circular economy. It is crucial that we do not revert to the old currency, as that would be unjust. Moving forward, everyone will need to earn their currency through their own efforts. The new currency policy will undoubtedly be implemented, whether in the form of virtual currency or physical currency. Otherwise, it would be impractical for everyone to carry supplies for daily exchanges. We are indeed considering a currency policy and will announce specific guidelines in due course. You will be the first to know, Company Commander Liu admitted. Realizing he should not underestimate the young woman before him, her foresight was remarkable. That sounds wonderful. I look forward to it, Fang Xiyue replied cheerfully, feeling pleased with the progress. After Company Commander Liu and Platoon Leader Zhou departed, Fang Xiyue remained on her stool, continuing her conversation with the others, mainly inquiring about the current occupancy of the community. How many people are currently residing in our community? Fang Xiyue asked curiously. Approximately 300. Over 30 arrived last night on their own. The rest were rescued during our previous efforts to clear out zombies, Chu Lin responded with a smile, noting there was nothing to conceal. Oh, that is quite few. With so few people you could easily stay in the buildings. Why set up tents outside? Fang Xiyue had initially assumed the community housed thousands. Fewer than 300 individuals have taken residence here, leaving an abundance of vacant properties. The primary concern lies in the potential inconvenience of moving should the number of survivors increase. Thus, it seems more prudent not to settle in at all. As the weather remains mild, sleeping outdoors is quite comfortable, Chu Lin explained. However, Fang Xiyue perceived this as mere self-deception. How could sleeping outside possibly compare to the comfort of an indoor bed? Their relentless consideration for the common folk was evident. You four should stay over tonight. Feel free to choose any floor. The elevator goes directly up, so there is no need to climb the stairs. Climbing to the 33rd floor would be exhausting. Is the elevator still operational? The complex is experiencing a power outage, Zhou Dazhuang interjected. I have a separate power supply system that won't fail. And there's water available too. After a long day, you can return and enjoy a hot shower. There's nothing more soothing than a warm bath after a day of toil and sweat. But Xia, your rent is astonishingly low, Zhou Dazhuang remarked, feeling they were gaining quite the bargain. Not really. You still have to pay for water and electricity with crystal cores, Xia replied, shaking her head, unconvinced that she was at a disadvantage. Crystal cores are not so easily acquired, and not every zombie possesses one. Some may be particularly unfortunate, unable to gather even 100 cores in a month. But having access to water and electricity is incredibly comfortable. Everything becomes convenient, and you can even cook at home, living quite leisurely. Zhou Dazhuang was eager to finish work and choose a room. Being an orphan without a girlfriend, he would relish the opportunity to enjoy such a spacious dwelling alone. Indeed, as long as the water supply continues, it remains quite pleasant. If it were to cease, one can only imagine how unpleasant the restroom would become, Guosheng added, fanning himself. That might happen soon. With the power out, the water supply can't be far behind. However, I can assure you that my supply will remain uninterrupted. You can trust that I have high-tech solutions. Fang Xiyue smiled mischievously. Xia, you truly are a savior. Zhou Dazhuang's exaggerated praise made her chuckle even more. Oh, Xia, I was wondering why you seemed suddenly different towards me. It turns out you've charmed someone else. The previously harmonious conversation was abruptly disrupted by a familiar voice, Zhao Tianming. He was still with Zhang Mei, who appeared drenched in sweat after supporting a large man over a considerable distance. What nonsense are you spouting? If you can't speak properly, don't come barking. Fang Xiyue rose and glared at Zhao Tianming. Your taste is rather poor, choosing to associate with these thugs. Do they possess my looks, physique, or education? With each question, Zhao Tianming's head lifted higher. Ha ha ha, you're killing me with laughter. How do you manage to ask such questions while looking at their faces? Fang Xiyue glanced at the 4 soldiers behind her before turning to Zhao Tianming, shaking her head. Firstly, handsome? You seem to lack self-awareness. What makes you think you're better looking than them? Secondly, with your abominable physique, how can you claim to compare with those who have actual muscle? Thirdly, you haven't even graduated from university, holding merely a high school diploma. What right do you have to boast of your education? Indeed, the apocalypse struck before he could graduate. Consequently, everyone was at best a high school graduate, including herself. Fang Xiyue found it laughable how someone so ordinary could be so self-assured. You're just saying that on purpose, Zhao Tianming retorted, unconvinced of her sincerity. If that is the case, let Zhang Mei decide. If she can say you're more handsome than the four of them, I'll concede. Zhao Tianming confidently turned to Zhang Mei. Zhang Mei, tell her, am I not more handsome than those four? Zhang Mei looked up at Zhao Tianming, then glanced at the four soldiers, falling silent. No matter how love-struck one might be, she could not bring herself to consider Zhao Tianming more attractive than those four. Her silence spoke volumes. Chapter 59. You deserve to be taught a lesson. Fang Xiyue beamed with delight at Zhang Mei's silence, while Zhao Tianming's expression darkened as he roughly pushed her aside. Zhang Mei, already at her physical limit, collapsed to the ground unconscious. Zhao Tianming, you are truly a scoundrel. Zhang Mei has sacrificed so much for you, yet you treat her this way. You are utterly unworthy of anyone's care. Get away from here. Fang Xiyue pointed at Zhao Tianming, scolding him. What gives you the right to tell me to leave? I have a right to enter this complex. I am a survivor too. Zhao Tianming shot back defiantly. Our community does not permit scoundrels to enter. The four soldiers moved protectively in front of Fang Xiyue. Oh, I underestimated you, Fang Xiyue. I initially thought you had merely charmed one. It seems you've captivated all four. This apocalypse has indeed favored you. Are you planning to live a life where you can have as many men as you desire? Zhao Tianming spewed contemptuous words.
Bang!
Zhou Dazhuang's fist connected with Zhao Tianming's face, knocking him to the ground. Say that again. Let us see if you dare. Zhou Dazhuang sat atop Zhao Tianming, delivering blow after blow. How can you soldiers just hit people at will? Yesterday he hit me, and today you do. I'll report you to your superiors. Zhao Tianming cried, shielding himself with his arms. Go ahead. I'll be waiting. Don't think that just because this is the apocalypse, I'll adhere to any rules. Even before the apocalypse, I wouldn't hesitate to teach you a lesson. Zhou Dazhuang spat on Zhao Tianming as he stood up. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slapped the face of your opponent and gained one signing and opportunity. All right, brother Zhou. It's not worth getting your hands dirty. Let him fend for himself here, Fang Xiyue interjected, stopping Zhou Dazhuang from delivering another kick. Rest assured, as long as we are here, this scoundrel will never come near you. You can trust that from now on, you are our sister, and we will protect you. Zhou Dazhuang patted his chest in assurance. Okay, brother Dazhuang, I believe you. In that moment, Fang Xiyue felt as though she had gained a protective older brother. As an only child, she had always yearned for someone to shield her, but ultimately, she bore the weight of everything alone. The past few days, being protected by two soldiers felt strange yet heartwarming. Additionally, Zhou Dazhuang instilled in her an inexplicable sense of familiarity, akin to that of family. A sensation she did not experience with Qin Shuai, who had also aided her. She recalled Zhou Dazhuang mentioning he was an orphan. Brother Dazhuang, didn't he say you were an orphan? Why not let my parents adopt you as your godparents? We could truly be siblings. They would surely adore you. Fang Xiyue, in a moment of impulsiveness, blurted something out, leaving her feeling a tad embarrassed. Was her action a bit peculiar? It seemed as though she might be suspected of trying to ingratiate herself with the soldiers managing Xingxiuxing City. Her mother had once expressed a desire for both a son and a daughter, yet after giving birth to her, she had not conceived again. Fang's mother was not one to favor sons over daughters. She loved both equally, but simply wished for the joy of having both. It was curious, however, that her grandparents had only one child, her father, her maternal grandparents had only her mother, and her parents had only her. Perhaps their family was simply bound by the gene for having only one child. If they were to bring home a grandson, would it be a surprise or a shock for them? After contemplating this, she felt it was inappropriate and was about to claim she was joking, when suddenly she heard, Xia, are you serious? I could take you at your word. I long for family, I dream of having one. Zhou Dazhuang's eyes glistened with emotion, taken aback by Fang Xiyue's unexpected declaration. Whether it was a jest or not, it touched him deeply. Seeing Zhou Dazhuang moved, Fang Xiyue found it difficult to retract her words. This is not a joke. After your shift, come find me at room 601, and I shall personally introduce you to my family. Henceforth, you shall be my brother, and I shall be your sister. Fang Xiyue beamed like a little sun. Zhou Dazhuang rated her goodness at 100. He was assured of her pure intentions. Since the words were spoken, it was best to let things unfold naturally. Most importantly, she truly felt a sense of security from him that only an older brother could provide. All right, sister. I'll come find you after I finish work at 8. Zhou Dazhuang grinned foolishly. The two naturally adopted the titles of brother and sister, discarding their names as if they had been calling each other such for years. Have you two forgotten about us three? Can't we be seen as brothers too? Guasheng teased. Brother? This is my sister. You all have your own families and yet wish to compete for my sister? Not a chance. You shall merely be my sister's brother's comrades. Zhou Dazhuang proudly wrapped an arm around Fang Xiyue's shoulders. The others felt a twinge of disappointment. Why they thought to claim Fang Xiyue as their younger sister? Now, Zhou Dazhuang had beaten them to it, and they wondered how long he would gloat. Fang Xiyue felt no offense, sensing only sincerity, devoid of malice. Host, you have excellent taste. Zhou Dazhuang's character is truly commendable. His goodwill towards you has reached a perfect 100, the system interjected. Of course. It's only natural given who my host is. My judgment is equally discerning, Fang Xiyue jested with the system. Oh, not really, host. You always speak such blunt truths. It makes one feel quite shy. Haha, how adorable. Well then, brother, I must head back now. I'll bring you some food later to celebrate our first day as siblings. They would finish work at 8, and dinner would surely be missed. Resources were limited, and they could hardly expect to have 3 meals a day. Even if they did eat, it would not be enough to fill their stomachs. As long as they did not starve, that sufficed. All right, brother, I shall await your delicious offerings. Zhou Dazhuang displayed no signs of hesitation, treating Fang Xiyue as if she were his biological sister, completely at ease. Fang Xiyue found his demeanor comforting rather than bothersome. Zhou Dazhuang, you truly have no shame. Allowing Xiyue to bring you food, Chu Lin teased him. I know you're envious. I'm not angry. Say what you will, huh? Who has got a sister while you have but a stinky younger brother? Zhou Dazhuang's tone was annoyingly smug. Chu Lin couldn't resist giving him a playful punch, which Zhou Dazhuang nimbly dodged. The four of them chatted without a care, while Zhao Tianming, lying on the ground and groaning, seethed with anger. He silently vowed to take revenge on the 2 soldiers who had struck him. Yet, regardless of his vows, Fang Xiyue remained unperturbed. He was merely a clown in her eyes. Is there anything you dislike eating? Let me know in advance, so that I don't bring you something you want to enjoy. Fang Xiyue took out a small notebook to jot down notes.
No.
We're not picky eaters at all. The 4 waved their hands, grateful simply to have a share. Very well, Fang Xiyue tucked the notebook away and drove off. She needed to return and share this delightful news with her family, to bring them joy and prepare them mentally. After all, she was the one unilaterally claiming him as her older brother. What if they were truly unwilling? She would need to do some psychological preparation. Upon returning to Building 1, as she was scanning her face, someone called out to her. Hey, Fang Xiyue, what are you doing here? Didn't you go back to your villa? Fang Xiyue turned to the right to see Qi Shu and his classmates. Oh, it's you all. This is also my home. Are you living here too? Fang Xiyue had considered the possibility of running into them, but hadn't he expected it to happen so soon. Yes, we rented a place in Building 9. Are you renting too? Qi Shu engaged in casual conversation, as it felt inappropriate to pretend they did not know each other, given that Xia's team had assisted them. And they felt a sense of obligation to reciprocate. I bought it, Fang Xiyue replied, shaking her head, feeling no need to lie. After all, if she did, it would inevitably come to light later. This was not a necessary deception. If they wished to rent a place, that was fine. Paying rent was all that mattered. Since Zhao Tianming was absent, the people in their group were of decent character. At the very least, they would not cause trouble or default on rent. It was normal for people to have minor flaws. After all, perfection is a myth, and everyone harbors some selfishness. Oh, then you should head home. We're going out for a stroll. Qi Shu felt the disparity between them was stark. They had so many houses, while they had nothing.
All right.
Fang Xiyue opened the door and stepped inside, opting for brevity as they were not particularly close. Small talk seemed pointless. She took the elevator up to the 6th floor and returned home. Daughter, you're back. What have you been up to? Her parents were in the living room watching television, a show Fang Xiyue had previously downloaded, as they could not access the local channels. I just went over to the shops and did some renovations. I have 20 shops there. I've arranged all the stores we collected, and we will be opening in 3 days. Fang Xiyue sat beside her mother, hugging her arm. Daughter, you really drop one bombshell after another. 20 shops. How much money does that require? Your lottery win must be quite substantial. Her parents had grown accustomed to her astonishing revelations and were now unfazed. Even if she were to claim she had a spaceship, they would remain unshocked. Of course, I Haven T actually won the lottery. Before the apocalypse. I bow myself to a sign-in system. It was the system that informed me of the impending apocalypse. The money I gave you was earned by signing in at the bank. Each sign-in yields 100 million in cash. I've also signed in at many locations, including shopping malls and wholesale markets. They can be refreshed infinitely. If I take one out, another automatically replaces it. Thus, I possess an abundance of resources. And you need not worry about it running out. I refrained from mentioning this earlier, fearing you might inadvertently disclose it to others. Due to the insecurity of the villa we resided in at that time, I must now inform you that these 8 buildings, which I acquired through my check-in, possess a remarkably high level of security. No one can eavesdrop on our conversations, and without my consent, no one can enter. Regardless of whether they employ bombs or cannons, this place will remain unscathed. The villa we previously occupied, along with the 20 shops, were also secured through my check-in, boasting an exceptional security rating. Even if someone were to attempt to steal the goods inside, they would be automatically repelled and rendered unable to enter again. After a brief pause, Fang Xiyue continued. My dear, this means we are currently in a place of absolute safety. There is no need for any concern. You may sleep and live as you please. Fang Dad summarized. Indeed, you are correct, Fang Xiyue nodded. Once she sensed that her parents had absorbed the information, she resumed speaking. I've just taken on an adoptive older brother. He is the tall and robust soldier who registered us at the villa's entrance. His name is Zhou Dazhuang, and he is an orphan who has never known the love of parents. Earlier, Zhao Tianming came over to provoke me, calling me promiscuous and derogatory names. Zhou Dazhuang defended me, and I felt a sense of protection akin to that of an older brother. Thus, I impulsively suggested he be my older brother and you both his adoptive parents. To my surprise, he took it seriously and agreed. I wanted to ask for your thoughts first. If you do not mind having another adoptive son, let him address you as adoptive father and mother. If you prefer otherwise, we can maintain a brother-sister relationship, and he will call you uncle and aunt. Zhou Dazhuang has a commendable character, verified by the system. With that, Fang Xiyue finished her thoughts and quietly awaited her parents' reaction. We don't mind having another adoptive son, but will he truly be willing? Don't force him. Fang Mom expressed concern, fearing that their daughter might pressure him into the role. Of course he is willing. He was thrilled, and I promised to bring him dinner later. Fang Xiyue replied with a silly smile, surprised by her parents' easy acceptance. In truth, Fang Dad and Fang Mom had simple thoughts. They were primarily concerned with their daughter's happiness. Moreover, having another good child could help protect their daughter. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I'll go prepare a meal for him now. Is there anything he doesn't eat? Fang Mom stood up and walked toward the kitchen, tying on an apron as she asked. I inquired. And he has no dietary restrictions. The other 3 soldiers are quite friendly with my brother, and I would like to bring them dinner as well. So please prepare a bit more, Fang Xiyue replied, resting her chin on the table, her eyes sparkling. Understood. I can tell your brother has quite an appetite. His 3 comrades must also eat well, so I'll make extra rice, Fang Mom smiled. Having another child, especially a good one, could only bring benefits. She had always wished for both a son and a daughter, but had not achieved that. Now, the heavens had blessed her with such an outstanding son, which could be seen as a fulfillment of her desires. My dear, I will go speak with your grandparents about this, and we shall gather as a family tonight. Fang Dad said with a smile, rising to change his shoes. Dad, let us not mention the system to them. I'm afraid they might worry. The fewer who know about it, the better. I only mentioned it to you and Mom to have a couple of allies for cover, she cautioned. All right. We won't say anything. I'll go downstairs and emphasize Zhou Dazhuang's heroic deeds in helping you. So they can rejoice in having a grandson who can protect their granddaughter, Fang Dad agreed with a smile. Fang Xiyue joined in the laughter, feeling grateful for her family. Darling, grab 4 larger food containers. I'll prepare 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes for your brothers, Fang Mom announced, laying out the ingredients on the countertop. Okay, Mom, Fang Xiyue replied, placing 4 large containers on the dining table, each with 3 layers. The bottom layer was for staples, while the top 2 layers contained 2 compartments for dishes. As Fang Mom started heating oil in the pan, Fang Dad returned with the 4 elders, all smiling and eager to hear about the events that had transpired. Your dad can't tell a story. Let our granddaughter narrate, Fang Grandma teased, looking at Fang Dad with disdain. Fang Dad, feeling somewhat wronged, rubbed his nose and went to the kitchen to seek comfort from his wife. However, Fang Mom was busy cooking, giving him a perfunctory pat on the back before returning to her tasks. Nevertheless, Fang Dad felt reassured and happily assisted his wife in preparing the meal. By 4:30 in the afternoon, all 4 large containers were filled. Darling, I'll accompany you to deliver the food to your brothers, Fang Mom said, looking at Fang Xiyue with anticipation, though nervously fidgeting with her hands. I want to go too. Please let me join you, dear, Fang Dad chimed in. What are you going for? You'll just frighten the child. Let Dame accompany you, Fang Grandma interjected. The children all adore you. Don't crowd them. We'll see them tonight, she added, pressing Fang Dad back into a seat. Mom, stop pretending. Look at your trembling legs. You must be extremely nervous and eager to meet your newly adopted grandson. Are you afraid he won't like you? Fang Dad teased, leaning in closer to Fang Grandma, only to receive a couple of playful slaps on the back from her in response. Ultimately, it was Fang Mom and Fang Xiyue who went to deliver the food. As the car halted at the entrance, both parties felt a twinge of nervousness. Fang Mom busied herself in the car, adjusting her clothing repeatedly, anxious about her son's impression of her. Upon seeing Fang Mom, Zhou Dazhuang also asked Chen Shuai for help in tidying his attire. Mom, please get out. You look fantastic right now, Fang Xiyue encouraged, giving her mother a thumbs up. Fang Mom nodded and opened the car door to step out. Fang Xiyue followed suit, each carrying 2 large food containers. Dazhuang, come for dinner. Your godmother has prepared delicious dishes, so gather your comrades, Fang Mom called out, her earlier nervousness now replaced by natural ease. All right, godmother, I'm coming. Zhou Dazhuang, moved by Fang Mom's warmth, felt tears welling in his eyes. He quickly wiped them away with his sleeve and called out, Godmother. This moment brought tears to Fang Mom's eyes as well, as she felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, as if they were destined to be family and Zhou Dazhuang was meant to be her son. Let us eat. Your godmother has brought us delicious food, Zhou Dazhuang cheerfully invited his 3 comrades over. With a wave of Fang Xiyue's hand, a large table with 6 chairs appeared in the empty space. The 4 men exchanged glances upon witnessing her display of spatial abilities, silently resolving to protect Fang Xiyue at all costs. This was a coveted spatial ability that everyone desperately needed. Since Xiyue trusted them so profoundly, they felt compelled not to betray her confidence. The reason Fang Xiyue dared to reveal her spatial powers in their presence was that the system had marked each of their moral values above their heads. Dazhuang, 100. Shuai, 98. Lin, 98. Sheng, 97. The system indicated that as long as one's moral value exceeds 95, it signifies that the individual poses no threat to themselves or others. Furthermore, this moral value is only capable of increasing, never decreasing. This is to say, once it surpasses 95, it cannot revert to a lower status. This is a benevolent buff bestowed upon her by the system, akin to the buff that enhances the resilience of those who have been wronged. The 4 of them settled down. Fang Ma and Fang Xiyue sat not far behind Zhou Dazhuang, observing them as they dined. Fang Ma found herself increasingly fond of Zhou Dazhuang, even noting a resemblance between him and her husband. Zhou Dazhuang, feeling somewhat shy under her gaze, nonetheless felt a warmth swell within him. Auntie, your cooking is truly delightful, he praised as he savored the meal. Indeed, Annie, you must have been a master chef. Guosheng chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Chen Shuai and Chulin also expressed their delight, declaring Fang Ma's dishes to be the finest they had ever tasted. As Fang Ma watched the 4 young men, her heart ached a little. Her offerings were merely home-cooked meals, not on par with restaurant fare. Yet their enjoyment stemmed from the fact that they had likely not tasted warm, hearty food in a long while, perhaps even having gone without sufficient nourishment for quite some time. If you enjoy it, please eat more. In the future, Andy will bring you meals when I can, she said with a gentle smile. Thank you, godmother. Thank you, auntie, they chorused, with Zhou Dazhuang referring to Fang Ma as godmother while the others called her auntie, claiming a familial bond.
Oh,
No need for such courtesy. You're all like my own children. If I can't deliver food to you, feel free to come to the shop for a meal. You are all my son's good comrades, brothers in arms, and Auntie will take care of your sustenance, Fang Ma said, her joy palpable. That won't do, Auntie. We are soldiers and cannot accept even a penny from civilians. Even if you are Dazhuang's godmother, we will certainly pay for our meals. And we hope you won't mind our frequent visits, Chu Lin stated while savoring the braised pork. He envisioned a future filled with delectable dishes at every meal. Very well, Auntie will not make it difficult for you. I wouldn't want you to err. If needed, Auntie will add more dishes, she replied, her affection for the 4 boys growing with each passing moment, especially towards Zhou Dazhuang. Brother, where are Zhao Tianming and Zhang Mei? They weren't around when we left. They must have entered the residential area, Zhou Dazhuang replied candidly, indifferent to their whereabouts. Fang Xiyue merely inquired, but did not show concern for their absence. Once the 4 finished their meal, Fang Xiyue promptly stored the table and chairs back into the spatial realm. Dazhuang, you're coming home tonight, right? Your godfather, grandparents, and great-grandparents all wish to meet you, Fang Ma said just before getting into the car. Understood, godmother. I will definitely return home, Zhou Dazhuang assured with a smile. The word home filled him with happiness. Fang Ma boarded the vehicle with ease, and Fang Xiyue waved goodbye to the 4 as they drove away.
Dazhuang.
Do you think we could borrow our sister's car? It's so cool, Guasheng exclaimed, throwing an arm around Zhou Dazhuang's shoulder. Not a chance. That's my sister's car. And I wouldn't let you smelly men drive it, Zhou Dazhuang retorted, playfully shoving Guasheng.
Oh.
As if you're not a smelly man yourself. Guasheng shot back with a light punch. Chapter 62. Certainly, it's all thanks to me. You dare hit me? I'll tell my godmother not to feed you. Zhou Dazhuang threatened. I was wrong. Please don't let our mom stop feeding me, Guasheng pleaded. After enjoying such a delicious meal, the thought of going without was simply too cruel. All right, since your apology is so sincere, I won't hold a grudge, Zhou Dazhuang replied, shaking his finger playfully. Good brother, truly a good brother, Guasheng said, hugging Zhou Dazhuang once more. Chen Shui and Chu Lin exchanged glances and chuckled helplessly. In the post-apocalyptic world, they hadn't felt such joy in a long time. After Fang Xiyue and Fang Ma returned home, the family eagerly pulled them into the living room for a chat. They were keen to inquire about Zhou Dazhuang to prepare themselves for his arrival, wishing to avoid leaving a poor impression later that evening. Fang Ma patted the hands of the 2 mothers and began to vividly recount how exceptional Zhou Dazhuang was. The 4 elders listened intently, feeling a sense of pride akin to that of parents whose child is being praised for their performance. However, these children were not children at all, but rather a 300-month-old baby. Fang Xiyue estimated that Zhou Dazhuang was around 25 years old. The Fang family adored children, but they had only 1 child. Now, they would have an additional child, bringing more liveliness to the household. As the hour approached 8, the atmosphere in the living room grew tense. This was their first time meeting a godparent, and they were apprehensive about embarrassing their granddaughter. Fang Xiyue had not expected her family to become so anxious. They were overly tense, even changing their clothes in preparation. Everyone, please don't be so nervous. If you're all like this, it'll only make my brother more anxious when he arrives. Relax, everyone, just relax, she urged, attempting to ease the collective tension. Finally, the clock struck 8. The entire family, previously seated on the sofa, sprang to their feet in unison. They instinctively rushed to the window, peering downwards. The building, illuminated by lights, stood out starkly against the dark surroundings, as it was the only one in the area that was lit. The survivors residing in Building 9 merely assumed it was the result of some emergency lighting. After 5 minutes, they spotted a tall, upright man in military attire entering their line of sight. As he approached, he looked up towards the 6th-floor window. Fang Xiyue joyfully waved down at him, not caring whether Zhou Dazhuang could see her. However, he immediately waved back, clearly visible to her. Then Fang Xiyue noticed her family waving down as well. This young man is quite handsome. He must take after me, Grandpa Fang mused, stroking his chin. What do you mean? Must take after you? He certainly takes after me. Just look at how handsome our son is. It's all thanks to the enhancements I made to the Fang family genes. Grandma Fang nudged him playfully. I'll go down and fetch my brother, Fang Xiyue announced, changing into her shoes and heading outside. While she could open the door from the upper floor, she thought it best to greet Zhou Dazhuang personally, allowing for his face recognition to be registered, thus eliminating the need to ring the bell in the future. The elevator ride was brief, and Zhou Dezhuang stood at the building's entrance, preparing himself mentally. Fang Xiyue opened the door and called, "Brother, what are you doing?"
Come in.
She reached out to pull him inside. The moment Zhou Dezhuang stepped in, the system recorded his facial recognition. "Sis, I'm feeling a bit nervous," he admitted, nervously fidgeting with his hands as they waited for the elevator. He had been pondering during his shift whether he had acted too impulsively in accepting the godparent relationship. Perhaps Fang Xiyue had been joking, but now that he had taken it seriously, they were both committed to the situation. "Haha, your nervous fidgeting is just like Mom's. She also likes to fidget with her hands," Fang Xiyue teased as she pointed out Zhou Dezhuang's anxious gestures. He immediately froze, trying not to reveal his anxiety too overtly. "Let me show you some family photos," Fang Xiyue said, pulling out her phone and scrolling through the album to introduce Zhou Dezhuang to her family members, with labels indicating which were her grandparents. Zhou Dezhuang wished to make a favorable impression on them in advance to avoid any possible misnaming in the future. "Has this photograph been edited?" he inquired, noticing how remarkably youthful the grandparents appeared. "That is because our entire family consists of supernatural beings. After awakening our abilities, everyone has rejuvenated significantly, including my parents," Fang Xiyue explained the family situation to Zhou Dezhuang. "All supernatural beings? How rare indeed," he remarked, considering that his own team had merely 20 supernatural beings, himself included. As a soil manipulator, he could only create a small pit in the ground, akin to a minor bump in a muddy path. "Yes, I too find it extraordinary. Perhaps it is a blessing from the heavens upon our family," Fang Xiyue smiled candidly. Initially, she had been unaware of their abilities and uncertain if they would remain human when the apocalypse arrived. Thankfully, everything was unfolding positively. Zhou Dezhuang nodded and began memorizing the faces in the photographs. Once he felt sufficiently prepared, Fang Xiyue pressed the elevator button. As the elevator doors opened, the two stepped inside. It was at that moment Zhou Dezhuang confirmed that the buildings indeed had a reliable power supply, as the elevator was operational, contrary to his initial belief that only basic household electricity was being provided. It appeared just as it had before the apocalypse, with no discernible difference. Shortly, the elevator halted at the 6th floor, and the door to room 601 was slightly ajar. Hearing the elevator's sound, Fang Ma peeked out. "Dezhuang is back."
Come in.
She called, beckoning the two to enter. "Auntie, I'm home," Zhou Dezhuang greeted, his gaze fixed on Fang Ma. The warmth of having family awaiting his return filled him with happiness. As they exchanged their shoes for slippers at the door, the four elderly individuals, who had initially forced themselves to remain seated on the couch, instantly forgot their composure upon seeing Zhou Dezhuang bowing slightly as he entered.
Oh my.
"Dezhuang has grown so tall, even surpassing the door frame," Fang Grandma exclaimed, clearly delighted. "What a tall young man. He'll surely be impressive when out and about."
Grandma.
Zhou Dezhuang called out to Fang Grandma. Yes, Grandma is here," she replied, her face beaming with joy as she realized Zhou Dezhuang recognized her immediately and did not miscall her name. After that, Zhou Dezhuang addressed each family member by name, receiving warm responses from everyone. Before arriving, he had been worried about mixing up names, but the moment he saw his family, he instinctively knew who each person was. They surrounded Zhou Dezhuang and led him to the living room, where he sat at the center, answering their questions and sharing his life experiences from childhood to the present. Everyone listened intently as he recounted tales from his past. When he mentioned being bullied as a child due to the absence of his parents, sympathy was evident on their faces. Zhou Dezhuang shared that he had chosen his name in hopes of growing tall and strong, so he would no longer be bullied. And he had indeed achieved that. He explained that his surname Zhou was inherited from the director of the orphanage he grew up in. The women were instantly moved to tears, and even Fang Xiyue's eyes glistened with emotion. The three men felt a pang of sympathy. Yet their pride compelled them to turn away, unwilling to shed tears. "Uncle, auntie, grandpa, grandma, and younger sister, since I have become a member of the Fang family, I would like to change my name," he declared. Initially, his name held the meaning of aspiring to be tall and strong. But it had also become a source of mockery. People found it rather rustic and foolish. It was only when he grew older that he realized he could change his name, yet after so many years of being called Zhou Dezhuang, he had grown accustomed to it and had no desire to alter it. However, now he sincerely wished for a name that would signify his belonging to the Fang family, a name that would evoke the love and care of family. "All right, your grandpa has knowledge, and your sister's name was chosen by him. Let us have your grandpa come up with a good name for you," Fang Grandma readily agreed. Naturally, her eldest grandson should bear the Fang surname.
All right.
Then Grandpa will think of a name for my eldest grandson. Since my sister is Fang Xiyue, how about calling you Fang Xiyue? It sounds like a brother-sister pair, doesn't it? Fang Grandpa looked at Zhou Dazhuang with anticipation. Good, Grandpa, I like this name. Zhou Dazhuang responded enthusiastically. Fang Xiyue genuinely appreciated the name. It was melodious and pleasing to the ear. Well then, from now on, you shall be known as Fang Xiyue. Brother, do not worry about your ID card. I will handle that, Fang Xiyue assured him, her expression conveying confidence. Yes, leave it to your sister. She has advanced technology. Fang Grandma fully supported her granddaughter. Fang Xiyue could hardly wait to receive his new ID card. However, since his records were still with his team, changing his name would require a formal application, which might not be straightforward, especially with many departments currently inactive. He had never truly expected to obtain an ID card bearing the name Fang Xiyue. He merely wished for others to call him by that name, akin to how many celebrities have different names in their professional lives. From now on, do not call me uncle and auntie, just call me mom and dad. We all understand the situation, Fang Ma said, patting Fang Xiyue's arm. All right, mom and dad, he replied. Afterward, they led Fang Xiyue to his room. He did not intend to stay permanently. Even as a foster son, it was not appropriate to impose on them. However, the Fang family was so warm and welcoming that he could not refuse their hospitality. He decided to stay temporarily, with plans to eventually find a chance to move out. Fang Xiyue's room was arranged in the last bedroom of 601, furnished with fresh bedding. The wardrobe was filled with clothes tailored to his size. How do you find it? I handpicked these clothes. My taste is impeccable, isn't it? Fang Dad proudly approached Zhou Dazhuang. Yes, your taste is indeed excellent, Zhou Dazhuang agreed. Fang Xiyue preferred simple, elegant, and comfortable attire, and the wardrobe was filled with just that. See, I told you I understand men best. Unlike your mother, who even picked out a pink shirt for you. Fang Dad took the opportunity to tease Fang Ma. What's wrong with pink? With Dazhuang's looks and physique, he would certainly look handsome in pink.
Fang Ma imagined.
Still convinced it would suit him well. Handsomeness was one factor, but personal preference was another. They couldn't force someone to wear something they disliked simply because it looked good. Ultimately, Fang Ma decided against the pink shirt. By 9:30 p.m., everyone returned to their respective rooms, and the four elderly individuals went downstairs. Fang Xiyue lay on the soft, clean bed, gazing at the moon outside, tears of joy silently streaming down his cheeks. It's wonderful, I have a family now. If one were to question why he felt such trust in the Fang family, he himself could not articulate it. There was simply a feeling, a sense that they would undoubtedly care for him. June 23rd, the 10th day of the apocalypse. Chen, hurry over for dinner. Are you running late? Fang Ma called, flustered as she prepared the table, beckoning Fang Xiyue, who was emerging from his room. It was only just past 6 o'clock, and both Fang Dad and Fang Xiyue were still asleep. Mom, there's no rush. I just need to arrive before 7. Today, we're not guarding the gate. We're going out to gather supplies and take down some zombies. You don't need to bring me lunch, Fang Xiyue said, sitting down at the dining table and taking a bite of a large steamed bun that Fang Ma had specially made for him. Their family primarily consumed congee, with small side dishes. However, Fang Xiyue needed to venture out for physical labor, which would surely demand considerable energy. Merely consuming porridge would not suffice. Thus, Fang Ma rose early to steam buns and stir-fry vegetables. In truth, Fang Xiyue had mentioned yesterday that she would prepare breakfast today, simply retrieving it from the space, but Fang Ma believed that freshly made meals were far more delectable. Ultimately, she took it upon herself to cook. While managing this task once or twice was manageable, doing so every morning would become tiresome, especially with the impending store opening. Fang Xiyue naturally urged her mother not to rise early every day to prepare meals for everyone. Eventually, Fang Ma relented, agreeing to make breakfast just for today. On his first day heading to work, Fang Xiyue felt it essential to enjoy a meal prepared by his mother's loving hands before departing. He finished his meal swiftly, consuming it in no more than 10 minutes, even after exercising restraint. Mom, I'm off. See you tonight, he called as he changed into his shoes and bid farewell to Fang Ma. Be careful, Chen, she replied.
I know, Mom.
Their exchange was natural, and the farewell seamless. Only after Fang Xiyue boarded the elevator did Fang Ma return inside. At 7 in the morning, Fang Ba and Fang Xiyue emerged from their rooms after completing their morning routines, taking their places at the dining table to begin breakfast. Where's Dazhuang?
Fang Ba inquired, noticing Fang Xiyue's absence.
Chun Chun was up early and has already departed. By the time you remembered, he was already late. Also, he has changed his name. So refrain from calling him Dazhuang. Fang Ma scolded with a glare. Well, I haven't quite adjusted yet, Fang Ba replied, feeling a bit aggrieved. The couple had long been accustomed to this playful banter, as their friendly jibes and light-hearted teasing contributed to their harmonious relationship, though others might find it odd. Each couple has their unique way of interacting, and comfort is paramount. Mom and Dad, later we should visit the store. Perhaps you'll find something that piques your interest. I've also asked my brother's superior to help us recruit staff and security, which should alleviate some of the busyness, Fang Xiyue shared while clearing the table. Sounds good, daughter. We were just planning to check it out, Fang Ba replied, as he washed the dishes. You really wore yourself out yesterday going alone to set up the store? He added. Not at all. It was a breeze. You forget what I can do. Just a matter of a few words, Fang Xiyue replied, wiping down the table and rinsing the cloth before placing it on the counter. Once everything was tidied up, they each headed to the adjacent area and downstairs, inviting everyone to join them at the store. Naturally, everyone was eager to go. The Xia team set off together. In truth, the shops were not far, easily reachable on foot. As the 9 of them strolled and chatted, Fang Xiyue requested the system to assist in preparing Fang Xichen's identification documents. For the system, this task was trivial, merely requiring a few swift motions. In no time, a brand new identification card appeared in Fang Xiyue's hands. Mom and Dad, look at my brother's ID, she exclaimed, showcasing the card featuring a photograph of Fang Xichen taken the previous day in the living room. It was uncertain when the system had captured this image.
Oh.
He looks so handsome, Fang Ba exclaimed, taking the ID card with delight as he admired the name Fang Xichen inscribed upon it. Let us see.
Fan 99 Interjet?
Eagerly snatching the card. All 4 elders gathered around the ID, marveling at it with admiration. Chapter 64. Someone from the villa area is looking for you. Isn't this the military brother we encountered before? How did his ID end up with you all? And why does his name resemble that of Sister Yu so closely? Dandin inquired curiously. He is my brother, so of course, our names would be similar, Fang Xiyue teased Dandin. What? Your brother? Yet you both pretended not to know each other. Your act was quite convincing. I almost fell for it. Dandin huffed, hands on her hips. Laughter erupted among the group. Yet no one felt the need to clarify further. Regardless of whom they encountered in the future, they would introduce Fang Xichen as their true family member, thus eliminating the need for lengthy explanations about their past. It would be cumbersome and unnecessary. All right, Sister Yu admits her fault. I'll treat you to ice cream later, Fang Xiyue said, linking arms with Dandin. Ice cream? Oh yes, I want to, Dandin exclaimed, her spirits lifted at the thought of ice cream.
Juya.
Possessing considerable life experience, understood the dynamics at play, but refrained from probing further, maintaining an appropriate distance. The group arrived in front of the shops, initially expecting them to be modest establishments, only to find them surprisingly substantial, especially the supermarket, self-service, clothing store, and hot pot restaurant. Sister Yu, you are truly remarkable. You even managed to get the signboard set up, Dandin remarked, astonished. It was quite simple. I just released them from the space, and they installed themselves automatically. Fang Xiyue waved her hand dismissively. Sister Yu, your spatial abilities are impressively useful, Dandin genuinely praised. Fang Xiyue pressed the roller shutter key, raising the doors of all the shops. Feel free to explore each shop and decide where you'd like to work. Alternatively, if you wish to accompany the team on missions to gather supplies or fend off zombies, you may refrain from selecting a shop, she encouraged. Each individual was free to make their own choices, as Fang Xiyue would not impose her preferences upon others. After all, it was crucial to respect each person's aspirations. Just as she occasionally yearned to venture outdoors, remaining stagnant in one place for too long could lead to restlessness. Ultimately, Fang Nai opted for the clothing store, while Fang Lao chose the pharmacy. Fang Yi selected the barbecue restaurant, and Fang Laoyi decided on the marinated delicacy shop. Fang Ma picked the self-service restaurant, and Fang Ba chose the dumpling house. Dandin opted for the accessory shop, and Xiao Jie for the supermarket. Each selection reflected their personal interests. Once the remaining shop doors were closed, everyone entered their chosen shops, lowering the roller shutters behind them. They intended to familiarize themselves with the layout and arrangement of goods within. Thus, an entire day passed in this manner. Fang Xiyue returned home, anticipating that Chen Shuai and his team would likely arrive soon. As expected, It wasn't long before Chen Xiyue appeared with the rental contracts in hand.
See ya.
Our comrades who needed housing have already signed the contracts. There are a total of 90 copies right here. Our squad leader has reported this matter to the battalion commander, and we should know by tonight if any other comrades will be joining us here. Additionally, we have located a portion of the retired soldiers who will be arriving throughout the day, Chen Xiyue explained, his tone resembling that of a formal report. Understood. Here are the keys to the rooms you will be renting. There are 90 in total. Building 1, Unit 2, Apartment 66, and Apartment 24. Unit 1 has 24 units from the first floor to the 14th floor, with a 5 and 6 floor gap occupied by Fang Xiyue's family. This means Unit 1 can accommodate an additional 38 households, Fang Xiyue noted. Surprised that her comrades had opted for single occupancy rather than sharing apartments, perhaps preparing for the future when they would start families of their own, aside from their parents. You may check in today. Just let me know when you arrive, and I'll record your facial information. From now on, you can access the unit door and elevator using facial recognition, she explained. Although the facial registration required her to personally escort them for entry, this method ensured security.
All right.
We will come over at 8 tonight, Chen Xiyue replied before departing, having other matters to attend to. Fang Xiyue settled comfortably on the sofa, enjoying her leisure time watching television. At 3 in the afternoon, Chen Xiyue returned once again. This time, he brought the bodyguards and staff for Fang Xiyue. She directly went downstairs to meet them. A total of 36 individuals arrived, all recently retired due to injuries and yet to leave. Since there was a need for their skills here, they naturally decided to stay. If they could establish themselves, they would also bring their families over. After a systematic assessment, it was found that these 36 individuals possessed commendable character and a balanced moral compass. Fang Xiyue chose to retain them. Among them, 16 opted to become staff members, while the remaining 20 selected the role of bodyguards. Quite conveniently, with 20 bodyguards, each shop would have one stationed at its entrance, and from the 16 staff members, 12 would take on managerial roles at other stores, with the remaining 4 assigned to shops 1 through 4. Brother Chen, will anyone else be coming today? If not, I'll take them to the shop now. The sooner they know which store they are responsible for, the better, she inquired. No, everyone who can come is already here, Chen Xiyue replied, shaking his head. All right then, I will take them over shortly. Our store provides meals and accommodation, with 3 individuals sharing one apartment. The staff dormitory is exclusively for employees. Family members are not permitted. If you wish to bring your families, you may rent additional accommodations from me, Fang Xiyue stated firmly. She held this principle dear, understanding that if all 3 individuals brought their families, conflicts would inevitably arise. Too many people living together, even in the best of relationships, can lead to friction. Rest assured, boss, if we intend to bring our families, we will inform you in advance, assured the man standing at the forefront. The staff dormitory is located in Unit 1 of Building 8, which is conveniently adjacent to the shops, making it easier for you to commute to work.
Now.
Everyone follow me. Let's go take a look, Fang Xiyue said, closing the door as she led the group towards the shop. They arrived in under 10 minutes. Shop number 120 is my establishment. For those of you who are bodyguards, 2 of you will be assigned to each shop entrance daily. You may coordinate amongst yourselves. As for the staff members, are there any volunteers who would like to be store managers? I need 12 individuals for that role. Fang Xiyue noted the names in a small notebook as they discussed and finalized their decisions. Fang Ba and Fang Ma kept track as well and soon emerged from the store. Fang Xiyue introduced her family and teammates to everyone, as they would now be working together, making it essential to become acquainted. Xiyue, someone from the Villa District is looking for you. Shortly after Fang Xiyue escorted the newly recruited staff back to their dormitory, Chen Xiyue approached her again. Chapter 65. He claims to be your husband. Chen Xiyue informed her via the intercom that someone was seeking her in the Villa District. Mom, Dad, I'm stepping out for a moment. I'll be back soon. Upon hearing that someone was looking for her in the Villa District, Fang Xiyue's first instinct was to think it might be Tian or Chu Qingqing, as those were the only 2 she knew there. Had it been Zhao Tianming or Zhang Mei, Chen Xiyue would undoubtedly recognize them. Did the person mention their name? If it were Tian or Chu Qingqing, they likely wouldn't have come looking specifically for me. If I'm not home when they ring the doorbell, they would just leave. He claims to be your husband, Chen Xiyue said, a bit at a loss for words. Xia, you don't seem like a married woman at all. This person lacks the finesse of a skilled deceiver. However, he does possess a marriage certificate. Although they had not seen the contents of the certificate, Qin Shui felt it necessary to inform Fang Xiyue, regardless of its authenticity. This issue needed addressing to prevent someone from using her name for deceit. Fang Xiyue suddenly realized who it might be, the husband among the 8 she had signed with, who resided in Xingqing. Although she was unsure why he had come to find her, she was certain he did not intend to pursue a genuine marital relationship. As for his intentions, she would soon discover. Let us go. We'll find out together. Fang Xiyue got into the car, urging Qin Shui to follow. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the villa district, where a group of over 20 young men stood, appearing quite spirited and curiously surveying their surroundings. Their vehicle drew the attention of the young men, particularly one who stood taller than the rest. Let's go down and take a look, Qin Shui suggested, pointing at the young man in athletic attire. They unbuckled their seatbelts and exited the vehicle. The young men couldn't help but steal glances at Fang Xiyue, admiring her beauty. Excuse me, which one of you is my husband? Fang Xiyue inquired, though her gaze was fixed on the young man Qin Shui had indicated. He was strikingly handsome, radiating a sunny charm. With well-defined features, a high nose bridge, and ample lips, his skin was clear and free of blemishes. Standing at approximately 188 meters, he was neither too thin nor too heavy, though his physique remained concealed beneath loose athletic wear. Most significantly, her heart raced inexplicably fast. This was unprecedented. Although Fang Xiyue was indeed handsome, she had encountered even more attractive men before, yet she had never experienced such a rapid heartbeat. Host. Your compatibility with your 8 husbands is a perfect 100. You are destined lovers, bound to attract one another and forever loyal. Under normal circumstances, one could only successfully sign one husband. However, your unique constitution has resulted in compatibility with all 8 men reaching 100, hence the current situation. Oh, I see. She responded. Fang Xiyue, why didn't you mention this sooner, system? Such crucial information should have been conveyed at once. Because the host appeared quite upset at that time and seemed unable to accept it. However, there is no need for concern, as long as you haven tea met them. No bonds will form, and no love will develop. Fang Xiyue sighed. She had chosen to come and see for herself. If attraction were to occur, so be it. They would simply let things unfold naturally. The moment Fang Xiyue laid eyes on Fang Xiyue, his heart also began to race uncontrollably. It was a sensation that resonated deep within his soul, something he had never experienced before. Realizing Fang Xiyue was observing him, he openly allowed her to gaze at him. After he composed himself, he confidently approached her. Hello, I am your husband, Fang Xiyue, whom you have yet to meet. It is a pleasure to finally see you, he said, extending his hand with a smile. Hello, Fang Xiyue, she replied, and as their hands clasped, neither wished to let go. They longed to hold on forever. As if an electric current coursed between them, the others were utterly perplexed by this couple. They were married, yet they seemed like strangers. Was this some kind of marital intrigue? Had they fallen out of touch with trends? The way their hands intertwined suggested a deep affection. Though they were still unfamiliar with one another, a harmony that felt both dissonant and cohesive. Brother Chen, we know each other. Don't worry, Fang Xiyue reassured Qin Shui, who stood protectively beside her. All right, then I shall return to my duties. He nodded and walked towards the entrance. Did you come here specifically to find me? This aspect puzzled Fang Xiyue. They were strangers. Surely a normal person wouldn't take a marriage certificate seriously. Yes, the university district has fallen. After escaping with my teammates, we had nowhere to go. Upon receiving the marriage certificate, a set of keys accompanied it. Noticing the address inscribed upon them, I instinctively brought them here. However, upon arrival, I felt a pang of recklessness. Nonetheless, since I am here, I find it necessary to return the keys to you. With that, Fang Xiyue extended the keys in his hand towards Fang Xiyue. Surprised by the keys resting in her palm, she had not anticipated this revelation. It implied that her 7 other husbands possessed keys to her villas in different cities. It was entirely plausible that they were currently residing in one of her properties. Although they were strangers, the bond of marriage warranted providing them with a secure dwelling. After all, she had no immediate plans to visit other cities. She could keep track of them for now. She would request rent later. Returning the keys, she announced their departure, indicating her need to find a place to stay. Fang Xiyue's nonchalant demeanor made Fang Xiyue feel at ease, devoid of any awkwardness. However, when he mentioned seeking alternative accommodations, she instinctively called out to him, reluctant to part ways so soon. Fang Xiyue, too, wished to prolong their time together. He intended to settle his companions before returning to seek Fang Xiyue once more, hoping to rightfully reclaim the keys. If you're looking for a place to stay, I can recommend one, Fang Xiyue offered. About a 15-minute journey from the villa area, there is a lovely community named Jingxiu Xingqing. You could rent a place there. The environment is pleasant, the facilities are excellent, and the landlord is agreeable. With her numerous properties, she had every intention to rent them out, and naturally, she preferred tenants of good character. Su Zhiyuan's team members all boasted high moral values, surpassing 95, making them exceptional candidates. How do you know the landlord is agreeable? Su Zhiyuan inquired with a smile. I know I did not misjudge you last time. I am the landlord, Fang Xiyue replied, pointing at herself. Would I claim otherwise? She had no qualms about revealing her role as a landlord. In that case, let us go check it out. Is it possible to stay closer to you? Su Zhiyuan whispered, his large eyes brimming with affection. This peculiar feeling suggested they had been together for ages, as if they had been in love for a long time. It made him instinctively desire to make Fang Xiyue his girlfriend and grow closer to her. Fang Xiyue did not mind Su Zhiyuan's proximity. No problem. With Su Zhiyuan and his companions totaling 26 individuals, there were still 15 units available on floors 30 to 33 in Building 1. It would be ample space for them, and they might even share accommodations. Shall we walk there? Can we reach it in half an hour? They had exited the school without transportation, relying solely on their own legs. Admittedly, fatigue was setting in after battling numerous zombies. Let us take a vehicle, I have one. She preferred not to walk, finding it tiring. With 26 of us, your vehicle won't accommodate everyone, Su Zhiyuan observed, glancing at the car behind Fang Xiyue. Although spacious, it could only seat 10. I have more than one vehicle. As she spoke, Fang Xiyue summoned a mid-sized bus from the open space behind her.
Su Zhiyuan's teammates,
who had been keeping their distance, were wide-eyed in astonishment. Their captain's wife was truly remarkable. They excitedly nudged one another, stifling their gasps to avoid embarrassing their captain. How about that? Will it fit? Fang Xiyue's tone inadvertently carried a hint of pride, something she was blissfully unaware of. Su Zhiyuan, however, immediately found her adorable. Were the circumstances different, he would have loved to embrace her. But he restrained himself, fearing it might startle her. Xia, you are impressive, he remarked, unable to resist reaching out to ruffle her hair. Fang Xiyue blushed, having never been so intimately close to a boy. Everyone, hurry and get on the bus. We are heading to the Jingxiu Xingqing community, Su Zhiyuan called to his brothers. With one hand naturally clasping Fang Xiyue's wrist, he guided her, as though it were an action he had performed countless times before. Despite never having dated, and this being their first encounter, he genuinely worried she might pull away. To his surprise, Fang Xiyue instinctively reciprocated his grip. It was unintentional, her hand merely glided into his as he held hers. The brothers rushed over at the invitation, greeting her in unison, sister-in-law, hello. Their harmonious voices resounded. Hello, Fang Xiyue replied, unfazed by the attention. Everyone please get on. We are leaving shortly. Driven by a surge of possessiveness, Su Zhiyuan wished to keep Fang Xiyue to himself, not wanting her gaze to linger on anyone else. With their captain's command, the group orderly boarded the bus. The last to join were Zhou Mu and another brother, who flashed a silly smile at Fang Xiyue. Sister-in-law, good to see you again. I knew I had not mistaken you last time. With that, he proceeded to the driver's seat. And Fang Xiyue finally recognized him as the boy she had saved near the university's commercial area. He had inquired about her relationship with Su Zhiyuan then, to which she had denied. Yet here they were now. Su Zhiyuan was aware of this encounter, as Zhou Mu had mentioned it after reuniting with them. He had initially thought it might have been a case of mistaken identity, but it turned out to be true. This only solidified the fateful connection between him and Fang Xiyue. They both boarded the vehicle, not the bus, but her arriving SUV. After greeting Qin Shuai, Fang Xiyue climbed into the car, with Su Zhiyuan naturally taking the passenger seat. Xia, what is your favorite color? He asked, pulling out a small notebook to jot down her answers. Having missed their chance to connect before, he was eager to learn more about her now. Red. Fang Xiyue smiled in response. I like blue. What are your hobbies? After recording her preferences, Su Zhiyuan continued his inquiries. I enjoy playing badminton and reading novels, she revealed, both activities helping her pass the time. I play basketball and excel at it. I will have to show you sometime, he replied. What is your favorite food? Rice noodles. I love barbecued food. Thus, The two engaged in a delightful exchange of questions and answers, and before long, 15 minutes had flown by. Xu Zhiyuan's notebook was nearly filled. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Fang Xiyue halted the vehicle as she needed to register their entry.
Today.
Two unfamiliar soldiers were stationed at the gate, yet they recognized her from her photographs. How did they obtain those photos? The images were shared by Fang Xiyue's brother, Fang Xiyue, during a meeting that morning, where he had revealed his newfound family ties to the rest of the group. Everyone felt happy for him, yet simultaneously envious of his newfound sister. In truth, Fang Xiyue had also seen their photographs. It was a group picture brought out by Fang Xiyue. The image was filled with people, rendering it difficult to discern any individual features. Even if she could, she wouldn't retain the details, however. She had the system to rely on. "Xia, are these your friends?" inquired Wang Hui, adorned with a prominent Hui written on his head. "Yes, brother Hui. Please help me register them. They will be residing in my building," Fang Xiyue responded graciously. Wang Hui was taken aback to discover that Fang Xiyue recognized him, leaving him somewhat flattered. "Xia, you know me?" Zhao Liang, who stood beside Wang Hui, leaned in closer. "You are brother Liang. My brother showed me your pictures before." "I hope I'm not mistaken," she replied. Of course, she could have misremembered, but the system would not falter. Indeed. Xia, your memory is remarkable," Zhao Liang exclaimed with great delight. Unbeknownst to them, it seemed that being recognized by Fang Xiyue was a matter of pride, perhaps because she was now Fang Xichuan's sister. This led them to regard her as a sister as well, possibly revealing their hidden affection for younger sisters, hoping to be the best brothers in their eyes. Xu Zhiyu observed the camaraderie between Fang Xiyue and the two soldiers with a tinge of jealousy, for these men were exceptionally outstanding. As a man himself, he could find no faults in them, and most men harbored aspirations of military service. He had once contemplated enlisting, but his family had disapproved, leaving him with a sense of regret. Chapter 67. Yearning for affection. Please present your identification documents. Those who have misplaced theirs must also register. Wang Hui approached Xu Zhiyu and the others. Xu Zhiyu opened his bag, revealing the identification of all team members. As they feared losing them and entrusted them to the strongest team leader, Xu Zhiyu, deciding it was better to risk losing them altogether. Wang Hui compared their IDs and recorded their information in his notebook. "Xia, the registration is complete. You may bring them inside." Wang Hui gestured to Fang Xiyue.
All right.
"Brother Hui, brother Liang, see you tonight," Fang Xiyue said as she re-entered the vehicle, with Xu Zhiyu promptly following suit. The vehicle soon arrived at the base of building number 1. After everyone disembarked, Fang Xiyue stored both vehicles in her space. For this area, buildings number 3 to 7 are available for rent. Each unit consists of 2 households per elevator shaft, spanning 33 floors. Each apartment features 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. Currently, only floors 15 to 33 of building number 1 have vacancies. The others have yet to be rented out, so you may choose freely. The rent for each unit is 300 crystal cores per month. If 3 people share a unit, it amounts to 100 crystal cores per person monthly. Crystal cores are the essence found within the brains of zombies, as you might know from novels. Since zombies have yet to evolve into possessing crystal cores, the first month's rent can be deferred, with payment due the following month. If you lack crystal cores, you may exchange goods instead. The rental price is set by the system and is non-negotiable. It remains consistent for everyone. My family resides in Unit 601 of building number 1. If you need anything, feel free to visit me there. Fang Xiyue detailed the occupancy of building number 1, considering they might not wish to live among so many soldiers. "Can we really move into building number 1? While I wish to be closer to you, they're soldiers and likely value their privacy," Xu Zhiyu whispered, tugging at Fang Xiyue's sleeve. Other comrades from their camp have expressed interest in moving over, so buildings number 1 and number 2 are more suitable for them. Buildings no. 3 to number 7 are all available for you to choose from, and they are not far away. Besides, I won't be living here long-term. Regardless of where you stay, the distance remains the same. Fang Xiyue contemplated, believing that if the soldiers moved in, the priority would undoubtedly be the remaining units in building number 1, as well as the nearby building number 2. Thus, she felt confident in her decision to reserve them. "All right, then we shall rent Unit 1 of building number 3. I reside in Unit 601, and from my window, I can see our home," Xu Zhiyu remarked after glancing at the building numbers and making his choice. Everyone was agreeable to their accommodation, simply glad to have a place to stay. Their greater concern lay with the crystal cores. None knew whether zombies would evolve to produce them in the future. What would they do if they had none or very few? I understand your concerns. Rest assured. You will undoubtedly be able to afford my rent. There are 20 shops soon to open next to building number 8, offering an array of food and supplies for you to purchase. The shops in this community are protected, so do not attempt to gather resources there. You'll be blacklisted. Fang Xiyue warned, not wishing for them to foolishly venture into resource gathering, risking being barred from shopping there in the future. Understood, sister-in-law. The 25 individuals nodded obediently. Having settled on building number 3, Fang Xiyue led them there directly. She used facial recognition to unlock the door, recording their facial information as they entered. They opted for 1 unit each, spanning from the 1st to the 13th floor, as they had family members to consider. They had previously agreed to retrieve their families together once they secured a place to live. Therefore, Xiyue might depart the following day with his teammates to fetch their loved ones. Just the thought of seeing Fang Xiyue for the first time and then parting ways made him yearn for her presence, desiring a comforting embrace. Fang Xiyue remained oblivious to Xiyue's forlorn gaze directed at her. She retrieved 26 rental contracts from her space, allowing them to sign individually, and then contentedly returned them to her space. I'll be in 601. The rest is up to you to select. I will head up with your sister-in-law first. Xiyue said, seizing the opportunity as Fang Xiyue concluded her tasks, quickly pulling her wrist toward the elevator and eagerly pressing the button for the 6th floor. What are you doing? You haven't given them the keys yet. Fang Xiyue exclaimed, momentarily disoriented by Xiyue's sudden action. Realizing she hadn't distributed the keys, she noticed the elevator was already ascending. Xiyue, unable to wait, pressed the button for the 1st floor again. The elevator stopped at each level,
Amplifying Susfile citation.
Finally, on the 5th stop, they reached the 6th floor. Xiyue grasped Fang Xiyue's hand and exited without a care for the team members behind them. Zhou, who also chose to reside on the 6th floor, quietly followed suit. The elevator doors closed behind him as he watched Xiyue unlock the door and usher Fang Xiyue inside. He sighed deeply, realizing he had to return home alone. The fervent passion of a man in love was indeed formidable, a lesson he had learned firsthand. Henceforth, he resolved to maintain his inconspicuousness, allowing him to enjoy the unfolding drama from the sidelines. He had a penchant for shipping couples, but only those truly in love. On the other side, as the door to apartment 602 closed, Xiyue, who had mustered considerable courage, suddenly felt deflated. Initially, he had intended for them to get to know each other better after bringing her upstairs, even hoping for a tender embrace. However, seeing Fang Xiyue's puzzled expression made him acutely aware of his own audacity. This was their first meeting, and it felt disrespectful to indulge in such thoughts about her. He took a moment to compose himself before guiding her inside. Fang Xiyue's confusion stemmed from her assumption that Xiyue's eagerness to leave was due to something important he wished to convey. Instead, he stood there, staring at her, utterly motionless. She had never been in a relationship before and was uncertain about how a normal couple should interact. All she knew was that she felt a strong attraction to the man before her. Regardless of his actions, he seemed incredibly charming, and thus, she obediently followed him into the room. Xiyue placed the bag he was carrying on the floor beside the sofa, then invited Fang Xiyue to sit down, naturally taking a position right next to her. Their legs brushed against each other, and an unspoken tranquility enveloped them. Neither spoke, nor did they feel awkward. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Fang Xiyue broke the silence. I'm heading out with my team tomorrow to pick up our families. We've only just met, and I don't want to part ways. I want you to know me better. But my parents and younger brother are waiting for me, just as their families are waiting for them. I have to go, and it's hard for me, Xiyue explained, his head drooping slightly. We're not saying goodbye forever. There's plenty of time. When you return, we can continue to get to know each other, all right? Fang Xiyue suddenly realized that being in a relationship was quite delightful. She began to understand why so many people were enamored with love. The sweet or bittersweet feelings were unlike anything she had ever experienced. It felt peculiar, yet utterly delightful. Will you accept our marriage? Xiyue had never suspected that the marriage certificate was a deliberate act by Fang Xiyue, for she did not seem like the type. When she received the certificate, she likely felt just as lost as he did. He suspected his mother had facilitated the marriage license, the photograph clearly altered. Although he was unsure how his mother managed to obtain a marriage certificate without the parties involved, he felt immensely grateful upon seeing Fang Xiyue, thankful for the wonderful partner she was. Previously, he had never believed in love at first sight, yet this time, he was convinced. He sensed that Fang Xiyue reciprocated his feelings and shared the same instantaneous attraction. They were truly destined for one another. Indeed, I accept. So, do not worry. I will wait for your return, Fang Xiyue reassured him, gently patting the back of his hand. She had never comforted anyone before and was unsure how to do so. But she knew her feelings for him were genuine, and thus she decided to give it a try. Let us make a promise. When I return, we'll officially be together, all right? Meeting the parents and announcing our marriage. Su Zhiyu felt an urgent desire for a commitment, acutely aware of Fang Xiyue's popularity, especially with many military personnel moving in. He feared that during his absence, someone might try to steal her away. With so many handsome and fit men around, he worried that Fang Xiyue might be tempted. He pondered that if he were a woman, he too would likely succumb to such charm.
All right.
Fang Xiyue's firm affirmation momentarily calmed Su Zhiyu's anxious heart. He yearned to kiss her cheek, but hesitated to overstep. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Mission alert. Task 7. Teach a lesson to the villain Zhao Jiang and rescue teammate Qian Qian. Reward. 2 bottles of strength enhancement liquid. Failure. No penalties. The unexpected mission jolted Fang Xiyue from her dreamy reverie. Jiyu, I need to go home. I've been out for too long, and they must be worried. What time are you leaving tomorrow? I'll see you off. She tilted her head slightly to look at Su Zhiyu. We depart at 8 o'clock. I'll take you back. Su Zhiyu replied, reluctant to part from Fang Xiyue, but understanding that she had to return home, especially since their families had yet to meet. Okay. Fang Xiyue tidied her hair and led Su Zhiyu outside. Where is Qian Qian? What happened? Qian Qian is not far from the community, currently being pursued by survivors who wish to consume its flesh. The system's voice trembled. Realizing that Qian Qian was likely a pet, Fang Xiyue felt urgency rise within her. She grasped Su Zhiyu's hand as they entered the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. I need to go to the community entrance first. My pet is being cornered by survivors, and they intend to eat it. She quickly explained her situation to Su Zhiyu. I'll go with you, Su Zhiyu said resolutely, squeezing her hand for reassurance. Once they reached the first floor, they hurried outside and drove towards the community entrance. Upon arrival, the duty officer, Wang Hui, allowed them to pass. Fang Xiyue thanked him as they drove out. About 500 meters down the road, they heard commotion and spotted a small yellow dog being chased by a group of survivors. The little creature, not particularly large and with short legs, struggled to keep up but darted desperately to evade capture. As soon as the car came to a halt, Fang Xiyue dashed toward the scene. The survivors, evidently frustrated, seemed to abandon their attempts at capturing it, opting instead to pick up sticks and stones to throw. Stop. Qian Qian, come here. Fang Xiyue called out to the little yellow dog. Hearing its name, the dog instinctively ran toward her voice, but soon realized the owner was unfamiliar, causing it to hesitate and choose another direction to escape. Ahead lay a deep pit, its original purpose unknown. The survivors dismissed Fang Xiyue's presence, continuing to swing their makeshift weapons. In a split second, she managed to embrace Qian Qian, who was on the verge of falling into the pit. The stick came crashing down, and she had no time to evade. Thus, she unleashed her psychic energy to redirect Zhao Zhang's trajectory. Uncertain of her success, she was relieved when Su Zhiyu kicked the stick from Zhao Zhang's grip. Did you not hear her plea? This is our dog. You have no right to harm it. Su Zhiyu glared fiercely at Zhao Zhang. We've been chasing it for a long time. Just because you say it's yours doesn't make it so. It seems you're just trying to take advantage of the situation. Zhao Zhang retorted angrily, retrieving a stick and pointing it at Su Zhiyu. Exactly. We saw this dog 3 days ago. If it were yours, how could you allow it to roam freely for so long? We spotted it first. It belongs to us. Hand over the dog immediately, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. The other survivors behind Zhao Zhang clamored for them to surrender the dog. The little yellow dog nestled in Fang Xiyue's arms whimpered softly, its body marked with wounds, indicating it had been injured prior. I am keen to see how you intend to demonstrate your lack of courtesy. Why should we feed our own dog to you? Its name is Qian Qian, and I possess its registration certificate. Naturally, I am its owner, Fang Xiyue declared, raising Qian Qian's certificate, which had been duly registered with the system. And what of it? In this post-apocalyptic world, where survival has become a struggle, who has the luxury to keep pets? Surrender the dog at once, or I shall feast upon you all. Such brazen threats lacked any semblance of intelligence. Did they not notice how others instinctively distance themselves? You still wish to eat people? You truly possess audacity. I wonder how you remain in a team with him, unafraid of being butchered in your sleep. Chapter 69. Today is my unlucky day. Xu Zhiyu's instigation proved effective. Some individuals hesitated, recognizing the inherent terror. When desperation strikes, cannibalism is not entirely out of the question. They could stomach consuming small animals, but the thought of feasting upon human flesh was insurmountable. What are you waiting for?
Go.
They are deliberately sowing discord among us. I would never resort to cannibalism. Those were merely words spoken in anger. Zhao Jiang, wielding a stick, was exasperated. What sort of company had he fallen in with? Their intellect was alarmingly low, believing whatever was said. Words spoken in anger often reveal true sentiments. Do you not understand this? Fang Xiyue added, sharpening her retort. We do not necessarily need to consume this dog. Instead, let us gather supplies from the commercial district. Since the dog has an owner, we shall return it. We are principled individuals. A corpulent survivor, having spoken, turned to leave. With the first departure, others soon followed suit. Zhao Jiang was furious. He charged forward toward Xu Zhiyu. Xu Zhiyu crouched slightly, sidestepped, and struck, his fist landing squarely in Zhao Jiang's abdomen. Zhao Jiang staggered back, wincing in pain. Is there no law left? You dare to steal our food and act so brazenly, even striking me. It seems it is time to show true strength. With that, Zhao Jiang tossed aside his stick and, placing his hand at his waist, drew a gun. How could he possess a firearm? If his assumptions were correct, it must have been taken from a law enforcement officer. Xu Zhiyu pulled Fang Xiyue behind him. Hand over the dog now, or I shall shoot you. With the gun in hand, Zhao Jiang suddenly found himself emboldened. The dog is mine. I would never give it to you. If you have the guts, shoot. If not, you had better leave. Fang Xiyue retrieved a submachine gun from her space, aiming it at Zhao Jiang. Let us see whether your pistol is faster than my submachine gun. She mimicked the act of preparing to shoot, though she had no intention of harming anyone in front of the soldiers. It was merely a tactic to intimidate him. Fine. Fine, I cannot provoke you. I will retreat. Today is indeed my unlucky day. With that, Zhao Jiang tucked his gun back into his waistband, picked up his stick, and turned to leave. Congratulations, host. You have successfully struck back, and a signing opportunity has been granted once. Qianqian trembled from pain, its blood staining Fang Xiyue's clothing. Zhiyu, we must hurry back to have Dandan treat Qianqian. Otherwise, it may not survive. Fang Xiyue was frantic, clutching Qianqian as she rushed to the vehicle. She could feel Qianqian's body temperature fading. On the return trip, Xu Zhiyu drove, and as the car halted before Building 1, Unit 1, Fang Xiyue leaped out, cradling the dog as she entered the elevator. Had Xu Zhiyu not been swift, the elevator would have ascended without them. Xia, do not panic. Everything will be all right. Xu Zhiyu consoled, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Fang Xiyue adored cats and dogs, but dreaded the notion of separation. Thus, she had never owned a pet. The brevity of their lives was too painful for her to confront. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Fang Xiyue dashed out, ringing the doorbell for 602. Dandan, puzzled, approached to open the door, having already seen Fang Xiyue's face through the security camera. Dandan, please save it. It is in dire need. Fang Xiyue presented Qianqian forward. Dandan, seeing the injured and bloodied pup, was at a loss for how to proceed. She unleashed her healing powers upon the small dog. However, due to the limited strength of her abilities, she could only mend Qianqian's wounds partially. Fortunately, it was no longer life-threatening. We can treat it again tomorrow. Beep. Beginner Task 7 completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check.
Thank you, Dandan.
No need for thanks, Yujia. I have done little. I shall treat it again tomorrow. And it will be fine. Dandan gently patted the sleeping Qianqian's head. All right, I will take it back now. Fang Xiyue turned to leave. At that moment, Dandan noticed Xu Zhiyu following Fang Xiyue. Who are you? Why are you with Yujia? Dandan was wary, suspecting Xu Zhiyu might be a threat. I am her husband, Xu Zhiyu clarified, turning back. Do not speak nonsense. Fang Xiyue lightly nudged him. Husband? So that boy's words that day were true? Dandan exclaimed, astonished.
Yeah.
You got married at such a young age? Do your parents know? She felt she might be the first to uncover the secret. I have yet to inform them. Zhiyu is leaving tomorrow. Once he returns, we will tell my parents. Fang Xiyue's expression made it clear she wished to keep this under wraps for now. Rest assured. Yujia, I am tight-lipped. I shall not divulge a word. Dandan made a gesture, as if zipping her lips. Fang Xiyue entrusted Qianqian to Dandan for a brief moment and escorted Su Zhiyu downstairs, where they bid farewell at the entrance. You must remember to see me off tomorrow. Otherwise, I shall be quite upset. Su Zhiyu held Fang Xiyue's hand, reluctant to let go. All right, I shall bring you meals tomorrow morning, just to honor you. I doubt many of those boys know how to cook, and they likely lack supplies. That is fine, but we must barter with supplies. I do not want them to think they can eat for free just because you are their sister-in-law. We still have plenty of biscuits and instant noodles. We can use those to trade. While biscuits and bread were acceptable, he still wished for the brothers to have a warm meal before their departure. However, he felt it inappropriate to offer food freely, fearing it would set a precedent. Over time, it could lead to a reluctance to undertake tasks as they might think. Why bother when food is already available? Sure, I will take any supplies you have. I can sell them at my store. Fang Xiyue smiled and nodded. But if I collect your supplies, will they not think I am being stingy? After all, they have already accepted me as their sister-in-law. And charging them for a single meal could seem callous. Fang Xiyue lacked experience in social interactions. She was unsure of the proper balance to strike. Not at all. If you provide them with warm meals, they will be grateful, not think you stingy. With resources so scarce and gathering supplies so challenging, they understand. Su Zhiyu ruffled Fang Xiyue's hair, urging her not to overthink it. Fang Xiyue nodded once more, conceding to Su Zhiyu's suggestion. Concerned for his safety on the way to pick someone up, she handed him a backpack containing 2 submachine guns and some medical supplies. Take this bag. It holds 2 guns and some essential medicine. If it weren't for the limitations on what we could carry, I would have prepared even more for you. Thank you, Xiyue. Su Zhiyu said, embracing the backpack with a gentle gaze fixed on her. Don't mention it. Just drink this. It will benefit you, Fang Xiyue urged, handing him a bottle of strength-enhancing liquid. Without hesitation, Su Zhiyu opened the cap and drank it down. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a tang sword from her space. This sword is formidable. It slices through iron with ease and will make dispatching zombies effortless. You should take it. The sword's sheath was designed to be worn across the back. Su Zhiyu accepted Fang Xiyue's thoughtful gifts without protest. Although he felt a hint of guilt for seemingly relying on her, he was far more troubled by the prospect of not returning. Faced with the choice of being criticized or being separated from Fang Xiyue, he would choose the former. He could not bear the thought of losing the girl he had just come to cherish. It's almost 5:30. I must return, or my parents will come looking for me. Fang Xiyue noted as she glanced at her watch. All right then. Until tomorrow morning, Su Zhiyu replied, and they parted ways, their hands slowly slipping from one another's grasp. Just as their fingers were about to separate, Su Zhiyu stepped forward, pulling Fang Xiyue back into his embrace. The hug was brief, light, and filled with a sense of fulfillment. Yeah, wait for my return, he said, his voice laced with emotion. I will. Fang Xiyue smiled, her expression radiant like a blooming flower. Goodbye, see you tomorrow morning. This time, they truly separated, for if they lingered any longer, her father would surely come down to intervene. Originally, Fang's father had opened the window to check on his daughter's tardiness, but was shocked to see 2 figures embracing outside. Upon closer inspection, he recognized his daughter. Who is that boy? Has he already won her over in just one day? He must be a smooth talker, he fumed, ready to confront Su Zhiyu. However, Fang's mother intervened. Our daughter is grown. She knows what she is doing. When we dated, I was only 18, and you held me close too, she reminded him, playfully tapping his arm. Why is it unacceptable for our daughter to have the same experience? That was after 3 months of dating. They've only just met. Fang's father retorted, genuinely frustrated. How do you know they've just met? Perhaps they were together in school, and she simply hasn't told us, Fang's mother countered. When she comes upstairs, I'll ask her privately. Women understand women's hearts better. Fine, I won't interfere, but you must tell me everything you discuss with her. I need to be informed. Fang's father insisted, his anxiety palpable. Understood. I'll relay every detail, Fang's mother assured him, knowing how to soothe her husband's worries. Meanwhile, Fang Xiyue was unaware that her parents had spotted Su Zhiyu. She stood outside Dandan's home, waiting for her friend to bring her the puppy. Dandan emerged, cradling the now-awake Qianqian in her arms. She handed the puppy to Fang Xiyue, who reached out to take it, only for Qianqian to turn away, preferring Dandan instead. Perhaps Qianqian feels safer with you because you healed its wounds, Fang Xiyue mused. Dandan, why don't you keep Qianqian at your house? You can play with it whenever you like. Dandan felt a bit awkward, as if she were stealing someone else's pet. All right. Let us keep Qianqian with me, since it seems to prefer me. It's better for it after all. By the way, why did the system assign Qianqian to my team? Fang Xiyue pondered. I suspect it possesses extraordinary qualities. Dandan, please observe Qianqian closely in the coming days. I believe it is no ordinary dog.
Got it, Yuejia.
I'll inform you of any findings immediately, Dandan promised. After bidding farewell to Dandan, Fang Xiyue finally returned home. Mom and Dad, I'm back. She called out upon entering. Welcome back, dear. You must be hungry. Come eat, her mother beckoned, presenting a spread of her favorite dishes. Eagerly, she washed her hands and sat down to feast. Fang's father was growing impatient, while her mother continued discussing store matters, seemingly oblivious to his urgency. Hurry and ask her, he urged, but Fang's mother reassured him to be patient. Eventually, unable to contain himself any longer, Fang's father retreated to his room. The moment he left, Fang's mother shifted the conversation. Dear, are you in a relationship? Your father and I accidentally saw you upstairs. Yes, Mom. Do you believe in love at first sight? When I saw Xiyue, I felt my blood rush, my heart race, as if I were not myself. Among all the people and sights in the world, he was all I could see. Is this what love is? Fang Xiyue confessed, her heart laid bare. Though her experience was less dramatic than Fang Xiyue's, her mother had indeed felt a singular affection for her husband, which she had never admitted to avoid inflating his ego. I don't oppose your relationship, but remember to take care of yourself, she advised, wanting to protect her daughter from heartache. I know, Mom. I'll be careful, Fang Xiyue reassured her, understanding what her mother meant by protection.
Good. Now tell me about him.
What kind of boy is he? You've met so many male classmates in college without feeling anything, so what makes him different? Fang's mother inquired, genuinely curious and eager to gather information to share with her husband. I'm not sure how to explain it, but tomorrow, Xiyue is going with his team to pick up family members. I want to bring him breakfast to wish him well. Why don't you join me and see for yourself? I believe you will like him, Fang Xiyue suggested excitedly. She could hardly wait for her family to meet Xiyue. She sought the approval and blessings of her family. All right, then I will accompany you tomorrow morning, Fang Ma replied. She genuinely wished to see the child in question. After Fang Xiyue returned to her room, Fang Ma hurried back as well, estimating that Fang Ba must be anxiously waiting. Indeed, as soon as she entered the house, Fang Ba pulled her aside, bombarding her with questions. Tomorrow, I will go with your daughter to meet him and report back to you. However, one thing is certain, she is indeed in a relationship. The other party is named Xiyue, and they fell in love at first sight. Isn't that romantic? Fang Ma shared all that she knew. Romantic? Love at first sight? I suspect that boy has been scheming for a long time. Fang Ba stubbornly refused to believe that Xiyue was genuinely good. I'll find out after I see him tomorrow. Fang Ma remained calm. At your daughter's age, having a romance is nothing unusual as long as she maintains her boundaries. Fang Xiyue, Commander, now that there are no crystal cores, my shop's opening has rendered it impossible to procure supplies. We can't let them continuously exchange resources for food. With no new currency policy in place, my shop and the residential area cannot operate. Is there any solution? This dilemma had been occupying Fang Xiyue's thoughts. She pondered it while arranging housing for the Xingqian team today. We can't allow every new tenant to have their first month rent waived. What if they genuinely cannot procure enough crystal cores the following month? Am I supposed to force them to scavenge for resources and slay zombies? This is easily resolved. We can provide them with a crystal coin exchange machine. Survivors who gather resources or obtain crystal cores can exchange them for crystal coins in the hall, which they can then use to pay rent and make purchases. The system assured her that this machine was quite simple to produce. Fang Xiyue, then Commander, could you help me exchange for one? Do I have enough points? Fang Xiyue was unaware of how many points she possessed. Not enough, not nearly enough. The host has only completed 7 basic tasks, yielding only 7 points. However, a crystal coin exchange machine requires 80 points. But never fear, Commander has points to spare, and the host can earn them back by completing tasks in the future. The system immediately decided to contribute its points. As its existence was meant to solve the host's problems, the host's well-being ensured its own. Fang Xiyue, thank you, Commander. You may help yourself to anything in my space. Fang Xiyue had inadvertently discovered that the system could consume food. When she spoke to it, it happened to be enjoying ice cream, its mouth full, making it quite evident. Really? Thank you, host. Previously, it had only indulged in small portions discreetly, but now it could enjoy freely.
Its host was the best.
10 minutes later, a crystal coin exchange machine appeared on Fang Xiyue's table, resembling a desktop computer with 2 additional machines attached, one for manufacturing crystal coin carriers and the other for recharging them. Fang Xiyue, how do I use this? The operation is similar to that of a computer. Open the first software, input your personal information according to the prompts, and it will begin manufacturing the crystal coin carriers. Once the carriers are completed, click on the second software, attach the carrier to the crystal coin recharge station, and input the resources or crystal cores you wish to exchange. You will receive the corresponding crystal coins. The exchange rate is already set, making this machine completely user-friendly. Anyone familiar with computers can understand it. Furthermore, the carriers can transfer funds between each other, allowing you to directly pay wages or rent using the carriers. Naturally, the shop will require corresponding coin readers, which are inexpensive at 4 points each. Host, I have already exchanged for 20 of them and installed them in the shop. The system explained in one breath. Fang Xiyue followed the system's instructions and entered her information, including her name, identification number, and address. Nothing more was required. After clicking to start the manufacturing process, she watched as her crystal coin carrier emerged from the machine in just 30 seconds. It resembled a simple wristwatch made from an unknown material, yet it appeared durable. Her name was engraved beneath the watch face. Host. A light touch on the watch face will display the user's name and account balance, along with a friend list and payment functions. Friends can transfer crystal coins between each other. Worn on the wrist, it is indestructible and will never fall off unless someone forcibly removes it. The crystal coin carriers are gene-recognized, meaning each one is unique. If someone attempts to use another's carrier, it will be futile. Moreover, if the carrier is separated from the user for 2 minutes, it will automatically self-destruct. The user's crystal coin balance will be inherited by designated relatives. Those without relatives will have their balance transferred to the national account. Fang Xiyue placed the carrier on her wrist and checked her account balance, which stood at 0. She then placed the carrier against the recharger and opened the second software. In the resource exchange section, she selected 12 bags of instant noodles. The system promptly calculated that 12 bags could be exchanged for 60 crystal coins, equating to 5 coins per bag. The amount was directly credited to her crystal coin account, which instantly rose to 60. Thus, this crystal coin exchange machine must be entrusted to someone trustworthy. Otherwise, they could freely recharge others or embezzle funds. Not to worry, host. As long as the input is made, the corresponding resources will be deducted from the person being recharged. Just now, 12 bags of instant noodles were locked in your space. Once the official warehouse is established, they will be delivered. Hearing this, she felt reassured. She did not wish for her provided machine to become an accomplice in crime. Fang Xiyue directly recharged her account with 2,000 crystal coins. She then called her family into the room and explained the machine's purpose. Amidst their partial understanding, she created carriers for all her family members. Fang Xiyue had initially thought the carriers would all appear identical, yet they emerged with various patterns and colors available for selection. Previously, she had not seen or chosen them, resulting in randomly styled carriers. Fortunately, they were all aesthetically pleasing, embodying the minimalist style she favored. The machines automatically distinguished between male and female carriers. Where did this machine come from?
Fang Ma whispered to Fang Xiyue.
Fang Xiyue nodded, and they chose not to discuss it further. Everyone donned their respective carriers. Oh dear, I never wore a watch when I was young. Now that I am old, I find it quite pleasing. Fang Grandma admired the watch on her wrist, pleased with its design. Chapter 72. Truly a high-tech talent. Fang Xiyue recharged each of them with 2,000 crystal coins, covering all the resources herself. It was permissible to recharge crystal coins for others. Quite splendid. When her brother returned in the evening, she planned to have him deliver the machine, albeit under her name. This way, he could also gain some recognition before his superiors, possibly even leading to a promotion. Fang Xiyue also created a carrier for Xiyue. Since he was not present, she refrained from recharging his account for now. Once she met him tomorrow, she would transfer the funds directly. Creating this carrier was a strategic decision, anticipating its potential usefulness in the future. It was wise to prepare it in advance. Once the carriers were completed, Fang Xiyue called upon Dandan and Sister Xiao. The styles were predetermined by chance, relying solely on individual luck. Selecting patterns for each person would be an extravagant waste of time. After successfully equipping their carriers, Fang Xiyue credited each of them with 100 crystal coins. One ordinary crystal core could be exchanged for 10 crystal coins, meaning her monthly rent amounted to 3,000 crystal coins. Therefore, 100 crystal coins was neither insignificant nor overly burdensome for them. Every new member joining her team would also receive an initial allocation of 100 crystal coins, with their future earnings dependent on their own efforts. From now on, they would be able to use crystal coins for purchases, and their wages for work at the shop would be paid in crystal coins as well. Dandan and Sister Xiao, excitedly touching the watches on their wrists, felt as though they were in a dream. Sister Yu, since I met you, every day has been so wonderfully new, Dandan exclaimed before leaving. Once everyone had departed, Fang Xiyue printed a detailed exchange list for crystal coins using an advertising printer. It was a large sheet that would later be affixed to the wall of the crystal coin exchange facility. If one found the prices agreeable, they could exchange. If not, they could refrain. For instance, a bag of instant noodles cost 5 crystal coins and
5 ordinary crystal cores.
while a level 1 crystal core was worth 100 crystal coins and a level 2 crystal core 1,000 crystal coins, and so forth. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Fang Xiyue returned home. Fang Xiyue went downstairs to open the door for them and recorded their facial information. She then invited Captain Liu to their residence. Everyone had already drawn lots to determine their housing arrangements, so there was no need for on-site allocation, making the process time-efficient and orderly. Captain Liu had drawn the apartment directly above theirs, 702, which was only a few seconds' trip upstairs. While Captain Liu was busy taking his luggage up, Fang Xiyue took the opportunity to discuss the crystal coin exchange machine with Fang Xiyue and demonstrated its operation. He quickly grasped how to use it, so when Captain Liu returned, it was Fang Xiyue who provided the demonstration. Wow, Xiao Fang, you truly are a talent in high technology. This machine will surely gain attention. May I take it to show my superiors? Captain Liu looked at Fang Xiyue earnestly. Of course, you may. I created this machine for my own purposes. With it, my shop and residential building will operate smoothly without having to wait for crystal cores to appear, Fang Xiyue replied with a smile. With the system in place, the patent for this machine belonged to her. If anyone attempted to seize it, the machine would self-destruct. We just demonstrated the materials for recharging crystal coins, which will be sent to the official warehouse later. No need, no need. The machine you provided is worth its weight in gold. The small amount of crystal coins we just demonstrated is insignificant. I believe the higher-ups won't require your materials, Captain Liu insisted, waving his hands. Although the government could research and produce such a machine, it undoubtedly could not match the sophistication of this one, as the carrier materials were remarkably high-tech, impervious to any external damage. This meant that even violent treatment or exposure to water would not compromise it. Currently, the plan was to use bank cards, as the banking system for card issuance and payment was well established. However, the complete calculation of material exchange details had yet to be finalized. Compared to Fang Xiyue's machine, it was simply inadequate. No, as family members of soldiers, we should set an example. I know what to do, Fang Xiyue thought to herself. If this machine receives approval for national deployment, I wonder if it would be possible for me to produce more? Captain Liu considered the long-term implications, confident that this machine would be recognized. He wanted to secure a reservation with Fang Xiyue. If it proved difficult to produce, he would need to apply for military assistance to gather the necessary materials. I have all the materials, and the official can purchase them from me using crystal coins. One crystal coin exchange machine costs 100,000 crystal coins, and the carrier coin machine costs 5,000 crystal coins. This price is quite reasonable. I have merely added a small margin to the system's quoted price. However, it translates to just 10,000 ordinary crystal cores or 20,000 bags of instant noodles. In terms of rice, it equates to 10,000 jin. The expense of food lies in its necessity, and in this post-apocalyptic world, food is the most precious commodity. However, once production and life are restored, prices will decline, likely returning to pre-apocalyptic levels. Understood. I will report this upward. This price truly is a bargain for us. So, I won't take up any more of your time. I will bring the machine for reporting at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Xiyue, you will accompany me. Captain Liu stated as he rose to his feet. Yes, Captain, Fang Xiyue replied, deftly packing the machine into a cardboard box and placing it by the door, preparing to leave with it in the morning. Hey, be careful. What if someone kicks it while it's here? Move it to your room. I'm assigning you a task. Protect the machine, Captain Liu admonished, nearly losing his composure at Fang Xichuen's casual handling of the machine. Yes, Captain. Fang Xichuen complied, taking the box back to his room. On June 24th, the 11th day of the apocalypse, Fang Xichuen was still eating breakfast at 5:30 a.m. when Captain Liu arrived at the door, having rushed down without even having breakfast. Captain, have you eaten? If not, why not join us for breakfast? Otherwise, you'll be too weak to meet with the leaders later, Fang Ma suggested. Sensing that Captain Liu didn't seem the type to cook for himself. Living alone, he likely subsisted on bread and cookies. Well, I suppose I'll shamelessly partake in a meal, Captain Liu conceded, genuinely concerned about his stomach growling during the report. Just as Fang Ma was about to head to the kitchen to fetch a bowl for him, Fang Xichuen intervened, quickly entering the kitchen and filling a large bowl for Captain Liu. Captain Liu's appetite was comparable to his own, and upon seeing the generous serving placed before him, he felt tempted to reprimand Fang Xichuen for his thoughtlessness in regard to self-image. Captain, what are you thinking? Quickly eat, or we'll run out of time. Fang Xichuen urged, savoring his own food. Fang Ma couldn't help but chuckle at her eldest son's silliness. After the meal, Fang Xichuen washed the dishes before departing with the machine alongside Captain Liu. At 7 a.m., Fang Xiyue and Fang Ba had risen. The family of three finished breakfast. And despite Fang Ba's discontented gaze, Fang Xiyue took Fang Ma to find Su Zhiyuan. Chapter 73. This kid is quite stubborn. Su Zhiyuan had already prepared himself early in anticipation of his fiancée's arrival. Upon hearing the doorbell, he hurried to open the door. Just as he was about to embrace Fang Xiyue, he noticed Fang Ma smiling at him from behind her. Zhiyuan, this is my mother. She knows about us and wants to meet you, Fang Xiyue introduced while holding Su Zhiyuan's hand. Mom, I'm Su Zhiyuan, 22 years old, 188 centimeters tall, and was previously a senior student. I do not have any bad habits. I don't smoke, drink, or gamble. I've never had a girlfriend before. And Xia is my first and last, he declared earnestly. I will take excellent care of Xia. Please rest assured. He bowed respectfully to Fang Ma upon finishing. Fang Ma couldn't help but laugh, thinking how endearing yet awkward he was. All right, I see you're a good boy. I'll take my leave now to avoid imposing on you both, she said, not intending to linger further to prevent any awkwardness. However, before departing, she insisted on taking a photo with Su Zhiyuan to show Fang Ba later. Until Fang Ma left, Su Zhiyuan felt as if his limbs were frozen in place. Completely at a loss regarding how to arrange himself, he had not anticipated meeting his mother-in-law so soon. He was also uncertain about how he had performed moments earlier, whether he had made a favorable impression. As soon as the elevator doors closed behind Fang Ma, Su Zhiyu embraced Fang Xiyue, drawing her close. I was startled and in need of comfort. Su Zhiyu felt as if he had unlocked some hidden instinct. Had someone suggested he act coy before, he would have shuddered at the thought. Yet now, he found himself instinctively doing so and reveling in it. Is my mother truly that intimidating? She is so gentle, and it seems she is quite pleased with you. Fang Xiyue gazed at Su Zhiyu's slightly flushed cheeks from nervousness, finding him utterly adorable. It's not that she's frightening. I'm just worried about my own performance. You didn't give me any warning before placing me in her care. If she forms a negative impression of me, you must speak highly of me, understood? I understand. Here, put this on, it's the currency carrier I just created. It has already been submitted for approval, and it's highly likely that Xingqing will implement the monetary policy I proposed. I made one for you. Wear it well. As she spoke, Fang Xiyue helped Su Zhiyu fasten the carrier watch on his wrist. Then, she executed a transfer on her own carrier watch and, with a swift touch, 1,000 crystal coins were instantly transferred to Su Zhiyu's device. He stared at the watch on his wrist, then back at Fang Xiyue. How did he come to deserve such an extraordinary wife? He felt truly favored by fate. Let's go. We should call everyone for dinner. Feeling shy under Su Zhiyu's gaze, Fang Xiyue quickly took his hand, intent on summoning everyone for the meal. No need. I informed them yesterday to arrive at 7. They should be on their way. Su Zhiyu pulled her back, intending to embrace her once more. Just then, the elevator dinged, and the doors opened. Fang Xiyue hurriedly released Su Zhiyu. Zhou Mu and the others had been waiting at the door for quite some time, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their companions. Upon hearing that someone had finally come, he opened the door. Good morning, sister-in-law. They greeted Fang Xiyue promptly. Hello, everyone.
Come in and eat.
Each apartment was identical, featuring a large dining table. However, with so many guests, one table was insufficient, so Fang Xiyue conjured 2 additional tables from her spatial storage. She then set 3 identical spreads of dishes for them. Please, don't be shy, find a seat quickly. Fang Xiyue beckoned to the members of the star team, who were standing awkwardly. Sister-in-law, we haven't had a warm meal since the apocalypse began. You are too kind to us. The members of the star team were thoroughly enjoying their meal. Of course, they had already placed the supplies they were meant to give Fang Xiyue with Fang Xiyue the previous day. They didn't want to take advantage of their sister-in-law, as they were all young men with hearty appetites. They shared equally, treating both the captain and sister-in-law the same, knowing that she had the means to store it all. When you return, I'll prepare a welcome feast for you, Fang Xiyue said, sitting beside Fang Xiyue. Watching their camaraderie brought her joy for him. In the apocalypse, unless one possessed exceptional strength, it was challenging to survive as a lone wolf. Having a team of like-minded allies made the journey infinitely easier. However, not everyone was fortunate enough to encounter good people. At 8 in the morning, Fang Xiyue and his team set off right on schedule. Fang Xiyue had borrowed a large bus for them, accommodating 66 passengers. Uncertain of how many family members they would gather, a larger vehicle was prudent. All the members of the star team boarded the bus, but Fang Xiyue lingered behind, reluctant to let go of Fang Xiyue. Aya, you must miss me. I will think of you every day. Fang Xiyue gently stroked Fang Xiyue's hair. I will think of you, too. Now hurry, everyone is waiting. Fang Xiyue glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, then stood on her tiptoes and pressed a kiss to Fang Xiyue's lips. This satisfied him, and he turned to board the bus. Fang Xiyue remained there, watching the large bus until it vanished from sight before returning downstairs. Upon her arrival, she encountered Chen Shui, who had come to find her. Chen Shui had brought the remaining employees. Fang Xiyue immediately shook off her earlier melancholy and led the employees to their dormitory and shop for orientation. 100 employees gathered together created quite an impressive sight. After assigning bodyguards to the shops and residential buildings, she instructed them to return and rest. Those wishing to fetch family members should do so promptly, as the grand opening was set for the 26th, due to time constraints. All 100 employees were locals from Xingqing. Naturally, their families were also in Xingqing. They had their own homes, so they might not be inclined to accompany them here. Ultimately, it would come down to their own choices, something Fang Xiyue had no control over. As she walked back from the shop, she encountered Fang Xichen, who had come looking for her. Sister, after a lengthy 4-hour meeting this morning, we have officially decided to utilize the currency exchange machines you created. However, they must first undergo trial operation in Xingqing. If all goes well, we will distribute them to other cities. Captain Liu asked me to inform you to manufacture a batch of coin swipe machines, starting with 100 units. They will be installed in every community under military control. Since our community will not have a military-operated supermarket, we will pilot the program in your supermarket. Our community will be the first test site. Once the survivors in the community possess their carriers, the currency exchange machines will be transported to other communities to assist the survivors there. The 100,000 crystal coins for the exchange machines and the 30,000 crystal coin deposit for the swipe machines have been credited to my carrier. I will transfer it to you when I return home tonight. Fang Xichen was bursting with pride. When he first received his new ID card, he recognized his sister's talent. But he never imagined she would surpass his expectations. Chapter 74. Could a good lad accomplish such a feat? Now, wherever he went, he was met with teasing remarks about having struck it rich. Regardless of whether the comments were sincere or light-hearted, he responded with a smile. For he felt he had indeed struck gold in having such an incredible family. All right, I will return shortly to begin production. You can pick it up at my place after you return tonight. I've actually already made some in advance, so it won't take long. I will certainly complete it by 8 p.m. The system can produce the swipe machines in a matter of moments. However, she couldn't let it sound too easy. Or, it would diminish the perceived value of the crystal coins spent. Okay, I'll head to the entrance to take my post, Fang Xichen said before running off. Fang Xiyue system, how else can I earn points? I can't keep using your points without repaying you. She couldn't continually take advantage of the system as kindness. Host, crystal cores can be exchanged for points. 100 ordinary crystal cores yield 1 point. Once zombies evolve into crystal cores, gather more and repay me, alright? The system replied nonchalantly while licking an ice cream cone. Fang Xiyue, understood. I will work to gather enough crystal cores as soon as possible. No rush, no rush. I'm not impatient. The machines have already been placed in your bedroom.
Just have them come to move them tonight.
The system finished a strawberry-flavored ice cream and began on a melon-flavored one. It was currently untroubled by hunger, so there was no need to hurry. Upon returning home, Fang Xiyue's first stop was to check on Qianqian at Dandan's. Qianqian had made a complete recovery thanks to Dandan, now lively and energetic, happily munching on the dog food Fang Xiyue had brought the day before. Dandan, have you noticed anything special about Qianqian? Fang Xiyue asked, crouching nearby with Dandan to observe Qianqian, while Sister Xiyue sat on the sofa watching them. I have not discovered anything. I merely feel that this dog is a tad more intelligent than others. Dandan has observed diligently, yet to no avail.
Well,
if we cannot find it, we shall leave it be, and let it remain a pet of the team. Fang Xiyue stood up, resolute in not making things difficult for herself. By the way, Dandan and Sister Xiyue, I might be going out on a mission soon. Would you two like to join? Fang Xiyue believed that the system would recognize her teammates, proving their utility. It seemed unreasonable to merely have them assist her in managing the shop. Thus, it was likely that future missions would involve gathering certain resources or combating more zombies. Of course, we will go. How could the CS Squad's mission lack the presence of its official members? Dandan exclaimed, disregarding monetary concerns and promptly taking a seat beside Fang Xiyue. I will join as well. I have been practicing my abilities lately. I can now hear from a greater distance and even track someone by eavesdropping on their conversations. Sister Xiyue, however, felt that her skills were of little use. Yet, in a bid to prove her worth, she strived to enhance her powers. Sister Xiyue, you must refrain from disclosing your abilities in the future. When we venture out, pretend to be just an ordinary survivor without powers. This will lower the guard of potential threats against you. I fear that some may take issue with your ability to hear what others cannot, and may even resort to harmful actions. We consider you our trump card. Fang Xiyue pondered that if she were being monitored by someone, it would certainly be unsettling. However, with the system in place, she was confident that eavesdropping would not succeed. Of course, she trusted that Sister Xiyue had no intentions of spying on her. Yet, trust does not imply that everyone else would feel the same. Thus, it was best to keep this ability under wraps. Understood. Yeah. I shall remain silent henceforth. Sister Xiyue nodded, grasping the gravity of the situation. Dandan quickly mimicked a gesture of zipping her lips, indicating her unwavering commitment to secrecy. She felt she had performed this gesture multiple times over the past few days. After chatting a bit longer with Dandan and Sister Xiyue, Fang Xiyue returned home. Fang Dad and Fang Mom were watching television when they saw their daughter return. Immediately, Fang Dad adopted a stern expression.
Dad, please don't be angry.
You will surely like Xiyue once you meet him. He is truly a wonderful person. If you don't believe me, just ask Mom. Fang Xiyue cautiously stated as she stood before her father. I do not know how good he is. I only know that my daughter is exceptional. What good man is worthy of my daughter? Fang Dad continued in a huff. Mom and Dad, let me be honest with you. We are actually in a marital relationship. Here is our marriage certificate, Fang Xiyue said as she presented the certificate to her parents. Initially reclining on the sofa, both parents straightened up upon seeing the marriage certificate. What is this? Your mother and I were unaware of your relationship. You have even progressed to obtaining a marriage certificate? Fang Xiyue, do you even consider your mother and me? Fang Dad exclaimed, exasperated. You are merely 21. What is the rush? For the first time, Fang Xiyue heard her father use her full name, clearly indicating his fury, which even made Fang Mom somewhat angry. Although their daughter was not born into wealth, they came from a traditional family. They could not accept that their children had obtained a marriage certificate without their parents ever meeting. Mom and Dad, please listen. It is not what you think. Actually, we had not met before. This is our first encounter. You know I am bound to the sign-in system, right? I received a sign-in opportunity, and while signing in at a net cafe, I unexpectedly ended up at a marriage agency on the second floor. Before I knew it, I had a marriage certificate and became a married person. I intended to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to dissolve the marriage, but the staff informed me that both parties must be present to process it. Even with a divorce agreement, there is a 1-month cooling-off period. With the apocalypse looming, I thought it unlikely we would ever meet. However, I did not anticipate that upon meeting him, I would feel such joy and excitement from the depths of my soul. I inquired with the system, and it told me that our compatibility had reached 100%. We are destined lovers, irrevocably drawn to one another, and eternally faithful. With the system's endorsement, you can trust him completely. Once Fang Xiyue finished explaining, she remained silent, allowing her parents a moment to digest the information. She feared they might not be able to handle her next revelation. So, even if you had not signed at the marriage agency, you would still have been drawn to each other and found your way together, correct? Fang Mom was the first to comprehend. Indeed, Fang Xiyue nodded obediently. If that is the case, then I shall not oppose it. I trust your system. If not for it, our family might not be as it is now. We may not have foreseen the impending apocalypse, and we could have been separated in different cities. Thus, I believe the system is in your favor. It will not harm you, and its words are true. Fang Mom displayed a high level of acceptance. Fang Dad pondered for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. Since that is the case, I shall not say anything, as long as my daughter is happy. It seemed he had come to terms with it, indicating that the system held significant sway over their minds. Seeing that her parents had accepted the situation, Fang Xiyue decided to reveal everything. Mom and Dad, I actually have another piece of news that you might find even harder to accept. Fang Xiyue cautiously began. Wait, daughter, don't say anything just yet. Let your mother and I have a sip of water to calm down first, Fang Dad interrupted, grabbing 2 cups of water from the coffee table. They both took a hearty drink before placing the cups back down. Fang Dad signaled that Fang Xiyue could proceed. I not only successfully signed with 1 person, but I signed with 8 individuals and obtained 8 marriage certificates. Fang Xiyue laid out the 8 marriage certificates on the coffee table, lined up neatly. Fang Dad inhaled sharply, nearly choking. Fang Mom reached out to grab the certificates, flipping through them one by one. However, their family had a tendency to be face-blind, so while they found the young men handsome, they quickly forgot their faces. Oh my, these young men are quite handsome. My daughter is truly remarkable. When she does not date, it is one thing, but when she does, it is astonishing. When you told us you were bringing back 8 sons-in-law, I thought you were joking. I had no idea you were preparing us in advance. Fang Mom remarked with a peculiar look at Fang Xiyue. Fang Mom enjoyed reading novels and had encountered many stories about matriarchal societies and polyandry, yet it felt surreal to her when it involved her own daughter.
No, Mom.
I was indeed joking at that time. I never intended to be involved with them. However, after what the system said, I realized that I would inevitably feel drawn to them upon meeting. Thus, to avoid any chaos in the future, I will do my best to avoid encountering them. They are not in Star City, so the chances of running into them should be minimal. Fang Xiyue offered an analysis to her parents, Fang Dad and Fang Mom. What if we just happened to run into them? Fang Mom expressed a sense of anticipation, relishing the unfolding drama. Well, I suppose I shall accept them all. One cannot favor one over the other, can they? She chuckled. Fang Xiyue considered herself not to be a person of exceedingly high moral standards, thus delivering her words without a hint of discomfort, particularly in this apocalyptic era. Yet, her words carried a playful undertone. Her willingness to entertain the notion was distinct from the actual desires of 8 men. Oh, you'll be the one crying in the end, Fang Mom teased, pinching Fang Xiyue's nose gently. Not at all. Just look at who my father is, Fang Xiyue replied with a playful grin, wrapping her arms around her mother. At that moment, Fang Dad finally accepted the reality that he might have 8 suitors vying for his daughter's affection. Observing the joy shared between mother and daughter, he chose not to dampen their spirits. Daughter, it's noon. Let's go deliver lunch to your brother. Rising, he made his way toward the front door. Fang Mom and Fang Xiyue exchanged glances and stood up, chuckling as they followed him out. Just as they stepped outside, Fang Xiyue heard someone calling her name. Turning around, she found herself face-to-face with her former plastic friend, Fang Xiyue. It was likely due to the proximity to the university town that many students congregated here after classes. What do you want? Fang Xiyue asked coldly, regarding Fang Xiyue with disdain. Why do you act so haughty, Fang Xiyue? You've merely been wealthy for a few days. Your classmates add you as friends, and you completely ignore them. Do you think being rich makes you superior to us poor students? But look at you now. The apocalypse has arrived, and your money has likely turned into worthless paper. Otherwise, why would you be renting here? Fang Xiyue mocked, her laughter dripping with sarcasm. You should have bought a house instead of just indulging in eating, drinking, playing, and traveling. Now look where you've ended up, reduced to renting, ha ha ha. How dare you speak to my daughter in such a manner? Do you have any manners? Fang Dad retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Fang Xiyue. Lack of manners? Your daughter is the one who has forgotten her old friends now that she is wealthy. And what now? We're all on the same starting line. Guo Fengxue dismissed Fang dad and mom entirely, viewing the apocalypse as a great equalizer. Why should I respect someone older just because of age? Power and resources are what truly matter. Have you finished? Do we know each other well? Are you here just to seek attention? Fang Xiyue shot back, stepping forward to shield her parents. She could not stoop to hiding behind them in a quarrel. Feel free to say whatever you wish. I want to be angered. You might not know, but my family runs a supermarket at the school gate, brimming with supplies. I've already given your red envelope to my mother to stock up. Those supplies will last my family for quite a while, enough to rent for a long time. So you see, you're still a poor person. I am the true wealthy one now. Unlike you, I want to forget my roots just because I have money. If you speak kindly to me, I might even reward you with a biscuit. Guo Fengxue gestured dramatically, clearly trying to irk Fang Xiyue.
Oh.
Are you implying that your supermarket supplies have been transported here? Fang Xiyue raised an eyebrow, skeptical. The commercial street near the university town was infested with zombies. How could they possibly have moved all their supplies? Guo Fengxue stiffened slightly at the question. So what if we haven tea? What's ours is ours.
Today.
I'm going with my team to bring back supplies, she asserted, attempting to appear composed. Fang Xiyue noticed some individuals waiting for Guo Fengxue not far behind her. Previously, she had seen people there but hadn't connected them to Guo Fengxue, thinking they were merely spectators. Well, I wish you luck. I hope the supplies you retrieve will be enough for you to buy a house here, just like I did. Oh dear, how forgetful of me. I seem to have neglected to tell you that I'm the owner here, not a tenant. Fang Xiyue mimicked Guo Fengxue's earlier gestures, her tone dripping with provocation. Upon hearing the word owner, Guo Fengxue's face flushed with anger. She realized that her previous words had come back to haunt her. Congratulations, host, for successfully slapping someone in the face. You have earned one sign-in opportunity. Fang Xiyue chose to ignore Guo Fengxue's changing expressions and pulled her parents away. Guo Fengxue, seething with anger, clenched her fists and stomped her foot. Fang Xiyue, don't be so smug. What good is a house without resources? You'll come begging to me soon enough, she shouted after the trio. Calmly, Fang Xiyue turned back, scanning Guo Fengxue from head to toe with a dismissive smile. This only further enraged Guo Fengxue, who felt insulted. Xiao Xue, don't be upset. She's obviously not taking you seriously. Once we bring back the supplies, she'll come crawling back like a dog. One of Guo Fengxue's companions comforted her. In truth, these were all Fang Xiyue's classmates. But due to her pronounced face blindness, she failed to recognize them. The three of them reached the entrance, where Fang Xiyue was registering incoming survivors. Upon seeing his family, he handed the registration book to Qin Shuai and approached them. Mom, Dad, we brought you lunch. Hurry and eat. Though the meal included portions for others, it wasn't tea-free. They had all contributed supplies, which Fang Xiyue had collected. They had previously agreed to exchange supplies for meals, ensuring they weren't freeloaders. Being able to enjoy hot meals daily was a stroke of luck. Mom, just set it aside for now. We'll eat once we finish over here, Fang Xiyue said, quickly returning to assist Qin Shuai with the registrations. Only he and Qin Shuai were on duty today. Recently, their team had been tasked with clearing zombies and collecting supplies. They had completed clearing all routes from Yinshui Villa District to Jingxiu Star City. During their discussions yesterday, they learned that this stretch was now clear, and they were poised to advance outward. The next destination would likely be the commercial street at the bottom of the uphill path near Yinshui Villa District, where they had previously constructed a zombie bridge and encountered the giant fish. The street where they had built the zombie bridge was relatively easy to clear, given that they had eliminated all the zombies there. Their task would be to rescue survivors and gather any remaining supplies. However, they might also have an additional task of clearing the accumulated zombie corpses, as the bodies piled in the water posed a risk of disease outbreak. Fang Xiyue and Qin Shuai were stationed here today, but they would be shifting to the other location tomorrow for zombie clearance operations. They are taking turns to proceed, ensuring that the pace is neither too slow nor too exhausting. At this moment, 12 individuals stand at the entrance, awaiting registration, each carrying varying amounts of supplies. To reside here, the exchange of supplies is imperative. Those survivors lacking provisions will be assigned to other cleared neighborhoods, and only when they possess sufficient supplies and express a desire to relocate will they be allowed to rent accommodations here. Those unwilling to come here will continue living in their current neighborhood. The distinction lies in the fact that this is a high-end community, while the other is of mid-range quality. Many are reluctant to endure hardship, Thus, what appears to be a desirable residence to some is deemed uninhabitable by others. To attain a better quality of life, sacrifices are necessary, and the submission of supplies for housing is non-negotiable. Otherwise, an influx of survivors would overwhelm this place, leading to chaos. The primary responsibility of their unit now is to advance from this point, expanding their management scope and consolidating all survivors for effective governance. They aim to provide survival training to ensure that everyone can combat the zombies. The number of zombies in Star City is staggering, with fewer than 13 survivors remaining. Hence, countless zombies await extermination, and relying solely on the military is an arduous task. However, if the entire populace participates in the eradication of zombies, they can take advantage of the current sluggishness and diminished attack capabilities of the undead. Star City could swiftly regain its functionality. Conversely, if the cleanup operation is sluggish and allows the zombies to evolve, the situation will become dire. After all, firearms and blades are still effective. Who knows what they might become after upgrading? The 12 individuals registering now are survivors from Star City who previously participated in zombie extermination activities. Having acquired adequate supplies, they have moved here. Naturally, they will continue to venture out to kill zombies and gather more provisions. Once their registration is complete, and they have selected their desired accommodations, they follow Chen Shui. Fang Xiyue sets up a small table and places food upon it. Just then, Fang Xiyue and her team emerge, and upon witnessing Fang Xiyue serving meals to the soldiers at the entrance, an understanding dawns upon them. So this is why you have a place here. You have ingratiated yourself with the military management. No wonder I thought you possessed extraordinary abilities to buy a house here. It turns out it's all about your prowess in the bedroom. Impressive indeed. As Fang Xiyue spoke, she mockingly clapped her hands twice. Fang Xiyue retaliated with a sharp slap to her face and seized her collar, dragging her over. Congratulations, host, for successfully slapping someone, earning one sign-in opportunity. Fang Xiyue was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated this turn of events. The other students were equally taken aback. Ignoring you. Do you truly believe yourself to be significant? I advise you to keep your distance. Do not seek validation from me. I do not care who you are. I do not regard you at all. My previous restraint was merely to avoid causing a scene in front of my parents. But you have pushed me to this point. Everything you represent is tainted. Fang Xiyue forcefully shoved Fang Xiyue backward, where she was caught by her classmates. How can you strike someone so casually? What Xiao Xue just said was unpleasant, but she did not mean any harm. Resorting to violence is wrong, they protested. Indeed, we are all classmates. Must it come to this? Those present, perhaps emboldened by their numbers, began to rally against Fang Xiyue. Fang Xiyue, initially intimidated, straightened her posture upon finding support. Fang Xiyue, it seems I have struck a nerve, and you are lashing out in shame. Rest assured, you are someone's kept woman before the apocalypse. It's no surprise that you would end up in a soldier's bed after. Fang Xiyue's taunting voice grated on the nerves. How can you children be so uncouth, spreading rumors about others? Humanity is made of flesh. If you were in their shoes, would you allow such words to be spoken of you? Fang's parents stood protectively beside Fang Xiyue. Chapter 77. Are you clean? Who are you to judge? Fang Xiyue retorted, but her words were interrupted by the sudden presence of a towering figure before her. Fang Xiyue glared down at her, his eyes ablaze with anger. However, Fang Xiyue was momentarily distracted by her jealousy of Fang Xiyue. This man was strikingly handsome. You may not realize, but Fang Xiyue was supported by someone in the past, which is why she is affluent. She is so unclean, and yet you still desire her? Fang Xiyue shot a flirtatious glance at Fang Xiyue. My sister is the purest of girls, and you, I can only see the filth in you. Fang Xiyue raised his fist, threateningly. I have no principle against hitting women. You better get lost. Otherwise, I will make you unrecognizable to your mother. You're a soldier. How can you act like this? Upon hearing Fang Xiyue referred to as his sister, the crowd instinctively recoiled, save for Fang Xiyue, who persisted. So what? Soldiers are human too. They have families to protect. In this apocalypse, your so-called principles mean nothing to me. If you dare insult my sister, I will not hesitate to strike you. Fang Xiyue flexed his wrist, preparing for a fight. I want to argue with you. Fang Xiyue spat before fleeing. The others quickly followed suit, fearful of being caught in the fray. They had not anticipated that Fang Xiyue had an older brother, a military figure no less. Would they face repercussions? However, this was merely overthinking. Fang Xiyue had no interest in such petty actions. Meanwhile, Fang Xiyue relished the prospect of their continued presence, as it would provide her opportunities to flaunt her sign-in chances before them. Congratulations, host, for successfully slapping someone, earning 6 sign-in opportunities. Oh, just 6 times. It seems not everyone in that group harbored ill intentions. Those who remained silent during Fang Xiyue's tirade likely fall into that category, though they did not support her. They also did not intervene, perhaps indifferent to the matter. She now had 10 sign-in opportunities to accumulate, content as she lacked any significant needs. Are you alright, daughter? The 3 spoke in unison, their concern palpable. I'm perfectly fine. I don't care about these people. If it weren't for their usefulness, I wouldn't grant them the chance to prance around in my presence. Just then, Qin Shui returned, and the 3 chose not to dwell further on the matter. After Fang Xiyue and Qin Shui finished their meal, Lieutenant Lu returned with the machinery. Upon seeing Fang Xiyue, he quickly approached. Xiaofeng, our community is the first pilot for the crystal coin exchange machine, and it will begin this afternoon. The crystal coin processing office will be set up at the sales office, and we will install it shortly. It officially opens for business at 2 p.m. Would you like to come and observe? Lieutenant Lu appeared both excited and anxious, as he worried that the survivors might be reluctant to exchange their tangible supplies for crystal coins, given their uncertainty about its utility. Of course, I will come to see. Fang Xiyue replied, eager to gauge the community's reception and to promote her own shop in anticipation of the grand opening on the 26th. Great. Let us head over to the sales office now. With that, Lieutenant Lu led the group swiftly towards the sales office. At 1:50 p.m., Fang Xiyue arrived at the sales office, which has now been transformed into the Jingxiu Xingqing office. The military had previously informed every household that the registration for the crystal coin carriers would take place here at 2 p.m. However, at this moment, only a handful of people, barely a dozen, stood in line, each expressing a degree of skepticism. Captain Lu, observing the situation outside, felt a twinge of concern. Captain Lu, do not fret, I have made ample preparations, Fang Xiyue reassured him as she stepped outside. Just then, a throng of individuals hurriedly approached. Boss, we're here. A total of 43 veterans, whom Fang Xiyue had hired, arrived without needing to return home for family. Hence, she instructed them all to come and register for the crystal coin carriers, as they would be necessary for future salary payments. Please join the queue. She gestured towards those waiting. The original 10 in line immediately stepped aside, allowing the employees to proceed to the front, while they themselves moved to the end of the line. Hello everyone, I am Fang Xiyue. I trust you have noticed that our community has recently remodeled 20 shops. The owners of these shops are myself. They will officially open on the 26th at 8 a.m. We have already installed coin swiping machines in our stores, meaning you can use crystal coins to shop in my establishments. The supplies you gather from outside can be exchanged for crystal coins at the office and then used to purchase necessary items. The government is committed to vigorously promoting crystal coins, thus registering for the carriers is essential. I hope for your swift completion of this registration in support of national policy. After delivering her address, Fang Xiyue stepped aside. As the clock struck 2, the gates opened. Fang Xiyue's employees entered one by one, completing their registration in 3 minutes each. They were solely registering for the crystal coin carriers and not adding any funds at this time. As individuals entered, others exited in a continuous cycle. Once all 43 had registered, the 10 remaining individuals, seeing that there was no need to submit supplies and that there was no risk involved, also proceeded with their registration. At the moment they received their carrier watches, an inexplicable sense of peace washed over them. Observers in the building, witnessing the smooth process, were compelled by a herd mentality to descend and join the line. Seeing everything unfold smoothly, Fang Xiyue decided not to linger and returned with her team. The subsequent registration for the crystal coin carriers went exceptionally well, with those returning from resource gathering completing their registration promptly. On June 25th, the 12th day of the apocalypse, all survivors in the Jingxiu New City community had completed their registration, with many having exchanged supplies for crystal coins. On June 26th, the 13th day of the apocalypse, all employees of CS shops arrived early at their posts. At precisely 8 a.m., amidst the sound of firecrackers, the shops opened collectively. Fang Xiyue initially believed that few would come, yet nearly all the residents who had not ventured outside showed up, including soldiers on their day off. Aside from the supermarket, clothing stores, barbershops, and bakeries, all other food establishments were flooded with patrons. Naturally, not everyone possessed crystal coins, Many simply wished to see the shops. Some even entertained the thought of acquiring free food, but upon noticing the presence of 40 security guards across the 20 shops, they quickly abandoned that notion. Fortunately, they did. Had they not, they would have been unceremoniously ejected from the premises and placed on a permanent blacklist, with a beating from the guards being the least of their worries. Chapter 78. If you cannot win, retreat, understand? The self-service restaurant, where Fang Ma worked, was the most crowded. For 98 crystal coins, one could eat freely, and many survivors who had long subsisted on bread and crackers eagerly paid to indulge in a hot meal. After all, it was not an everyday occurrence, and they believed the self-service restaurant owner might not profit much, as they were famished individuals likely to eat far more than anticipated. However, the restaurant could not accommodate too many patrons at once, so those unable to secure a seat had to seek alternatives at other food establishments. Observing the bustling activity inside, the guards ultimately decided to leave just one outside, while another entered to assist. In the end, only 5 guards remained centrally positioned to monitor the 20 shops, while the rest went inside to help. Fang Xiyue realized that she did not require so many guards. So, she retained 16 to guard the entrance of Building 8 and dispatched the others to the shops. Their presence ensured that all shops could operate normally.
Ding.
Issued Apocalypse Primary Task 8. Eliminate 1,000 zombies. Task reward. For communication programs. Task failure. No penalty. While Fang Xiyue was at the self-service restaurant processing payments, she heard the task notification and understood that she would soon have work to do. It had been a while since she last received a task, likely aimed at helping her settle down. The frequency of tasks should increase from now on. Fang Xiyue, what is the communication program? Is it a substitute for a mobile phone? The communication program can be installed in the crystal coin carrier to enable communication. Only carriers with the communication program installed can make calls. Fang Xiyue, can it not be installed in bulk across all carriers? Of course not. It is quite expensive. Each program costs 25 points. If both parties wish to communicate, that amounts to 50 points. For those interested in installation, they can wait until they have crystal nuclei. Host, you are able to enjoy this privilege because of me. 50 points, equating to 50,000 crystal coins, or 5,000 ordinary crystal nuclei, is indeed exorbitant. It is entirely unnecessary. If worst comes to worst, she could resort to sending messages via carrier pigeons. After all, a slower method would suffice. However, if the task rewards her, that would be acceptable. In the end, she would have 4 programs. 1 for herself, 1 for her mother, 1 for her brother, and the last for Xiyue. She and Fang Xiyue would need to venture out for tasks, and having communication would be vital in case of danger. Having one at home would also allow her to stay informed about family matters, providing peace of mind. The communication program can be installed remotely. If she installs one for Xiyue, they could keep in touch, ensuring daily safety reports, which would alleviate her worries. It was now 2:30 p.m., and it would be prudent to venture out to eliminate zombies near the university town while also assisting Fang Xiyue. She returned the cash register to Fang Ma. Mom, I need to step out for a bit. I leave the house in your capable hands. With that, Fang Xiyue departed, disregarding Dan and Sister Xio this time. Their abilities still needed enhancement, making the university town too perilous for them. It was better for her to go alone and pick up the scraps. Fang Xiyue drove off, and upon reaching the community entrance, she found Xu Lin on duty.
Xia,
where are you headed? It's quite dangerous to go out alone. I'm going to find my brother and simultaneously practice my zombie slaying skills. Staying at the base too long will render me incapable of taking down zombies. Fang Xiyue candidly stated her intentions, ensuring that if she did not return, someone would know her whereabouts. Going alone, are you? Chulin glanced at Fang Xiyue's vehicle, noting its solitary status. Yes, my parents are running the shop, and the others lack sufficient combat skills, making it dangerous for them to accompany me. Wait a moment, I'll find someone to accompany you, Chulin insisted, moving away before Fang Xiyue could protest. 5 minutes later, he returned with Wu Fei, a fire element ability user. Although his powers were currently weak, the physical prowess of ability users surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Xia, stay close to Wu Fei and do not act recklessly. Remember, if you cannot win, retreat. Chulin cautioned her seriously.
Understood, Lin Ye.
I'll go out, eliminate 1,000 zombies, and return without overexerting myself. After all, the task is to kill 1,000 zombies. Killing a few more will not earn her any additional rewards. She certainly wouldn't tire herself out. All right, Wu Fei, keep a close watch. Once you've dispatched 1,000 zombies, bring her back. For the current zombies, eliminating 1,000 is merely a matter of time, with little risk involved. Wu Fei nodded repeatedly, and the two set off in their vehicle, leaving the community behind. Wu Fei was not particularly adept at conversation. Nor was Fang Xiyue someone who would initiate topics. Thus, they remained relatively silent in the car, though the atmosphere was not awkward. Has the street beneath Yinshui Biyuan been cleared? Fang Xiyue inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Yes, it has been cleared. The corpses of the zombies were incinerated. It's astonishing how many zombies were killed by some unknown group. Many survivors who came later emerged from that street. Had it not been for those who eliminated the zombies there beforehand, those survivors would likely have hesitated to come out. Wu Fei had participated in the clearing operation from the very first day. The stench from the decomposed corpses, having been submerged in water, was unbearable. Without their gas masks,
They would have been overwhelmed.
Fang Xiyue felt a tinge of guilt. It was indeed wrong not to have cleared the zombie bodies earlier. However, at that time, the water had been too high, making it impossible to clear the corpses, and they had simply forgotten afterward. Did you encounter the giant fish on that long street? We were pursued by it for quite some time. Fang Xiyue had informed Fang Xichen about the giant fish before he set off to clear the zombies in the vicinity, yet he never mentioned it upon his return. No. Xichen informed everyone as soon as he received news from you. We passed through with great caution and did not encounter the giant fish. Perhaps it left due to the lowered water levels, as the shallower waters may no longer conceal its massive head. They had been on high alert while traversing that long street, taking each step with utmost care. Only after relocating all the survivors from that street did they begin to cross the bridge. Remarkably, they managed to pass over the bridge without incident. Upon reaching the other side, they encountered no dark ocean of rats, likely because the water level had receded, allowing the rats to return to their homes. However, many zombies on that street had been completely devoured, leaving only bones behind. Consequently, the remaining zombies were few, which greatly facilitated their clearing efforts. Their current task was to eliminate the zombies on the street, while another team was responsible for the survivors in the residential buildings, allowing them to move at a more leisurely pace. Since the survivors were at home, they had access to some food and faced little danger as long as they remained indoors. In contrast, the survivors hiding in the shops and office buildings along the street likely had no food, particularly in the university town. The sheer number of zombies there was overwhelming, and if they did not rescue the survivors soon, there might be none left. Thus, they focused their efforts on the university town. Chapter 79. Afraid I might recognize you? Fang Xiyue nodded. The absence of the giant fish was indeed likely due to the lowered water levels, as shallower waters would not be able to conceal its sizable head. Thanks to the soldiers clearing the path, Fang Xiyue and her companions made their way smoothly. The absence of zombies on the street was a delightful change. Fang Xiyue drove swiftly across the bridge. Upon reaching the university town, they spotted several military trucks parked, with only one driver remaining in each, as the others were absent. The zombies on the street had been eradicated, their bodies piled in a corner and set ablaze under the supervision of 2 soldiers. The others had likely entered the school, and through her mental acuity, Fang Xiyue sensed that numerous survivors were hiding in the adjacent commercial area. Their reluctance to emerge was probably due to the military instructing them to wait inside until the troops departed, at which point the survivors could be escorted out. Regardless of the abundance of supplies in the shops, they would eventually be depleted, and the likelihood of survival increased when survivors banded together. Among these survivors, Fang Xiyue spotted Fang Xiyue and several classmates who had accompanied her. Indeed, they were just a few, not the entire group. At that moment, Fang Xiyue sat dazed on the ground, her companions appearing equally disheveled, their clothing torn as if clawed by zombies. They were inside a supermarket, likely the one Fang Xiyue had mentioned. However, the shelves were bare of food and drink, leaving only daily necessities. This was to be expected, as many survivors had flocked to this commercial street, and the back door provided an escape route. It was natural for them to prioritize seizing supplies from the supermarket. The soldiers in the vehicle noticed the approaching car and recognized Wu Fei and Fang Xiyue as they exited. What brings you here? While Fang Xiyue could not identify all of them, every soldier recognized her. Xia came to practice killing zombies, and I accompany her. Wu Fei inquired about the situation inside, wary of the potential dangers. It's manageable. There are many zombies, but they're not difficult to kill. However, due to their numbers, it may take some time. We've just begun clearing the first university, and the zombies in this commercial street are abundant, consuming a significant amount of our time. Their group consisted of 20 individuals assigned to clear the university town, while others had been dispatched to different areas. Then we shall join you, Wu Fei declared as he led Fang Xiyue inside. He held a handgun, while she wielded a tang knife. Though a submachine gun would prove more effective, it did not serve the purpose of physical training. Unless absolutely necessary, she preferred using her tang knife for zombie elimination. The university gates were closed, guarded by a soldier who remained vigilant within. Should any danger arise, he was prepared to open the gates to allow everyone to escape, preventing any zombies from following. Upon seeing Wu Fei and Fang Xiyue approach, he inquired about their intentions and subsequently opened the gate. Their actions were not unruly. The area was not particularly dangerous. Inside, there were not only soldiers but also survivor teams assisting in clearing the zombies. Although they had not undergone systematic training, they could still be considered combat capable. Relying solely on the military would mean it would take days to clear the university town. As soon as the gate opened, the two entered. The playground was overrun with zombies, slowly shuffling forward, their growls resonating incessantly. The soldiers led the charge, while other survivor teams followed to eliminate any stragglers. Some survivor teams were notably skilled, attacking zombies approaching from other directions, forming a fan-shaped defense line to ensure that no zombies could surround them from behind. The noise attracted the attention of the zombies, drawing many from the teaching building outside. Fang Xiyue glanced up and noticed numerous students peering out, likely watching with anticipation. Probably lacking food. Fang Xiyue quickly spotted Fang Xiyue but refrained from approaching him, deciding it best not to distract him during such a critical moment. She donned her hat and mask, obscuring her features. Fei go, let us go. The two chose an alternate route, where the zombies were stealthily advancing. If they allowed all of them to converge, they would find themselves encircled. This was unacceptable. They could not fall into a trap, since human endurance was limited. Whereas zombies had none, they had to construct an impenetrable line of defense. Here, take my gun, and I'll handle the tang knife, Fang Xiyue suggested, believing that wielding a gun would offer more safety than a knife. After all, a firearm can attack from a distance, while a tang dao is a close combat tool. No need for you, Fij. I am already accustomed to using the tang dao. As they spoke, the two approached the horde of zombies. With a swift motion, Fang Xiyue's blade descended, and the head of a zombie fell to the ground in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, she continued her relentless assault, severing heads in rapid succession. Wu Fei was left astonished. He had not anticipated Fang Xiyue's prowess, nor the efficacy of the tang dao. The commotion from their side attracted the attention of other teams, who cast a glance over, surprised to see only two individuals daring to undertake such a mission. What audacity! However, what sent chills down their spines was the realization that had these two not arrived, the rear would have been compromised. They had previously kept an eye on this area, but as they pushed further inward, it had become a blind spot. The survivor team responsible for this sector was drenched in cold sweat and swallowed hard, knowing that if they faltered, they would be the first to suffer the consequences. Thank you both. They called out to Fang Xiyue and Wu Fei. No need for thanks, they replied as they continued to eliminate zombies. The duo worked in remarkable harmony, securing the area flawlessly. Yet, due to Wu Fei's presence, Fang Xiyue's goal of slaying 1,000 zombies remained unfulfilled, though the zombies in the playground had all been eradicated. Thus, she had no choice but to follow the main group into the teaching building. As Fang Xiyue and Wu Fei joined the crowd, she suddenly felt a tug on the back of her collar. The person behind her bore no malice. Looking up, she met the furious gaze of Fang Xiyue. What are you doing here? Do you not realize how dangerous it is? I can overlook your presence outside, but to venture in so eagerly, what is it? Is there gold inside? Fang Xiyue pulled her onto the playground. Brother, I am here out of concern for you, hoping to help. Besides, there aren't many zombies in the teaching building. It's not much safer than the playground, Fang Xiyue replied, removing her mask and smiling at him. If you wish to assist, why cover yourself so thoroughly? Are you afraid I might recognize you? Fang Xiyue teased, tugging at her hat. Chapter 80. Stick close to me, and do not wander off. It is not that I fear you will be distracted. You must lead so many survivors. You cannot neglect them for my sake. Moreover, your sister is quite capable. Just ask Brother Wu Fei. Fang Xiyue pointed to Wu Fei, who had followed closely behind. Xiyue is indeed formidable, with a swing of her tang dao. A zombie's head falls effortlessly. Wu Fei affirmed with a nod. Brother, please allow me to join. I cannot remain cooped up in the community forever. I must face the zombies. If I do not train now when they evolve, I will be unable to escape. Fang Xiyue was not jesting. If she did not continually improve, how could she hope to contend with upgraded zombies? Her psychic abilities were practiced daily, but remained stagnant, only allowing her to control 2 zombies at a time, merely directing them away rather than commanding them to fight. Such powers, evidently, were inadequate when faced with a horde. While she could stay indefinitely in the villa provided by the system, that would lead to madness. Being confined would warp a person's psyche. Furthermore, her brother, a soldier, had to venture out to protect survivors. Fang Xiyue did not want to be left behind, helplessly watching as he faced danger. She needed to enhance her abilities. All right, you may accompany us this time, but stay close and do not stray. Fang Xiyue relented, leading the way into the building, with Fang Xiyue and Wu Fei promptly following. The university comprised multiple teaching buildings, each housing different disciplines. The playground they had cleared was merely the area with the highest concentration of zombies. Other locations, including the teaching buildings, dormitories, gymnasium, cafeteria, and the general building, were equally infested. Despite their numbers, they could not afford to disperse. The military contingent consisted of 20, while other teams comprised 5 to 10 members each, totaling no more than 60 individuals. Thus, systematically clearing each teaching building was the most prudent course of action. The teaching buildings, each 6 stories high, required everyone to split into teams of approximately 10 and proceed from right to left on each floor. As the apocalypse had unfolded relatively early, apart from a few classes that had early morning sessions, most students remained in their dormitories. Consequently, the survivors in the teaching building were among the first to escape. The teaching buildings were relatively less plagued by zombies, making their clearance the simplest task within the school. However, some students, despite the scarcity of zombies, were too frightened to emerge. By the time they mustered the courage to flee, the horde surrounding the playground had grown, and the zombies roaming the vicinity of the teaching building had increased as well. Even if they managed to escape the teaching building, there would be nowhere to run. Ultimately, 37 survivors were rescued from the 7 teaching buildings. They consolidated the survivors into one building, ensuring their safety, while the main group advanced towards the cafeteria. The cafeteria housed a greater number of zombies than the teaching buildings, as some students opted to have breakfast before class. Even those who skipped class still needed to eat. Rain would not deter their hunger. No one anticipated that this rain would usher in the zombie virus. The cafeteria featured 4 doors, all securely shut, preventing the zombies inside from breaking free. The 60 or so individuals divided into 4 groups and entered through each of the doors. Fang Xiyue followed the first group led by Fang Xiyue through the first door. After the groups positioned themselves, the leaders exchanged nods before jointly opening the door. In an instant, the zombies surged forth. Survivors lined up at the entrance, brandishing their weapons fervently to fend off the oncoming horde. Under such circumstances, firearms were deemed too risky, as they might injure their comrades. Thus, they wielded knives and axes. Fang Xiyue stood her ground, dispatching one zombie after another, leaving her fellow survivors astonished at her ferocity. Once the number of zombies dwindled, they quickly moved to the entrance of the cafeteria and began to fire their weapons. Zombies fell one by one, and blood splattered across the room. The first floor, aside from the serving area for the staff, had no sheltered spots, thus attracting a multitude of survivors, approximately 20 to 30 individuals. Among them lay the corpses of zombies, presumably slain by the survivors. Upon noticing the newcomers, tears streamed down their faces. They had endured this ordeal for over 10 days, appearing filthy and reeking. Had it not been for the food available, they would have perished. One individual guided them to the designated teaching building for survivors, while the others continued to the second floor. The second floor contained various snack stalls, providing ample hiding spots, and many survivors had taken refuge there. In the public dining area, zombies were relatively few, meandering about. Sensing the presence of intruders, they charged forward. However, the presence of tables and chairs caused many zombies to stumble. The survivors quickly cleared the area of zombies. One stall, however, was a gruesome sight, filled with zombies. It appeared that someone had recently turned into a zombie and wiped out the occupants. The group gathered the zombies together and disposed of them through the windows. They needed to incinerate the corpses, as carrying them down would be a waste of time. Thus, they resorted to tossing them out. The method was undoubtedly bloody, yet it proved efficient. The third floor of the cafeteria was closed due to the absence of breakfast service, leaving no zombies or survivors above. Upon exiting the cafeteria, 5 individuals remained outside to incinerate the zombies while the others proceeded towards the comprehensive building. This edifice housed a supermarket, making it the epicenter for both zombies and survivors. Most survivors had arrived here after the apocalypse, seeking sustenance, yet found themselves trapped within its confines. As the door to the comprehensive building swung open, the surviving students on the second floor cried out for help. However, their cacophony attracted the attention of the zombies, which began to assault the entrance of their store. "Quiet down. Your noise has drawn the zombies here," a male voice admonished, leading to a sudden hush among the students. The zombies, deprived of auditory cues, started to wander aimlessly. The rescue team commenced the extermination of the zombies on the first floor, where few shops were located, while the majority of survivors congregated on the second floor. Only 5 individuals were rescued from the first floor. As the sounds below stirred the zombies on the second floor, they began to descend, seemingly having evolved to navigate stairs, albeit slowly, yet steadily. The rescue team stationed at the staircase eliminated them one by one as they ventured down. At this juncture, the zombies proved to be remarkably easy to dispatch. Those who dared to engage found no zombie beyond their reach. Witnessing the ease with which the rescuers dispatched the zombies, some spirited students began to search for weapons and joined the fray. Increasing numbers joined the ranks of those combating the undead. Chapter 81. Do you think we will provide for you? Fang Xiyue cleaved through the zombies with precision, ultimately completing her task by 6 in the evening.
Ding.
Primary Apocalypse Task 8 completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check. With the task accomplished and weariness setting in, she resolved to cease her zombie-slaying endeavors. Having not informed her family of her whereabouts, she felt compelled to return home, lest they worry. Fang Xiyue sought out Fang Xiyue and installed the communication program into his device before bidding him farewell and departing with Wu Fei. Upon exiting the school gates, they encountered survivors lined up outside as military personnel organized their collective evacuation. Fang Xiyue immediately recognized Fang Xiyue as she emerged from the school. Ignoring them, Fang Xiyue proceeded directly to her vehicle. However, her indifference was misinterpreted by Fang Xiyue as disdain. Fang Xiyue, are you pleased? My family's supermarket has been ransacked, and my parents are dead. Are you happy now? Fang Xiyue's voice rang out loudly, drawing the attention of other survivors. Fang Xiyue turned back, exasperated. What happiness do you think I possess? You left without your parents. Now that you seek them, it is futile. They are not my parents. What is it to me? Can your shouting bring them back? Or alleviate your guilt? Exhausted from battling zombies, she lacked the energy or inclination to engage with Fang Xiyue. How can you speak so heartlessly? Fang Xiyue's parents are dead. Do you not possess a shred of compassion? Fang Xiyue wailed, prompting nearby classmates to rally in her defense. Those who had originally accompanied her remained silent. The students now gathering were survivors found in other shops, having met during the lineup. Why should I feel compassion? Is it my concern? Am I intimately acquainted with her? If you have the energy to spare, why not direct it towards slaying more zombies instead of squabbling here? Fang Xiyue glared at the student who spoke. You're all so brave, ganging up on one girl. If you have such vigor, perhaps I should assign you to continue the fight against the zombies. Wu Fei interjected, standing beside Fang Xiyue, urging her to step back and not waste time with them. The students, once eager to voice their grievances, fell silent at the suggestion of confronting the zombies. You are no longer children, but adults. Is it truly enjoyable to argue over such matters in these dire times? This is an apocalypse. Instead of contemplating survival strategies, resource gathering, or how to eliminate more zombies, you fritter away time inciting conflict. The very Fang Xiyue you speak of has just eliminated over 1,000 zombies and rescued many survivors like you. What have you done? You merely hide in safety, waiting for others to save you. Now that the danger has subsided and protection has arrived, you feel emboldened, do you? Should such disunity arise again, I will take you out to face the zombies, so you can comprehend the true peril of this apocalypse. Do you think being rescued guarantees your safety? We will not coddle you. Upon reaching the survivor settlement, you will need to learn how to combat zombies, build your physical strength, and gather resources. No one is obligated to care for you indefinitely. Be mindful of your own circumstances. After delivering this admonition, Wu Fei intended to escort Fang Xiyue away. Yet, she suddenly had a thought and leaned closer to him. Fej, do you need my assistance in transporting the supplies back? The current operation aimed not only to slay zombies and rescue survivors, but also to gather all possible resources. Transporting them back proved cumbersome due to limited vehicles and the need to accommodate people. "Let us inquire," Wu Fei suggested as they approached the operation's commander. The students left behind exchanged glances, having believed that rescue signified safety. They envisioned remaining hidden in a secure settlement, relying on the military for sustenance. However, the revelation that the military bore no obligation to provide for them ignited fear within, causing involuntary tremors. They had neither the heart nor the resolve to provoke trouble. Acutely aware of the precariousness of their existence, Wu Fei and Fang Xiyue approached Commander Li Jun to explain their intentions. "There are numerous supplies collected this time. Will Xia's spatial ability suffice?" Li Jun had faith in Fang Xiyue, confident she would not hoard the resources. Yet, the volume of supplies from this commercial street, combined with those from the recently liberated comprehensive building, posed a challenge for transport, given their current capabilities. "Yes, my spatial ability is purely for storage, devoid of combat capabilities. With ample space, one might even say infinite." The system's storage was indeed boundless, allowing for unrestricted accumulation. "Is that so? Splendid. Wu Fei, please escort Xia to assist Chu Lin and Guosheng in inventorying the supplies. Xia, we shall offer you a portion of the resources as remuneration upon our return." Li Jun's proposal was not intended to exploit Fang Xiyue. After all, transporting the supplies themselves would require multiple trips. "All right," Fang Xiyue graciously accepted, acknowledging it as her due. Without hesitation, Wu Fei led Fang Xiyue to find Chu Lin and Guosheng. "Really? Fantastic. The inventory for these two stores has been completed. Xia, please assist us in gathering the supplies." Chu Lin gestured towards the two shops at the end of the street, a grocery store and a rice noodle shop.
Linye.
"Shenge, this inventory process is consuming too much time. I am anxious to return home. I can transfer the supplies from these stores directly into my space and release them for your inventory upon our return to the base. I assure you I will not take any supplies or complicate matters for you." Fang Xiyue was reluctant to linger, as waiting for them to inventory each store would be excessively time-consuming. "What are you saying? Sister Xia, we trust you entirely. If only that were the case. Let us commence with the first establishment." The four individuals approached the initial noodle shop, where Fang Xiyue stood at the entrance and silently uttered a command. In an instant, everything within the shop vanished into thin air, leaving not a trace behind. Although they had prepared themselves mentally for such an event, the swiftness of it all took them by surprise. How delightful would it be if Xia could accompany them on their future endeavors? As they continued their journey, they collected resources along the way, and in less than half an hour, they had completely cleared the entire commercial street. "I need a moment to process this," Fang Xiyue remarked. "Your spatial abilities are astonishingly vast. In comparison, our powers seem rather trivial." Chapter 82. Why is it so unfair? Wu Fei exclaimed, conjuring a small flame at his fingertips, reminiscent of a lighter's flicker. "Fei Ge, abilities require practice. You cannot abandon it simply because it seems weak. My father is also a fire user, and his flames are far more potent than yours." Fang's father had already mastered fireballs, making him formidable against zombies. Similarly, her mental powers had advanced to the point where she could control two zombies, a feat that had once been beyond her capabilities. "Really? How can I practice? I must consult my uncle upon returning." Wu Fei was exhilarated, believing that his abilities would gradually strengthen through perseverance. "Very well, when we return, you can ask my father. He possesses considerable experience." Fang Xiyue was more than willing to share her knowledge, as the enhancement of the soldier's powers would benefit everyone. Upon reaching Li Jun's side, they explained the situation, and Li Jun was equally astonished by the rapidity of their success. They did not linger and hurried back to the school to gather supplies from the comprehensive building. Aside from the cafeteria, the other locations offered little of value. The classrooms, desks, and chairs were unnecessary to collect. In the future, as their territory expanded, this area would be included. If they wished to resume classes, they could simply utilize the facilities here. Hence, their current priority was to amass resources, while other matters could be disregarded. Fang Xiqing and his team were still occupied with rescuing the dormitories, as there were many university buildings and an abundance of zombies. They had no idea when they would regroup. After leaving the school, Fang Xiyue informed Li Jun, and the four climbed into her vehicle. Fang Xiyue started the engine and sped away. Fang Xiyue gazed enviously at the departing car. They had all witnessed Fang Xiyue collecting resources from the commercial street, which had altered many people's perceptions of her. She was a spatial ability user, a rarity indeed. Many regretted their previous attitudes toward her, had they not offended her. They could have teamed up with her to gather resources at will. Fang Xiyue seethed with jealousy. Why was fate so unjust? Why should Fang Xiyue possess such wealth? Why did she have such favorable relations with the military? Why was she endowed with spatial abilities? Even a fraction of that power would suffice. Congratulations, host. For successfully confronting the naysayers, you have earned one opportunity to sign in. On the way back, there were still numerous shops' resources yet to be collected. However, time was of the essence, and with so many resources already gathered, they needed time to sort through them. Therefore, Chu Lin and the others did not press Fang Xiyue to collect more resources, but instead inquired if she would be available the next day to join them again. If feasible, they hoped she could become part of their team for future outings.
Ding.
Issuing Primary Mission 9. Become a special consultant for the military. Mission reward. 10 vials of ability enhancement liquid. Failure to complete the mission incurs no penalties. This mission arrived just in time. Of course, I have nothing pressing to attend to. Teaming up with you to eradicate zombies and gather resources sounds splendid. Now, my brother has no reason to prevent me from joining. Fang Xiyue nodded in agreement. Let me report on Xia's situation today and see if we can secure her a formal position. I'm certain the higher-ups will approve. Xia is an invaluable asset. Chu Lin pondered and decided to report the matter. Retaining Xia within their unit would be a tremendous boon. Fang Xiyue found Chu Lin to be a considerate older brother, striking at the heart of the matter. If successful, her mission would also be accomplished, leading to the coveted enhancement liquid, which could significantly elevate her powers. Indeed, I once harbored dreams of joining the military. Achieving that now would compensate for my past regrets. Fang Xiyue smiled and nodded. If this comes to fruition, Xia can participate in missions with us openly, silencing those who gossip. Guesheng also deemed Chu Lin's proposal highly commendable. The journey back was smooth, with no zombies in sight, allowing the four to return to the residential area without incident. Where should we store the resources? Fang Xiyue wondered, having forgotten about the warehouse in the residential area. There's an underground garage. Let us transport everything there. It will serve as our storage. Chu Lin indicated toward the right path. Fang Xiyue was unaware of the existence of an underground garage, having never explored the area thoroughly. After driving a short distance, they indeed discovered the garage, which had designated parking spaces. Given the higher elevation of the location, flooding was not a concern. They drove to the farthest parking spot, unloading the resources one by one. I'll sort through the supplies here with Guesheng. Xia can head home to rest. Chu Lin said as they exited the vehicle, pointing to parking space number 1. All right, Fang Xiyue replied, commencing the release of the supplies. As she had indicated, the items emerged precisely as they had been stored, even including the supermarket shelves. Any items accidentally dropped by survivors also reappeared on the ground. All done.
I'm heading out now.
Wu Fei and I will take our leave. Lin Ge and Shen Ge, thank you for your hard work. Once the resources were released, Fang Xiyue deemed her role complete and opted to return home. Since Wu Fei resided in building number 1, the two departed together. Fang Xiyue? Upon hearing her name called with uncertainty once more, Fang Xiyue frowned in annoyance. Initially, she had appreciated the ability to attract those who would confront her, as it provided opportunities for gaining sign-in chances. However, it had now become a nuisance, as it seemed the world was filled with malice directed at her. The sudden appearance of such individuals, when she was weary, was particularly vexing. Fang Xiyue, system. Can this trait of attracting confrontational individuals be cancelled? Fang Xiyue felt it was unnecessary to retain this trait, as she was not lacking in anything. It would be far more advantageous to focus on completing tasks and earning rewards instead. Host, cancellation is not permitted, but it can revert to its initial form, reducing its potency. The system flipped through its records and found the description of the trait. Fang Xiyue, fine, please downgrade it to its initial form. Fang Xiyue urged the system hastily, feeling that the trait was less beneficial than she had initially thought. Moreover, she seemed naturally inclined to attract such individuals, otherwise, she would not have struggled to make friends. Coupled with the system's buff, the trait appeared amplified. Just as in the villa previously, the individuals communicating in the group were all filled with animosity toward her. However, once one departs, those who harbor no ill will towards oneself begin to speak out. Chapter 83. Have you thought of me? This indicates that, bolstered by one's constitution, such individuals would not appear in one's vicinity. The reason I can amicably coexist with the military personnel here is that these soldiers are inherently upright and friendly, unaffected by my constitution. Fang Xiyue turned to face the speaker, a young man. Although she struggled to recognize him due to her face blindness, he seemed familiar. It truly is you. Do you reside here as well? Many of our classmates have fled here together. We all live here. Previously, Fang Xiyue led a group to her family's supermarket to gather supplies, but I was unwell and did not accompany them. I never expected to bump into you while wandering about. We must be quite fated. The boy's voice carried a hint of excitement, yet lacked malice. Fang Xiyue felt a wave of relief. As long as there was no malice, that was sufficient. She had no desire to engage in verbal or physical conflicts anymore. Yes, I also reside here. I've seen Fang Xiyue and the others. They should return shortly. The survivors are being transported back by trucks, so they should be arriving soon. As she spoke, several large trucks entered the gated community. The vehicles were filled with survivors, who were required to disembark at the entrance for the processing of their crystal currency carriers. Some of these survivors, capable of paying rent, would reside in this residential area, while others would be relocated to other areas that do not require rent. I think I see Fang Xiyue and the others. I'll head over now.
We can chat next time,
the boy said as he dashed off in that direction. Fang Xiyue found today as conversation rather refreshing, devoid of tension or sarcasm. It was quite pleasant. There was no reason for them to linger, so Fang Xiyue and Wu Fei returned. When she initially opened her shop, she had set an 8 p.m. closing time, so the store should still be open at this hour. However, she needed to return to freshen up and change clothes. After all, the stench from dispatching so many zombies was quite unpleasant. By the time Fang Xiyue finished her shower, it was already 7:30 p.m. She rode her small electric vehicle to the shop, initially believing there would be few customers at this hour, but to her surprise, there were still quite a number of people. In the dumpling restaurant, she spotted Wu Fei, who was enjoying dumplings while engaging in conversation with Fang's father. Upon entering the self-service restaurant, she was surprised to find Xu Lin and Guasheng there as well. This place had evidently become a dining spot for those military personnel who could not cook. After greeting Fang's mother, Fang Xiyue conducted a brief round of inspections across the 20 shops. Everything appeared normal, with no unexpected incidents occurring during her absence. That was a relief. She had been worried that someone might attempt to steal supplies while she was away. Perhaps the presence of security guards at the entrance and the numerous staff inside deterred any such thoughts. Alternatively, the backing of the military may have instilled a sense of caution in potential thieves. The large crowd was likely due to many teams returning from gathering supplies. If that were the case, perhaps the closing time should be extended? The military typically finishes work at 8 p.m. and they would need to eat upon their return. Fang Xiyue contemplated this and notified each shop to extend their hours to 9 p.m., assuring them that their wages would also see an increase. As expected, at 8 p.m., many soldiers began to trickle back, all converging towards her shop. At this hour, aside from those survivor teams on missions with the military, the other survivors had already returned to rest. As they enjoyed warm meals, everyone was animated and appreciative. Gradually, by 9 p.m., the number of patrons dwindled, and the shops began to close for the night. After a long day, the staff were exhausted and retreated to their dormitories. Fang Xiyue also returned home with her family. Upon reaching the 6th floor, she accompanied Dan Dan and Sister Xiao to their residence. Dan Dan, Sister Xiao, I may be accompanying the military on missions from now on. Would you two like to join? I'm merely gauging your interest for now, as the military has yet to confirm their approval. Although we may not become formal members of the military, embarking on missions with them would still be beneficial. At least it would be safer than the three of us going out alone. Really? That sounds wonderful.
Dan Dan nodded eagerly.
Sister Xiao also agreed, as collaborating with the military is indeed a prestigious opportunity. Very well, I'll speak to Captain Liu about it tomorrow. If they agree, the three of us, along with Qian Xian, will join in. Once home, Fang Xiyue installed the communication program onto her mother's carrier. They tried communicating from different rooms, and the sound quality was remarkably clear. Fang Xiyue also tested it and found it identical to a mobile phone conversation. Wouldn't it be possible for everyone to install this? If all the teams venturing out had this program, it could significantly reduce unnecessary dangers. Currently, that is not feasible. It is prohibitively expensive, with each communication program costing 25,000 crystal coins. Fang Xiyue deemed this notion utterly impractical. at 25,000 crystal coins each. Even if only the team leaders installed it, it would still amount to a considerable expense, and she doubted many would be willing. Is it truly that expensive? It just seems somewhat unrealistic. Fang Xiyue lamented this without further comment, certainly not daring to ask his sister to provide the military with free installations. After a brief conversation with her family, Fang Xiyue retreated to her room, instructing the system to install the communication program on Su Zhiyu's carrier watch remotely. As soon as the system confirmed the installation was successful, she eagerly placed a call. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Hello, is it Yaya? Su Zhiyu's voice was hesitant. He had not been informed that his carrier had communication capabilities. Yes, it's me. Did I wake you? Fang Xiyue belatedly realized it was nearly 10 p.m. No, not at all. We're at a gas station and no one is sleeping. There are many survivors here. And it's difficult to rest peacefully. Su Zhiyue had rushed out to answer upon hearing the phone ring. He understood the risks associated with possessing such valuable items and knew he could not let others learn about the crystal currency carrier or its communication function. You could leave 2 people on watch. How can you survive without sleep for long? Hearing Su Zhiyue's words, Fang Xiyue felt a pang of sympathy. Their task of retrieving people was not something that could be accomplished in a day or 2. They could not go without sleep indefinitely. Yes, we'll rest soon. Have you thought of me? Su Zhiyue's hopeful voice resonated from the carrier watch. Of course, I have, very much so. Fang Xiyue would not shy away from admitting her feelings. If she missed him, and there was no shame in acknowledging that. If she didn't miss him, why would she be so eager to call? I miss you too, very much. Sometimes I regret not having asked you to accompany me when we left. But then I realize it would have been dangerous, and I no longer regret it. Su Zhiyue sat on the steps, gazing at the moon, which reflected Fang Xiyue's visage and smile. Although they had only spent a few hours together, he had etched her image firmly in his mind. Chapter 84. Are you truly willing to join us? He vividly recalled every detail about her, as if they had been inscribed into his very bones. I regret it too. I wish I had walked with you then. So, I wouldn't have to worry about you constantly. Thankfully, we now have the communication program, allowing us to connect through our carrier watches. Shall we agree to speak every night? It would provide me with reassurance regarding your safety. Fang Xiyue indeed felt some regret. Had she accompanied him, she could have been of assistance. Being together was certainly preferable to being apart, filled with mutual concern. Must we only speak once a day? I wish I could hear your voice constantly. What should I do? A somewhat coquettish voice emerged from Su Zhiyue, causing Fang Xiyue's face to flush. If you don't mind my chatter, a full day of conversation wouldn't be a problem, she murmured softly. The two of them exchanged stories about the events of the past couple of days, both the good and the bad, the interesting and the mundane, anything that the other had not experienced. The call lasted for 2 hours, and it was only when Fang Xiyue fell into a deep slumber that Su Zhiyue reluctantly ended the conversation. On June 27th, the 14th day of the apocalypse, the family set out early to open their shop, while Fang Xiyue accompanied Fang Xiyue to the military base. Although unsure if she would become a formal member of the military, she had promised to assist them in retrieving supplies from the commercial street. And she intended to keep her word. As soon as Captain Lu spotted Fang Xiyue, he approached her eagerly. Xiyue, I've heard the news. Are you truly willing to join us? That would be a tremendous fortune for our unit. The thought of Fang Xiyue becoming a part of their team filled Captain Lu with delight. Not only was she a highly skilled talent, but she was also a spatial ability user. Both attributes were highly coveted. Captain Lu surmised that her willingness to join was likely influenced by Fang Xiyue, as he found himself increasingly fond of him. Of course, Captain Lu, I am willing to join. In my previous team, there were 2 members, one named Dandan, a healing ability user, and another, Xiaojia, who possesses enhanced hearing. I wonder if you might need them? If so, I can invite them to join us for the missions. Without hesitation, Captain Lu replied, yes, we certainly need them. I will send someone to fetch them immediately. Their unit had no healing ability users, and although another unit had one, they were far too precious to lend out. Before long, Dandan and Xiaojia were brought over, and the 3 formally joined the military as special team members. Captain Lu presented them with appointment letters, officially recognizing them as exceptional recruits.
Ding.
The primary mission of the Apocalypse, Task 9, is complete. Rewards have been issued. Please check. Fang Xiyue caught sight of the ability upgrading liquid in her system space and smiled secretly. However, She was unsure of the symptoms that might arise after consuming the upgrading liquid, so she decided to wait until she returned home to try it. Dandan cradled a dog, Qian in her arms. Captain Liu, Qian is a remarkably capable dog. Although I'm unsure of its abilities, I think it's best to bring it along. Fang Xiyue hoped to learn more about Qian through this mission. All right, Captain Liu grinned widely. How could I possibly object? With one spatial ability user and one healing ability user, our unit is indeed fortunate. By the way, Xia, other units from our battalion are also planning to relocate here. They've heard that the water and electricity are functional, and they are eager to come. There are a total of 180 of them. Initially, they had declined due to the distance. But after hearing about you, they felt it necessary to move here. Not to mention the excellent living conditions. They wouldn't want to miss out on the opportunity to become familiar with you for future benefits, would they? That sounds fine. I still have plenty of vacant rooms available. So accommodating more people will not be an issue. Their presence will indeed be advantageous for us. The rent will not be waived. It is certainly beneficial to earn additional income from it, Fang Xiyue replied. All right then, they will likely arrive tomorrow evening. Please provide me with the rental contracts so I can deliver them for signatures. Captain Liu extended his hand. Fang Xiyue retrieved 180 copies of the rental contracts from her space and placed them in Captain Liu's hands. Prepared and ready, Fang Xiyue, Dandan, and Xiujie set off with Zhao Liang, the leader for the day. Other survivor teams followed behind, many of whom recognized Fang Xiyue, such as Qi Shu and his companions. They witnessed firsthand her joining the military and suddenly realized that she had entered an entirely different world from theirs. Their previous interactions had become the final ties they shared. Today's mission for Fang Xiyue and her team was to clear out a university in the college town, and on their return journey, they would gather supplies that had previously been overlooked. The university they were assigned to clear was Xingqing University, where Fang Xiyue had once attended. Her feelings towards Xingqing University were neither shallow nor profound. She had not formed many cherished memories there, mostly overshadowed by experiences of exclusion from her peers. If given the choice, who wouldn't he desire a beautiful college life? Yet, due to her looks and Zhao Tianming's affections for her, she had been ostracized by the wealthy heiress, Tian, leading everyone to avoid her. Even those she did not know would steer clear. No one would sit in the chair she had occupied in the cafeteria and in class. No one would sit in her row, or even in front or behind her. She often wondered if her lack of power, wealth, or influence justified such treatment. Eventually, she came to realize that those who distanced themselves from her in such circumstances were not worth her time. Being alone was not without its merits. She found joy in her own company. Although she could not forgive those who had wronged her in the past, she felt no obligation to do so. They were all adults now, responsible for their actions. A simple apology could not erase past grievances. It was already merciful of her not to hold grudges. And the idea of becoming friends was utterly impossible. She was no masochist. Despite knowing she would likely encounter many classmates upon entering her university, Fang Xiyue chose to proceed. She resolved to focus on her tasks, indifferent to everything else. Her mental acuity heightened as she approached the entrance, where there were few zombies, with the majority clustered inside. As she ventured further, the absence of zombies became apparent, prompting her to lament the inadequacy of her mental abilities. Suddenly, she felt as though she had been struck by something. Fang Xiyue system. Did you not mention that the jade contained energy that could upgrade abilities? How could I have forgotten something so crucial? Chapter 85. You are merely survivors. Fang Xiyue felt as though she had missed out on a fortune. Had she started using jade to upgrade her abilities immediately after awakening her mental powers, she might have already attained the level of a first-tier mental ability user. Host? I apologize. I forgot as well. The system sheepishly pointed at its fingers, holding a thick book that it had read but forgotten much of. Fang Xiyue, it's all right. I don't blame you. You hadn't formed me, and it was my poor memory. Fortunately, I remembered in time. It is not too late. I will try it out when I return today. Excited, Fang Xiyue followed the team forward. Two soldiers stood at the entrance, performing a prepared gesture before pulling open the door. Fang Xiyue, Dandan, and Xiujie stood in the center of the military formation, protected by the other soldiers. As soon as the door swung open, 5 teams charged inside, attracting the zombies within with the noise and the scent of fresh flesh. All 3 held newly issued handguns. Yet Fang Xiyue preferred her Tang Dao, as did Dandan and Xiujie. The razor-sharp blade of the Tang Dao often proved more effective than a handgun. A bullet might fail to find its mark in a zombie's brain, leaving it unharmed, but a swing of the Tang Dao would guarantee the zombie's head would fall, saving them from unnecessary complications. Though they were under protection, the trio's combat capabilities were formidable. The group of survivors who had accompanied them witnessed 3 girls wreaking havoc, which inspired them to wield their knives and axes with greater fervor. Among the zombies, it was highly probable that Fang Xiyue would recognize some faces. However, her face blindness rendered her incapable of identifying anyone. The number of zombies on the playground of Xingqing University was fewer than those at the previous university, estimated at around 2,000, with each individual managing to slay 1 zombie every 3 minutes. A total of 60 people took nearly 2 hours to eliminate all the scattered zombies. The team began their cleansing operation from the nearest academic building, which fortuitously housed Fang Xiyue's major. The likelihood of encountering classmates was significant, but it mattered little. If they met, they met. Fang Xiyue and her companions ascended to the 3rd floor, with 10 individuals making their way up the stairs. Dandan and Xiu Jie closely followed Fang Xiyue. Although they had previously fought zombies, fear still lingered, primarily due to the terrifying appearance of the undead. With Fang Xiyue and 2 soldiers leading the charge, they engaged the approaching zombies. The remaining members stood ready to rotate in as needed. After each of the 3 had dispatched 10 zombies, they stepped back to allow others to take their place. Everyone had come to hone their skills in exterminating zombies. They could not simply linger at the rear. As the trio retreated, another 3 prepared to advance. A window from a nearby classroom stealthily opened, and a girl cautiously poked her head out. "Fang Xiyue, are you here to rescue us?" she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. "I can't believe that the one we thought least likely to help us is here now. I'm so sorry for how we treated you before." The girl wept profusely, and behind her, other surviving students gathered, their heads bowed in shame upon seeing Fang Xiyue. Congratulations to the host for successfully striking back, earning 8 sign-in opportunities. To her surprise, she now possessed 18 chances to sign in. She pondered whether signing in at the community office would grant her a crystal coin exchange machine. If so, she could save a considerable amount of points and planned to try it upon her return. With a carefree shake of her head, she addressed her classmates. "Apologies hold no value for me. The harm you have caused cannot be mended with mere words. I am here not to rescue you, but to save survivors."
To me,
"You are but survivors, nothing more." With that, Fang Xiyue strode forward, ready to engage the next wave of zombies. Once the corridor was cleared of the undead, they began to eliminate the zombies within the classrooms. Initially, the military's directive was simply to rescue survivors, with little regard for eradicating the zombies. However, after further discussion, the leaders concluded that if they did not seize the opportunity to eliminate the zombies while they were weak, they could face trouble once the creatures evolved. Thus, they opted to invest additional time to ensure the complete eradication of the zombies, guaranteeing that the paths they traversed would remain free of the undead. Dandan and Xiu Jie gradually acclimated to the situation, bravely slashing at the zombies. When they opened a classroom door, they found 30 or so zombies roaming within. Surprisingly, there were also a dozen survivors who had cleverly created a makeshift barrier using desks and walls. Though exhausted, they stood united, valiantly resisting the advancing zombies. Upon seeing the 3 enter, the survivors collapsed to the ground, silently weeping. "Xia, I initially thought we were merely completing a task, but witnessing them, I suddenly realized that what we are doing holds profound significance. In fulfilling our mission, we are saving countless lives," Dandan expressed earnestly, moving closer to Fang Xiyue. "Perhaps this is the faith that soldiers uphold. Regardless of the circumstances, when others flee, they march against the tide. Their unwavering belief lies in saving more lives. We are mere mortals, incapable of such selflessness. Yet some have always placed the welfare of the people above all else. The number of soldiers, firefighters, and police officers who have sacrificed their lives to save civilians is countless. Others may deem them foolish, but they themselves are proud. Upon reflection, even if I were to become a soldier, I doubt I could embody such selfless dedication. When faced with life-threatening danger, I would instinctively prioritize my own life. I can save others within my capacity, but sacrificing my life for that cause is beyond me. This likely delineates the difference between myself and true soldiers." As Fang Xiyue continued to dispatch zombies, she engaged in conversation with Dandan. "Xia, it's not just you who cannot do it. I cannot either. Thus, we are perhaps just ordinary people," Dandan replied, severing a zombie's head. However, I don't believe our stance is wrong. Only by preserving our lives can we save more people. Xiyue nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly endorsing the sentiments shared by Fang Xiyue and Dandan. The three exchanged smiles, each holding steadfast to their beliefs, with no right or wrong to be found. Before long, the 20 zombies in the classroom were eliminated. The trio sabers could each dispatch a zombie in an average of 30 seconds. You all wait here. Once we have cleared all the zombies, we will escort you out. Fang Xiyue instructed after beheading the last zombie. The survivors expressed their gratitude, nodding in acknowledgement. They were indeed saved. Chapter 86. Do we still need to keep killing zombies? Fang Xiyue led Dandan and Xiyue to the next classroom. This floor contained only that one classroom where survivors coexisted with zombies. The others either had a few survivors or were entirely overrun by the undead. Fang Xiyue found it curious how so many students ended up in the classroom despite the heavy rain that day. She turned to her classmates. Why did you all come to the classroom in such downpour? Her curiosity piqued. She had never seen them exhibit such enthusiasm for studying. The girl who had first spoken to her bit her lip, her hands nervously clasped. We just wanted to see if you would actually donate 30 million to the school. We wanted to verify if you are truly a rich heiress. She spoke without daring to meet Fang Xiyue's gaze, while the others averted their eyes, tacitly agreeing. Fang Xiyue understood. They had originally come to witness her embarrassment, never considering that the apocalypse would descend with that torrential rain. She nodded, choosing not to say more. The three exited the classroom. From that point until noon, Fang Xiyue continued her relentless assault on the zombies. At 12 o'clock, all squads gathered for a meal, which, of course, was provided by Fang Xiyue. They had previously agreed that she would bring food, and they would pay with crystal coins. Those who ventured out for missions were not lacking in crystal coins. They were not averse to eating biscuits or bread, but after savoring a warm meal, returning to dry rations was quite a challenge. Moreover, they had not purchased expensive food. Simple boxed meals with 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable cost only 30 crystal coins, quite affordable, considering that a kilogram of rice alone cost 10 crystal coins. Alongside the prices of vegetables and meat, they were indeed getting a bargain. Eating only 1 meal a day was not deemed extravagant. However, subsisting solely on biscuits and bread would be unbearable, as such nutritionally void food could not sustain the energy required by the body. They were separated from the other survivors, who were in different classrooms. They savored warm meals, while the rescued survivors consumed the biscuits, bread, and instant noodles they had previously gathered. Hurry up and eat. After a brief rest this afternoon, you will join us in exterminating zombies and collecting supplies, announced Zhao Liang, the team leader, as he entered the classroom where the survivors were gathered. Wait, we still have to follow you to kill zombies? Some of the survivors, caught off guard while eating, expressed their confusion. Of course, if you do not engage in exterminating zombies and collecting supplies, what will you eat and drink in the future? Did you not notice that besides us, the military, there are also survivor teams here to rescue you? In the future, you will need to form your own survivor teams to accompany the military in rescuing others, while also combating zombies and gathering supplies. This is the only way you can ensure your livelihood. No one will provide for you without effort. Currently, in the areas under military jurisdiction, crystal coins are required for transactions, including housing rentals. To obtain these coins, you must exchange supplies. If you truly are too weak to participate, we will not force you. However, it is evident that the physical condition of this group of rescued survivors is quite decent. You have not truly starved, so you are fully capable of joining us in combating zombies. Zhao Liang paused momentarily. But if you really do not wish to participate, that is acceptable too. You will simply be sent to a mixed population neighborhood, and you'll have to fend for yourselves regarding food and drink. If you do not wish to reside in such a neighborhood and desire your own independent housing, then do not think you can be lazy or merely follow in the footsteps of others to pick up scraps. We will be closely monitoring you. Those who attempt to cheat will not be taken out by the military in the future. The rules have been set, and there is no room for negotiation. Since you want us to kill zombies with you, why are you eating so well? We are only allowed to eat these rations. We want meat and warm meals too. A young man tossed aside the bread in his hand, already tempted by the aroma wafting from the neighboring area. Yes, we want to eat too. Others echoed, putting down their food and clamoring for warm meals. You wish to exchange supplies for crystal coins, but those items are what we purchased with coins. We have no obligation to provide for your sustenance, Zhao Liang stated before departing, as he needed to return to his meal before it grew cold. Once he left, The survivors began to comprehend the significance of crystal coins and the greater importance of supplies. Only with supplies could they acquire the crystal coins necessary to buy desired goods. Zhao Liang's assertions were not unfounded. They indeed had the strength to venture out, collect supplies, and fight zombies. Additionally, having been pampered throughout their lives, none of them would willingly choose to reside in a mixed population area, which represented danger, especially for the women. Thus, although unspoken, they collectively decided to follow the main group. At 2 p.m., after their rest, everyone rose to eliminate the zombies in the complex building. This building housed the most supplies, and consequently, it also attracted the highest number of zombies and survivors. As they entered, they first engaged in combat with the zombies, leveraging their prior coordination to work seamlessly together. The entire complex was secured in just 1 hour. With the assistance of the previously rescued survivors, their numbers had increased, allowing for swift progress. While the soldiers dealt with the burning of zombies, the remaining individuals began to gather supplies. Survivors participating in the operation were entitled to a daily wage of 150 crystal coins and a backpack worth of supplies. Each backpack had a standardized capacity, and anything beyond that belonged to the military. Each individual collected the supplies they needed, with the amount they could fit being a testament to their own capability. A single backpack could easily hold supplies worth 100 crystal coins. Of course, there were regulations prohibiting the collection of only high-value, small items, such as sausages. If one filled a backpack exclusively with sausages, it could potentially be exchanged for hundreds of crystal coins. The soldiers stood by, maintaining order. They too received wages, albeit slightly differently. Each time they undertook a mission, they were the main force and thus earned 0.1 of the total collected supplies. The maximum they could earn was 1,000 crystal coins, while the minimum was 200. If the supplies they returned were worth 1 million crystal coins, they would receive 1,000 crystal coins. For 20 individuals, that would total 20,000 crystal coins. While this may sound substantial, it was a perilous endeavor, and there were no guarantees of receiving such ample supplies. Should they only manage to return with supplies worth 1,000 crystal coins, their earnings would merely amount to 200 crystal coins, leaving them with coins but no supplies. Chapter 87. She didn't hide anything? I don't believe it. Furthermore, the soldiers operated on a shift basis, meaning they did not all work every day. On the days spent in residential areas, they earned 150 crystal coins. The previous day, they had collected a significant amount of supplies, allowing all soldiers who participated to earn 1,000 crystal coins, including Fang Xiyue. If they could consistently earn 1,000 crystal coins daily, that would amount to 30,000 crystal coins in a month. Conversely, earning 200 crystal coins daily would yield 6,000 crystal coins monthly. The rent for Fang Xiyue's apartment was 3,000 crystal coins, and assuming daily meals cost 100 crystal coins, the monthly total would amount to 6,000 crystal coins. Other apartment buildings had rents of 2,000 crystal coins, with the same meal cost translating to a monthly total of 5,000 crystal coins. Thus, some survivors would rather retain the supplies rather than exchange them for crystal coins. They could forego warm meals but required sufficient supplies to ensure their survival for an extended period. However, the soldiers converted everything into crystal coins, dining daily at Fang Xiyue's shop. To acquire more supplies, they needed to ensure their nutritional needs were met. Many survivors shared the soldiers' mindset, leading them all to dine at the shop. With improved health, they would be able to accompany the group in collecting supplies daily. While collecting supplies, Fang Xiyue pondered whether there were space manipulators among the group who might be secretly hoarding supplies. Utilizing her mental prowess, she discovered a girl with an adorable demeanor. Perhaps her space was limited, or she was simply timid, as she had only concealed a box of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water. Her backpack was filled with biscuits, sausages, and bread, roughly estimated to be worth 100 crystal coins. In essence, she had returned with supplies valued at 240 crystal coins, including the 150 crystal coins she earned, marking a significant haul. Fang Xiyue hesitated over whether to expose her secret, but before she could come to a decision, the girl was revealed by her companion. The reason was that the girl had discovered her ability and sought assistance in acquiring more items. However, due to the limited capacity of her space, she had declined. This led to the girl reporting her to Zhao Liang in a fit of anger. Standing before Zhao Liang, the girl appeared anxious, while many survivors pointed fingers at her. The girl who had exposed her wore a smug expression. "Give me a reason," Zhao Liang said quietly. He believed the military had been quite generous, allowing these survivors to join in collecting supplies. In reality, without them, the military's progress would have been swifter. Especially since Fang Xiyue's involvement meant they no longer needed to transport supplies, greatly easing their burden. In our family of 4, I am the sole individual capable of venturing out to gather supplies, as my parents and elder brother rely on me for sustenance. The crystal coins I obtain are utterly insufficient to sustain our household. Today marked my first attempt to hide supplies. I returned the provisions to you all. So, I implore you not to expel me, for returning home would surely lead to my demise. As Mengmeng spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Fang Xiyue grasped the situation, realizing that this family was exploiting her. For individuals were allowing a young girl to venture out to earn crystal coins while they basked in the comforts of home. Zhao Liang was astonished to discover such exploitation occurring within their jurisdiction. Considering it was your first offense and you did not abscond with any supplies, I shall pardon you this time. Return to your group. Zhao Liang gestured dismissively and ascended the steps. Let me reiterate this matter. Henceforth, anyone found hoarding supplies will face the military's wrath without exception. No justification will absolve you. These supplies are the very foundation of our survival. The military does not reclaim them for our own sake. They will ultimately benefit the survivors and our fellow compatriots. While you still have resources to gather, what will happen in the future? The day will inevitably come when supplies are depleted, and at that moment, these very resources will symbolize the hope for survival. If we all strive to combat the zombies, we can earn crystal coins to exchange for the necessities of life. Do you understand? You are not merely assisting others. You are saving your own future. Zhao Liang delivered his impassioned speech, elucidating the stakes at hand. The survivors fell into silence, suddenly cognizant of the fact that resources would one day run dry. They had forgotten that factories had ceased operations and that utilities had been cut off. Previously, they had felt it unjust that while they toiled to collect supplies, they received only a meager share of provisions and crystal coins. The majority had gone to the military, which, as it turned out, was a long-term strategy. If all supplies were consumed now, could they truly expect to endure? They had initially perceived the military as greedy, only to realize that their actions were well considered. A wave of guilt washed over the survivors. Those who had gathered supplies were instructed to exit and place their provisions in the designated area. After a 20-minute break, we shall continue our mission to rescue the survivors in the dormitory building. Upon Zhao Liang's command, the survivors formed an orderly line and exited the complex. Naturally, Fang Xiyue remained inside to collect the supplies from the complex, focusing primarily on grocery items and paper from the printing room, gathering all consumables. My space is quite limited. I wish I could conceal more, but I cannot. That woman possesses a much larger space, and I refuse to believe she hasn't hidden anything. She relies on her military affiliation, believing she can take as much as she pleases without consequence. Mengmeng stood there, quietly venting her frustrations, unsure to whom her words were directed. Do you think everyone is like you, capable of feigning pity and shedding tears? You believe that a few sobs will absolve you of your misdeeds. The saying those who are pitiful must also possess despicable traits applies to you. If you have grievances, speak them openly before everyone. How dare you slander my sister Yu behind her back? Dandan and Sister Xiao stepped beside Mengmeng, vociferously rebuking her. Sister Xiao's enhanced hearing is no trifling matter. Even the faintest whisper reaches her ears. After relaying what she had heard to Dandan, the two sought to confront Mengmeng. What did you say? I cannot comprehend. Mengmeng feigned innocence, seemingly startled. Oh, still pretending. Do you consider those around you deaf? While distant ears may not catch your words, those beside you surely can. Dandan glared at the people standing near Mengmeng. They appeared to harbor doubts. While they trusted the military, they were skeptical of Fang Xiyue, who possessed spatial abilities. If it were them, they could not fathom taking nothing at all. As the people around them remained silent, Mengmeng grew increasingly emboldened. I truly said nothing. Perhaps you misunderstood, she insisted, her demeanor becoming more pitiful, tears welling in her eyes as though she had suffered a grave injustice. Chapter 88. You all conspired against me. Woe is me. You are acutely aware of what you said. I shall report this to the team leader. Our group has no need for individuals like you. As Dandan spoke, she grasped Sister Xiao's arm and turned to find Zhao Liang right behind them. Given the commotion on their end, it was hardly surprising that Zhao Liang had been alerted. Team leader Zhao. She accuses Sister Yu of secretly hoarding supplies, claiming Sister Yu's space is so vast that she cannot possibly take nothing. Danden's words brought tears to her eyes. Sister Yu has done so much for everyone. Why should she be subjected to such baseless accusations? Sister Yu possesses resources that others could only dream of, enough for her family to last a lifetime. Were it not for her desire to assist the military in gathering supplies more efficiently and abundantly, she would not have ventured out, preferring to remain in her own territory. Alternatively, she could have acted independently to combat zombies and collect supplies. The weapons Sister Yu currently possesses may even surpass those of the military. All to contribute to her country. I never uttered such words. Why do you accuse me? Mengming sobbed, her tears flowing freely. I recognize my previous transgression of taking supplies was wrong, but I never intended to slander anyone. Why must you speak of me in such a manner? Mengming's tears, like rain-soaked blossoms, could indeed deceive those unaware of the truth. Yet those who had previously stood beside her instinctively took a step back, distancing themselves. You few, speak up. What did you hear? Zhao Yang pointed at the retreating survivors and directly inquired. Those individuals had not intended to speak up. Better to avoid conflict than to offend someone with spatial abilities. Though her powers were currently low, limiting her capacity to conceal supplies, who knew what the future held? Once her space expanded, she could store more resources and assist everyone, making life easier for them all. However, upon encountering Zhao Yang, their fear compelled them to divulge the truth. We heard her say that the girl inside would secretly hoard supplies. She also claimed that the girl, taking advantage of her military status, could take as much as she wanted without facing any repercussions. Mengming was caught off guard by their frankness, but maintained her defiance. I never said that. Why do you slander me? You only wish to expel me because of my previous minor fault. You are conspiring against me. Woe is me. Mengming cried even more sorrowfully, tears cascading down her face, refusing to dry. I cannot be expelled if I cannot gather supplies anymore. My parents and brother will truly kill me. Can you not forgive me this once? I promise never to secretly hoard supplies again. You may supervise me. Mengming's tearful plea evoked sympathy in many, prompting them to step forward and offer words of support. Cease your theatrics. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Yang, a psychic ability user. Since I took charge of your group, my mental energy has been continuously released, primarily to train abilities and protect everyone. However, I had not anticipated it would also serve a monitoring purpose. I am fully aware of what you say and do. Zhao Yang's revelation cast a pall over Mengming's expression. She had not expected such an outcome. The girl you just accused is named Fang Xiyue. Does that name not ring a bell? The wristbands you wear were crafted by her invention. In the community, there stand 8 towering buildings, all acquired by her before the apocalypse. Merely from rental income, she earns over 300,000 crystal coins each month. Do you truly believe she would be swayed by such trivial supplies? She will come, as she has been invited by our military. Anyone who slanders her stands against us. How could anyone in the Jingxiu Star City community be unaware of the name Fang Xiyue, even if they have never laid eyes upon her? Her name is indelibly etched in their minds. No one anticipated that the girl she envied would turn out to be the highly esteemed Fang Xiyue. If Fang Xiyue is among those within, then the 20 shops in the community must also belong to her. With so many eateries and a supermarket, where could all the supplies have originated? Surely, they were clandestinely acquired after you embarked on your missions. Otherwise, how could she possibly sustain such an abundance of resources for her shops? Mengming's loud accusations seemed to seize upon a weakness. You know nothing. Our moon sister was wealthy even before the apocalypse. She owned shopping malls, supermarkets, wholesale markets, and various eateries long before the world fell apart. After the catastrophe, she awakened her spatial powers and gathered all the supplies belonging to her shops. While you sheltered from the downpour, she traversed the roads in her vehicle. All that she possesses now rightfully belongs to her. No one informed her of this. It was merely a figment of Danden's imagination. She conjured an elaborate rationale for Fang Xiyue's vast reserves of supplies and delicacies. As she pondered, images of torrential rain and Fang Xiyue driving around collecting resources flooded her mind, sparking a flicker of concern for her well-being. Fang Xiyue had only joined us yesterday. The shops were already arranged the moment she set foot in Jingxiu Star City. At that time, we were strangers. Would we have freely given her supplies? Why am I even explaining this to you? Fang Xiyue's character is evident to all. Your disbelief is your own concern, but our military has complete faith in her. For you, it entails no loss. You have joined us on missions, and we do not begrudge you your share. You, who disrupt our unity and camaraderie, are not needed. Zhao Liang regarded Meng Meng with a cold gaze. Her previous remarks had incited doubt among the survivors, stirring discord between the factions. I was wrong. I see my mistake now. Please, do not expel me. Meng Meng pleaded with tear-filled eyes, desperate to avoid a grim fate. After issuing orders, she was barred from participating in military operations and was to be escorted out. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Liang signaled 2 soldiers to approach and take Meng Meng away. At that moment, Fang Xiyue emerged from the comprehensive building, having already collected the resources within and overheard the commotion outside. She had refrained from intervening earlier, curious to see how the military would handle the situation and whether they would extend their unwavering trust to her. It appeared the outcome was favorable. Truthfully, even if she had taken the supplies, what of it? Her contributions far outweighed any material goods, though she found such actions beneath her dignity. Were it not for the need for the ability-enhancing liquid, she likely would not have chosen to join the military. Upon Fang Xiyue's appearance, a silent understanding enveloped the crowd. They feigned ignorance of the prior events, not wishing to mar her mood, particularly Dandan, who hurriedly wiped away her tears. Fang Xiyue approached Dandan, offering her a tissue to dry her eyes. Silly girl. Why are you crying? Who could possibly bully me? She said, gently pulling Dandan behind her. I, Fang Xiyue, possess resources that you could never exhaust in 10 lifetimes. I would never stoop to stealing supplies. If you do not trust me, I can withdraw from military operations and content myself with guarding my buildings and shops. I will demonstrate that, even in my absence, I can adequately supply my stores. But do you think I would truly say such a thing? I will participate in military actions because my brother is a soldier. I wish to contribute to our military and serve my country. I will not retreat into my own little world because of your trifling words. My country needs me. The military requires my assistance. Fang Xiyue's voice resonated with conviction. Zhao Liang, who had initially feared that a lack of resolution might lead Fang Xiyue to withdraw from future missions, breathed a sigh of relief. Should she truly cease her involvement, their tasks that could be accomplished in a day would stretch to 3. Collecting supplies is no simple feat. It involves laboriously transporting resources from each shop to the trucks for return. Time and manpower would be squandered in a repetitive cycle. With Fang Xiyue's presence, they would have more time to vanquish zombies, rescue more survivors, and gather additional resources. Fang Xiyue was their treasure. And you, having been discovered for your misdeeds, felt humiliated and sought to drag me down with you. How naive of you. Let me make it clear. My character is beyond reproach. Since you disdain me, you likely also disdain the crystal coin vessels I have created. Fang Xiyue stepped forward and touched the vessel watch on Meng Meng's wrist, and with a snap, it fell away. What are you doing? That's mine. It contains my crystal coins. Meng Meng cried out, baring her teeth, as if ready to bite Fang Xiyue. Fang Xiyue flipped her right hand, revealing a large bundle of supplies. These are the resources you originally exchanged for crystal coins, returned to you. From now on, continue your barter-based lifestyle. She thrust the supplies into Meng Meng's arms. I am not afraid to tell you. I, Fang Xiyue, am not a good person. I repay grievances with vengeance. You treat me well, and I will treat you even better. You wrong me, and I will retaliate tenfold. Oh, I may not have mentioned it, but I am a double ability wielder in both mental and spatial powers. Fang Xiyue led Dandan and Sister Xiao towards the dormitory building, leaving the stunned crowd, including Zhao Liang. In her wake, congratulations, host, for successfully slapping faces. You have earned 5 sign-in opportunities. A dual ability wielder? Is it truly possible? My heavens! What kind of miraculous existence is Fang Xiyue? Do you think we have offended her? What if she decides to exclude us from future missions? We should have endeavored to win her favor, yet we have only pushed her further away. The survivors were filled with regret. I say, you are all overthinking this. I have been classmates with Fang Xiyue for 3 years, and I believe I have the right to speak. Truthfully, Fang Xiyue likely does not even regard you. She certainly would not waste her time remembering who you are. The speaker was Miao Miao, who had previously conversed with Fang Xiyue. Indeed, indeed. We are all classmates with Fang Xiyue. Others echoed support for Miao Miao's sentiments. She is not as fearsome as you imagine. We have also wronged her in the past. Yet she did not retaliate against us. As long as you do not cross her bottom line, she will not harm you. Fang Xiyue's classmates began to speak in her defense. All right, everyone, let's move out to clear the dormitory building. Keep your spirits high, Zhao Liang called out, rallying the team to pursue Fang Xiyue. Fang Xiyue, along with Dandan and Sister Xiao, stood outside the dormitory building. She was not foolish enough to enter with just the three of them. While zombies were easily dispatched, 3 individuals were still a scant number, should there be unseen dangers. It could prove perilous. Survivors, open the windows in your rooms. A soldier shouted from below, holding a megaphone aimed at the dormitory. Before long, several windows were flung open in the girls' dormitory, and naturally, it was the girls who emerged. Upon seeing the influx of people below, they were overwhelmed with excitement. For at last, salvation had arrived. Had it not been for the supplies they had hoarded in the dormitory, they might have perished from starvation. There were 2 fortunate survivors in one of the first-floor rooms, while the remainder resided above. Fang Xiyue produced 4 ladders from her space, 2 short ones and 2 designed for high-altitude tasks. Zhao Liang quickly grasped Fang Xiyue's intentions and instructed 4 individuals to position the ladders beneath the 2 dormitory rooms. Do you have anything you wish to take? Hurry and gather your belongings, then descend the ladders. Although the dormitory was equipped with railings, they could still manage to climb over them. We have everything packed. I'm going to retrieve mine now, exclaimed one elated girl as she dashed back into the dormitory. After a moment's hesitation, her roommate followed suit, and soon the 2 emerged with their belongings. The same scenario unfolded with 3 girls in another first-floor dormitory. The first floor was progressing smoothly. Yet those residing on the 2nd to 4th floors hesitated to descend the ladders. Is it possible for us not to use the ladders? What if we miss our step? One girl protested. Indeed, falling could be fatal, echoed another. The girls above expressed their fears. The ladders are quite stable. We will support you from below. So there is no need for concern. 2 boys reassured the girls above, promising to hold steady, but the girls remained resolute in their refusal. 5 girls from the first floor had already climbed out safely, yet there was not a single movement from above. In truth, some were willing to descend, but before they could act, their peers pulled them back, choosing to conform for the sake of future camaraderie. Originally, Fang Xiyue had intended to rescue the survivors and gather them together before clearing out the zombies without concern, as others arrived for assistance. However, with the survivors too frightened to come down, they had no choice but to remain in the dormitory, awaiting rescue. You may stay in the dormitory. Do not venture out. Wait until we have cleared the zombies from the building before you emerge, Zhao Liang announced through a loudspeaker. Satisfied that the girls above nodded in understanding, he led his team inside. With the first-floor survivors having escaped, the zombies on that level were left for the survivor team, while Fang Xiyue, Dandan, and Xiaojia were assigned to the 3rd floor. Chapter 90. Sister Xia, I admire you. Accompanying them were 7 others, including 2 soldiers and 5 members of the survivor team. They ascended the stairs, dispatching the zombies that roamed about. Since the zombies had evolved to navigate stairs, they had become a common sight there, perhaps finding it amusing. With swift strokes, 3 blades sliced through the air, and 3 zombie heads fell to the ground. Dandan, clearly still agitated from earlier, vented her frustrations on the undead. With her cheeks puffed in determination, she fought fiercely, and the others followed suit, fiercely wielding their weapons against the zombies. Sister Yu, my name is Wang Quanan. How are your blades so effective? They must be quite expensive, he inquired, leaning in close to Fang Xiyue. The way he addressed her felt natural, having learned it from Dandan, and he found it fitting. 3,000 crystal coins. Fang Xiyue replied without turning. This price was not arbitrary. The system listed them at 500 crystal coins, and she felt it prudent to quote a higher figure. Wang Quanan initially thought he could acquire one for 300 or 500 crystal coins within a few days, but at 3,000, he would have to reconsider. Even if he undertook tasks daily, it would take him 20 days to save enough. He couldn't very well starve himself for a sword. Dandan and Xiaojia silently noted the price of the Tang Dao. When they first obtained it, they had thought little of its value, merely regarding it as an ordinary sword. Though it proved extraordinarily sharp, they had not anticipated its worth, equivalent to a month's rent. They felt compelled to repay Fang Xiyue for the gift. Noticing the girls' expressions, Fang Xiyue comprehended their thoughts. You 2 are members of my Xia team. The Tang Dao is your initiation gift. That's not acceptable. Sister Yu, you've already given us 100 crystal coins as a welcome gift. We cannot be so greedy. They protested, shaking their heads. Given their insistence, Fang Xiyue acquiesced, and she chose not to argue further, tacitly accepting their decision. She had acquired 9 Tang Dao during her missions. Besides those for Dandan and Xiujie, the others had belonged to her family. Before departing, Su Zhiyu had given her 1, and another was with Fang Xichen, leaving her with only 4 Tang Dao currently. She had no intention of selling them. Crystal coins were not her priority, as weapons held far greater value in her possession. Sister Xia, can we purchase the Tang Dao? 2 soldiers inquired tentatively. Given the limitations on ammunition, equipping themselves with such sharp swords could significantly conserve their resources. Host, the Tang Dao is 500 crystal coins each. I do not require crystal coins. I prefer supplies. I will exchange your supplies for theirs, and the crystal coins will go to you. The Tang Dao was originally procured by the system from other dimensions as a prize for the host. It had not originally intended for the host to sell them, but upon the suggestion of a purchase, it recognized a profitable opportunity. Crystal coins held no value for it. By receiving them, it could trade them for an equivalent amount of the host's supplies. Since the host's resources were infinitely replenishable, they would never be depleted, allowing for a profit of crystal coins. It planned to trade the acquired supplies at a high price with other dimensions, reaping the difference without needing to rely on points in the future. Yes, but supplies are limited. Please inform me of how many you wish to order in advance, as I will need time to prepare them. With a profitable endeavor at hand, she was eager to proceed, although it felt somewhat shameless. She could only claim that she had crafted these items herself. After all, why would she reveal the existence of the system? She was no fool. Did Sister Xia really craft these Tang Dao herself? Sister Xia, I admire you, the soldiers exclaimed, almost bowing in reverence. The other survivors pondered as well. If the military desired these items, should they not also consider purchasing them? Sister Yu, I would like to order one. I will exchange my supplies for crystal coins and transfer them to you, Wang Quanan interjected as he noticed the soldiers were ready to place their orders. Recognizing the Tang Dao's effectiveness, he understood that it would be difficult to procure, and if he did not order in advance, he would likely find himself at the back of the queue given the soldiers' numbers.
Certainly.
If you currently possess enough crystal coins, I can provide you with one right now, as I still have a few in stock. Who would like one? The 2 soldiers promptly transferred their payment to Fang Xiyue via their wrist devices. Having participated in a task together the previous day, they had each received 1,000 crystal coins. With their previous earnings, they had just enough, and since they had not intended to come out today, they replaced 2 others who needed to return for their families. They were immensely relieved to have made this decision, as it allowed them to acquire the Tang Dao earlier than expected. As soon as the crystal coins were received, the system deducted the corresponding supplies from Fang Xiyue, facilitating the trade of 2 Tang Dao. The weapons materialized in her hands, and the 2 soldiers eagerly accepted their swords. The scabbard of this saber is truly exquisite. It is worth every bit of the 3,000 crystal coins. Others are envious, yet they lack the necessary funds. Sister Yu, I will borrow some crystal coins from my teammates shortly to purchase the Tang saber from you, Wang Quanan exclaimed with palpable excitement. Let us ascend quickly. Others are likely cleaning their floors while we have yet to commence our actions. With Fang Xiyue's reminder, the group realized they were still in the midst of their task. They climbed several steps to the 3rd floor, where 2 soldiers secured their pistols at their waists and began to wield the newly acquired Tang sabers against the zombies. With a powerful swing, one nearly strained their back, yet surprisingly, it took minimal effort for the zombies' heads to fall. This is remarkably effective. Observing the ease with which the 2 dispatched the zombies, the remaining 4 resolved to acquire Tang sabers for themselves. Though they lacked the funds, as Wang Quanan suggested, borrowing was an option. They possessed first-hand information and were determined to stay ahead of the crowd. Just as they cleared half of the area, a team from downstairs emerged, followed by numerous survivors. Wang Quanan, what is going on? Why are you so slow? Are there many zombies on this floor? Inquired a fellow survivor from the same group. Buddy, do you have any extra crystal coins to lend me? I urgently need 3,000 crystal coins, as I only have 300 in hand. The members of the Guangming team, Wang Quanan's classmates, were quite close-knit. They pooled their resources and successfully gathered 3,000 crystal coins. Chapter 91. Is it possible to refrain from slapping faces? What good brothers you are. Wang Quanan was deeply moved and eagerly rushed to Fang Xiyue, trembling as he initiated the crystal coin transfer. Soon, he triumphantly received a freshly minted Tang saber. Upon seeing it, His friends suddenly realized he had failed to inform them of his good fortune while borrowing their coins. At that moment, Wang Quanan returned joyfully with the Tang saber in hand. Look! This is the Tang saber forged by Sister Yu, capable of slicing through iron like mud. There are only a few available. I am incredibly fortunate to be in the same group as Sister Yu. However, as he spoke, he caught sight of 9 pairs of fiery eyes glaring at him, causing him to shiver. If there's something to discuss, let us do so amicably. We are all brothers.
Can we avoid face-slapping?
He instinctively shielded his face, only to be surprised that they had no intention of hitting him, but instead reached out to snatch the Tang saber away.
Hey!
That's my saber. My saber. Wang Quanan protested, attempting to reclaim it. What do you mean your saber? This saber was purchased collectively. It belongs to everyone. Each person gets to use it for a day, they retorted, barring his way.
Today.
It belongs to our captain. The Tang saber was handed to Zhang Guangping, the captain of the Guangming team and Wang Quanan's former dorm leader. Meanwhile, Zhao Liang and his companions noticed the commotion and grasped the situation from the Guangming team's comments, especially upon seeing 2 comrades wielding Tang sabers, exuding an air of superiority. After exiting the dormitory, the rescued female survivors gathered together, with some being informed of the necessity to join in the fight against the zombies. Fang Xiyue and Dandan Xiujie took a moment to rest. Sister Xia, I would also like to purchase a Tang saber, Zhao Liang said as he approached her, proceeding to transfer the crystal coins. Shortly thereafter, a pristine Tang saber appeared before Zhao Liang's eyes. The soldiers observing from a distance quickly gathered upon seeing their leader.
Zhao Liang, queria tanto saber.
Before long, all 20 soldiers were equipped with Tang sabers, returning their firearms to their waists, intending to utilize the sabers to combat zombies. The members of the surviving teams hesitated to approach Fang Xiyue. However, upon noticing the Guangming team also possessed Tang sabers, they inquired further. They learned that the Guangming team had collectively raised 3,000 crystal coins to purchase the sabers, while 2 other teams deemed it too expensive, arguing that 3,000 crystal coins could provide a month's worth of warm meals and was not worth it. However, the other 2 teams found it to be a worthwhile investment, as evidenced by the soldiers' readiness to arm themselves. After discussion, the captains of the 2 teams pooled together 3,000 crystal coins. Sister Yu, we too wish to buy Tang sabers, the 2 captains nervously stated before her, concerned that she might refuse to sell to them. Fang Xiyue looked up, noticing the titles above their heads, Captain of the Chang'an team and Captain of the Xiangyang team. Each saber is 3,000 crystal coins, and only 2 remain. 2 Tang sabers materialized in Fang Xiyue's hands. We want them. We want them. The 2 eagerly proceeded with the transfer, excitedly receiving their respective Tang sabers. Oh my, this is incredibly stylish. When will we own our own Tang sabers? They envisioned a future where each person bore a Tang saber on their back, which was undeniably cool. The team that successfully acquired Tang sabers was ecstatic, while the 2 teams that did not began to grumble. Exchanging so many crystal coins for just a saber is quite a loss, isn't it? You've spent all your coins on this. Will you be living off rations from now on? It's not as if we lack weapons like axes. Why buy it? The members of the Chang'an, Guangming, and Xiangyang teams glared at the 2 teams. You have no say in what we purchase. It's not your coins we spent. Just wait until you want to buy one. It may not be available then, they retorted. Sister Yu has stated that the last 2 in stock have already been purchased by us. Feel free to envy us. The members of the Xiangyang team were overjoyed, relieved to have made their purchase. Wang Quanan had mentioned that Sister Yu had secured a large order from the military, meaning they would have to wait in line for smaller orders. We are not envious at all. What is there to envy? It's just an extra saber. Can it really allow you to kill zombies faster or in greater numbers? The 2 teams were clearly skeptical. Indeed, let us have a competition. Let us see which team can slay more zombies within the same time frame, Wang Quanan proposed, stepping forward to wager against them. If we lose, our supplies will belong to you. If you lose, your supplies will come to us, stated one of the captains from the opposing teams. He was confident of victory, believing that their single additional saber would give them an edge, while the others remained armed with standard weapons. Winning their supplies could equate to nearly 3,000 crystal coins, enough to sustain them for quite some time even without converting it into coins. The agreement was set. Meanwhile, most of the rescued females were unwilling to participate in the fight against zombies. So they were settled in the dormitory until arrangements could be made to return them to a regular residential area. To prevent any untoward incidents, Women would be relocated to different communities. Their future livelihoods would be determined by their own choices, as no one was obligated to support them indefinitely. Let us depart. In addition to the original 5 survivor teams, 4 newly joined teams also participated in the rescue, simultaneously clearing 2 dormitory buildings. The military divided into 2 groups to lead, with Fang Xiyue and her companions continuing with their original 7. Sister Yu, may I lead the charge? I wagered with them to see who could slay the most zombies. They believe that the tang sabers you crafted are ineffective. I must show them otherwise. Wang Quanan, gripping the tang saber, was filled with determination. Originally, the saber was intended for Captain Zhang Guangping's use, but due to the wager, it had returned to Wang Quanan's hands. Very well. When someone is willing to take the lead, no one would refuse. The 2 competing parties were situated on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and they exchanged glances at the stairwell for a few seconds before parting ways. This competition was akin to a gentleman's agreement. Whoever slew the most zombies would simply report their count at the end. If anyone were to lie, there was little that could be done since their teams were mixed, allowing for some mutual oversight. From the moment he encountered the first zombie, Wang Quanan surged forward with an exuberance akin to having been injected with adrenaline. Having previously witnessed 2 soldiers wielding a saber to dispatch zombies, he tempered his strength. The instant the zombies had tumbled to the ground, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. It was far too effortless. With the first zombie dispatched, a second soon followed, and Wang Quanan reported each kill in succession. Fang Xiyue and her companions could only trail behind, eliminating the zombies he failed to slay while ensuring his safety from potential attacks. Do you think he will win? Sister Yu? Dandan whispered to Fang Xiyue, her gaze fixed on the jubilant Wang Quanan as he dispatched zombies with glee. Victory is certainly within his grasp, but I suspect his arms will ache terribly by tomorrow, Fang Xiyue replied with a subtle smile. Although wielding the saber made slaying zombies a simple task, the relentless swinging would take a toll on his arm. Dandan paused for a moment before laughing, recalling her own initial experience with the saber, which had indeed left her arms sore the following day. The 2nd floor was cleared in under 20 minutes, with Wang Quanan personally accounting for 56 of the zombies, while the 2nd floor had only around 60 in total. After decapitating the final zombie, he finally began to feel a slight strain in his arm. Though the task had been easy, the continuous motion was tiring. Fang Xiyue and her team primarily focused on clearing the dormitories, rescuing a total of 12 female survivors. Once the mission was completed, the team could escort the survivors outside to await further instructions. Wang Quanan strode out of the dormitory building with a sense of detachment, the saber resting on his shoulder as he awaited the others. After a few minutes, the other teams began to descend. Let us tally the number of zombies each team has slain for comparison. Wang Quanan grinned at the team he had wagered with. This method of competition was inherently unfair since the number of zombies on the 2nd and 3rd floors differed. The 2 teams gathered together, each member reporting their count, which was then tallied by the more mathematically adept among them. Our bright team has slain a total of 78 zombies, boasted one of the reporting teammates proudly. Surely this cannot be true? We have only dispatched 26 zombies. How could you have slain so many? The opposing team was visibly agitated by the vast discrepancy.
Impossible?
I personally killed 56 zombies. This saber is truly exceptional. With a swish, a zombie's head falls away. Had I not wished to give others a chance to shine, I could have single-handedly cleared the 2nd floor, Wang Quanan boasted, gesturing dramatically as he spoke, believing himself to embody the spirit of a hero. Is this true? Someone from the other team inquired, turning to the survivors affiliated with Wang Quanan's group. Indeed, we hardly lifted a finger, they confirmed. Yes, if he had not held back, we would have had little to do. Once I save enough crystal coins, I shall certainly purchase one, another survivor declared, solidifying their determination to acquire a saber. They had all agreed upon a specific mission for the day, and as long as it was completed, they could return. Thus, possessing the saber would significantly reduce the time spent slaying zombies, allowing them to complete their tasks with ease, a prospect that was undeniably appealing. Most individuals preferred a day of ease over one of grueling exhaustion, as completing their missions would afford them the chance to rest. Of course, the volume of daily tasks might increase in the future, but with an increase in workload would come a corresponding rise in crystal coins earned, presenting a mutually beneficial scenario. The 2 teams had already begun to believe in the saber's efficacy, as the soldiers leading them wielded the weapon with remarkable speed and ease. However, they were reluctant to concede this truth publicly. They had resolved in their hearts to purchase the saber. Clearly, if other teams possess sabers while they did not, would anyone be willing to lead them on future missions? After all, their zombie-slaying speed was considerably slower, leading to suspicions of them merely trailing behind to reap the rewards without effort. Thus, acquiring the saber became imperative. The leaders of the two survivor teams conferred briefly before approaching Fang Xiyue. Sister Yu, we too wish to purchase a saber. Is that possible? They were apprehensive that Fang Xiyue might refuse, especially after she had previously remarked that the saber was not worth such a hefty sum of crystal coins. Of course. But you will need to be placed on a waiting list, as I have a large order from the military, she replied. In truth, the military's order had not been formally secured yet, but it was highly likely that Captain Liu and his team would not miss out on the saber. That's perfectly fine. We can wait. We will gather our crystal coins and purchase as many as we can, ideally equipping everyone, they excitedly expressed, eager to secure their place in line. Even if they were at the back of the line for the military's order, they were still among the first within the survivor teams. Given that only 3 teams had acquired 3 sabers thus far. You all are quite cunning. Sister Yu, we want to be on the list too. The members of the other 3 survivor teams quickly chimed in, eager to join the queue. Not a problem. Once the military's order is fulfilled, I will turn to yours. Just a reminder, payment must be made up front, no credit, she stated, eager to earn crystal coins, especially since she was not the one actually manufacturing the sabers. Moreover, enhancing the survivors' capabilities would benefit the entire Star City, enabling them to rescue more individuals before the zombies evolved. While they engaged in lively conversation, the survivors they had rescued that day were still in a daze, only vaguely understanding the concept of crystal coins as a new form of currency. However, they would soon grasp its significance once they returned and set up their crystal coin carriers, reviewing the exchange details. By 4:10 p.m., all the zombies in Star City University had been eradicated, and every survivor had been rescued. The military unit, comprising 90 personnel, was divided into 5 groups. 3 groups of 60 were deployed for the mission, 1 group of 20 was tasked with guarding the previously cleared commercial district, and 1 group of 10 remained in the residential safety zone. The 3 groups engaged in today's mission focused on clearing the university area. With 10 universities in the vicinity, they had only managed to rescue 3 thus far, bringing the total to 6, contingent upon the other groups completing their tasks as well. Captain, having completed our missions so early, should we not consider tackling part of tomorrow's tasks as well? This would allow us to rescue an additional batch of survivors, suggested a member of the survivor team to Zhao Liang. Are you not fatigued? Although we finished quickly today, everyone has expended considerable energy. Tomorrow's tasks should be left for tomorrow. Besides, our work does not end with slaying zombies. We must also gather their remains for disposal, which requires effort, Zhao Liang replied. Let's rest for 20 minutes, and then begin gathering the zombie bodies. His reluctance to continue rescuing individuals was not due to a lack of desire, but rather the understanding that rescuing survivors from the same university simultaneously was far more effective. If only a portion were saved, those left behind might feel abandoned, leading to despair among them. Understood, Captain. The excited survivor team suddenly remembered their unfinished tasks. Previously, the military was responsible for the concluding tasks, but it cannot always be left to them. Their involvement was merely to allow them to adapt initially. 20 minutes later, everyone dispersed to gather the corpses of the zombies, while those on the upper floors continued to dispose of them by throwing them out of the windows. The lifeless bodies plummeted to the ground, splattering the ground with gruesome blood. Those with frail constitutions could no longer suppress their screams, and numerous survivors began to retch. Such scenes are likely to become more frequent in the future, and one would eventually grow accustomed to the sight. With a significant number of survivors rescued, they also made efforts to assist, gathering the zombie corpses from a building to incinerate them. Wang Quanan was now firmly a devoted admirer of Fang Xiyue, having been assigned to her team. Initially, he thought that, as a girl, she would struggle with the task of disposing of the bodies. However, he was astounded to discover that Fang Xiyue possessed immense strength. Before he could brace himself, she had already heaved a zombie corpse out. Sister Yu, you're incredible. Wang Quanan couldn't help but give her 2 thumbs up, eager to prove himself. He could not allow Sister Yu to think less of him. He intended to be her #1 supporter in the future. 2 hours later, countless bonfires were ablaze across Xingqing University. Thick smoke billowed, and the stench of burning flesh permeated the campus, a truly unbearable odor. Team leader, we've completed our tasks. Can we return now? It was already past 6. and the sky was dimming. All right, everyone, form a line. The soldiers began organizing the group, as the military trucks were limited, necessitating multiple trips to transport everyone back. Zhao Liang suddenly thought of Fang Xiyue. Sister Xiyue, do you have a bus available? We can rent it for crystal coins, say 100 coins for a day? Having previously seen her with a large passenger bus, he posed the question. Sure, a bus can accommodate 65 people, but you'll need to drive it. How many do you need? She saw an opportunity to profit, sensing a business venture. Can we rent 20? They had rescued nearly 5,000 survivors. And with 10 military trucks, each capable of holding 40 people, they could manage to transport everyone back in 3 trips with the addition of the buses.
All right.
10 military trucks were already filled to capacity, and Fang Xiyue moved to the front of the line, releasing a large bus. Get on in an orderly fashion. We'll leave once it's full. Zhao Liang shouted. The drivers were selected from among the survivors, some of whom possessed A1 driving licenses. The military trucks departed, followed by bus after bus. Brother Liang, let us go gather supplies. Since the military would undoubtedly be the last to return, Fang Xiyue knew she would be among the final group. They had previously agreed to retrieve all usable supplies from the commercial street they had cleared, so it seemed prudent to collect them now. All right, Zhao Liang nodded, instructing the remaining soldiers to manage the survivors while he and Fang Xiyue went to gather supplies, with Dandan and Xiao Jie following closely behind. However, an unexpected individual joined Fang Xiyue's vehicle. Wang Quanan felt a flush of embarrassment under the scrutiny of everyone's gazes. I just wanted to follow Sister Yu to broaden my horizons. Sister Yu, from now on, you are my idol, and I shall be your #1 supporter. I will do whatever you say, he declared, raising his hand in a mock pledge, reminiscent of joining a gang. Step aside. The spot next to Sister Yu is mine. I am the #1 little sister. Dandan, fearing Wang Quanan would usurp her position beside Fang Xiyue, swiftly intervened, blocking his view of her. She was determined to be the foremost figure at Sister Yu's side. Oh, come on. You're the #1 little sister, and I'm the #1 little brother. There's no conflict. Wang Quanan sidestepped her, eventually managing to push her arm down. I'll stand on the left, you on the right. How impressive that would be. Wang Quanan painted a picture of their outing, and Dandan seemed to find his reasoning compelling, obediently sitting back down.
Fang Xiyue.
And Zhao Liang exchanged exasperated glances at the antics of these two overly enthusiastic individuals. They imagined the scene for a moment, remaining silent until Fang Xiyue pressed the accelerator and the car sped away. Upon arriving at the commercial street, the show was entirely Fang Xiyue's. The 4 who had accompanied her, along with the soldiers stationed there, were left as stunned as Chu Lin and Guosheng had been before. Their role was merely to open the doors. The group swiftly moved through each shop, with each door flung open. It took less than 30 seconds for the stores to be emptied. Over 200 shops were cleared in under 2 hours, most of the time consumed merely in walking. Sister Yu, I'm with you for life. Wang Quanan was awestruck by the efficiency with which Fang Xiyue gathered supplies. It felt as though he had been struck by lightning. This Sister Yu is simply extraordinary. She is undoubtedly the chosen one, destined to save the world, and I, Wang Quanan, shall be her right-hand man. Stop being dramatic and close the door. Fang Xiyue snapped her fingers, bringing the dazed Wang Quanan back to reality.
Yes,
he exclaimed, quickly shutting the door, startling everyone present with his sudden outburst.
Could you not be so startling? Who do you want to scare to death?
Dandan playfully slapped his back a few times, while Fang Xiyue, Zhao Liang, and Xiao Jie tactfully distanced themselves from the playful duo. Brother Liang, I think next time we gather supplies, we should bring everything back. Though the underground garage is vast, it cannot accommodate everything. It would be wiser to only take food and drinks, while categorizing the rest in other warehouses. Otherwise, things will surely become chaotic. And we won't be able to find what we need. Fang Xiyue believed that the supplies she had already collected over the past 2 days would suffice for an extensive inventory. Indeed, the higher-ups are already searching for suitable warehouses. Zhao Liang was aware of this. Isn't this area now under our jurisdiction? Those supermarkets and malls can easily serve as temporary storage, and there are plenty of shops nearby that could function as makeshift warehouses. There are 2 large malls right here. This had been considered before, but placing warehouses here would require a lot of personnel for supervision. Since our main force is in Jingxiu Xingcheng, if we neglect this area, it could easily be attacked. After all, Many survivors are not under military protection and have opted to form their own factions. There is no shortage of individuals seeking to seize power, especially those with abilities who see themselves as chosen ones. The only reason the supplies here have been preserved is due to the soldiers guarding them. Last night, certain factions were already stirring. Had it not been for the soldiers here armed with submachine guns, there likely would have been a bloody battle. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiyue instinctively released her spiritual power, discovering 3 individuals lurking in inconspicuous places. Chapter 94. Why not take the initiative? These individuals sought to establish their own faction and vie for control over Xingqing. Were their numbers substantial? If they had a large following, it could pose a significant threat to the official forces. According to our intelligence, they have already gathered over 10,000 members. They call themselves the Newborn Army, led by a lightning ability user named Lu Honglin. Zhao Liang sighed. Currently, our military in Xingqing comprises only about 70,000 personnel. If the Newborn Army continues to grow at this rate, their numbers could swell even further. Given that Lu Honglin is a lightning ability user, he is among the strongest. We do not even have a single lightning user here, although the Baihua district does have one. Consequently, most of the ability users have been drawn to their side. Those who refuse to join them are ruthlessly eliminated. Our military has encountered them several times and managed to rescue a few individuals. The Star City is now divided into 8 districts, each named after a type of tree and governed by different military divisions. The picturesque Star City belongs to the Spruce District, while the headquarters of the Newborn Army is situated in the Sephora Japonica District. The station troops in the Sephora Japonica District are tasked with combating zombies and rescuing survivors, all while remaining vigilant against potential looters and threats to their lives. At this moment, those with supernatural abilities are still somewhat apprehensive, yet once their powers are enhanced, firearms will become utterly insufficient. Consequently, the higher authorities have convened several meetings. Why not take advantage of their current weakness and strike first? Aware of their ulterior motives, why do we not take the initiative? Currently, the leadership is divided into 2 factions, the War faction and the Peace faction, resulting in a stalemate and the present situation. The Peace faction believes that these supernatural beings can be persuaded to join them, as their future combat capabilities cannot be underestimated. With the potential evolution of zombies, they may become the primary fighting force, thus it is prudent to negotiate a treaty satisfactory to both parties. Conversely, the War faction argues that human desires are insatiable. Yielding will only suggest that there is room for negotiation, leading to increased demands and an unquenchable thirst for more. The War faction is predominantly composed of military personnel. Fang Xiyue is deep in thought, acknowledging that it is indeed correct that the main force against zombies in the future will be those endowed with powers. While the Peace faction's desire for negotiation is not unfounded, the concerns of the War faction are equally valid. She is uncertain which side to support, pondering whether there is a way to ensure that these individuals willingly serve the nation. As long as the nation's leaders prioritize the well-being of its citizens, Fang Xiyue is inclined to stand with them. Well then, Xiyue, let the dilemma be a burden for the higher-ups.
For now,
Let us focus on fulfilling our mission and safeguarding our resources from those with supernatural abilities. Noticing Fang Xiyue's distress, Zhao Liang promptly steered the conversation away. Those individuals must have already observed the situation here, which means her presence will undoubtedly be noticed by them. Would they take any action against Fang Xiyue?
no.
It is imperative that this information does not leak. Just as Fang Xiyue intended to inform Zhao Liang that someone was watching, Zhao Liang's expression suddenly sharpened as he signaled to the other soldiers. It seems he has made a discovery. Zhao Liang, being a mental-type supernatural being, appears to have made significant progress in his training over the past few days. Shortly thereafter, 5 soldiers discreetly withdrew from the scene, and after a while, sounds of a scuffle were heard, followed by 3 men being brought over, none of whom managed to escape. Let us go. On what grounds are you detaining us? Do you soldiers think you're so important that you can arbitrarily arrest civilians? We were merely passing through. What crime have we committed? The 3 men protested as they struggled. Whether you have committed a crime will be determined after an investigation. You sneaked into our jurisdiction, so your apprehension is justified. Take them away. Zhao Liang had no intention of engaging in an argument. Such interrogations should be left to the professionals. The 3 men were silenced and shoved into a vehicle for transport. Fang Xiyue and her team proceeded to gather the remaining supplies. Xiyue, should we inform the company commander about sending someone to protect your family? Although they had captured 3 individuals, it did not guarantee that others were not monitoring the area. It is highly likely that there are others lurking beyond their line of sight, and Fang Xiyue's presence may have already been detected, putting her family at risk. Zhao Liang's suggestion was made with the hope that it would allow Fang Xiyue to focus on their mission, as she was now a crucial member of their military team. Brother Liang, you forget that my family lives next door to you soldiers. They are quite safe. Although you may be out on missions during the day, there are plenty of retired soldiers in the shops. She reassured him, do not worry, nothing will happen. However, if you could send someone for protection, I would feel even more at ease. In truth, Fang Xiyue's greatest reliance is not on the military but on the system. Her shop and building are entirely secure, as any harm from the outside is ineffective as long as she does not venture out. Furthermore, she has arranged for 10 retired soldiers to escort her family to the shop every morning, making that route relatively safe. Yet, if additional protection can be arranged for her family, she would undoubtedly feel more secure. All right, I will report back to the higher-ups. Zhao Liang nodded, still feeling that protection would be prudent. Particularly since the Spruce District holds the most supplies in Star City, he is concerned that the newborn army might target it. Apart from the military's resources, Fang Xiyue's 20 shops would certainly attract the attention of the newborn army as well. With only 90 personnel in their unit, facing off against thousands of adversaries would be a daunting challenge. If only 10 soldiers are left to guard the Spruce District during the day, it appears that troop reassignments will be necessary. But Brother Liang, if the newborn army truly sets its sights on our Spruce District, our mere 90 soldiers will surely be insufficient. You mentioned they number over 10,000. Even if only half of them, 5,000, arrive, they would outnumber us. Moreover, what if they take advantage of our absence during missions to strike the Spruce District? Currently, many military communities share this concern, as they are uncertain which district the newborn army will target first. They cannot refrain from rescuing survivors to protect their own districts. It is also likely that the newborn army will not prioritize the Spruce District. Among the 8 districts of Star City, it is impossible to predict their initial target. Fang Xiyue finds it perplexing that at such a time, when everyone should be uniting against the zombies, internal strife has erupted within Star City. Fang Xiyue naturally chooses to align herself with the faction that prioritizes the survival of the survivors. The soldiers work tirelessly to save countless lives in peril, deserving of support. The newborn army's choice to eliminate survivors who refuse to join them crosses Fang Xiyue's moral boundary. As a human being, she cannot turn a blind eye to the slaughter of her fellow kind. Fang Xiyue is neither a saint nor a villain. She will not selflessly sacrifice everything, nor will she feast upon the flesh of her compatriots. Chapter 95. I am not as great as you think. Beep. Intermediate Task 1 released. Assist the military in relocating supplies to gain ownership of the Spruce District. Task reward. For positioning teleportation programs. Task failure. No penalties. The first intermediate task has emerged, and indeed, the level of difficulty has increased. Positioning teleportation. Parties with crystal coin carriers can install the positioning teleportation program for bidirectional transport. Fang Xiyue's eyes widened in astonishment. This is incredibly valuable. Once she installs one for Xiyue, they will be able to meet anytime and anywhere. Is there a solution, Xiyue? Zhao Liang's brow furrowed in worry, as what Fang Xiyue mentioned is precisely the military's greatest concern. We can concentrate all supplies in one location, designating the central area, which is currently the Spruce District. We will establish a secure inner district within Star City to be protected by a military division. Fang Xiyue explained that her choice of the Spruce District as the secure inner district is not driven by self-interest, but because it is the central district surrounded by the other 7. She volunteered to undertake the task of collecting resources from the remaining 7 districts sequentially. What you need to do is identify the most suitable location within the Spruce District to establish a protective network. Once we return with the supplies, we can place them inside, ensuring that a division is dedicated to safeguarding them. How does that sound? I will report this to the higher-ups immediately. If they agree, then it will be hard work for you, Xiyue. Zhao Liang nodded. On behalf of the citizens, soldiers, and government of Star City, thank you. With that, Zhao Liang saluted Fang Xiyue, and the 10 soldiers who had been guarding them also returned the gesture. Dan and the others watched the scene, their eyes welling with tears. They understood that if Fang Xiyue truly embarked on the path of transporting supplies, she would be placing herself in grave danger. No need to be polite. I am not as noble as you imagine. There may still be observers around, so let us return. If she did not possess absolute confidence in her safety, she would never consider undertaking such a venture. She had not yet reached the point of prioritizing the survival of others over her own life. The secure inner district was located in the spruce area, which was solely beneficial for her. Fang Xiyue assisted Zhao Liang to his feet, and the 10 soldiers rose in tandem. The location where Fang Xiyue stood was not subject to eavesdropping, yet it remained visible. Their sudden gesture of bowing to her could incite numerous speculations. "All right, let us head back." The 5 of them boarded the vehicle, and as Fang Xiyue pressed the accelerator, they set off towards Jingxiu's Star City. The 10 soldiers had their own vehicle, following closely behind hers. Upon their return, a considerable number of survivors had gathered at the main gate of Jingxiu's Star City, all busy processing crystal currency carriers. Their group had rescued over 5,000 people that day, while 2 other groups had collectively saved nearly 10,000. However, fewer than 2,000 survivors had been accommodated in Jingxiu's Star City, with the remainder relocated to other neighborhoods. Jingxiu's Star City comprised a total of 25 buildings, offering 300 housing units. Excluding the 8 buildings occupied by Fang Xiyue, the remaining 17 belonged to the military, which amounted to only 244 available units. Given that the survivors here had high expectations, even if 3 individuals shared a single unit, the maximum occupancy would only reach 732 people. As such, the vast majority of survivors were sent to the Xiyue Star City residential area. Xiyue Star City also fell under the jurisdiction of the Spruce area, managed by a regiment. It consisted of 725 buildings, with 4 units, 7 stories each, and 3 households per elevator. The first floor housed commercial establishments, while the second to 6th floors were designated for residential purposes, resulting in over 50,000 available units. Nonetheless, due to the current special circumstances, commercial spaces also accommodated beds for residents. According to military statistics, this area could host up to 1 million survivors. Naturally, this did not imply that each unit housed merely 3 individuals. Rather, it meant 3 families shared a single living space. Therefore, irrespective of whether a family comprised 8 or 4 members, they were restricted to 1 room for temporary shelter. Consequently, Xiyue Star City was somewhat more chaotic than anticipated. However, due to the complementary accommodations, many were inclined to reside there. To leave this place and relocate to relatively better housing, one must embark on missions to gather supplies, accumulating enough resources to afford rent. Although many expressed dissatisfaction with such regulations, the circumstances left little room for alternatives. Those unwilling to comply had the option to seek solitary housing outside, as numerous cleared commercial spaces existed, albeit without military protection. Survivors opting for independent residences believed that since the zombies had been eradicated, the absence of military protection was inconsequential. A faction of individuals chose to remain in their homes, resolutely refusing to relocate elsewhere. The military would not impose undue pressure. The freedom of choice was paramount. Zhao Liang had enlightened Fang Xiyue about these matters throughout their journey. Upon entering the office, Fang Xiyue took a brief tour and signed in. "Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have received 8 crystal currency exchange machines." "Excellent." That was sufficient. Thus, her earlier thoughts could indeed be realized. As long as there were opportunities to sign in, many items would no longer require purchasing from the system. This seemed to fall under a system bug. Hence, she could avoid spending points, as she was already in debt to the system and uncertain when she would repay it. The crystal currency exchange machines did not generate profit for the system, so Fang Xiyue felt no guilt towards it. "Host, you have discovered a hidden feature. Magnificent. Fang Xiyue, just average considering who my host is." Selling those 8 machines would net an astounding 800,000 crystal coins. After exiting, Fang Xiyue instructed Dandan, Xiaojie, and Wang Quanan to return home. Wang Quanan resided in Building 11, so they only had a short distance to walk together. She observed Qianqian obediently following Dandan, noting its lack of presence throughout the day, neither assisting nor causing trouble. What, then, was its true capability? Before she could ponder further, Zhao Liang led her to the underground garage to store supplies. The supplies from the previous day had already been accounted for. Under the guidance of the waiting soldiers, Fang Xiyue unloaded the supplies she had gathered that day. The 2 soldiers' eyes widened in astonishment. How long would it take them to tally this amount? "Thank you for your hard work. We're off to eat," Zhao Liang cheerfully remarked before leading Fang Xiyue away. She could easily surmise that those two soldiers would have relished the opportunity to reprimand Zhao Liang. At this hour, the shops had yet to close. So Fang Xiyue and Zhao Liang headed straight there. The self-service food offerings were fixed in quantity, set to refresh daily without requiring Fang Xiyue or her family to prepare anything personally. However, items like spicy hot pot and rice noodles were updated daily. All these ingredients were sourced from the infinitely replenishing storefront that Fang Xiyue had acquired. Fang Xiyue and Zhao Liang opted for rice noodles, a dish Zhao Liang had never tried before, not due to a lack of fondness but simply due to time constraints. This occasion marked the opening of a new culinary world for him, with a bowl costing 20 crystal coins, quite a bargain. After their meal, Fang Xiyue stayed behind to assist, while Zhao Liang went to find the squad leader. Fang Xiyue arrived after completing a mission, bringing his teammates along for dinner. They had slain a considerable number of zombies that day, experiencing a bit of physiological nausea, thus opting for ramen at Shop 9. Chapter 96. Yeah, are you tired? Fang Xiyue's group encountered the survivor team that had worked alongside Fang Xiyue during their mission. Perhaps due to their excitement over acquiring a Tang Dao, their voices rose a notch. Consequently, everyone seated in the noodle shop overheard the discussions regarding the Tang Dao. Xicheng. Is the Tang Dao they're referring to the one you're carrying on your back? Could it be that it was crafted by Sister Xia? You're not being a good brother. We want one too. Initially, they merely admired Fang Xiyue's Tang Dao for its aesthetics. Given his considerable strength, wielding the Tang Dao to slay zombies was effortless, and they had not given it much thought. Since it was a gift from Sister Xia to her brother, they had refrained from requesting to use it. However, discovering that the Tang Dao enabled even ordinary individuals to easily dispatch zombies made it truly remarkable. As Fang Xiyue's comrades, they could not lag behind. I'll ask my sister when I return. Fang Xiyue did not immediately acquiesce, believing it prudent to consult Xia first. He would never make decisions on her behalf. At 9 o'clock in the evening, as the shop was closing, Fang Xiyue finished his meal and returned home with his family. Fang Xia had initially intended to head straight to her room to test the ability-enhancing liquid upon arrival, but was unexpectedly called by Fang Xiyue. Little sister, we heard about the Tang Dao during dinner. My brother's comrades are interested. I wonder if you can. Fang Xiyue hesitated, concerned that if the production process were too complicated, they should forego it. Brother Zhao Liang mentioned it to me today. He said to consult with Captain Liu. If Captain Liu agrees, we can arrange Tang Daos for the entire squad. I've already given my consent. Fang Xia smiled, amused that those survivors were so impatient, boasting about the Tang Dao even before it was in hand. Oh, will making so many at once be too exhausting? Fang Xiyue remained concerned for Fang Xia, aware of her daily missions. Given the quantity of Tang Daos, they could only be crafted upon her return. Could her body handle such strain? Don't worry, brother. I have a sense of moderation. I want to produce them all at once. Observing Fang Xiyue's worried expression brought Fang Xia joy. Brother, I have something else to attend to, so I'll head back to my room now. Fang Xia hurried back to drink the ability upgrade liquid. Not engaging in further conversation with Fang Xichen before retreating to her room, she decided to take a shower first. As she soaked in the bathtub, she contemplated moving out. Living with Fang Xichen had begun to feel intrusive to her parents' intimate world. Initially, she had considered relocating to the Yunsui Biyuan villa. But given her impending missions with the military, residing there would be impractical. Thus, it seemed more sensible to remain in their current home, albeit not continuously sharing the space with her parents. There were vacant apartments on the upper floors of their building. Perhaps she could move out with Fang Xichen and live across the hall from him. Ultimately, she chose the 33rd floor for its enhanced privacy. And being in a building reinforced by the system ensured there would be no leaks even on the top floor. While playing with the bubbles, an idea struck her. This would be a good time to call Su Jiyu. After drinking the ability upgrade liquid, she might not be reachable. If Su Jiyu couldn't find her later, he would undoubtedly be anxious. With this thought, Fang Xia found Su Jiyu's contact and dialed. Within 2 seconds, he answered.
Hey.
Su Jiyu's voice emerged, indicating he had been awaiting her call. They had agreed to connect after 9 each evening, and he had been patiently waiting for Fang Xia to finish her tasks and think of him. Did you find a suitable place to sleep tonight? He inquired. He hadn't slept well the previous night and was uncertain about his chances for a peaceful slumber this evening. We are currently at a barbecue restaurant. It's quite clean here. Tomorrow we will be picking up Chu Yu's family, he added while leaning against the wall, gazing at the moon. Be sure to stay safe. The more people you are picking up, the greater the danger. If those families possess some combat skills, that would be manageable. But if they are all timid and incapable of confronting zombies, it could become challenging, he cautioned. Understood. What about you? What have you done today? Fang Xiyue asked. Xu Jiu softly acknowledged her question, careful not to divulge too much about their circumstances, knowing it might only worry her further. Today was the same as usual, working with the military to eliminate zombies and rescue survivors. Our team managed to save over 10,000 people today. It was quite fulfilling. Though these survivors are strangers to us, their grateful faces and tears are undeniably real. If our nation wishes to endure, we cannot forsake the survivors. If only the strong remain, how many will be left in this world? We must provide opportunities for survivors to grow. As long as they are willing to strive, they will eventually stand strong on their own. Yeah, you've worked hard, he added, though he had many thoughts swirling in his mind that he struggled to articulate. By the way, a new faction has emerged in Xingqing, known as the Newborn Army. I am unsure if they exist in other cities. They specifically target ability users. If an ability user refuses to join them, they resort to violence, so please be cautious. This was the crucial information Fang Xiyue was eager to share with Xu Jiu. She had an inkling that the Newborn Army's ambitions extended beyond merely seizing control of Xingqing. They might already be infiltrating other cities. Okay, I will be careful. You must also ensure your safety and be wary of everyone, especially acquaintances. Often, those who harm you are the ones closest, he reminded her, having seen too many examples of this. I understand, and you too, Fang Xiyue replied, leaning against the edge of the bathtub, feeling somewhat drowsy, her voice slightly slurred.
Hey,
Are you tired? Xu Jiu immediately recognized the change in her tone and gently asked. Yes, a bit, but I can't sleep yet. I'm in the shower and might drown, she replied, forcing herself to stay alert, especially since she had yet to drink the ability upgrade liquid. Shaking her head, she rose to dry herself off. Xu Jiu remained silent for a moment, the thought of her shower lingering in his mind. Although he had never seen Fang Xiyue's body, he had held her before, which caused his thoughts to spiral out of control. Meanwhile, Fang Xiyue had dressed and was feeling more awake, noticing the absence of Xu Jiu's voice. Jiu, are you asleep? She softly called, assuming if he didn't respond, he must have drifted off. No. Yeah, get some rest.
we should all sleep now.
Good night, he replied, sounding a bit flustered and hoarse. Fang Xiyue frowned, sensing something peculiar in his tone. Nevertheless, since Xu Jiu was ready to sleep, she wouldn't impede him. However, she still had something important to convey. Jiu, I've discovered that the jade artifacts contain energy that can enhance abilities. If you pass by a jade shop, remember to collect some or absorb it on the spot. Good night, she concluded hastily, bidding him farewell. All right, we'll try it if we come across them.
Good night. Yeah.
After exchanging goodnights, they ended the call. Xu Jiu stood there, frozen in place, feeling tormented by his thoughts. He could hear the sound of running water, which only fueled his imagination until Zhou Mu came out to use the restroom, snapping him back to reality. Meanwhile, Fang Xiyue settled onto her bed, deciding to postpone her experimentation with the jade artifacts for the night, opting instead to try the ability upgrade liquid. With that thought, she took out the liquid and drank it down in one go. It tasted quite pleasant, reminiscent of peach soda. After placing the empty bottle in her spatial trash bin, she lay down and, just as she closed her eyes, she drifted into a deep slumber. In her dream, she found herself sitting atop a cloud, floating aimlessly through the sky. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until her boredom compelled her to peer over the edge of the cloud. The sheer drop startled her, causing her body to tremble slightly before she awoke. The world outside was already brightening, though the sun had yet to rise. The clock on her bedside table read 5:00 a.m. on June 28th, the 15th day of the apocalypse. She unleashed her mental force, discovering that it now encompassed the entirety of Jingxu City, centered around herself. This indicated that her mental abilities had indeed successfully upgraded. With her eyes closed, she concentrated her mental energy, visualizing a long sword forming in her mind. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and a transparent mental sword spun joyfully before her, responding to her directions with precision. Its blade shimmered with a keen brilliance, cutting through the air with a fierce wind. Fang Xiyue was quite taken by her own magnificence. Sis, what is happening? The urgent knocking of Fang Xichen echoed through the door. Fang Xiyue quickly retracted the sword into her consciousness and jumped out of bed to open the door. As she swung the door open, she found Fang Xichen nearly ready to kick it down, nearly losing his balance. Behind him stood their parents, both visibly anxious. Upon seeing Fang Xiyue, the three surrounded her, momentarily speechless. This was unmistakably Yeye, yet she appeared even more stunning than before, possessing a breathtaking beauty that was unforgettable. Yeye, what is wrong? You scared your mom to death. Sis, did something come into the house? Fang Xiyue asked, shaking his head. Fang Xiyue quickly reassured them, no, I'm fine. Don't worry, I just upgraded my abilities, and it caused a bit of a commotion. Really? Thank goodness. But how did your abilities suddenly upgrade? Fang Dad remarked, acknowledging his own diligent practice without any signs of advancement. I have something good here, take one each. This can help you upgrade. I have a total of 10 bottles. Just don't tell anyone, alright? Fang Xiyue handed the ability upgrade liquid to her parents. Drink it tonight. You'll fall into a deep sleep afterward. As she spoke, she noticed that Fang Xichu's bottle was already empty. He stared at her with wide eyes. Sis, help me take a leave of absence. As soon as the words left her lips, Fang Xichun fell heavily to the ground, creating a loud noise. Am I speaking too slowly? Fang Xiyue looked at Fang Xichun lying on the floor, feeling helpless. Not slowly, your brother is just too impatient. Urging him to drag Fang Xichun back to his room. However, Fang Xichun proved to be quite heavy, so in the end, Fang Ba lifted him from the front while Fang Ma and Fang Xie carried his legs, finally managing to bring him back to his room. Goodness. That nearly took my life. Fang Ba gasped for breath. Mom and Dad, let's eat first. I estimate my brother won't wake up until evening. Fang Xie laid out a table of food, and the three of them took their seats. Daughter, is this also a reward for your tasks? Fang Ba curiously lifted a bottle, examining it closely, yet failing to discern anything remarkable. Yes, I tried it yesterday. It didn't make me feel uncomfortable at all. Mom and Dad, you should try it tonight. I believe it can at least help you level up. One can feel their own abilities level up, but the criteria for this remains unclear. Currently, Fang Xiyue is at level 2 in the mental abilities category, having advanced 2 levels from the beginner stage. That's wonderful. But you should keep it. You need it more for fighting zombies. Your father mentioned wanting to join you in battling zombies. And your grandfathers are eager to go as well. I thought I would stay home with your grandmother while you all go out. Fan Ma felt her water abilities were not particularly helpful. Lacking offensive power, she preferred to focus on logistical support. Every day she, along with Fang grandmother and Fang maternal grandmother, would exhaust their abilities to produce water for the guests at their shop, contributing in their own way. Fang Xie still believed it was imperative for her family to level up first, regardless of whether they ventured out to fight zombies. They needed to possess enough combat capability for self-defense. Especially with the existence of the new military, the safety of her family was of utmost importance to Fang Xie. Mom, who says water abilities are not combat powers? I tell you, in the later stages, water abilities are undoubtedly combat powers. If you don't believe me, just try it. After leveling up, you can conjure water arrows. Water spikes can take down a zombie in an instant. What Fang Xie didn't mention was the ability to absorb moisture from the human body. Most people are aware of the consequences of dehydration. That might be a bit too cruel for her mother. She probably wouldn't be able to do it. Alright, then I'll try it tonight. Eventually, Fang Ma agreed to drink it, having previously heard her daughter mention that water abilities could indeed possess combat power. Though at the time, she thought her daughter was merely comforting her. However, with it being brought up once more, Fang Ma was entirely convinced. By the way, the jade contains energy that can also promote the upgrading of abilities. I will place some jade items in your room shortly. Whenever you have time, give them a try. And let me know when you need more. The ability upgrade liquid could currently only elevate abilities to level 2, which still felt insufficient for Fang Xie. Regardless, her jade items could refresh infinitely, allowing unrestricted use. Really? That's wonderful. Daughter, give me a piece to try. If I don't faint after absorbing it, we should carry one with us wherever we go and see if we can absorb energy anytime, anywhere. Fang Ba was already impatient. No one would refuse the allure of extraordinary strength. Fang Xie flipped her hand, revealing 3 jade pendants on the table. The 3 of them each took one, gripped it tightly, closed their eyes, and soon felt a sensation as something entered their bodies. Though it was minimal, it was quite pleasant. Fang Ba opened his eyes and placed the pendant in his pocket, having not completely absorbed the energy, considering they were still eating. It seems to be effective. We should carry some daily. The upgrade might be slow, but it's better than not leveling up at all. Fang Ba was thoroughly satisfied. Alright. Fang Ma and Fang Xie also tucked the jade pendants into their pockets. Mom and Dad, I plan to move to the 33rd floor with my brother. I intend to follow the military for missions in the future and won't be returning to the Yinsui Bun Villa. It wouldn't be right for my brother and me to stay with you and disturb your private world. It's best for us to live on the 33rd floor, right across from you, so you won't have to worry. In the future, when my brother gets married, he'll have a place to stay. Otherwise, if other soldiers move in, we might have to live in a different building, which would distance us from you. During dinner, Fang Xiyue expressed her intention to move out with Fang Xiyue.